My name is Lin Chuan, male, 16 years old. At this moment, I am lying in a rocking chair. The sun shines warmly on me through the gaps in the wooden window curtains. I just woke up from a nap. My consciousness is still hazy, but countless fragments of memory suddenly emerged in my mind. Is this time travel? I subconsciously covered my eyes with the back of my hand and had this thought. But soon, I denied it. This is not time travel, but awakening reincarnation memory. I saw fragments of memories of my previous life in my dream. There are many reasons why I can make such a judgment. First, I am just a little confused, which is normal. Many people will also be confused when they wake up. If it is really a time travel, the fusion of two souls will inevitably lead to greater confusion, even a conflict between consciousness, soul, and personality, and even a tingling in the brain, but I don't have these symptoms. Second, I know clearly who I am and remember everything around me. I have a wealthy family, both parents, and an older brother and an older sister. My brother is Lin Lini, my sister is Lin Linger, and I don't know why I am called Lin Chuan instead of 003. My profession is a fresh graduate of the #1 Beast Taming Middle School in Tianshang Town, and I am also the young master of a farm. I can remember these clearly, but for my previous life, I can't even remember my name. There are only messy things, as well as resentment about the internal role and overtime work in my previous life and the desire for a comfortable life. Third, and also the key basis, I have that kind of throbbing self-consciousness in my heart, which is consistent with the sign of the natural awakening of the beast talent. Just as I was thinking about a lot of things, a loud noise came. I frowned slightly, sat up from the rocking chair, drank a sip of water to moisten my throat, and then walked towards the source of the sound. I opened the curtains and the sunlight shone in. I squinted slightly and couldn't help looking back and looking around the room. This modern single room gave me a subtle feeling because of the fragments of my past life memories that had just awakened. The modernization of this world has more fantasy colors. I looked out the window and saw a beautiful scene, neatly arranged fields, fruit trees scattered halfway up the mountain, and a group of spirit beasts chasing and playing. Seeing these spirit beasts, the fragments of my past life memories played a role, and I felt a little confused. However, I quickly sorted out my memories and reviewed the worldview of this world. This is a world of beast control civilization. This planet is called Blue Star. Since ancient times, there have been extraordinary powers, which are called monsters. There are countless types of monsters. Ordinary monsters can crush rocks and tear steel. Strong monsters can control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. There are even monsters that can reverse and tear time and space. Humans are not natural life on Blue Star. The first humans had no monsters and died if they were touched. They could only rely on powerful monsters to survive, bathing them, brushing their fur, cleaning their poop, and even serving as backup food. Later, some powerful monsters shared some of their abilities with humans through contracts. Humans gradually possessed extraordinary abilities, but they were still dominated by monsters. In the Middle Ages, a race war broke out between the dragon and phoenix tribes, involving many races, and the war lasted for 2,000 years. During this period, humans survived in the cracks and were protected by the Chilan tribe. Through the study of contracts, they achieved the transition from dependence to equality and then to counter-enslavement of monsters. However, powerful monsters such as dragons, phoenixes, and Chilans could not be controlled by contracts unless they were willing. However, humans opened up a new path and cultivated low-level monsters into powerful beings through training and command. In this way, humans have a place on the Blue Star. Monsters, spirit beasts, and spirit pets are different concepts. Needless to say, monsters are domesticated by humans, influenced by humans and become close to humans. Spirit pets are spirit beasts that have established contracts with Beastmasters, are professionally trained and commanded to grow and fight together. The extraordinary power system that cultivates spirit pets through contracts and other means is the beast civilization. Today, humans are spread across a quarter of the Blue Star. There are many beast civilization countries, and the most famous and powerful ones are the three major beast kingdoms. I am an ordinary civilian in the Star Rock Federation. After reviewing the worldview, the confusion in my heart disappeared. I exhaled lightly and looked towards the source of the noise. About 30 spirit beasts were making a fuss on the road beside the field. They were about 30 centimeters tall, with light green bodies, round like big green potatoes, cute and chubby, with short fat hands and feet, small black bean-like eyes, a small black line-like mouth, a lotus-shaped flower on the top of the head, and 2 long leaves extending from the roots hanging down to the ground. This is Hui. Name: flower leaf. Attribute: wood. Race: plant, angiosperms, dicots, tubulales, solanaceae, solanum. Racial potential: soldier, medium. Skills: rooting, growth, photosynthesis. Introduction: a peculiar plant spirit animal that bears fruit 3 to 5 times a year. The fruit is rich in nutrients and has different flavors depending on the cultivation conditions. It can be turned into delicious food with simple processing. It is a top-notch ingredient for salad dishes and a perfect meal replacement for people who want to lose weight. Although I am not a top student, I have a good understanding of the flower and leaf berries that are specially cultivated on my farm. Attributes represent ability classification, and the basic attributes are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Race represents the classification of spirit beast species. Race potential represents the upper limit of growth potential, and skills represent the extraordinary abilities of spirit beasts. Ordinary flower and leaf berries have ordinary taste and average nutritional value, but my farm cultivates 5 special flavors, which are highly sought after by people who want to lose weight and keep fit. The group of flowers and leaves in front of me are divided into 2 groups. The one on the left, with pale pink flowers on top and white leaves on the edges, is the flavor of spiced beef, while the one on the right, with deep red flowers and dark green leaves, is the flavor of garlic lobster. They charge forward under the leadership of the leader and fight each other. My eyelids twitch and anger surges in my chest. What are you doing? What are you doing? I slammed the windowsill and roared, in the middle of the day, you are not photosynthesizing properly, not working hard to grow, but are fighting here. All right, you are really going to be a jerk. Wait. If you have the guts, just stand there and don't run. I will hang all of you on the street lamp. As I was about to go downstairs, the flowers and leaves were so frightened that they fled back to the fields before I could even get down. They jumped into the mud pit and took root. They buried their heads in the soil and covered their heads with leaves. Half a minute later, I went downstairs and came to the edge of the field. I saw only flowers swaying in the sun. This scene made me laugh. They really looked like naughty students caught by their teachers. Speaking of which, this group of variegated leaves have just left their infancy and entered the growth stage, so it is normal for them to be lively and active, but this is the first time I have seen a group fight. They have always been gentle and friendly, and are the model of good children. I can't think of the specific reason for the time being, and I will investigate it later. For now, I will punish the leader first. I pursed my lips and smiled, revealing a cruel smile. I can't punish them all, it's too tiring, at least I should catch the leader and punish him, and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As if sensing my murderous aura, the flowers in the field trembled slightly. When I approached, a flower leaf could not withstand the pressure, and suddenly pulled out of the pit, jumped up and ran away. But its short legs could not outrun me, and I caught up with it in 2 steps. I made my hands into eagle claws, avoided the flowers on its head, and accurately grabbed its little head. It instantly wilted and lost its ability to resist. I tied it up with hemp rope, hung it on the lamppost, and patted it gently, letting it sway in the hot sun and the hot wind. Then, I did the same to the other leader and hung it on the other side of the street lamp. I found a cool place under a fruit tree and sat down. The 2 Hui seemed to no longer be afraid because I was away from them, and they started to make a fuss again. They stretched their legs and shook the hemp rope while being hung, kicking each other and making babbling noises. I stared at them from a distance, showing a helpless and funny expression. As long as they didn't fight in a large group, I would let them do whatever they wanted. I planned to hang them for 2 hours as punishment. While watching the time and resting, my thoughts returned to the previously interrupted train of thought. Unlike the original humans without magic, most humans now have extraordinary talents, beast-controlling talents related to spirit beasts. Ordinary people have to be adults at the age of 16 and graduate from the Beast Control Academy, and pass the federal government awakening ceremony to awaken the beast-controlling talent. Natural awakening is a special case, uncommon and unpredictable. I have a palpitation in my heart, which should be a natural awakening, but I don't know what beast-controlling talent I have awakened. So, what beast-taming talent have I awakened? What ability? I muttered to myself, looking at my palms. Unfortunately, the beast taming talent cannot be seen with the naked eye. If it is a sign like a group of dragons covering the sky, it is mostly a dragon pet with super affinity. If the talent ability is full, it will be nicknamed Princess, a treasure dreamed of by dragon beasts, and may even be captured and taken back to the dragon's nest as a forbidden delicacy. However, there is no precedent for the sign of my awakening the memory fragments of my previous life. I can't judge the specific ability of my beast taming talent for a while. Forget it, wait another week and we'll know. I'm not in a hurry, because in a week the awakening ceremony for the graduating students of Xingyan Federation Beast Taming Middle School will be held. The awakening ceremony can communicate with the laws of the Blue Star, stimulate the human body to awaken potential beast taming talents, and make people understand the specific effects of talents, whether they are awakened by rituals or naturally awakened. I sat in the shade of the tree, staring at Hua Yi hanging on the street lamp. Hua Yi, as a wood-type spirit beast, is born with the photosynthesis skill, which can restore physical strength and energy under the light. But many people don't know that photosynthesis can only be maintained for a long time in an environment with trace elements and water. Otherwise, if it leaves the soil and water environment, it can recover in a short time, but over time, it will consume trace elements and water in the body, causing the spirit beast to become weak, or even damage its origin. Now these two variegated leaves are hanging on the street lamp, unable to absorb nutrients from the ground, and exposed to the scorching sun, they have no strength. I originally planned to hang them for 2 hours, but seeing their state, I softened my heart and let them down in less than half an hour. Will you dare to do it again next time? I asked them with an angry expression while watering them with a cartoon yellow duck kettle. Yeah. Then, just apologize to each other and shake hands and make peace. We are all good friends, a family that grew up together in the same field. I persuaded them to be in harmony like a kindergarten teacher coaxing children. But this time, the two flower-leafed ones didn't give me face. They looked at each other, Bing. They each made angry noises, turned their heads and turned their backs to each other. The one with the softest voice wrapped itself up with leaves, rolled into a potato ball, as if to say, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. My forehead was full of black lines, and I was tired. It's really not easy to take care of children. So, can you tell me, why don't you get along and why do you fight? I sat down among them regardless of the environment of the field and asked softly and kindly. They simply responded and stopped talking, showing an attitude of not wanting to talk. This lack of cooperation made me even more troubled. Fine, I could only investigate on my own. Lin's farm is not only my family, but also employees and managers. However, the employees are responsible for taking care of ordinary crops and orchards, and the cultivation of flower and leaf has always been done by the Lin family themselves. This is the core technical secret of the farm. My father Lin Xuedong leads the research and cultivation direction. My mother Su Xiaoxia is a tutor at the university in the next city and doesn't come home often. The daily feeding and maintenance tasks fall on my brother and sister and me. In recent years, I have been the one who does the actual operation. I greeted the employees I met and returned to the small villa in the center of the farm, which is both a residence and an office, and where many data and information are stored. I rested for a while, drank some water, ate a melon, and then started to investigate. I first checked the fertilizer and daily cultivation supplies provided to Huai in the past 2 weeks. It took me half an hour, but I didn't find any problems. Then I checked the surveillance and checked their daily routines, focusing on the time of the conflict. I found that the conflict started in the morning 3 days ago, but the reason was not clear. It was not a fight over nutrients, and there was no other obvious trigger. At 6:30 in the evening, my father Lin Xuedong came back. He pushed the door open, opened a bucket of water, picked it up and drank it, and stopped after filling about a quarter of the bucket. He let out a comfortable sigh and put the bucket down. My father is the owner of Lin's farm, and he is also a spiritual animal researcher and breeder. Although he is a low-level person, he specializes in studying Huai and is a master in this field. He went to the town exchange meeting today to exchange and purchase precious materials for studying Huai and things needed for the farm. Sanzi, you haven't had dinner yet. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? The father took off his blue migrant worker vest and threw it on the back of a chair. He walked over, patting his belly, and asked when he saw the untouched takeout food on the table. "Well, I'll eat later," I replied without turning my head. My father raised his eyebrows. He knew me. Normally, I would be playing with my phone in the room at this time, but now I was carefully checking Hua Ye's information. Obviously, there was something wrong. He came closer and his eyes fell on the surveillance footage I had retrieved and the record files on the table. "What are you looking at?" "What happened?" my father asked directly. I explained the situation truthfully. "This? A gang fight?" My father was also surprised when he heard it, and his eyes lit up. As a Hua Ye researcher, this special event made him very excited. His original tiredness disappeared in an instant, and he picked up the information and read it carefully. "Young man, you are still young, you are not good enough for this, go eat first, come on, make room, let your dad take a good look." As he said that, my father pushed me off the chair and quickly checked the surveillance. I was speechless about my father's behavior, but I admitted that he was an expert in the study of flower leaves. I sat next to him and ate fast food while paying attention to the situation here. I saw my father quietly looking at the surveillance and data, stroking his stubbled chin. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and checked the surveillance videos around the villa. Gradually, he discovered something, his eyes brightened, and finally he pushed up his black-framed glasses. "Well, I know the reason," my father murmured. "What's the reason?" I quickly put down my chopsticks and asked curiously. But my father stopped, stared at me, pretended to think deeply, and smiled mysteriously. "Kid, I won't tell you the answer directly. This is a small test for you to see if you are qualified to inherit your father's legacy, this farm, and the empire your father founded." The father's face was full of pride. I curled my lips when I heard that. "Come on, Lao Deng, I don't want your legacy. After the awakening ceremony next week, I'll contract my spirit pet, get admitted to the Beast Taming University, and then I'll go out and create my own future with my own hands. You rebellious son." My father's face turned red, he gritted his teeth, pointed at me and couldn't speak. "You all are very capable, your elder brother is like this, your sister is like this too. The family fortune I created is not small, right? I can't say I'm a tycoon, but I can say I'm a small asset with financial freedom, so you don't want it. Or is it unfair for me to cultivate Hua Yi? Isn't Hua Yi cute? Isn't she well behaved? Do you know, Hua Yi is the sky, Hua Yi is the earth, Hua Yi is the invincible and eternal #1 spiritual beast in the universe." I was speechless listening to my father's outrageous speech. Hua Yi is indeed cute and well behaved, but Tian Di Yong is too much. However, I did not argue with him. My father, who was in a fanatical and mindless Hua Yi control mode, could not communicate with words, so I just ignored him. After about half a minute, my father came back to his senses and stopped being so frantic. At this time, I spoke up and shrugged. "It's not that I don't want to inherit. I just want to go to college first and then go out and try my luck. Who knows, maybe I can become a professional Beastmaster. Or even a titled king. If not, I'll come back and inherit the family business." After awakening the memory fragments of my past life, my thoughts about the future changed a little, and I said that I was willing to inherit the family business. In this world, the strength of spirit beasts is judged by the energy in their bodies, considering both quality and quantity. The official evaluation uses several levels and layers, while the public uses digital levels similar to those in online games, but the digital levels are not accurate enough. Beastmasters obtain growth feedback by cultivating spirit pets, improve their own energy quality, achieve life transformation, prolong life, stay young, and gain other abilities. The King of Heaven is a 7th-level Beastmaster, that is, above level 70. The title of King of Heaven is a Beastmaster who has made great contributions to the Federation and has reached level 79. The 8th level and above are called Emperors, which are legendary existences. When my father heard what I said, he was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. He must have thought that my dream of becoming a titled king was a fantasy, but he didn't say it out loud. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lao Deng, that I naturally awakened today," I said with a smile on my face. My father's eyes widened, and he choked and coughed in shock, and his glasses on his nose were crooked. "Ahem, natural awakening. You kid." I nodded. My father kept his eyes wide open and forgot to adjust his glasses. In the Beastman civilization, the signs of natural awakening are personal privacy, and fathers and sons will not ask about it without permission, unless the person is willing to say it or others observe it. My father stared at me for a long time, came back to his senses, exhaled, and his expression became cautious and serious. He patted my shoulder, his eyes showing relief and support. After a moment, my father spoke. Since you have awakened naturally, with your ability, it shouldn't be a big problem for you to become a professional Beastmaster, but you'd better go to bed and don't even think about becoming a titled king. If you can become a titled king, I will eat all the grass on the farm. My father said the ridicule in his heart jokingly, and before I could answer, he restrained his smile. Let's not talk about these for now. Wait until a week later when you perform the ritual awakening to figure out the specific effects of the beast taming talent and decide on the initial beast taming. Now let's continue with the question about Hua-Yi just now, about the reason why Hua-Yi fights. I'll give you a hint. Think about when you were a child, about 4 or 5 years old. At that time, how did you get your mother's attention? And it is the racial nature of Hua-Yi that it will give the first fruit it bears after adulthood to the person it is closest to and loves the most. Speaking of which, your dad, I have harvested 237 Hua-Yi as true love fruits. My life is really sinful, okay, I've given you enough hints. I'm going to study Hua-Yi. After the father finished speaking, he picked up the remaining takeout fast food and ran to the Hua-Yi field in a hurry. He would sleep in the field these days and was inseparable from Hua-Yi. I watched my father leave, lowering my head to think. How did I attract my mother's attention when I was 4 or 5 years old? I curled my lips. I was very well behaved when I was a child. I never did things like burying firecrackers in the fertilizer storage tank or burying the dog bowl of my mother's contracted spirit pet. I was not a farm brat. I stroked my chin. Since I didn't do it, I would refer to the brats in the kindergarten next door. They would fight and brawl to attract the attention of the beautiful teacher. In summary, the more well-behaved you are, the less attention you will get. The more noisy you are, the more attention you will get from the elders. So, are these flowers and leaves trying to attract my attention? It was almost 7 p.m., the sun was setting, the sky was getting dark, and the farm street lights were on. I went to the window and looked out at my father's figure and the flowers and leaves surrounding him under the street lights in the distance. I have been responsible for taking care of the flowers and leaves in this field for half a year. When they were young, I loosened the soil, fertilized them, watered them, weeded and pest-killed them on time, and even held them to watch cartoons. They took me for granted as their favorite person, and it was inevitable that I received their first fruits. But I have received the first fruits of the variegated leaves and leaves that I took care of myself before, and there has never been any fighting or competition for favor. They have always been in harmony. So my train of thought is stuck. Just then, the phone in my pocket vibrated. It was a message from the class group. Homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu at everyone, you are all 16 years old and already adults. I should not say any more, but I have to remind you that there are no classes this week so that you can have a good rest at home to recuperate and adjust your body and mind to the best state to welcome the upcoming awakening ceremony. It is not for you to play games and watch romance dramas all night long. I hope that students can be self-conscious and not joke about their own future. Zhang Yu, teacher, I didn't play games all night. Class teacher, Ms. Liu, who was the blind man who had 28 kills across from me yesterday and typed, if you're new, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Zhang Yu, Sigma, degree. Zhang Yu, teacher, please listen to my explanation. That was not me last night. It was my mother's pet Bu Rong Rong who was using my account to play games. Teacher, Mr. Liu, really? The one who pinned me to the ground and killed me was a doll. Do you think I would believe it? Not only is he great at playing games, but his ability to scold people is at least at the level of a Zon King. When I visited your home before, why didn't I see that your Bu Rong Rong has such a high IQ? Zhang Yu. Feng Xiaofeng, manual doghead. Lin Chuan, doghead +1. Looking at the messages in the group, Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and also sent a message following the rhythm. Suddenly, Lin Chuan stopped abruptly, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. 1 week later, it will be time for the awakening ceremony. By then, he, Lin Chuan, will become a Beastmaster. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as his beast taming talent is not incompatible with the wood element, the probability of which is very small, then he will most likely choose a flowery leaf as his initial spirit pet, just like his brothers and sisters. The beast taming talent that his brother Lin Lini had awakened before was strength enhancement. Actively using it could allow the spirit beast to gain strength for a certain period of time, thereby increasing the power of the skill. His sister Lin Linger awakened the heart of water, which can improve the breeding efficiency when breeding water-attributed spirit beasts. Both of them's talent in taming beasts has nothing to do with the wood element, but they both chose one of the Hui pets they raised at home as their initial spirit pet. Therefore, they are unable to display their talent for taming beasts for the time being, but with the resources at home, especially Lao Deng's research on Huai's master-level training strategy, the actual training efficiency is far better than if they choose other spirit beasts that are in line with their own talent for taming beasts, which allows them to win at the starting line. This is indeed the case. Lin Lini and Lin Linger have both taken the first step towards success by choosing Huai. Although they have not reached the top level of their peers, commonly known as hanging wall, they are still far ahead of most of their peers. One step faster, every step faster, this is the reality of being a Beastmaster. As for the talent for taming beasts, you can just choose a suitable one when contracting a second or even third spirit beast later. Moreover, it is not a waste to cultivate Huai, especially after it evolves into Hua Ling Ling, it becomes a very qualified logistical support type spirit beast. Yes. At the beginning, Huai and the others didn't know about the situation, but as word of mouth spread among the Huai circle on the farm about the older brothers and sisters choosing Huai as their initial spirit pet, I believe that all the Huai on the farm now know about it. They know that Lin Chuan is about to become a Beastmaster, and will have to choose and contract an initial beast, and it is very likely that it will be one of them. In this case, how could the flowers and leaves, especially those who were brought up by Lin Chuan himself and regarded him as their closest and favorite person, not be excited and expectant, and how could they not be anxious and nervous? That's why they acted in a unique way to attract his attention. Well, there is one more crucial point of evidence. Two of the Huai's that he raised personally bore their first fruits exactly 1 week later, which was at most 2 days before and after he became a Beastmaster. He could even slightly control the time of first fruiting by absorbing more or less fertilizer, so that the time point would be exactly when he became a Beastmaster and went home to choose Hui. And these two Huai's happened to be the ones who started the fight today and were punished by being hung on the lamppost by him. At this moment, Lin Chuan understood everything. The two flowery leaves are there to attract his attention, to show off themselves, to make him pay more attention to them than usual. Finally, the card bears its first fruit at the time when he passes the awakening ceremony to become a Beastmaster and then goes home to choose Huai, and gives the fruit to him. By then, the scene will be like that. Lin Chuan felt that if all the Huai's had similar qualifications, he would definitely choose the Hui he had raised himself. If the Hui he chose gave him the first fruit on the spot as per the contract, then he would be very happy. So happy that he would jump up. In this case, it is now completely understandable why the two Huai's fought and refused to reconcile even with his mediation. Because the two Huai know that they are each other's biggest and most threatening competitors. After thinking everything through, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He began to understand why Lao Deng was such a fanatical and mindless flower and leaf control freak. She is cute, well-behaved, friendly and clingy, and will work hard behind the scenes for the person she likes. Who can not like such colorful leaves? Lin Chuan felt a surge of apology in his heart. The two Huai loved him so much. They had secretly competed with each other to become his initial spiritual pets, and even ruined their friendship. But he hung them on a street lamp as a punishment. This was too unreasonable. He had to apologize to them. At the same time, he had to find a way to make them reconcile again. Then, a week later, if he knew through the awakening ceremony that his beast-taming talent was not able to restrain the wood element, it was no surprise that he would choose one of the two Hui. So how should he coax and comfort the other Hui so that it would not be sad and cry? This must be thought out and prepared in advance. I'll think about these things tomorrow. Today I have to apologize and coax the two Huai's first. How to apologize? Verbal words are useless, or have little effect. As the breeder who brought them up, Lin Chuan knows what they really like. They like him to hold them in his arms and watch videos on the phone with them. They like him to cuddle with them and rub their faces against each other. They like him to pamper them. Well, it's decided, I will hold them in my arms while sleeping tonight, one on each side, treating them equally. Mosaic leaf field area. Lin Xuedong moved a small stool and sat by the field. In front of him, the flowers and leaves were neatly lined up in 2 rows, undergoing physical examinations one by one. At this time, Lin Chuan walked past him hurriedly, and Lin Xuedong couldn't help but turn his head to look. When Lin Xuedong saw Lin Chuan pick up 2 of them from a group of colorful leaves and rub their faces against each other, one on the left and one on the right, he was stunned for a moment, then he was relieved and smiled like an old father. It seems that you have figured it out. The smile turned into a teasing one, Lao Deng said. After a brief pause, he suddenly raised his voice and said loudly. How about it? Tell me. Isn't Huai super cute? Come on, tell me. Flower and leaves are the sky, flower and leaves are the earth, flower and leaves are invincible and number 1 in the universe. Lin Chuan, who was snuggling with 2 flower leaves, suddenly fell silent. Even the 2 flower leaves who were hugged by him on both sides and were giggling were embarrassed. They were so shy that they wrapped themselves up with the leaves, forming an oval ball. Many other flower leaves around them did the same, wrapping themselves up with the leaves. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lin Chuan remained silent with an expressionless face. Hua Ye is indeed cute, but he would never say something so awkward that one could dig a villa out of the ground with one's toes. The atmosphere became even more tense after Lao Deng was left in the cold. After a while, as a gust of night wind blew by, Lin Chuan finally spoke softly and changed the subject. I figured out the reason why these 2 little guys were fighting, but there's still one thing I can't figure out. I can understand they're fighting, but why would other Huai get involved and eventually turn it into a group fight? Many of these Huai weren't raised by me, and they're not that close to me. They wouldn't do this just to compete for the position of my initial spiritual pet, right? Hearing this, Lin Xuedong smiled, then pointed at the dark green leaves of the deep red flower on top of Lin Chuan's head that his left hand was wrapped around. Old 3, let me ask you, what is its name? Guogua, Guoqijiu. Lin Chuan answered without even thinking. Guogua, this is the name of the leaves that produce garlic lobster-flavored fruits. Qijiu is the specific number of this leaf. Why are there 2 names? Because the language systems of humans and spirit animals are not completely the same. Human language relies on sound, and spiritual emotions are secondary. However, it is the opposite between spiritual beasts, where spiritual emotions are the main thing, and sound is more of a medium for conveying spiritual and emotional information. This group of fruits are garlic lobster-flavored mosaic leaves and they are all called fruit. But just by shouting guogua, humans cannot tell which specific flower leaf you are referring to, not even Lin Xuedong can do it, so they have to be numbered in order to be able to distinguish them. But for this group of Huai, when someone calls out guogua, they will be thinking of a specific Huai in their heart, such as Guoqijiu. The emotional consciousness is contained in the voice, so Guoqijiu will know that it is being called, while the other Huai with the same name Guogua but different numbers will have no reaction at all, knowing that they are not being called. For Hua Ye, the name Guogua is enough. Guoqijiu, which has the nature of a number, is completely redundant. As intelligent beings, although Hua Ye's IQ is relatively low, roughly equivalent to that of a 3 or 4-year-old human child, even so, they certainly don't want to be numbered, right? Unless the name is homophonic, like the 3 siblings of Lin Chuan. Lin Xuedong nodded, and pointed to the flower with white edges on the pink leaves of the flower on top of his head that was hugged by Lin Chuan's right hand. What about it? Sakura 6-7. Lin Chuan answered again. So, you still don't understand? Lin Xuedong shrugged and spread his hands. Lin Chuan shook his head, Lin Xuedong rolled his eyes, gave Lin Chuan a look that said, you are really weak, and then shook his head again, with a loving old father's look that said, although his son is stupid, his father will not give up on him, and he had to clear the fog and teach his son. Then, he looked around, looking at all the flowers and leaves. Ahem. After coughing twice to build up his emotions, Lin Xuedong spoke in a low, magnetic, storytelling tone. The Dalan dynasty has had 5 great families since ancient times. They are Guogua, Inghua, Honghong, Lanlan, and Tang Tang. It's so awkward that my scalp numbs. However, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and forced himself to hold it back. Although it was awkward, Lin Chuan could still understand the meaning. The so-called Dalan dynasty refers to this Lin's farm. The 5 major families refer to the 5 kinds of leaves with special fruit flavors that are cultivated separately. Guogua, Inghua, Honghong, Lanlan, and Tang Tang are the names of the 5 kinds of flowers and leaves. One of them has the wrong style. Because the name Sakura was given by her mother Su Xiaoxia, and the other 4 were given by this middle school age syndrome old man Deng in front of her. The eldest prince of the kingdom married the eldest daughter of the Lanlan family on his coming-of-age day. The second princess of the kingdom, on her coming of age, became sworn sisters with the eldest daughter of the Tang Tang family. And now, the third prince of the kingdom is about to come of age. The Lanlan family has the support of the eldest prince, and the Tang Tang family has the support of the second princess. Their positions in the dynasty are unshakable. What about the remaining 3 families? There is no doubt that the other 3 families want to marry the third prince who is about to come of age, in order to consolidate their family's position and authority in the dynasty. It's a pity for the Honghong family. There is no young lady of the right age in this generation, so they automatically withdrew from the competition. So, the Guogua family and the Inghua family are left. It just so happens that the 2 young ladies of the Guogua and Inghua families grew up together as childhood sweethearts with the third prince. After a pause, Lin Laoding stared at Lin Chuan with sharp eyes, then looked at the 2 huai held in Lin Chuan's left and right hands respectively, and finally turned his gaze to the huai next to him, especially the guoguos with garlic lobster flavor and the sakuras with spiced beef flavor. Suddenly excited, Lin Laoding grinned. This is war. The war between the Guogua family and the Inghua family for the position of the third prince's wife. With a frown on his face, he took a deep breath. After a long while, Lin Chuan calmed down and suppressed the boiling embarrassment in his body. After staring at Lao Deng deeply for a long time, Lin Chuan nodded in confirmation. Old Deng, it's a pity that you don't write a novel. Without paying any more attention to Lao Deng who was suffering from the continued attack of his Chinibu, Lin Chuan went back with the 2 huayes in his arms. Because they have just passed their infancy, these 2 variegated leaves cannot leave the soil environment for a long time, at least not for about 8 hours in one night, otherwise it will be detrimental to their growth. However, there is a way, and it is very simple. It is the same principle as transplanting plants. Just take a piece of cloth to half-wrap the body of the flower leaf and stuff some soil in it. He wrapped the 2 flower leaves with a cloth stuffed with soil, revealing their short and plump limbs, as if they were wearing clothes. Lin Chuan also tied them with a beautiful bow to prevent the cloth from falling off easily, and then patted the dirt off his hands. Very cute. I can't say the kind of outrageous remarks like Lao Deng's that Hua Yi is the cutest in the world, but as for ordinary yet sincere compliments, Lin Chuan is still okay. Hearing Lin Chuan praising them for being cute, the 2 huayes immediately chirped and jumped on the table, and finally jumped into Lin Chuan's arms. It was obvious that they were very happy from the bottom of their hearts. The 2 huayes were so purely happy and blessed, but Lin Chuan felt a little troubled in his heart. Left, right. Guogua, cherry blossom. Which one should I choose? Sighing in his heart, Lin Chuan shook his head. Without thinking any more, Lin Chuan went to wash up and change into his pajamas, then came back and put the 2 huai on his thighs, holding one in each hand, and they watched the Spirit Beast TV series together. It was 10 o'clock in the evening before Lin Chuan returned to his room, turned off the lights and went to bed. As for sleeping with 2 huai in arms, it's just talk. It's inappropriate. It's not for any crooked reason. It's simply not good for Huai's health. Because humans sleep lying down, at least Lin Chuan can't sleep standing or sitting, and Huai are planted in the ground, which means they hibernate upright. Once it lies down for a little longer, the flowers on top of the variegated leaves will grow crooked due to the pressure of natural gravity. If it was like his mother's pet Xiaoya dog, or Bu Rong Rong mentioned in the previous class group message, a spirit beast created from the soul of a doll, or Hua Lingling, who was the more human-like evolution of Huai and had an appearance similar to a 3-year-old human girl, then Lin Chuan would definitely hold her in his arms and sleep with her in the same quilt. Lin Chuan placed the 2 flower leaves in an exquisite small flower pot with cute cartoon patterns printed on the shell and placed them on the left and right bedside tables. Lin Chuan lay down and just closed his eyes. Iya iya. Eeyore. The 2 flower leaves make a low, ethereal, and long sound, as if they are whispering or humming a song. Some mothers will sing lullabies when they put their children to sleep, while others will light up faint and pleasant-smelling sandalwood. These are all ways to help them sleep. The whispering and humming of the 2 huaye at this moment is a way to help them sleep. It is a wood attribute skill called grass flute, which has the effect of making others fall into a deep sleep. All the huai on the farm have this skill. The breeding plan formulated by Lin Louding includes playing soothing music to them regularly every day when the huai are young. Over time, even if the huai do not actively learn, they can passively learn it through their natural instincts as wood-attributed spirit beasts. The 2 huayais had just left their infancy and had not received any special skill training. The grass flutes they played did not contain wood energy, only emotions. The grass flutes they played could not be used in combat, but at most could be used to help them sleep. Well, it's a great sleep aid. In less than half a minute, Lin Chuan fell asleep with his eyes closed. Judging from the stable state of his body, the slightly rising and falling chest, and the long and rhythmic breathing, his sleep quality was very good. A week passes in a flash. Tianshan Town's No. 1 Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3, Class 7. The class was noisy and everyone was so excited that they couldn't suppress their excitement and anticipation. This week of rest has obviously been very effective. When we were studying before, not only did we have to do a lot of cultural classes and spiritual beast-related homework every day, we also had to take care of the spiritual beasts in the school, brushing their fur, trimming their claws, cleaning their poop, and feeding them. As a result, most students often looked nervous and had kidney deficiency. But this situation is no longer seen now. Everyone in the class is full of energy and vitality. Among them, Lin Chuan, who sat in the window seat on the left side of the second-to-last row of the classroom, was the best. Lin Chuan looked radiant, and his originally wheat-colored skin even glowed faintly, which was better than any high-end skincare products. The reason, of course, is the credit of the 2 flower leaves, which bring him a happy mood during the day and give him baby-like sleep quality at night. The classroom was filled with noise, and everyone was discussing the awakening ceremony that was about to take place. Everyone was daydreaming about what kind of beast-taming talent they would like to awaken, such as King's Power, Molten Heart, or Fairy Eye. It was as if the various powerful beast-taming talents were small commodities sold on the street and they could choose by themselves. Many students, while chatting and fantasizing, began to smile like perverts. At this time, a male teacher in his early 30s with a short haircut and a slightly plump figure slowly entered the classroom. He was the head teacher of Class 7 of Grade 3, Teacher Lu, who had sent a message in the class group before. His full name was Lu Qizheng, and he was known as Lu Xiaopang in the world. This was a nickname given to him by several naughty students in the class. Because it was very vivid, it spread, and even Lu Qizheng himself accepted it. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Lu Qizheng, who walked to the podium. "Xiaopang, you look so handsome today." Zhang Yu, the naughty king of the class, whistled and teased. The other students also started to make a fuss, including Lin Chuan, who was sitting in the second-to-last row of the class, next to the window. He usually dresses casually and even a little slovenly, but today, Lu Qizheng is wearing a very formal suit and tie, and he even went to have his face shaved. Don't tell me, in this suit and leather shoes, he looks like a handsome chubby guy. Instead of joking and chatting with the students as usual, and not punishing Zhang Yu to stand guard at the door as usual, Lu Qizheng knocked on the desk, and the class fell silent instantly. There are many things I want to say, but there are too many, so I will omit them. When Lu Qi opened his mouth, there were boos and he smiled. The awakening ceremony will take place in half an hour. When the time comes, you will all awaken your beast mastering talents, become a glorious beastmaster, and contract your own spiritual beast. Here, I wish you all the best to awaken your powerful beast-controlling talents and contract with the suitable spiritual beast of your choice. I wish you a smooth journey towards beast controlling. Before Lu Qizheng finished speaking, the students began to applaud spontaneously, and the applause was enthusiastic and loud. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. At this point, Lu Qizheng finally stopped. The applause became even louder, but Lu Qizhen did not stop it immediately because the applause was not only a response to him, but also a blessing from the students present to themselves and to each other. Half a minute later, Lu Qizhen raised his hand to signal to stop. The applause stopped and the classroom became quiet again. Just listen to the good words and blessings just now. Of course, those words are sincere. Lu Qizhen said this again in a joking tone, and then his expression gradually turned solemn, making the students feel uneasy for a moment. Dong dong dong. Lu Qi was knocking on the table of the podium with a long and low sound. He continued speaking. But reality is often not as good as we think. 90% of people will awaken a first-level beast taming talent, and the effect will be very ordinary, or even useless. I'm sure that most of you will be like this. Following Lu Qizhen's words, many students in the class lowered their heads, bit their lips, and had complicated expressions. Lu Qizhen's eyes flashed. He said this at this time not to undermine the students' self-confidence. This is a kind of speech technique, a technique of first suppressing and then praising. The words just now were suppressing, but too much suppression is not good. You have to grasp the degree to be able to praise better. Lu Qi knocked on the table again, trying to draw everyone's attention back. Okay, here, I will give you one last lesson. You don't need textbooks or notes. I will just ask you a few questions. About the talent of taming beasts. Who can tell me what the beast taming talent is and how it came about? And is the beast taming talent fixed? Can it be improved? Lu Qizhen asked in a calm tone. After a moment of silence, the crowd began to talk in low voices. The students looked at each other, wondering what the hell this fatty Lu was doing. Finally, many students raised their hands. Lu Qizhen looked around and chose a female student to answer, a girl with average looks and wearing glasses. Huang Shuya is the top student in the class who always ranks first on the academic table. Even in the whole school, her academic performance is among the top 3. Standing up, Huang Shuya sorted out her thoughts and thought for a while before speaking. Beast taming talent is an extraordinary ability that humans directly or indirectly cultivate to assist in controlling spirit beasts. Some can temporarily enhance the various abilities of spirit beasts in battle, while others can improve the growth efficiency of spirit beasts during daily training. Depending on the difference in strength of the beast taming talent, when using the beast taming talent, the beast tamer will consume an indefinite amount of physical strength, mental energy, or other more mysterious things. Beast taming talent is divided into different levels similar to the strength levels of spirit beasts. The effect of low-level talents on high-level spirit beasts will be significantly weakened. For example, giant strength, which is a beast taming talent that can temporarily increase the power of spirit beasts. Depending on the strength of talent, there are first-order giant strength, second-order giant strength, third-order giant strength, etc. The first-level giant force can enhance the first-level spirit beast, and the original strength of 1 can be turned into 1.5 in a short period of time. However, the effect of the first-level giant force on the second-level spirit beast will become weaker, and the effect will decrease exponentially as it increases. On the contrary, if a second-level giant force is used to increase the power of a first-level spirit beast, then the original power of 1 will become 3 in a short period of time. The higher the level of talent, the stronger the effect on the lower-level spirit beast, and the specific value also increases exponentially. But there is also a limit to the increase, and this limit is the limit that the spirit beast or its body or mind can bear. Then, the origin of the talent for taming beasts must start from the very first humans. Humans, in the beginning, did not have the so-called talent for taming beasts. Even their physical strength was much worse than that of humans today. From ancient times to the Middle Ages and then to modern times, we have experienced the battle between the dragon and the phoenix, and have gone through countless hardships and tribulations. As history progresses, humans refine and perfect contracts. You establish a contract with a spirit beast, become a beastmaster, and then cultivate the spirit beast, grow and live with it, and fight side by side. During this period, as the spirit beast grows stronger, its level increases, and it evolves beyond the shackles of its bloodline. It will give the Beastmaster a certain degree of feedback, leaving behind extraordinary factors of corresponding attributes and racial abilities on the Beastmaster's body. These factors will eventually be integrated into the Beastmaster's blood, genes, and even the depths of his soul. Eventually, as humans multiplied, the bloodlines of demons and spirit beasts that were originally isolated from each other and could not produce offspring, and their attributes, strength, race characteristics, and other extraordinary factors, blended, collided and merged in humans, giving birth to new factors that could be controlled by humans. This is the origin of the talent for controlling beasts. At this point, Wang Shuya stopped. It was inevitable that she was out of breath after saying so many words in one breath. After taking a short break and swallowing twice, Wang Shuya continued. The talent for taming beasts can be improved. Just like the first humans were created from nothing. Just choose the right spirit beast to contract with and keep working hard. For example, a Beastmaster with fire-related beast taming talents can choose to contract fire-attributed spirit beasts, 1, 2, or even more, and then cultivate them persistently. As the spirit beasts grow, break through, and evolve again and again, the extraordinary fire factors given to the Beastmaster will continue to accumulate, reaching a point where quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and the beast taming talent will be improved or even transformed. From the first level to the second level, the third level, and the fourth level. So far, Wang Shuya has answered all of Lu Qizhan's questions, and her answers were quite perfect. Lu Qizhan gave Wang Shuya an appreciative look at the right time and signaled her to sit down. However, perhaps out of vanity, in order to show off in this last class and demonstrate her academic excellence, Wang Shuya hesitated for a moment before moving her lips and continuing to speak, revealing a secret that ordinary people, even ordinary Beastmasters, did not know. We have 3 sects, 5 families, and 8 schools in the Xingyan Federation. The 5 families are the beast-taming families with the surnames Li, Song, Wang, Qian, and Nangong. These 5 beast-taming families were created by breeding spirit beasts of the same attributes and species, generation after generation, for hundreds or even thousands of years. Any one of the 5 great families has an extraordinary and powerful talent for taming beasts. The lowest level is 4th level, the average is 5th level, the top level is 6th level, and there are even those who are born with 7th level beast taming talent, comparable to or even better than the Heavenly King beast tamers. Such people are the most likely to break through and become 8th level beast tamers, and are called. Before Wang Shuya could finish her words, Lu Qizhan raised his hand with sweat on his forehead to stop her. Okay, that's enough, Wang Shuya, please sit down. He intended to motivate the students by using the tactic of first criticizing and then praising them, but he did not want to discourage them further. If Wang Shuya continued talking, and let the other students know the huge gap in talent between them and the people from the beast-taming family, which is like a chasm, they would probably despair. Before, Lu Qi thought Wang Shuya was a good student and had everything right, but now, he feels a headache. There was no way for Wang Shuya to take back what had already been said, nor could she tell other students not to care about it, as that would only make them more concerned and curious. So, what to do? Lu Qizhan said he was not panicking as there was still room for maneuver. Having been a teacher for more than 10 years, his speaking skills were still pretty good. At this time, he had to shift the focus of the topic. Wang Shuya said it very well and correctly. She said so much to help everyone review the past and learn new things. Well, I guess my classmates are curious about why I would ask these questions at this time when the awakening ceremony is about to begin. I want to tell everyone that even if you have awakened a low-level ordinary beast-taming talent, don't be too disappointed, and don't give up on yourself and go down a wrong path. If you still have the dream of becoming a professional Beastmaster, then stick with it. Low talent, that's okay, it's just a slow start. Believe in your future contracted spirit beast, love it, cultivate it carefully, don't abandon it, don't give up, believe that one day, the spirit beast will repay you. Wang Shuya mentioned the 5 great families. The gap in talent between you and them is indeed huge, but that is the result of the hard work of their ancestors and generations of predecessors. You are not as good as them, but it is just that your ancestors and predecessors did not work as hard as their ancestors, which does not mean that you are worse than them. As long as you work hard and persist without giving up, you may be slower than them, and much slower, and the road to taming beasts will be more difficult and arduous, but you will never fail to reach that step. You may also become a titled Heavenly King. Maybe you can also be the one to create a family tree. Let your descendants kneel down and kowtow to your portrait, burn incense, and respectfully call you ancestor. The situation was turned around by Lu Qizhan. The classroom, which had been somewhat depressing due to Wang Shuya's words, now felt like a hot pot about to boil. Lu Qizhen is clearly qualified as a teacher, and can even be said to be excellent. Without his words, after the awakening ceremony, many people would be disappointed with their poor talent in taming beasts and even give up on themselves and go astray. But now, the students in the class feel that nothing is a big deal and their blood is boiling. So what if the awakened beast tamer has inferior talent? It's just that the start is a little slow. It's not like the talent for controlling beasts can't be improved. As long as you persist, don't give up, and don't abandon, the spirit beast will reward you one day. Even ordinary flowers can bloom with peerless colors. Clap, clap, applause broke out. The applause did not come from the students in the class, but from outside the class. Lin Chuan looked in the direction of the source of the sound, as did the other students and Lu Qizhen, who was standing at the podium. One after the other, two young men walked into the classroom. Seeing how the two were dressed, all the students in the class couldn't help but hold their breath, and Lin Chuan was no exception. Huang Shuya, the top student who was called upon by Lu Qi to answer a question just now, said that the Xingyan Federation has 3 sects, 5 families, 8 universities and other major forces, but she did not mention, or like many others, she subconsciously forgot that there is a real behemoth that stands above all the beast-taming forces, and that is the Xingyan Federation government. The Xingyan federal government is the real master of this country. The reason why ordinary people rarely feel it is that the influence of the Xingyan federal government does not need to be promoted. It has been quietly integrated into every aspect and corner of the lives of the people of the Federation. School textbooks, people's daily food and medicine, props and materials for breeding spiritual beasts, all of these are controlled and regulated by the federal government. The Xingyan Federation has many institutions and departments under it, which are responsible for maintaining the stable operation of this country. These institutions and departments include but are not limited to law, people's livelihood, economy, scientific research, etc. Among these institutions and departments, the one that is closest to ordinary people and attracts the most attention from the world is the Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association, as the name suggests, is an organization responsible for coordinating and managing matters related to beastmasters and spirit beasts. The association provides all kinds of support and assistance to beastmasters, including but not limited to material trading, skill teaching, grade certification, etc. At the same time, the Beastmaster Association also issues various tasks to beastmasters, and coordinates and deploys the beastmaster's power to where it is truly needed and suitable. Furthermore, the Beastmaster Association is responsible for organizing a variety of large-scale public welfare activities. For example, the awakening ceremony during the graduation season each year is assisted by branches of the Beastmaster Association across the Federation. The coat with black and white as the base color, auspicious cloud patterns on the sleeves, bow tie and other edges, and shiny black marten boots are the standard attire for the staff of the Beastmaster Association. Those with white as the main background and black as the secondary background are the civilian staff of the Beast Tamer Association. Conversely, those with black as the main background and white as the secondary background are the professional beast tamers of the association. At this moment, 2 people entered the class. The latter, whose coat is mainly white, is a civilian assistant, while the former, whose coat is mainly black, is a professional beastmaster. In today's era, as long as you are not a criminal who has committed crimes and has been deprived of the right to taming beasts, other normal and law-abiding citizens, everyone has the opportunity to awaken the talent of taming beasts through the awakening ceremony and then contract a spirit beast to become a beastmaster. However, simply awakening talents and contracting a spirit pet is far from enough. Such a beastmaster, to put it nicely, is called an apprentice beastmaster, or to put it bluntly, an amateur beastmaster. Only those beast tamers who can cultivate their spirit pets to become excellent and powerful, stand out from the competition with countless other peers, prove their ability and qualifications to embark on the path of beast taming, and finally pass the secret realm assessment arranged by the Beast Tamer Association will be awarded professional certificates and become professional beast tamers. Only by becoming a professional beast tamer can one truly embark on the path of beast taming. Only then will the Beast Tamer Association open up permissions to allow the purchase or exchange of high-level beast taming knowledge and precious beast taming props and materials. Professional beast tamers usually do not need to work. They only need to concentrate on breeding spirit beasts to make them stronger. If they wish, they can even give up completely and do nothing and stop breeding spirit beasts. They only need to accept the call of the Beast Tamer Association when necessary, and the federal government will give them monthly money to guarantee their living expenses. Even their family members and friends don't have to worry about their lives. The Xingyan federal government also has corresponding support documents and will give priority to helping arrange suitable jobs for the family members and friends of professional Beastmasters. Becoming a professional Beastmaster is like having a stable job. And if one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. This road can be said to be the easiest way for ordinary people to cross the class and improve their social status. My name is Zhao Tong. There's no need to introduce myself any further. After today, I may never meet most of you again. The professional beast tamer from the Beast Tamer Association spoke. There was something about the tone of his voice that made people feel uncomfortable. However, no one cared. As a professional beast tamer, it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. Or maybe it was good. With a height of 1.8 meters, a square face and a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes, he gives people a very strong and oppressive feeling just by standing there. Zhao Tong looked around the class, his eyes fell on Lu Qizhan, and he nodded slightly. Lu Qizhan stepped aside very tactfully. Zhao Tong took 2 steps forward and stood at the center of the podium. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice. I took a tour of your school and looked at all 10 graduating classes. Your class gave me the best impression. It's not because of you, but because of your teacher. You have a good teacher. As he spoke, Zhao Tong glanced at Lu Qizhan. Lu Qizhan's slightly chubby face suddenly turned red with excitement. Being recognized as a good teacher by a professional Beastmaster was more rewarding to him than any praise or bonus from other principals or leaders. Well, it would be even better if he could be given a banner, Lu Qizhan thought. With a light chuckle, Zhao Tong withdrew his gaze from Lu Qizhan, looked at the students in the class again, and continued. Your teacher is right. Keep working hard and don't give up. One day you will be rewarded. However, I must remind you that the path of a Beastmaster is not as beautiful as you imagine. It is an extremely difficult road full of thorns, and countless people will fall along the way. I hope that when you encounter difficulties, you can remember what your teacher said today. Then, let me give you my personal advice. It's up to you whether you listen to it or not. Persistence does not mean being stubborn and rigid. If you want to become a qualified Beastmaster, you must persist when you should persist, and be flexible when you should be flexible. Sometimes you should do things within your ability and stop when you are satisfied. Learning to give up is also a kind of courage. Okay, I won't say any more. Well, I guess you can't wait, Xiao Yu. Zhao Tong turned his gaze to the civilian assistant who was following him. The young man called Xiao Yu wore a pair of round-frame glasses and looked delicate and thin. After nodding in response, Xiao Yu walked down from the podium and distributed small cards of unknown material, similar to playing cards, to every student in the class. This is a spiritual guidance card. Those who know the situation don't need me to explain it, and those who don't understand don't need to know it either. Just follow me. After the cards were distributed, Zhao Tong spoke and began to demonstrate. Put the card in your palm, or place it in your own way, such as under your armpit. In short, find a way that makes you most comfortable. No one asked for special treatment. All the students present followed Zhao Tong's example and placed the cards between the palms of their hands, then put their hands together to completely cover the cards. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, empty your mind, and then use your spirit to feel and touch the card. It will lead you into the awakening ceremony. Zhao Tong continued to instruct. All students followed the instructions, closed their eyes, focused their attention, and used their minds to feel and touch the cards. Everyone can awaken the beast taming talent through the awakening ceremony, but there will always be people who are in poor condition for various reasons and cannot concentrate, thus unable to establish a connection with the card, resulting in being unable to enter the awakening ceremony. The reason why the school previously gave students a week-long holiday to let them rest at home and adjust their physical and mental state was for this purpose. Lin Chuan adjusted his condition this week very well, even perfectly, and was full of energy and vitality. Therefore, Lin Chuan was also the first student in Class 7 of Grade 3 to establish a spiritual connection with the card and successfully enter the awakening ceremony. This made the 3 people on the podium, Zhao Tong, Xiao Yu, and Lu Qizhan, all look at him more. Light gradually overflowed from the gaps between Lin Chuan's closed palms. Since the awakening ceremony is called a ceremony, it must look like a ceremony. You need to choose the right time and the right place, build an altar, place some offerings, and finally invite people to perform rituals. Well, the specific operation is definitely not that exaggerated, but the process is basically the same. In short, the ceremony will be very complicated and consume a huge amount of resources. It is naturally impossible to set up an altar and hold a ceremony in every city and every school. The awakening ceremony is officially hosted by the Xingyan Federation. It is held once a year, and no one is late. The Beastmaster Association headquarters coordinates with other departments and even Beastmaster organizations such as the 3 sects, 5 families, and 8 academies to carry out specific operations related to the ceremony. The ceremony is held in a specially opened-up secret world, and then the spiritual consciousness of the person holding the card is drawn into the ritual awakening through the spirit traction card, so as to awaken the Beastmaster talent. Lin Chuan was shaken, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. Then, Lin Chuan felt that everything around him became nothing. He opened his eyes and there was nothing around him. The classroom was gone, as were his classmates and the teacher on the podium. Everything was gone. Before Lin Chuan could react, he suddenly felt as if he had lost his footing and fallen into the water. It was a feeling of sinking into the vast ocean. Sinking, and sinking again, the pressure around me continued to grow stronger. Lin Chuan had an uncomfortable feeling that was indescribable. He struggled hard, but to no avail. Gradually, Lin Chuan stopped moving and resisting, allowing his body to continue sinking and allowing the pressure around him to continue to grow stronger. Gradually, he forgot the discomfort in his body, and then, suddenly awakened, Lin Chuan found that his consciousness and spirit became extremely clear at this moment. He could even remember things before he was 3 years old. The scene of riding his mother Su Xiaoxia's pet Xiaoya dog and running wildly around the farm appeared clearly in his mind. Even the fragments of memories of the past life that were awakened before, those originally hazy and unknown past life scenes became clear. He saw that planet, that country, the Great Wall, the Yellow River, the scene of himself working overtime in his past life, and many other things. Lin Chuan was immersed in the memories of his past life, browsing everything in another world, his past life, from a god's perspective. Suddenly, a light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, pulling his thoughts, spirit, and consciousness back from the fragments of memories of his previous life. It was a spot of light, a light blue spot of light. After the first light spot appeared, the second light spot soon appeared, which was golden yellow, and then the third and fourth light spots of various colors continued to appear. There were more and more light spots, and they appeared faster and faster. Finally, a sea of countless colored light spots appeared before Lin Chuan's eyes, like a colorful starry galaxy, extremely mysterious and infinitely beautiful. Suddenly, Lin Chuan found that he was also glowing. Looking down, Lin Chuan discovered that the position of his heart was emitting a bright green light, a green light full of vitality. Fortunately, it was the heart that was emitting the green light, not the top of the head. Lin Chuan couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Focusing his attention on the green light of his heart, Lin Chuan suddenly had an epiphany. Heart of Spirit Wood, Level 2 improves the efficiency of cultivating pets with wood and phantom attributes, making it easier for them to break through bottlenecks. When pets use skills with wood and phantom attributes, their power is slightly increased. So, this is his naturally awakened talent for taming beasts. The heart of the second-level spiritual tree. Yes, the heart of the spirit wood is a relatively rare and powerful beast taming talent, let alone a second-level one, which at least surpasses 99% of his peers. With this talent for taming beasts, he has already won at the starting line. As long as he doesn't give up and waste his talent, and just follows the procedures and takes one step at a time, he will surely become a professional beast tamer. Wrong. Lin Chuan reacted suddenly. Although the heart of the spirit tree is a rare talent, it should not have been awakened naturally by him. Otherwise, the sign of his awakening should have been the vision of an endless foggy forest, rather than the awakening of past life memories. So, he has awakened his second beast control talent. Indeed, under the premise of having awakened naturally, there is a chance of awakening the second beast taming talent through the awakening ceremony, and the probability is not small, about 20%. How lucky! Lin Chuan sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, Lin Chuan was more curious about where his previously awakened talent had gone. Was it swallowed up? I was really anxious about this. Looking up and down, Lin Chuan did not find any other parts of the body glowing green except the heart. etc. There was a place that he could not see with his eyes. Having realized that he was now in a spiritual state rather than a physical body, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and used his spiritual consciousness to check. Immediately, Lin Chuan found that there was light emitting from the position of his brain. Fortunately, it was not green light, and it was not a single-color light. It was a two-color light group entangled with black and white. The little guy was really unique, different from others and special. However, it should be special, because it was what natural awakening should look like. Lin Chuan moved his spiritual consciousness closer to the black and white light ball and perceived it. The next moment, enlightenment emerged in his mind again. Reincarnation, first order. Inheritance of reincarnation allows contracted spirit beasts to inherit the abilities of other spirit beasts through the remains of other spirit beasts and other materials, including but not limited to skills, attributes, and combat experience. Reincarnation of the Wheel of Reincarnation, it allows the contracted beast to be reincarnated and return to its newborn form. There is a high probability that the beast will break through the upper limit of its bloodline after reincarnation. At the same time, special materials can be used during reincarnation to mutate the beast's race. Opening his eyes and coming out of the awakening ceremony, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, feeling mentally exhausted and sleepy and wanted to sleep. However, he couldn't sleep yet. Rubbing his temples, Lin Chuan perked up and looked around. At this time, many classmates had already awakened like him. The professional Beastmaster named Zhao Tong had already left and no one knew where he had gone. At the moment, there were only Lu Qizhen and the civilian assistant called Xiao Yu in the class. Lin Chuan took a look and then looked away, closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, the last student in Class 7 of Grade 3 completed his awakening. Xiao Yu, the clerical assistant, collected the spirit guidance cards one by one and gave everyone a form, asking them to fill in the level of their awakened beast taming talent and specific abilities. This was to compile this year's data. Well, actually, it was more about collecting and recording information. If it was before, Lin Chuan might not have had too many thoughts, nor did he quite understand it, but through the awakening ceremony, he clearly and completely absorbed the fragments of his past life memories from a god's perspective, and Lin Chuan almost understood the reasons why the Beastmaster Association or the federal government officials did this. The blue planet in the previous life had no supernatural powers, and even if it did, it was still filled with constant war and chaos. In this life, on this blue planet with the extraordinary power of the beast-taming civilization, the power of an individual can sometimes really break through the sky. In such an extraordinary world, it is such a difficult task to build a country and provide the people with a stable and safe environment. Therefore, it is right, or even necessary, to collect as much intelligence as possible on every beast tamer. Forcing people to hand over relevant information directly and indirectly will eventually cause dissatisfaction, and the Beastmasters with extraordinary abilities may cause anyone to cause trouble. There have been countless precedents, so now the Beastmaster Association uses more obscure methods to collect this information. For example, regarding bribery, the Beastmaster Association has a rule like this. Whether you are a professional or amateur Beastmaster, you need to go to the association regularly every year to check in and update your own and your beast's information. It's voluntary, you don't have to go. But if you update the information, you can get a considerable amount of money. The amount of money you get varies according to your specific strength. For the most ordinary amateur Beastmaster who only contracts a spirit beast and does not even train it but raises it as an ordinary pet, it is roughly equivalent to 2 months' salary of normal work. The same is true now. The Beastmaster Association will send a targeted newcomer gift package to everyone based on the Beastmaster talent level filled in by the students and the initial spirit beasts contracted later. This will serve as support and encouragement for them to embark on the path of becoming a Beastmaster. There isn't much in the gift package, but it is enough for newcomers to take the first qualified step. Of course, filling in the form is voluntary, and students can choose to keep it confidential. False reporting. As long as you are willing to bear the consequences, then it's up to you. Failure to fill in the confidentiality form will mean giving up the new member gift package. Just fill it down, fill the second level into the first level, and then don't complain that the things in the gift package are not suitable, and don't be jealous of other people's gift packages, and there will be no problem. If you fill it higher, and fill the first order into the second or even third order, the consequences will be serious. The Beastmaster Association will keep a record of the abilities and levels filled in, and then based on this data and the situation of the contracted beasts, they will roughly calculate the entrance examination 3 months later and the level to which the students will be able to cultivate the beasts by then. If the training results by then do not meet the standards, it will prove that the student is not qualified to embark on the path of beast taming. If there are no major opportunities or changes in the future, it is basically impossible for him to become a professional beast tamer. However, if the gap between the cultivation level and the standard is too large, the false reporting will be seen at a glance. At that time, whether the resources in the novice gift package will be recovered depends on the specific situation. For example, if one fills the 5th level with the 1st level, the value of the 5th level novice gift package is too great, so it will be recovered. If the 2nd level is filled with the 1st level and the value is not high, it will not be recovered. But even if it is not recovered, the Beastmaster Association will include the person who made the false report in the list of dishonest persons, and this person's future life will be subject to various restrictions. Not only will he not be able to enjoy various benefits, but many public settings will also be restricted, and it will even affect his family and friends. There have been countless tragic precedents of this kind, and now basically no one will falsely report a higher number. It is really not worth sacrificing your entire life for a few resources in the novice gift package. Lin Chuan thought about it and filled it in with the 2nd level spirit tree heart. After hesitating for a while, he wrote down the 2nd beast taming talent and filled in the words, 1st level skill master, at the end. The specific effect is that it can improve the efficiency of spirit beasts in learning skills and improving their proficiency. It is almost a weakened version of the inheritance of reincarnation. As for reincarnation, Lin Chuan plans to keep it a secret and not tell anyone, not even his family. It's not that I don't trust my family, but sometimes I can't help but let things slip. The more people know, the easier it is to be exposed. Once it's exposed, I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause. After all, the effect of the ability of reincarnation is really shocking. Well, it's better to know about cheating yourself, and keep it secret. If you show off and get reported and banned, you will have no place to cry. Making a fortune in silence is the real truth. He will develop secretly, and when his account reaches a level where no one can block it, he can then jump out and act arrogantly, punching the nursing home and kicking the kindergarten. Complete the form and check to make sure everything is correct. After blowing on the form and flicking it, Lin Chuan put it into an envelope that had been prepared nearby and handed it to the clerical assistant Xiao Yu. By this time, most other students in the class had also filled out the forms, put them in envelopes, and submitted them. Then, the students began to chat with each other, talking about their awakened beast taming talents. Everyone had different expressions, some smiled like chrysanthemums, some were silent with eyes drooping, and a few girls with poor emotional control ability burst into tears. Well, that introverted academic master Huang Shuya was lying on the table crying at this moment. Lin Chuan estimated that she should have awakened a 1st-level beast taming talent with rubbish effect. After chatting with a few classmates he was on good terms with and expressing his concern and encouragement to each other, Lin Chuan walked towards Lu Qizhen, explained the situation to him and planned to go home directly. Have you decided on the initial spirit beast for the contract? Lu Qizhen asked and Lin Chuan nodded. Xiaopang, you also know the situation of my family. I didn't awaken any beast-controlling talent that is incompatible with the wood attribute, so I plan to directly choose the flower leaves cultivated on the farm at home. Well, that's a good choice, congratulations. Knowing Lin Chuan's family situation, as long as Lin Chuan has not awakened the talent that is incompatible with the wood element, then Hua Yi is the best choice. Lu Qizhen smiled and sent his blessings. Go. Lu Qizhen patted Lin Chuan's shoulder. I will come back to see you when I become a professional beastmaster. I will then give you a banner of thanks and help you show off and fly. Lin Chuan said. Haha, that's great. Lu Qizhen's smile became brighter. I'll just be waiting for your silk banner. At the end of the conversation, Lin Chuan and Lu Qizhen gave each other a big hug, then he left the classroom with his shoulder bag and hurried home. At this time, other students in the class also ended their conversations one after another and came over to say goodbye to Lu Qizhen and left. Some of them have already decided on their spiritual beasts, while others will go back to discuss further with their families. There are only a few people like Lin Chuan who have already prepared spirit beasts at home. Most students go to the breeding base in town with their graduation certificates and certificates issued by the Beast Tamers Association to pick up their spirit beasts. If they go too late, the spirit beasts with good qualifications and good personalities may have been picked up by others. Well, if you are not satisfied with the spirit beasts in the breeding base in the town, you can also choose to go to a higher level breeding base in the next town or a larger city, but that will not be free, and you will have to pay a considerable amount of cross-regional sponsorship fee. The cost would be a bit painful even for a middle-class family like Linquan. For an ordinary family, it may be the savings of parents and elders for more than 10 years. Therefore, unless there are unexpected or other special circumstances, new Beastmasters will choose their initial spirit pet at their registered place of residence. Lin's farm. Just after returning and before entering the gate, Lin Chuan saw from afar Lin Xuedong and Tu Huaye waiting eagerly at the farm gate. Seeing Lin Chuan coming back, Lin Xuedong gave a look to the Tu Huaye beside him. The two variegated leaves seemed nervous, but they mustered up their courage. At this time they were no longer hostile or competitive with each other. They just ran towards Lin Chuan with their short legs, just like a sister welcoming her brother home. The two Huai ran over and jumped into Lin Chuan's arms with a plop, calling out in a whimpering voice. Lin Chuan didn't understand what Huai said, but after all, he was the one who raised Huai with his own hands. Lin Chuan could sense their emotions and roughly guess what they wanted to express. The two Huai weren't trying to compete for his favor by saying, choose me, at this moment, but were simply welcoming him home and congratulating him on becoming a Beastmaster. Oh. Just when Guogua was rubbing its little face against Lin Chuan's chest, Sakura made an intimate sound and wiped the sweat off Lin Chuan's face with one of its leaves. Sakura's behavior made Lin Chuan stunned for a moment, as if he heard the voice of, "Brother, thank you for your hard work." Lin Chuan stared at the Sakura he was holding in his right hand. Sakura half-wrapped her body with her other leaf, looking shy. My goodness, where did this little green tea come from? She has learned to be scheming. Lin Chuan stared at Lin Laoding, who was standing 2 meters away. Lin Laoding's eyes were vague. There is no need to look for evidence, the criminal is him. It must be this old Deng who taught Huaye something strange while he was at school for the awakening ritual. But, like it. More. Don't stop. Lin Chuan said that he would not bother with Lao Deng this time, and would not do it again. He was not allowed to teach his flower and leave strange knowledge anymore. Seeing that Lin Chuan had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Lin Laoding chuckled and moved closer. How is it? Lin Xuedong asked. Lin Chuan chuckled, nodded, and made an okay gesture. Very good, he even awakened his second beast control talent, the second-level spirit wood heart. Lao Deng was so shocked that his glasses on his nose became crooked. He had awakened naturally before, and now he has also awakened his second beast taming talent. The second-level spiritual tree heart. Could it be that I, the third young master of the Lin family, am the son of destiny? The heart of the spiritual tree, Lao Deng was suddenly excited again. With this talent for taming beasts, even if his family does not have such conditions, but is like most ordinary families, even then, Lin Chuan's initial choice of spirit beast should be Huayi. Among all the spiritual beast breeding bases within Tianshang town, even if the breeding bases in several surrounding towns are added, there is no initial spiritual beast more suitable for Lin Chuan than Huayi. The effect of the heart of the spiritual wood is only effective for spiritual beasts with wood and fantasy attributes. Huaye itself has the wood attribute, and the evolved Hua Lingling and even the 3-stage evolved Hua Lingxian all have the wood and fantasy attributes. Perfectly matched with the heart of the spiritual wood. Therefore, if Lin Chuan did not choose Huaye as his initial spirit beast, it would be unforgivable. It would be an unforgivable sin. To put it in a more realistic way, if Lin Chuan chose other initial spirit beasts instead of Huayi, although they wouldn't say anything explicitly, the Beast Tamer Association would definitely give him a bad review in his information file. He doesn't even understand his own beast taming talent, and he didn't even choose the correct initial spirit pet. He has no self-awareness, so what else could they give him if not a bad review? That's right, he, Lin Chuan, is the legendary innate flower leaf holy body. Well, let's put the other things aside for now. Lin Chuan also wanted to tell Lin Xuedong about the reincarnation of his naturally awakened first beast taming talent in the form of a first-level skill master, but he was stopped by someone raising his hand. Come on. Make your choice. Is it Guogua or Sakura? Lin Xuedong was more impatient than Lin Chuan, and showed an expression of anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of anticipation for a good show. I want to know whether my silly son will choose Guogua or Inghua. I want to see if Hua Ye, who was not chosen, will burst into tears. I want to see how Lin Chuan will coax the one who was not chosen. Although he felt sorry for Hua Yi who was about to be eliminated, this opportunity to observe Hua Yi as extreme emotional changes was rare. The changes in her state had high research value. After all, normally he would not have the heart to hurt Hua Yi in order to conduct experimental observations and collect data. Lin Xuedong has made sufficient preparations. Today, all the farm employees were given paid holidays. Other outsiders in the area were also driven away. A no-entry sign was placed at the entrance of the farm road. Now this area, especially the surrounding area, is filled with high-definition cameras for observing experiments, and even infrared sensors to collect various data. Lin Chuan smiled, a thought-provoking smile. Being able to guess Lao Deng's thoughts and plans, Lin Chuan said that he was afraid that Lao Deng would be disappointed this time. Only children make choices. I am already an adult, so I want them all. While Lin Xuedong's mind was temporarily stunned and he was unable to react, Lin Chuan held the 2 flower leaves in each hand and raised them high. Then he quickly took them back and held the 2 leaves tightly in his arms as before. I decided to contract them both together. New Beastmasters usually only choose and contract one spirit beast as the starting point of their journey as a Beastmaster. However, in fact, it is not impossible to contract 2 or more beasts. There is no upper limit to the number of contracts. It is just limited by many conditions such as resources and energy. New Beastmasters are not allowed to contract more. Otherwise, the gains will outweigh the losses. Even contracting too many beasts will drag each other down, making it difficult for the Beastmaster himself to grow and improve. The disadvantages of a newbie contracting too many spirit beasts. Firstly, it is difficult to distribute the initial resources. The children of wealthy families are a different story. The general new Beastmasters are usually not wealthy, and it is already the limit for them to devote all their efforts to the growth of a spirit beast. Secondly, it is impossible to take care of them all and train the skills of each spirit beast to meet the standards. Finally, and most importantly, emotional bonds will also be dispersed. Emotional bonds are the key to the contract between the Beastmaster and the spirit beast. Only when the emotional bonds are strong enough can the Beastmaster and the spirit beast promote each other better, and the feedback brought by the growth and breakthrough of the spirit beast will be more. Only then can the Beastmaster be improved. The above reasons lead to new Beastmasters often only choosing one initial spirit beast. So, on the other hand, as long as these problems can be solved, it is possible to contract 2 or 3 initial spirit beasts, and it is even beneficial. After all, except for some public competitions or assessments that require 1v1, at other times, such as in the wild or in secret realms, the Beastmaster can send as many spirit beasts as he wants. For Lin Chuan, the problem of difficulty in allocating initial resources does not exist. On the farm, the pets are trained for living, while the Beastmaster's pets are usually trained for combat. The 2 are incomparable. The flowers and leaves on the farm only need to eat and drink enough and get some sun every day to ensure the production of high-quality fruits. At most, they can cooperate in some observation experiments. As a Beastmaster's spiritual pet or war pet, it needs to develop comprehensively. The basics such as physique, endurance, strength, attribute energy, etc. need to be improved by eating a lot of nutrients. The learning and training of skills also requires a variety of resources and materials. The resource consumption of the 2 is completely not at the same level. Given the family's middle-class situation, it is not a good idea to cultivate 4 or 5 combat pets at the same time, as that would affect the farm's operating capital chain and cause many problems, and it is possible that the other variegated pets on the farm would not have enough food. However, supporting him in cultivating 2 variegated pets in the early stages is no problem at all. After all, the family's farm is dedicated to raising variegated pets, and many resources for the cultivation of variegated pets can be obtained relatively cheaply and easily. Then there is the issue of feelings. Needless to say, both Hua and Yi were raised by Lin Chuan himself. It is no exaggeration to say that they are his own daughters and his sweet and caring little daughters. Finally, there is the issue of skill training, which was also the problem that had troubled Lin Chuan before. And now, Lin Chuan knows the effect of reincarnation through the awakening ceremony. Not to mention the rebirth of reincarnation for now, the inheritance of reincarnation perfectly solves the problem of skill training. All you need is suitable materials such as the remains of spirit beasts, and through the inheritance of reincarnation, the two Yi can learn relevant skills and quickly improve their proficiency. It is entirely possible for him to train the skills of both Yi to the standard or even exceed it. At that time, one will be responsible for damage and the other will be responsible for healing. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If you encounter a troublesome opponent, just turn on the double skin milk mode and wear down the opponent. In this way, Lin Chuan met all the conditions for the initial duel opening. So. Lao Deng, gold coins exploded. Are you serious? Sure. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Lin Xuedong was stunned for a moment, then asked with a serious expression. Are you sure you made this decision after careful consideration? And not because you were soft-hearted and didn't want to make any of the flowers or leaves sad? Old 3, let me tell you something. As a man, the most taboo thing is indecision. When it's time to act, act. When it's time to make a choice, don't hesitate. That's what a real Sigma man should do. Being indecisive and wanting to take care of everyone is not a kind heart, it's a complete sissy scumbag. Lin Xuedong pulled Lin Chuan aside and kept lecturing him. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, to be honest, I was soft-hearted at first, but later I thought about it seriously. Even if I don't contract two Hui at the same time now, I will contract one first, and then contract another one after a while. Every Beastmaster chooses a different path. Some people choose to specialize in one attribute, some choose to cultivate a race, and some build their own spirit beast team with a certain skill as the core. As for me, for now, in order to prepare for the entrance examination in 3 months and to be admitted to one of the 8 great universities, I want to go the extreme survival route and use up my shield. I want to reach a point where no one can outlast me as long as I can't be killed in one blow. Lin Chuan answered seriously and explained his ideas on team building. Dad, you know that although our family is middle class, it is better than the lower class, but still far from the upper class. There are many people who are richer and more powerful than our family. The starting point of those Beastmasters from truly wealthy families is much higher than mine, right? Their initial spirit beasts are directly rare spirit beasts of general-level bloodlines or even commander level. I don't think I have much chance to compete head-on with them. So, after thinking for a long time, I decided to go the extreme survival route. I will first be admitted to one of the 8 universities and then talk about the future. To do this, I need 2 Huaiyis. I'm afraid one alone won't be enough. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, Lin Xuedong lowered his head and thought seriously, then he found that Lin Chuan was right. Lin Xuedong had complicated feelings and felt a little guilty. It was because of him that he was unable to give the children a higher starting point. If he could become an intermediate researcher, he could get general-level initial spiritual pets for the children. If he became a senior researcher, he could even get handsome-level initial spiritual pets. This is what happened to Lin Lini and Lin Linger. They didn't have a better initial spirit pet, and because they were unwilling to accept the consequences, they chose to compete head-on with the children of the truly wealthy and powerful. This is why they failed in the entrance examination. Although his final grades were good and he was admitted to the famous Beast Taming University, there was still a huge gap between him and the 8 great universities. Only by being admitted to the 8 major universities can one enter the circle of the truly top Beastmasters in the Xingyan Federation. Then, Lin Xuedong smiled again and looked at Lin Chuan with satisfaction. Not to mention his talent, just in terms of thinking, Lin Chuan is much more mature and rigorous than Lin Lini and Lin Linger who had just graduated and become adults. The most important thing is that Lin Chuan can see himself clearly and realize the gap between himself and those who come from truly powerful and aristocratic backgrounds. He is not like his brothers and sisters who refuse to admit defeat and are stubborn enough to confront others head-on. In fact, this was also a change that occurred after Lin Chuan awakened the fragments of his past life memories. If he was before, he might have been as reckless as his older brothers and sisters, but now, Lin Chuan has learned and chosen to hide, first filling up his health bar and recovery ability until the enemy's output is not as fast as his blood recovery. He is self-aware and has rigorous thinking. In addition, he has a second-level spiritual wood heart and a self-awakened talent for taming beasts. Maybe, his Lin family can really produce a real dragon. Lin Xuedong's gaze towards Lin Chuan became extremely expectant. As if he hadn't noticed, Lin Chuan continued. Even the same kind of spirit beast can have many different development directions. For example, when Hua Ye evolved to the final form of the flower spirit fairy, some specialized in wood attribute skills to focus on healing, some specialized in illusion skills to create obstacles for the opponent, and there is even a rare and unconventional direction of cultivating poisonous milk. As for not being able to take care of it, don't worry about this old deng. My naturally awakened beast taming talent is a skill master. Although it is only at the first level, it is enough. I can train Guogua and Ninghua at the same time so that their skill learning and training progress will not lag behind others. Lin Chuan finished speaking here. Silence. Lin Xuedong said he had nothing to say. At this moment, he just wanted to shout, "My son is awesome. My third young master has the qualities of an emperor." Although he was excited in his heart, Lin Xuedong pretended to be calm on the surface and nodded. "In that case, since you have thought it through, let's contract them both together." Lin Chuan smiled and didn't delay. First putting down the two Hua Yi he was holding, Lin Chuan then took out two small balls that looked like ping-pong balls, which were black in color and engraved with mysterious patterns, from the crossbody bag he was carrying. In ancient times, a ceremony had to be held when humans and spirit beasts signed a contract, which was called a contract ceremony. The contract ceremony is not as troublesome as the awakening ceremony, but it also requires carving a diagram, reciting a long prayer, and then humans and spirit beasts dancing together within the range of the diagram to achieve physical, mental, and spiritual synchronization in order to complete the contract. Well, it is probably because awkward dancing really damages one's image, so in order to avoid dancing awkwardly, the top humans have been constantly researching, adjusting and modifying the contracts. Coupled with the explosion of spiritual beast technology in modern times, they have developed a simple form of contract. The contract balls are the two that Lin Chuan took out at this moment. The principle of the contract ball is to engrave the spiritual patterns used in the contract ceremony into a small ball in the form of a computer idiot package file. When you need to contract a spirit beast, you just need to crush the small ball. Lin Chuan held the contract balls in each hand and did not crush them immediately. Instead, he knelt on one knee and half knelt down, looking into the eyes of the two Hua Yes. "Guogua, Sakura, are you really determined to become my contracted pet? I'll tell you in advance that training will be very hard and may even result in injury and pain, so it's not too late to regret now." The two Huai looked at each other, and neither of them backed down. Then, Guogua and Ninghua answered Linghuan with behaviors that only belonged to the Huai spiritual beast race. With a slight force, the closed flowers above Guogua and Ninghua's heads clenched their fists, and slowly opened. An unripe fruit fell down, which they caught and handed to Lin Chuan like a treasure. Lin Chuan's nose twitched. To be honest, even a tough guy like him was really moved. He carefully took and put away the two first fruits, then took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly crushed the two contract balls together. With two crisp sounds, two white light balls emerged from the two broken contract balls. The next second, the two white light balls turned into two small circular arrays with a silver-white transparent texture. There were countless star-like runes flowing in them as if they were alive. The two small circular arrays were quietly suspended in Lin Chuan's hands and slowly rotated. The next moment, Lin Chuan placed his hands on the little heads of Guogua and Sakura respectively, and the transparent small circle array entered their bodies from the top of their heads. The diagram of the contract ceremony exploded inside Guogua and Sakura. Whoosh, a small wave of air blew from their bodies in all directions, blowing the leaves of their trees flying and raising dust on the ground. After about 2 breaths, the air waves subsided, and the energy of the contract ceremony was completely absorbed by Guogua and Sakura. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable throbbing coming from the depths of his soul. He could sense that the connection with Guogua and Sakura was indescribable, which was deeper, more mysterious and more profound than blood. At this point, the contract is concluded. Seeing that Lin Chuan had successfully contracted Guogua and Sakura, and was holding them in his arms, Lin Xuedong showed the satisfied smile of an old father and nodded continuously. Then, remembering something, Lin Xuedong spoke again, saying, "Third brother, there is something I need to tell you first." Lin Chuan, who was being rubbed against the chest by Guogua and Ninghua, raised his head and looked over. Because of the contract, Lin Chuan and the two Yi are more closely connected. Like telepathy, Guogua and Yinghua almost simultaneously followed Lin Chuan and turned their heads to look at Lin Xuedong. Being stared at by three pairs of eyes at once, Lin Xuedong couldn't help but pause, then adjusted himself and put on a serious expression. The starting capital for your big brother's beast control is 1 million star rock coins, and the 1 million for your sister is also 1 million. Well, keep it fair. I won't give you more just because you are special and have contracted two Yis. Lin Xuedong finished speaking in a calm tone. Lin Chuan smiled, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Perhaps he had expected this situation. 1 million star rock coins, that's a lot. For a child from an ordinary family, it would be great if their family could provide them with 50,000 to 100,000 yuan in starting capital to taming beasts. 1 million is completely enough for a new beast tamer from an ordinary family to cover all the expenses during the 3-month development period between graduation and the entrance examination. It is even more than enough. Of course, if one wants to obtain top-notch results in the entrance examination and be admitted to one of the 8 academies among the 3 sects, 5 families and 8 schools, then a starting amount of 1 million star rock coins is definitely not enough. 10 million is barely enough to lay a solid foundation for the spirit beast, to be on par with those children of the powerful and wealthy, and to have the qualifications to compete with those children of the beast-taming families who are born with 4th and 5th level beast-taming talents. Well, you are just qualified to compete on the same stage. There is a high probability that you will not win. After all, the children of beast-taming families are much more powerful than the children of ordinary dignitaries. The children of ordinary dignitaries have a lot of money at most, and can get precious spirit beasts with the bloodline of a general or even commander as their initial spirit beasts. And a beast tamer who comes from a beast-taming family will only be richer. Their initial spirit beasts will only become more powerful, and it is possible for them to have monarch-level or even king-level bloodlines. These are easy to say. The more important thing is those resources that cannot be bought even if you have money and power, those high-level resources that ordinary people cannot access before becoming professional Beastmasters, but for Beastmaster families, they are completely at your fingertips. Some Beastmaster families even have unique legendary resources passed down from generation to generation. Even the collection of the Star Rock federal government cannot surpass them. If Lin Xuedong was willing to give him more Star Rock coins, Lin Chuan would certainly be happy. More Star Rock coins would mean that he could buy better cultivation nutrients and more precious resources for Guogua, which would mean that he could work less and earn money, and cultivate spirit beasts with peace of mind. Who wouldn't want to suffer less? Is there any need to suffer too much? If it doesn't explode, Lin Chuan won't complain. 1 million is more than enough. What's more, he is already an adult and has the ability to earn gold coins by working. Seeing Lin Chuan's approval and no objection, Lin Xuedong smiled. However, Lin Chuan said that Lao Deng laughed too early. He has to work to earn coins anyway, so it doesn't matter where he works. It doesn't matter whose coins he earns, right? Lao Deng, are you hiring workers for your farm? Are you hiring research data providers? Lin Chuan asked, raising the two Yis in his arms. The Yi in the farm are basically cultivated for living purposes, while his two Yi will be cultivated as combat pets. The various data and information of the two must be different. What's more, Yi will be cultivated and grown under the blessing of two beast-taming talents, the heart of the spirit wood and the inheritance of reincarnation. Lin Chuan believes that Lao Deng will not be able to resist the temptation. The facts were just as Lin Chuan thought. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Lin Xuedong's breathing suddenly stagnated and his eyes turned red. You are the 3rd young master of the Lin family, you are such a genius. You actually came up with this method to cheat your dad and get gold coins. That's awesome. You've done something that your brother and sister couldn't do before. Lao Deng wanted to refuse, but he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. The temptation is too great to be rejected. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuedong thought seriously, and finally raised his right hand with his 5 fingers spread out. 50,000, 50,000 a month. Lin Chuan smiled and said, it's good as long as you are willing to accept it. 50,000 a month, not bad. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Just when Lin Xuedong was thinking that he was not asking for too much, was not unscrupulous enough, and did not have the ability to make money in business, Lin Chuan gave Lin Xuedong a heavy blow. So, I have 2 moth leaves. Lao Deng, are you going to hire both of them? Or just one of them? Lin Xuedong. Smiling, Lin Chuan pried open Lin Xuedong's outstretched palm, from 5 fingers spread out to a fist. 100,000. In the next 3 months, I will provide the cultivation and growth data of the 2 Huaiyis to you, Lao Deng, for research. 300,000 in total for 3 months. This is the salary of Guogua and Yinghua, and my salary must also be calculated. So let's say 200,000 for 3 months. After all, I am a genius Beastmaster with 2 beast taming talents, a 2nd-level spirit wood heart, a 1st-level skill master, and the growth data of Huai under the bonus of 2 top-grade beast taming talents. Lao Deng, you've made a lot of money, right? Yeah, 300,000 plus 200,000 equals 500,000. It's a happy decision. Lin Xuedong. What good deeds did I do in my previous life to give birth to a filial son like you, a black-hearted and business genius? Lin Xuedong felt like crying but had no tears. Lin Chuan took small steps towards him and put his arm around Lin Xuedong's shoulder. Lao Deng, considering our relationship, it's not too much to advance 3 months' salary, right? 500,000 plus the 1 million starting capital for beast control that you were going to give me, a total of 1.5 million star rock coins. Lao Deng, you know my bank card number, just transfer it in later. Well, call me before dinner, thank you. Lin Xuedong, get lost. Lin Chuan finally succeeded in getting gold coins from his own boss Deng. 2 hours after having lunch with Lao Deng. When Lin Chuan saw the message that 1.5 million yuan had arrived in his mobile bank card, he smiled brightly. Tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows are there? Now that the funds have arrived, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. The formal training will begin today. What is the first step in formal training? Of course, it's because you're full and have enough to drink. How can you have the energy to do special training if you're not full? However, the food they eat cannot be the same as the flowers and leaves on the farm. The flowers and leaves on the farm are cultivated for production, in order to produce more, better, tastier and more nutritious fruits. Guogua and Sakura are to be trained as combat pets. They are not required to produce delicious fruits, or the results are secondary. Well, they are still a resource after all. When Guogua and Sakura grow up in the future and their levels and strengths are improved, the fruits they produce will be a precious resource that can be sold for a lot of money. As for now, the main thing is still the various basic combat attributes. Physical fitness, endurance, agility, energy intensity, skill learning and training, etc. A tall building starts from the ground. If you want to climb higher and become stronger, you must lay a solid foundation. So Lin Chuan waved his hand. Through the farm's special channel supplier, I ordered nutrient soil made from wood ash burned from branches of 5th-level wood-attributed spirit beasts and some other precious and rare minerals at a discounted price of 11,000 kilograms. I bought 30 kilograms at a time. Is 11,000 yuan expensive? This is almost the internal cost price. Fortunately, Lao Deng runs a farm and is a low-level researcher. He has some connections and can get the goods directly from the place of origin. If he buys it in the official beast taming store, after going through several middlemen, the price will be at least 15,000 yuan per caddy. However, even so, such consumption made Lin Chuan feel really bad. Sure enough, when it comes to actually raising a spiritual pet, spending money is like burning paper. But in order to lay a better and more solid foundation, to stand out from the crowd of new Beastmasters, and to be admitted to the 8 major universities, this money must be paid no matter how painful it is. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and dialed the channel dealer's number. Soon, 300,000 of the 1.5 million yuan that had just arrived in the account flew away. Now that we have the soil, we still need to buy water. Lin Chuan endured the pain in his teeth and called another water supplier and bought 100 kilograms of special water. The nutrient water is made mainly from the body fluids of some 5th-level water-attributed spiritual beast, supplemented with ancient springs from deep mountains outside the human area, which is located in the wilderness monster area. The price is 2,000 star rock coins per kilogram. So, another 200,000 small coins flew away with wings. Just like that, the gold coins that Lin Chuan had just received from Lao Deng in his entire salary for the next 3 months were all burned up in these 2 phone calls within just 3 minutes. Perhaps some people would think that the resources produced by the 5th level wood attributed spirit beast and the 5th level water attributed spirit beast should be considered high-level spirit beast resources. Such a price is not expensive, right? Anyone who has such an idea must be a poor student. As for spiritual beast resources, even if they are produced from high-level spiritual beasts, it all depends on the specific circumstances. Take the human body for example. The scraps like hair and nails are obviously not comparable to important organs like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. If it is an important organ of a 5th level spiritual beast, it must be a high-level resource, and such resources are in short supply. There is no purchasing privilege before becoming a professional Beastmaster. However, fallen branches are the same as fallen hair. They are called high-end resources, but in reality they are just that. The body fluids of a 5th level water attributed spirit beast, well, pee is also body fluid. So, cultivating spiritual beasts does cost money, but it also really makes money. For a truly high-level, high-order, and rare species of spiritual beast, just a few hairs from its body would be worth a fortune. Make a fist. Lin Chuan said, "Don't look down on the poor young man, one day he will do the same, cultivate the spirit beast to the highest level, and then take out some bath water to sell, and make double the money he spent today. No. Make it 10 times. Let's get back to the topic. The delivery company is very efficient. Although the price is very favorable, if you buy a lot at one time, it can be considered a considerable order. Just 1 hour after Lin Chuan placed the order, a special Beastmaster courier descended from the sky on a flying pet named Iron Feather Eagle and delivered the nutrient soil and nutrient water to the farm. Check the product. The nutrient soil is not black like the ordinary soil on the farm. This 11 kilograms of nutrient soil is dark silver and feels silky smooth when rubbed. When poured out from the urea bag, it looks like a waterfall from the Milky Way, like a dream. If nothing else, just for the appearance, the money is worth it. Lin Chuan thought. Nutritional water, don't test it. If the effect is not good, complain. The Lin family's fine tradition is to treat everyone equally. The nutrient soil was divided into 2 flower pots, 15 kilograms in each pot, and 1 kilogram of nutrient water was poured into each pot. Later, watering had to be supplemented in real time according to the situation. Then, Lin Chuan planted the fruits and cherry blossoms in 2 flower pots and placed them on the rooftop of the villa to bask in the sun. Why can it be placed on the rooftop? Not in the previous field area. First of all, in order not to affect the other flowers and leaves, after all, Guogua and Inghua eat too well, and the other flowers and leaves will inevitably be jealous. This is the comparison between the delicacies of the palace banquet and the daily 3 dishes and 1 soup of ordinary families. Secondly, the rooftop has been installed with skylights that can reflect and concentrate sunlight, which will greatly improve the efficiency of photosynthesis and increase the efficiency of the fruits and cherry blossoms in absorbing nutrient soil and water. Of course, if Guogua and Sakura are not proficient in photosynthesis skills and do not have time to decompose sunlight and convert it into energy, they may be burned by the sun. The proficiency of skills can be divided into 6 stages: entry, normal, skilled, mastery, expert, and master. Naturally, skills with high proficiency are more powerful than skills with low proficiency. The idiom, practice makes perfect, is still very valuable. Guogua and Sakura's proficiency in photosynthesis is average, worse than many flowers and leaves on the farm. This is normal. Guogua and Sakura have just passed their infancy and entered the growth stage. They are only half a year old at most, while most of the other flowers and leaves are adults, 1 or 2 years old or even in their teens. After being exposed to the sun for so many years, their proficiency in photosynthesis is of course higher than that of Guogua and Sakura. Ordinary level photosynthesis may not be able to withstand the scorching summer afternoon sun focused by a light collecting mirror. However, Lin Chuan was well prepared. That is his beast taming talent, the heart of the spirit tree, and the inheritance of reincarnation. The heart of the spirit wood can improve the efficiency of the cultivation and growth of wood and fantasy attribute spirit beasts. To put it in simple terms, it is a card that doubles or even multiplies the training experience in some online games. The inheritance of reincarnation can improve the speed of learning skills and improve skill proficiency through materials such as the remains of spirit beasts. It is roughly equivalent to the skill books in some games. You can master them at a glance. Well, the effect is not as rough as that of skill books, but it is also much easier than learning and training skills with other spirit beasts. Use the heart of the spirit wood first. If that doesn't work, then use the heritage of reincarnation. This can be considered as Lin Chuan's first attempt at using his beast taming talent. When using the beast taming talent, the beast tamer will consume either physical or mental energy depending on the specific ability. The heart of the spirit tree consumes physical strength, while reincarnation consumes spiritual energy. First is Guogua. Lin Chuan placed his hand on Guogua's little head and followed the instructions given by Lu Xiaopang in class. He activated the energy of the beast taming talent with his mental power and directed it into the body of the spirit beast. A light green light emerged from Lin Chuan's heart, and the next second, it was sent into Guogua's little body along Lin Chuan's arm. Guogua's little body trembled slightly, the flowers above her head bloomed more brilliantly, and her whole body was shrouded in a green light, like a dream. The heart of the spirit tree is of the second level, while Guogua is of the first level, or the 0 level. There is no such energy class as level 0 in official academic circles. Level 0 is a private concept created by folk beastmasters. It usually refers to infant spirit beasts and growing spirit beasts that have basically no combat power and have not yet condensed their spirit cores. It should be easy to use the second level talent to assist the 0 level. That's true, it's really easy. Lin Chuan's current feeling is probably the same as the exhaustion of running 1,000 meters in one breath. For him, a macho man who grew up on a farm, often did heavy work, and had 8-pack abs, it was easy and smiling. After just taking a breath, Lin Chuan immediately gave Sakura the same training acceleration buff called the Heart of the Spirit Wood. The effect of the Heart of the Spirit Wood is very good. After all, it is a second-level auxiliary to the 0 level. Lin Chuan observed from the side for a while. It can be seen with the naked eye that the dark silver soil in the flower pod is turning black little by little, which means that the nutrients in it are being absorbed quickly. In this case, there should be no need to use the inheritance of reincarnation. Just like that, absorb as much as possible from the nutrient soil until your body is saturated with energy and you feel bloated. Of course, don't overdo it. If you feel any pain, stop immediately. Don't push yourself. Got it? Well, then we'll photosynthesize at full capacity until the sun sets. After explaining the training content, Lin Chuan looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and there were still about 4 hours before the sun set. During this time, Lin Chuan could take a break. Are you kidding me? Guogua and Inghua work so hard, so why should he take a break? Sharing the joys and sorrows with spirit beasts was the most basic requirement for a qualified beastmaster. Lin Chuan brought a small table and a small chair and sat in the shadow of the corner outside the spotlight area of the light-collecting mirror. Well, although we have to share the joys and sorrows, as humans, there are limits. After all, he has just become a beastmaster, and he has just registered a new account. He is still in the newbie stage and has not yet received feedback on the growth, transformation, and evolution of the spirit beast. He is currently only level 1. Lin Chuan also brought a laptop. I have already given a brief explanation of the cultivation plan for the Guogua cherry blossoms when I explained it to Lin Xuedong just now. Extreme survival flow, milk shield consumption flow, this is the path that Lin Chuan decided to take for the time being. For the entrance examination 3 months later. The entrance examination is equivalent to the college entrance examination on Blue Star in the previous life. It is the most direct and effective way to cross classes and the best way for ordinary people to turn over a new leaf. Now that the general direction of the idea is in place, it's time to fill in the details. Since it is a healing and shield flow, both healing skills and defensive skills are necessary. You may also need a status buff skill depending on the situation. Offensive or DOT continuous damage skills must also be prepared, even if it is just a scratch. Otherwise, if there is no means of attack damage, it is not called shield consumption but a living target. Lin Chuan turned on his computer, logged into the official website of the Beast Tamer Association, clicked on the webpage of the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, and looked up information about Hua Yi and related skills. Would attribute, Hua Yi can learn healing skills and defense skills. The treatments include photosynthesis, rooting, aromatherapy, and sweet fruit. Photosynthesis and rooting are instinctive skills that Hui is born with, while the latter two require additional cultivation and training to acquire. The defenses include vine armor, thorn shield, and wood spirit shield. Status buff, flower and leaf dance, paralysis powder, sleep powder, grass flute. Attack or DOT, bomb fruit, poison powder. 3 hours later, when the sun was setting in the west, Lin Chuan rubbed his temples and took a long breath to relieve his mental fatigue. After a period of serious thinking and reference, he has basically completed the construction of his skills. There are 2 sets of skills in total, after all, both Guogua and Sakura need them. First, photosynthesis, rooting, growth, aromatherapy, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, vine armor protection. Second, photosynthesis, rooting, growth, sweet fruit, flower and leaf dance, grass flute, bomb fruit, wood spirit shield. What Lin Chuan constructed was still entity and energy, or in other words, physics and magic. The former was physics and the latter was magic. Of course, the above is the most ideal skill structure, and it is only a preliminary structure, which will be supplemented later. Due to the limitation of time and high-level resources and materials, Lin Chuan predicted that even if he possessed the inheritance of reincarnation, he would not be able to complete this ideal construction until the deadline of the entrance examination in 3 months. At most, he could achieve a simplified version, but it would be okay. For other novice Beastmasters, they would probably be able to train 2 skills at best. Even the children of the rich and powerful would certainly not be as good as him. Well, the Beastmaster families were another matter. The accumulation of thousands of years of the families was not something he could catch up with in just 2 days. Lin Chuan stood up and stretched. At this time, a whimpering sound came from the side. Lin Chuan glanced sideways and saw that Guogua and Yinghua had pulled themselves out of the flower pots and jumped down to the ground. The sun has set, and even the focusing of the light-collecting mirror cannot gather too much sunlight, which means there are no conditions for photosynthesis. Although it can still absorb nutrients if it continues to be planted in the flower pot, it is not necessary. No matter how anxious you are, you can't rush it. Besides, it has been focusing on super high-intensity photosynthesis under the scorching sun for an entire afternoon. It is time to take a break. A balance between work and rest is the only way. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and found the highlight. He didn't notice it just now, but now Guogua and Yinghua were running towards him with their short legs. He looked carefully and noticed that Guogua and Yinghua had gained weight. It was originally a big potato, but now it is a small cantaloupe. This size is comparable to the adult variegated leaves on the farm. Guogua and Yinghua leaped up and crashed into Lin Chuan's arms with a paw-paw, as usual. Before this, Lin Chuan was able to catch Guogua Sakura steadily, but this time, his body sank and swayed twice, and he hurriedly adjusted his center of gravity before he could stand firm. Wow! I gained at least 3 pounds. Night falls. From deep within the Lin's farm, there came an excited and strange cry of, "Oh oh ah," like a monkey's cry. It was Lin Laoding's voice. Seeing that Lin Chuan's Guogua and Yinghua had gained a lot of weight and increased by 3 kilograms in just one afternoon, Lin Xuedong's eyes widened. He didn't even eat dinner. His stomach was filled with excitement. He raised his butt and surrounded Guogua and Yinghua, screaming in surprise, and even touching them all over. If it wasn't for Laoding, if it was someone else, Lin Chuan would run over and kick him to the ground, then call the police and arrest him for the crime of perverted indecent assault on a spirit beast. Among the spiritual beasts, there are those whose body shape and appearance are close to those of humans, and even some spiritual beasts with top-level high-level bloodlines can transform into humans. It is understandable to say that such humanoid spiritual beasts are molested, but the appearance of most spiritual beasts is still very different from that of humans, and there is a clear species isolation. However, there are always some weirdos and perverts among humans. These weirdos like this kind of thing. The bigger the difference, the more they like it. They don't like human-shaped ones. Well, in the entire Federation, at least a few thousand can be caught every year. Holding the takeaway lunchbox of dinner, Lin Chuan sat on a small stool and ate. He watched his husband Deng touching Guogua and Sakura, observing and recording the data. Guogua and Sakura were also very cooperative. After all, they were also experienced and had been observed and studied frequently before to collect data. By the time Lin Chuan finished his takeaway dinner, Lin Xuedong had almost finished collecting and recording the data. At this moment, Lin Xuedong felt satisfied and thought that the gold coins obtained from Lin Chuan were worth it. Without paying any attention to Lao Deng, who was busy organizing data, Lin Chuan just gave him a word and went out with Guogua Sakura. Lin Chuan rode a bicycle relatively slowly, while Guogua and Sakura ran on both sides of the bicycle. This could not be considered as special training, but only as a way to digest food after a meal. After all, Guogua and Sakura had eaten well and full today, and were expanding and developing rapidly, so they had to exercise properly to digest the food. As for him, a Beastmaster. Isn't cycling a sport? Does he have to run? I'm so angry. Please don't treat people with double standards. It was not until Guogua and Inghua could no longer run that Lin Chuan put the two little ones on the bicycle and put them in the front pocket. Then, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chuan stood up and pedaled, riding his bicycle towards the most magnificent and huge building in the south of Tianshang town. That huge building was the branch of the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshang town. Lin Chuan went there to register and update his information, and also to buy a beast taming space device. The original plan was to go there during the day tomorrow, but Lin Chuan couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to understand the excitement of a new Beastmaster. Speaking of which, the beast taming space device. As a beast tamer, you often need to go out, either to carry out tasks for the Beast Tamer Association, to collect wild resources, or for other personal matters. In this way, it is okay to have small and few spiritual beasts around, but it is very troublesome to have large and numerous spiritual beasts or some strange shapes, such as poisonous spiritual beasts and dragons. It couldn't be that a Beastmaster would be followed by a large group of people as soon as he went out, right? This was a huge safety hazard no matter how you looked at it. Thus, the beast taming space device came into being and was invented due to market demand. The principle of the beast taming space device is to borrow some precious treasures with space properties, combined with mature spirit pattern lithography technology and some other extraordinary spirit beast technologies, to open up a sealed space that allows spirit beasts to survive, also known as an artificial small secret realm, and then anchor this space on something that can be carried around, so that the beast tamer can put the contracted spirit beast in it and carry it with him. It looks like it's right in front of you, but in fact it's still very far away. From a certain perspective, the size of a building represents the energy of this force. It is conceivable how huge the power of the Beastmaster Association is. You have to know that this is just a town-level branch and it is so magnificent, not to mention the city and prefecture levels above it. Lin Chuan pedaled the bicycle very hard. The bicycle swayed slightly from side to side. The two little girls sitting in the bicycle scoop made humming sounds full of happiness. Leaving the suburban area where the Lin's farm is located and riding on the streets of the town, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh under the light of the street lights. It was an emotion that came from the fragments of memories from his previous life, like jealousy and envy. Looking at the pedestrians and spirit animals who were leading, hugging, or being carried by spirit animals, walking on the road with laughter and playfulness, he saw the picture of people and spirit animals living in harmony without distinguishing between you and me. The emotions in his heart turned into overflowing love. This world is really amazing. Spirit beasts, beast tamers, and the like are super awesome. Finally, after half an hour's riding, Lin Chuan arrived at the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshang town. After parking the bicycle in the parking area, Lin Chuan stood in front of the Beastmaster Association at a close distance and looked up. He felt that the world was vast and he was insignificant. Without any more emotion, Lin Chuan entered, while Guogua and Inghua followed behind with their short legs and noisy voices. Seeing Lin Chuan coming in, a female staff member wearing the uniform of a Beastmaster Association civilian staff member immediately came forward to greet him. The female staff member was accompanied by a small to medium-sized canine spirit beast, the Jinyang furry dog, which was about half a meter tall and furry. It was also wearing a spirit beast costume in the style of the Beast Tamer Association. The key point was that it had a work badge hanging around its neck. Spiritual animal name, Jinyang furry dog. Name Jean Depang. Gender male sign. Position, Deputy Director of the Security Department of Tianshang Town Beast Tamer Association. Attribute, Fire. Race, animal, Kennedy. Bloodline potential, handsome, low level. Strength, level 4, level 7. Skill, confidentiality. Attention, all Beastmasters, please respect yourselves, especially Beastmasters with children. Please keep an eye on your children and do not touch my head casually, otherwise you will be put in solitary confinement in the security room. The above is the information on the work badge. Lin Chuan's eyelids twitched when he read it. Lin Chuan had been to the Beastmaster Association before, but he had not seen the Deputy Minister of Security. It seemed that the fat Minister Jean was new. Can you believe that these days, even dogs can get into the official system? Well, this golden yang furry dog is indeed new. As for why a spiritual beast can be included in the establishment, it has to do with the Spiritual Beast Act that the federal government just updated this year. There is a lot of content, and I will not describe the details here. The purpose of this golden sun furry dog here is to intimidate the new Beastmasters. After all, this time of year is the graduation awakening season, and a large number of new Beastmasters will come. There are always some new Beastmasters who overestimate their abilities or want to make a comeback and then contract an initial spirit beast with relatively high potential but arrogant personality and fierce temper. Although the contract is successful, those new Beastmasters do not have the ability to tame it, so there will always be some trouble. With a scrutinizing gaze, the Jin-Yang furry looked seriously at Lin Chuan and the two chubby little dogs, Hua Ye, who were following Lin Chuan and shivering behind Lin Chuan's calves on the left and right because of its intimidation. The golden yang furry nodded after a low bark, then turned and left, lying on the soft bed in its own doghouse not far away. Watching her golden retriever colleague leave, the female staff member couldn't help but feel regretful, wondering when she would be able to stroke her colleague's dog head again. "Excuse me, Mr. Beastmaster, is there anything I can do for you?" the female staff member asked, concentrating her mind. "I'm here to register and update my beast tamer information." Lin Chuan also withdrew his gaze from the golden yang furry dog in the distance and answered naturally. "Yes, sir, please follow me." The female staff member extended her hand, made a gesture of invitation, and then led the way. Following the female staff member, Lin Chuan came to a small workroom of about 10 square meters, where another male staff member was sitting. This independent small workroom was designed to prevent the Beastmaster from being overheard by unrelated people while registering and updating personal and beast information. Name, age, place of origin, level of Beastmaster, and the specific strength of the contracted spirit beast species and rank. The male staff member glanced at Lin Chuan and asked a direct and formal question. Lin Chuan answered truthfully without even thinking of saying hello. When the staff heard Lin Chuan's answer that the initial contracted pets were 2 flower leaves, they couldn't help but look at Lin Chuan a little more, but that was all, and they were not surprised. Although the initial dual contract with 2 spirit beasts is extremely rare, it does exist. There are always a few like this every year. Some are true geniuses who come from wealthy families and have awakened powerful beast-taming talents, and some are people who overestimate their own abilities. The staff is not curious about which type Lin Chuan is. Unless Lin Chuan can be admitted to one of the 8 universities or achieve greater success and be featured in newspapers, then he might pull out the surveillance footage registered for Lin Chuan today and brag to his colleagues. Well, in fact, he does not have this authority. Okay, Beastmaster Lin Chuan, your information has been registered and updated. You will receive a registration bonus according to the association's rules. According to your current beast tamer level and spirit beast, you will receive a registration reward of 20,000 star rock coins. The 20,000 star rock coins will be transferred to your bank card account within the next hour. Also, your beast tamer newbie gift pack will be delivered to the address you filled in within 1 to 3 working days. We will contact you by phone at that time. Please remember to sign for it in time. The male staff member continued speaking in a formulaic manner. Lin Chuan nodded, wondering what would be in his rookie gift pack. You know, he filled in 2 talents. Even if he concealed the true effect of the beast taming talent cycle, even if he filled in the skill master, he was still a genius. The Beast Tamer Association should give him more. The male staff member tapped on the keyboard, filled in and organized all the information, then printed out a form, plus a legal Beast Tamer ID card made on the spot using a machine next to him based on Lin Chuan's registration, and handed it to Lin Chuan. After taking the registration form handed over by the staff and taking a quick glance to confirm that there was no problem, Lin Chuan casually put it into his backpack, and kept the Beast Tamer ID card close to his body. Then, Lin Chuan turned around and left with Guogua Sakura. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but Lin Chuan was not in a hurry to go back because he still had something to buy, namely a beast taming space device. This thing must be preliminarily registered with the Beast Tamer Association before it can be purchased, otherwise Lin Chuan would have bought it in advance. About a 10-minute walk from the service area is the Beastmaster Association's internal commercial area. There are all kinds of beast taming supply stores here, selling daily food rations, nutritional supplements for training, weight-bearing props, spirit beast materials, various books related to beast taming, etc. Almost everything you can think of related to beast taming can be found here. After walking around for a while, Lin Chuan found a store that specialized in selling beast taming space devices. It was called by Chueda, a mid to high-end brand store that sold beast taming space devices. Seeing Lin Chuan enter the door, a capable and charming female shopping guide dressed in a women's suit came up to him immediately. She was very enthusiastic and her attitude was much better than that of the staff in the beast taming hall just now. Well, this was natural. The staff of the Beast Tamer Association were the establishment, and although the female shopping guide also worked in the Beast Tamer Association, she was not a member of the Beast Tamer Association, she was just a store worker. The female shopping guide gave Lin Chuan a glass of water, and then took Lin Chuan to shop around the store. In fact, the female shopping guide was much more active and attentive to Lin Chuan than to other customers, not because Lin Chuan was handsome, but because she could tell from his clothes and the way he walked that he must not be from an ordinary family. Even if he was not rich and powerful, he should not be short of money. He was a rich young master. He would not be like most other new Beastmasters who came to the store to look at things, who wanted to see everything and buy everything, but could only buy the cheapest and lowest quality goods in the end. But the one in front of her is different. If she serves him well, it will definitely be a big order. She has already achieved this month's sales. The female salesperson said, "What is your name, Mr. Beast Tamer?" "Your surname is Lin." "Yes, Mr. Lin, this way please." The female shopping guide led Lin Chuan to walk just 2 steps on the first floor, and then took Lin Chuan straight to the second floor, without any intention of introducing Lin Chuan more about the beast taming space devices at the counter on the first floor. Lin Chuan didn't care. He didn't like the low-quality stuff on the first floor anyway. There are various types of beast taming space devices, including card type, ball storing, watch type, necklace type, and ring type. In short, they are diverse and can even be customized according to one's preferences. The external style is not the key to the beast taming space device. The key is the size of the space and other functions related to spirit beasts. Based on these, the beast taming space devices are roughly divided into 5 levels. Level 1, the lowest level beast taming space device, has a small and empty sealed space inside that only allows a small number of small spirit beasts to rest and sleep in it. The price is approximately between 5,000 and 10,000. At the second level, in addition to the rest space, there will be a special area for the spirit beasts to carry out activities, and there will be many small toys that can make the spirit beasts happy. The price ranges from 10,000 to 100,000. Level 3 has a larger internal space and healing spiritual patterns that can heal the injuries of the spiritual beasts placed inside to a certain extent. For those with serious injuries that endanger their lives, they will be automatically frozen. The price is between 100,000 and 400,000. Level 4 has all the previous ones and is an enhanced version. The most important thing is that it allows spirit beasts to practice and absorb energy in it just like the outside world, and can also filter and purify natural energy to a certain extent, thereby slightly increasing the efficiency of spirit beasts in absorbing and converting energy. Of course, this kind of amplification efficiency cannot be compared with the Beastmaster's beast taming talent. The price is between 500,000 and 1 million. Level 5, exclusive custom-made model, priced at over 1 million, with no upper limit. It will be customized according to the needs of the Beastmaster and the type and attributes of the contracted beast to create the most suitable internal environment for the beast's growth. It will be almost no different from the natural outside world, or even better. After all, some special environments such as dragon nests, phoenix caves, unicorn caves, volcanic lava lakes, etc. are very difficult to find suitable ones. If he had no money, that would be a different matter, but since he had some money, Lin Chuan would naturally go for the most advanced beast taming space device possible to save himself the trouble of changing it frequently in the future. Don't think about exclusive customization for now, just go for the level 4 beast taming space device. Lin Chuan took a look around and picked out 3 models. A watch, a necklace, and a belt cost 800,000, 500,000, and 650,000 star rock coins respectively. The specific difference lies in the size of the internal space and some other additional auxiliary small functions. The largest watch has the most additional auxiliary functions and the largest internal space. It can easily accommodate spiritual beasts up to 30 meters in height to move freely. A height of 30 meters already covers 99% of the spiritual beasts in the world. I like all 3. Guogua, Sakura, please help me make the final decision. Lin Chuan gave the choice to his 2 little cuties. After all, they were the ones who were going to live there. Guogua and Yinghua pointed their chubby little fingers at the watches without hesitation, not because they understood the pros and cons, but because through the contract, they could feel that Lin Chuan liked the beast taming space device on that watch much more than the other 2, but Lin Chuan was embarrassed to say it. Realizing the situation, Lin Chuan blushed with embarrassment, and Guogua Sakura actually saw through it, that he indeed liked watches more. First of all, of course, because he's handsome. Secondly, he is handsome. Very handsome. Super handsome. Silver, medieval mechanical sci-fi style, is a medieval mechanical style created with future sci-fi style materials. The 2 styles are perfectly integrated. The key is that it can also project a virtual screen and integrate the functions of a mobile phone. However, its huge internal space is a bit of a waste for Lin Chuan now. If he spends all his money on this, the funds for cultivating Guogua Sakura will be stretched in the future. He is afraid that he will not be able to enjoy the delicacies of the palace feast like today soon. Guogua and Sakura currently have an IQ level of about 3 or 4-year-old human children. They don't understand those complicated things and only know the emotional fluctuations coming from the beast taming contract. Lin Chuan really likes that watch. Then, the 2 little cuties hugged Lin Chuan's calves, whimpering and rocking them, which melted Lin Chuan's heart. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since you like it, then, buy it. If you lose money, you can earn it again. But if you miss something you like, you really miss it. The female shopping guide next to her covered her mouth with her hands, narrowed her eyes, and smiled so hard that she couldn't stop. Complete a big order and get a commission bonus. Of course he was happy when he bought something he liked, but because he spent a huge amount of money, Lin Chuan was very unhappy and felt very painful. However, the purchase has been made and the money has been paid, so what else can I do? Lin Chuan happily put the watch on his left wrist, then posed in front of the full-length mirror next to him, putting on a cold expression and raising his hand to reveal his watch, half covering his face. Handsome. Very handsome. So fucking handsome. How can there be such a handsome person in this world? Sir, please wait a moment. With a smile on her lips, the female shopping guide called out to Lin Chuan, who was about to change his pose to continue posing. His body stiffened and Lin Chuan suddenly felt embarrassed. He almost forgot that there was someone next to him. What a miscalculation. He had to go home and pose in his room again. Lin Chuan's reaction was quick and decisive. He restrained his expression instantly, and then pretended to use the hand that was half covering his face to stroke his hair upwards, as if his hair was messy and he was just tidying it up, not posing. The female shopping guide covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she had received professional training and had very strong professional qualities. After a great inner struggle, with a distorted expression and deep breaths, she managed to suppress her laughter. Well, if I laugh out loud, what if this big deal goes wrong? Although the money has been paid, the beast taming space device has not yet been bound and activated. If Lin Chuan regrets it, he can still get a refund. At least you can't laugh before the young master in front of you binds and activates the beast taming space device. Mr. Lin, please show me your beast tamer ID card. I will help you activate this beast tamer space device and guide you on the subsequent settings. The female shopping guide quickened her pace and spoke respectfully. After coughing twice to cover up his embarrassment, Lin Chuan handed her the Beast Tamer ID card which he had just received and was not even warm yet. Holding Lin Chuan's Beast Tamer ID card, the female shopping guide operated the special machine next to her. Then, she picked up a signal gun inserted next to her and fired it at the beast-taming space device on the watch that Lin Chuan was already wearing. In this way, the beast-taming space device on the watch was activated. Now, even if Lin Chuan wanted to regret and return the product, it was too late. Until this moment, the female shopping guide's face was filled with a bright smile. Lin Chuan did not notice the smile of the female shopping guide. His attention was now completely attracted by the activated beast-controlling space device of the watch. Integrating the functions of a mobile phone, the activated beast-taming space device on the watch projected a virtual screen the size of a tablet computer the next second, which displayed the beast-tamer information of Lin Chuan, who had just registered at the service area less than half an hour ago. "Please check and confirm the information again, Mr. Lin," the female shopping guide said with a smile. Lin Chuan glanced at it, nodded slightly, and said, "Well, the information is fine. Okay, then please proceed with facial recognition, fingerprint, iris, and most importantly, the extraordinary factor energy binding. The first three need no explanation, and you can choose not to bind them, but the last one, the extraordinary factor energy binding, must be bound. The so-called extraordinary factor energy is the energy generated when the beast-taming talent is stimulated. Even with the same beast-taming talent, the energy fluctuation frequency of each beast-tamer is different and unique. Only by binding the extraordinary factor energy can it be ensured that only the binder can use this exclusive beast-taming space. Otherwise, it would be a mess if anyone can use it." Following the guidance of the female shopping guide, Lin Chuan took the trouble to bind everything that could be bound, raising the security index to the maximum. "Okay, finally, please set the safe distance for the device, Mr. Lin." The so-called safe distance is the distance between the beast-taming space device and its bound person, at which point it will automatically open and release all the spirit beasts inside. This function is used to prevent certain unexpected situations from happening, causing the beast-taming space device to suddenly be away from the beast-tamer, such as the beast-taming space device being stolen. Regarding this, we have to mention a tragedy. About 70 years ago, a tragedy happened in a small country that shocked almost all human forces, including the three major countries. At that time, the beast-taming space device had just been invented. A king beast-tamer in that small country was almost the pillar of that small country. When he was resting one day, he stored all his contracted pets in the beast-taming space. Then his beast-taming space device was stolen by one of his mortal enemies. The final result was that the king was easily defeated. Afterwards, several cities of that small country were destroyed by demonic disasters because they lost their pillar guardians, killing at least 300,000 people. In the end, it was the ancient country of Xingtian, one of the three nearest countries, that sent strong support to stabilize the situation. Because of this tragedy, all other auxiliary functions of all current beast-controlling space devices can be omitted, and even the size of the internal space can be slightly reduced, but this safe distance function must be available. And there must be no accidents. Lin Chuan set the safety distance to 10 meters, but after thinking about it, he changed it to 5 meters. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, he set the safety distance to 1 meter. Well, that's about it. Until this moment, everything was set up, and then it was the trial phase. Lin Chuan used his mental power to issue commands to the beast-taming space device on the watch he was wearing, and put Guogua and Sakura into the beast-taming space device on the watch. Driven by Lin Chuan's will, the beast-controlling space device on the watch glowed faintly. Whoosh! The Guogua cherry blossoms at my feet suddenly disappeared. Then, according to the guidance of the female shopping guide, Lin Chuan lightly touched the small button on the side of the watch's beast-taming space device to verify the fingerprint. This is an auxiliary function of this beast-taming device. The virtual screen was immediately projected and opened, showing the monitoring footage of Guogua Sakura in the beast-taming space. Because they were suddenly taken in and Lin Chuan was nowhere to be seen, the two little guys suddenly panicked and kept crying. Lin Chuan chuckled, quickly released them, and explained the situation to them truthfully. Then, he put it in and let it out again, repeating the operation several times to make sure he had mastered it completely. Finally, he put the two little ones in, and Lin Chuan never let them out again. The internal space of the watch's beast-taming space device is very large. Now that they have fully understood the situation, Guogua and Sakura are no longer panicking. They look around curiously, look at each other, and then run around exploring it. Guogwa was playing in a pool of toys specially for small spirit beasts, while Sakura was touching this and that, and was frightened by a small electronic firework that suddenly popped up. In short, the two little ones were having a lot of fun and couldn't stop. Guogwa fell to the ground with a thud because he ran too fast, but he was very strong and got up and continued to have fun. Looking at the two little cuties' adventures on the virtual screen, Lin Chuan smiled happily. Everything is done, Lin Chuan is about to leave. However, before Lin Chuan could take 2 steps, he was stopped again by the female shopping guide. Turning around in confusion, Lin Chuan looked at him inquiringly. I've already bought the beast taming space device and paid the money, is there anything else? Mr. Lin, don't you think it's boring for your lovely spirit beast to go in and out of the beast control space like this? Shouldn't we add some color and special effects to the appearance? Look, many celebrity Beastmasters on TV and powerful Beastmasters in national competitions, when their spirit pets are released from the beast control space and appear on the stage, aren't they all accompanied by very gorgeous special effects, right? Lin Chuan nodded silently. Indeed, he felt that something was missing just now. It turned out that the special effects were missing. The female shopping guide smiled again. Let me introduce you to it next. What do you think of this magic legendary halo? Is it not okay? Then this, the holy light descending special effect, will give your spirit beast a noble and sacred temperament. This one, I personally highly recommend this one. It's very suitable for your 2 flower leaves, and it makes flowers grow in the void. And it can be paired with this lotus that grows step by step. Please believe me, Mr. Lin, I can guarantee that the combination of these 2 special effects is absolutely perfect. Lin Chuan was numb. Is this necessary? However, looking at the appearance special effects of flowers growing from the void, and lotus growing step by step, displayed on the tablet computer in the female shopping guide's hand, Lin Chuan couldn't help it and bought them again, spending 20,000 star rock coins. The female shopping guide took out 2 fingernail-sized data chips and handed them to Lin Chuan, and instructed Lin Chuan to install them on the watch's beast-controlling space device. So, Lin Chuan tried again. He set the 2 special effects he had just bought to the on state, and then released the cherry blossoms. The next second, beautiful and mysterious flowers bloomed one after another in the void in front of Lin Chuan, and soon turned into a sea of flowers. Then, ripples began to appear in the void. A green lawn like a carpet stretched out from the depths of the void, and Sakura walked slowly out from the ripples on the green lawn. With every step forward, the green lawn under Sakura's feet extends forward. Lotus flowers bloom on the green lawn, swaying slightly, as if welcoming the appearance of cherry blossoms. At this moment, it's so intense. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and held it. The flower leaf form is so cool already. If it is the 3rd stage evolved flower fairy form, with a human-like flower fairy figure and such special effects, it will definitely be regarded as the incarnation of the flower god. No. This is too cool and too pretentious. I might get beaten if I use it normally, so I should wait until I participate in some large public competitions or when I am alone to turn on the special effects, Lin Chuan thought. Then, Lin Chuan silently turned off the special effects when he appeared. After leaving Patruda, Lin Chuan remained silent as he looked at the bank card text message displayed on the virtual screen projected by the beast-controlling space device on his watch. It was not until this moment that he came back to his senses. A total of 820,000 star rock coins were consumed, and Lin Chuan took a deep breath on the spot, contributing to the greenhouse effect and natural environmental protection. I took a look at the balance and there are only more than 230,000 star rock coins left. This number is wrong, shouldn't it be only 180,000? Well, 20,000 was the reward for registering the information just now, and it had just arrived in the account. The remaining 30,000 or so was Lin Chuan's original money, which was the change and New Year's money he had saved since he was 10 years old. I will never come to this shabby shop again. Looking back at Patriarch, Lin Chuan walked away cursing. Instead of going home immediately, Lin Chuan continued to stroll around the internal business district of the Beastmaster Association. Although a lot of money has been spent, there are still some things that must be purchased, that is, the remains of spiritual beasts, in order to activate the plug-in and use it with the inheritance of reincarnation, and the necessary expenses for Guogwa and Sakura to learn skills. Fortunately, these things are not that expensive. To be precise, they are not necessarily expensive. There are expensive ones and there are cheap ones, and the effects of cheap ones are not necessarily worse than those of expensive ones. For example, if you want to learn the skill of tearing claws, you can use the heart of a black-clawed wolf to inherit it, or you can use the shed claws of a black-clawed wolf to inherit it. The inheritance effect of the latter is not necessarily worse than the former, but the price difference between the two is very large. The former is dozens or even hundreds of times more than the latter. Instead of going to the high-end spirit beast material store, Lin Chuan chose to enter a relatively low-end store. The materials sold here are all produced from spirit beasts whose bloodline levels are at an average medium soldier level and whose specific strength is at most 1 or 2 levels of the first or second level. Such materials are basically used to make some decorations and small toys. They will not be used as medicine or made into props. The quality is really too low. This is true for other Beastmasters, but it is different for Lin Chuan. Those are books of experience and skills. Lin Chuan visited most of the low-level spirit beast material stores here, which took him 2 full hours. He only stopped when Lin Xuedong called to ask why he hadn't returned home so late. In the end, Lin Chuan selected and purchased 13 pieces of materials, spending a total of 15,000 star rock coins. Yes, it's just that little money. After all, these are some low-end and basically useless materials. However, these low-end and basically useless materials contain the skills in the 2 sets of skill structures he formulated. Of course, they are only part of them. For example, the vines shed by the wood-attributed spiritual beasts can inherit the vine armor shield. Skills, such as another dark and unknown fruit core, are usually bought for the elderly at home to play with. However, such a useless fruit core can be passed down to a wood attribute skill like Fruit Bomb. There are few skills that are famous for their damage and powerful power. 13 pieces of materials, 3 leaves that can inherit photosynthesis, 2 leaves that can inherit the grass flute, 4 petals that can inherit aromatherapy, 2 vines that can inherit the shield of vine armor, and finally the fruit of the fruit bomb. Nuclear. Speaking of which, how did Lin Chuan select these materials? It's very simple. He just needs to touch the material and slightly activate the effect of the inheritance of the beast taming talent cycle. If the material cannot inherit skills, Lin Chuan will not have any reaction. But if the material contains skills that can be inherited, Lin Chuan will be able to sense fuzzy and intermittent memory fragments coming from the material. The memory fragments are all memory fragments of certain monsters or spirit beasts using skills, fighting or hunting. Through these memory fragments, Lin Chuan can roughly judge what skills and effects they are. Very good, with these things, you can start cheating. Tomorrow is the time to witness a miracle. Lin Chuan thought. Today? It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, so of course I rolled back to sleep. Well, Lin Chuan had thought about it just now, maybe just stay in the guest room of the Beast Tamer Association for one night, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up and go home at night. Although the Beast Tamer Association has a special training area with all kinds of training grounds and props, it is not yet useful for Guogua and Sakura. It is only suitable for spirit beasts like Huaye, and the environment and facilities are not as good as those on a farm. Instead of rushing back tomorrow and missing the short period of time in the early morning that is most suitable for nurturing by absorbing the morning light, it is better to go back now. He may be a little tired, but he must try his best to provide his 2 little cuties with higher, better, and more suitable conditions. At this moment, Lin Chuan felt the feeling of being a father. Presumably, Lao Deng felt the same way towards the 3 siblings. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Outside the window, the sounds of birds singing and the chirping of flowers and leaves doing their morning exercises can be heard one after another. The sparse morning light shone through the gauze window onto Lin Chuan's face, but it did not wake him up, and he continued snoring. Yesterday, first there was the awakening ceremony in the morning, then in the afternoon he accompanied Guogua and Sakura in high-intensity photosynthesis while building their skills, and in the evening he rushed to the Beast Tamer Association to register information and purchase beast taming space equipment and skill materials. His schedule was packed and Lin Chuan was very tired. It was one of the most tiring days in his life. Is there anything more tiring than this? Of course. Every year, more than a dozen variegated leaves are born. Taking care of the new variegated leaves is the most tiring, not only physically but also mentally. Let's get back to the topic. Due to excessive fatigue yesterday, Lin Chuan was unable to get out of bed today. Lin Xuedong didn't come to call him, so Lin Chuan slept until just after 8 o'clock in the morning before waking up naturally. 8 o'clock. That's not too late, right? Well, for ordinary people, it is not late. It can even be said to be early, but for a new Beastmaster who has just contracted a spirit beast and is rushing to train it in order to go all out for the entrance examination 3 months later, it is already as late as it can be. Other new Beastmasters often get up at 6 o'clock in the morning or even earlier before dawn. He opened his eyes in a daze, finished washing up in a daze, and then, driven by his body's instinct, Lin Chuan walked towards the bed in a daze until he lay back on the bed, hugging the pillow. Realizing something, Lin Chuan made a strange and puzzled sound. Gradually, Lin Chuan's consciousness became clearer. Finally, with a whoosh, Lin Chuan suddenly turned over and sat up from the bed, looking hurriedly at the wall clock. After a moment's pause, Lin Chuan hurriedly got dressed and got out of bed. Lin Chuan opened the window and saw the scene in the distance, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Led by Lao Deng, all the flowers and leaves in the farm were arranged from low to high like primary school students and divided into 5 columns according to their names. They were all doing the third version of the flower and leaves radio gymnastics compiled by Lao Deng. Their babbling sounds were continuous, full of energy and cuteness. The third edition of Hui radio gymnastics. This is one of the results of Lin Xuedong's nearly 30 years of dedicated research on flower leaves, and it can be considered a unique secret technique. For the spiritual beast Huayi alone, at present, it can be said that this set of fitness exercises is the most suitable for Huayi's body structure in the entire Federation and even in the world. It can allow Huayi to warm up fully and absorb the morning light and accumulate natural energy with the highest efficiency. It was also to allow Guogua and Ninghua to participate in the morning exercises under the early morning light that Lin Chuan rushed back home in such a hurry last night. Fortunately, as soon as he came back last night, Lin Chuan released his 2 little cuties out of the beast taming space and let them return to their friends. If they had stayed in the beast taming space, they might have missed it because he stayed in bed. At this moment, Guogua and Ninghua were at the front row of the team, following Lin Xuedong on both sides as he led the exercises. Generally speaking, the Huayis who lead the exercises on the left and right sides of Lin Xuedong are all old Huayis on the farm. Those Huayis are basically in their teens, and some are even older than Lin Chuan. Their IQ has reached the level of an ordinary 10-year-old human child or even higher, and their personalities are more stable and gentle. They can assist Lin Xuedong in better managing other young and lively Huayis. And the current situation is obviously Lin Xuedong's special arrangement. Leading the exercises in the front, I will inevitably feel pressure, and will naturally be more serious and strict in performing every detail of the third version of the flower, leaf, and leaf radio gymnastics. Lin Chuan felt lucky that his husband Deng helped him, otherwise Guogua and Ninghua would have missed today's radio gymnastics training. Without making any noise to disturb them, Lin Chuan just stood on the balcony and watched. The contract had already been concluded, and Guogua and Sakura immediately felt Lin Chuan's gaze and his emotions of relief, joy and encouragement. So, Guogua and Sakura did their exercises more seriously and danced more vigorously. The 2 little cuties tried to make every movement as perfect as possible and stretched their bodies to the limits. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan handed the breakfast soy milk and 2 big buns to Lin Xuedong, then half knelt down and said a few words to Guogua and Ninghua, letting them grow themselves in the nutrient soil pots from yesterday. Lin Chuan ordered takeout for breakfast. When his mother Su Xiaoxia was not at home as a tutor at the university, neither Lin Laoding nor the 3 siblings of Lin Chuan were too lazy to cook, so all 3 meals a day were solved by takeout. What kind of takeaway is so diligent? It opens early in the morning. Of course it was the takeaway from the farm's canteen. Although the Lin's farm belonged to the Lin family, the canteen and the daily necessities store were opened by the family members and relatives of several old employees who had originally followed Lin Xuedong to establish the farm. Lin Xuedong took the breakfast handed over by Lin Chuan, took a bite of the bun and drank a sip of soy milk, then sat casually on the bluestone steps and said, "Be more careful in the future. Don't rush into things. You have to arrange your time properly." Slightly embarrassed, Lin Chuan nodded. Originally, he had planned to go to the Beast Tamer Association to register and purchase a beast taming space device today, but he couldn't control his impatience and rushed over after dinner. As a result, he was overworked yesterday and came back too late. He was unable to get up in time today. So, he must admit his mistakes and stand at attention when he is beaten. The father and son sat together eating breakfast and chatting casually. It looks like you've almost spent all your money. Seeing that Lin Chuan was wearing a watch on his wrist that was obviously a beast taming space device, although he didn't know the exact price, he could guess roughly. Combined with the nutrient soil and nutrient water that Lin Chuan bought yesterday, Lin Xuedong roughly guessed the situation. Unlike his previous words of advice to Lin Chuan to arrange his time properly, this time Lin Xuedong did not have any intention of blaming him. He was just stating the facts and did not say that Lin Chuan spent money like water. After all, Lin Chuan spent the money he should spend. Breeding combat pets was a waste of money, and if he wanted to be admitted to the 8 major universities, this was far from enough. Lin Chuan was helpless and had a headache. Yes, there are only 230,000 left. Lao Deng, do you have any way to make money? Lin Chuan asked. New beast tamers who have completed registration and updated their information can receive tasks from the Beast Tamer Association. At this time of year, the Beast Tamer Association will deliberately release many tasks with low difficulty that are suitable for new beast tamers, so as to make it easier for new beast tamers to start making money. However, the reward for such a rookie mission is still a bit low. Perhaps it is barely enough for a new Beastmaster from an ordinary family, and there will be a lot left over for those who are good at budgeting. But for Lin Chuan, who had just started dual enrollment, it was obviously not enough, and it was even far from enough. After all, his goal was to enter one of the 8 great universities, not an ordinary beast taming university, such as the one where his mother was a tutor. If he followed the popular trend, perhaps in a few years he, Lin Chuan, could still become a professional beast tamer. After all, his dual beast taming talent was there. But it would be a bit difficult for him to get into one of the 8 great universities. Any way to make money? Let me think about it. Lin Xuedong stroked his chin. Lin Chuan has already grown up and become a Beastmaster, so he will no longer give Lin Chuan money directly. As a father, he has already given Lin Chuan much more starting capital than other new Beastmasters. However, it is still possible to provide a way for Lin Chuan to make money on his own. Lin Xuedong pondered, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. Noticing the subtle change in Lin Xuedong's expression, Lin Chuan also looked at his old master expectantly. Third brother, you should know that during this time every year there are all kinds of large and small competitions for new beast tamers, right? Lin Xuedong said. Lin Chuan nodded, he was aware of the situation. This is another way to make money that the Xingyan Federation officials have specially prepared for new Beastmasters. At this time of year, 3 months before the entrance examination, the Xingyan Federation officials will cooperate with various private enterprises, factories and even small roadside supermarkets to hold a new beast tamer competition commonly known as the Baby Cup. A novice Beastmaster with relatively average strength should just honestly complete the refreshing mission, while a novice Beastmaster who has contracted a relatively powerful initial spirit beast and is confident in his own strength can quickly earn bonuses and cultivate spirit beasts by participating in the Baby Cup competition. The path of fighting for the Baby Cup can not only make money quickly but also provide combat experience for the spirit beast. However, the spirit beast is easily injured. If it suffers serious injury such as fractures, civilian novice Beastmasters do not have the money and channels to hire a spirit beast medical master for treatment, which will inevitably affect the subsequent training. Compared to the safety of honestly completing the task of refreshing the character, playing the Baby Cup is a tightrope with high risks but equally huge rewards. In previous years, most of the civilian Beastmasters who were able to stand out and be admitted to the 8 major universities took the path of the Baby Cup. However, Lin Chuan did not have this idea. It was not because he did not dare, but because it was not appropriate. The Baby Cup is an open restricted competition with 1v1 rules, and his initial spirit beast is Yi, which is a typical logistical support spirit beast. Before his skill construction is initially formed, Yi does not have the ability to compete with those animal spirit beasts that are born with strong bodies. Even if he can win in the end, it will be very difficult and he will be injured with a high probability, which is not worth the loss. Seeing Lin Chuan silent, Lin Xuedong chuckled and said, I know what you're thinking. As a professional scholar of flower and leaf research, How could I not know that flower and leaf are not suitable for the novice Beastmaster competition? What I mean is that I plan to apply to the federal government to hold a baby cup, or novice Beastmaster competition in the name of Lynn's farm. And you, third brother, as the representative host of my Lynn's farm, you will be responsible for cooperating with the staff of the Federation and hosting this competition. I'll give you 30% of the farm's income during the competition. If you do well and can improve the reputation of Lynn's farm, I'll give you more at my discretion. After Lin Xuedong finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan did not agree immediately. Because Lin Chuan knew that being in charge of hosting a new beast tamer competition was a troublesome and difficult task. It was not as easy as participating in the competition himself. There were too many things to consider. Logistical arrangements, data investigation of contestants, dispatch of farm supplies, and reasonable behind-the-scenes operations of the competition. That's right. It's a secret operation. Reasonable behind-the-scenes operations can make the game more exciting. For example, if two species of spiritual beasts that are natural enemies of each other meet, there will definitely be a fight between dragons and tigers. Wouldn't that be a great thing to watch? For example, if two new Beastmasters who are secretly in a relationship meet in a crucial elimination match, will they break up on the spot or put on a dog-licking plot of, the spirit beast is about to fight to the death, why does the Beastmaster surrender first? How can this not attract attention? On the contrary, if there is no reasonable behind-the-scenes operation, and if luck really allows two seeded players who have the potential to win the championship to meet in the first round, and in the final it is obvious that one is strong and the other is weak, then it would be very boring and tickets would not be able to sell. After careful consideration, Lin Chuan finally nodded and agreed. As long as he could successfully hold this competition, and if he could attract journalists or some anchors to cause more heat, he would undoubtedly make a lot of money. The money earned was not comparable to the bonus from refreshing the task or even winning the championship. Thinking of something, Lin Chuan looked at Lin Xuedong again and asked, Lao Deng, did you come up with this idea suddenly, or did you plan it in advance? What do you think? After a pause, Lin Laoding asked back with a smile. Lin Chuan understood that this must not be something Lin Xuedong thought of on the spur of the moment, but was premeditated in advance, or it could be said that he had been thinking about it long before yesterday, in recent months, or even several years earlier. Lin's farm, although it is a farm now, Lin Xuedong has long wanted to further develop it into the Lin's Huayi breeding base, becoming a private entity that officially cooperates with the Xingyan Federation, and obtaining recognition and designation from the Xingyan Federation, so that this will become another breeding base for new Beastmasters in Tianshang Town to receive their initial spirit pets, and promote Huayi vigorously, so that more people will like Huayi, and let the saying that Huayi is the sky, Huayi is the earth, and Huayi is the best in the world be recognized by more people. It is not so easy to obtain official recognition from the Star Rock Federation, and many conditions must be met. From the most basic environment, to funding, to the average qualifications of spirit beasts, the number of new spirit beasts that can be provided each year that are suitable for contracts cannot be just one or two, otherwise who will be able to choose? There must be at least 10 spirit beasts suitable for the initial contract of new Beastmasters every year. Generally speaking, between 30 and 50 is considered safe. Then, it is reputation, or credibility, and popularity. No matter how outstanding the spiritual beast is, there must be solid evidence, otherwise why would others believe it? This is also the biggest difficulty in transforming Lin's farm into Lin's mosaic breeding base. In other aspects, after nearly 30 years of hard work, Lin Xuedong has basically met all the requirements. At present, the only thing that can be mentioned in this regard is Lin Xuedong's status as a junior researcher, while the others are just so mediocre. If Lin Chuan can really get into the 8 universities with the help of Guogua and Sakura, his credibility will be enough. As for hosting the new Beast Tamer competition, it is also an alternative way to improve credibility. The new Beastmaster competition held by our Lin's farm, Shaolin Cup. Huai, or should we call it Huai Cup? Lin Xuedong considered for a long time and finally made a decision. He looked at Lin Chuan with expectation and patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. Then, the flower leaf cup will be left to you, little third brother. If you have decided, then go write a competition plan for the Huai Cup and show it to me. If you don't pass, unfortunately, even if you are my son, I can't give this task to you. You can only find other ways to make money to train your Guogua and Sakura. If this happened to someone else, it might be difficult. At that time, although there will be staff from the Star Rock Federation and even professional Beastmasters coming to assist as referees and staff in some key positions to ensure the fairness and effectiveness of the competition, they will also provide certain treatment services and emergency rescue for emergencies. However, a considerable burden will still fall on the shoulders of the host representatives who host the competition. Such a heavy responsibility is not something that an ordinary 16-year-old boy can bear. Fortunately, Lin Chuan is not an ordinary 16-year-old boy. He has awakened fragments of memories from his past life. Before, he would be very anxious, panicked, nervous, and afraid that he would not be able to do it well. But now, after the awakening ceremony, he has browsed from a god's perspective and absorbed to a certain extent the memory fragments of his past life. This is not the key point. The key point is that the job for which he worked overtime for more than 10 years in his previous life happened to be event planning. To use the situation of spiritual beasts as an analogy, Lin Chuan is almost equivalent to inheriting the skills learned from his previous life, planning, and it is an expert-level planning skill. For Lin Chuan, who has already acquired expert-level planning skills, writing a qualified competition plan is easy and does not require much effort. It is much easier than thinking about building a skill combination yesterday. It's easy, and he is confident that he can write it well, but Lin Chuan has no plans to write it now. There's no rush. Lao Deng hasn't even applied to host the Baby Cup yet. It'll take at least a day or two. Having learned from the lesson that he was in a hurry to do things yesterday and was unable to get out of bed, which almost caused Guogua and Inghua, who were in the best period of growth and development, to miss the opportunity for morning exercises and development, Lin Chuan is now calm and knows how to sort things out and do them one by one. The planning book can be written at night. As for the daytime, of course it is to cultivate and train Guogua and Sakura. Well, today it's time to use the plug-in, his beast-controlling talent reincarnation, to add some skills to Guogua Sakura. After returning to the room and taking the pile of materials he bought yesterday, Lin Chuan went to the rooftop and found the fruits and cherry blossoms that he had planted in flower pots of nutrient soil and even watered with nutrient water. At this moment, Guogua and Sakura are resting. They have just completed the third set of mosaic and leaf radio gymnastics strictly and carefully under the morning light. They are in the best development period and the energy in their bodies will inevitably increase significantly at this time. It will take about 30 minutes to an hour. Time for precipitation. The two little ones planted in the flower pot look like people taking a bath in the bathtub after a strenuous exercise, looking very relaxed and enjoying themselves. Photosynthesis. We have to be efficient in doing things. Photosynthesis is not very efficient now. We need to wait until noon when the sun is the strongest, with the focusing effect of the light-collecting mirror and the cultivation buff of the heart of the spirit wood, the efficiency of photosynthesis will be high. At that time, the effect of photosynthesis in 1 minute will be equivalent to more than 10 minutes now. Seeing Lin Chuan coming, Guogua and Inghua called out in babbling sounds, and shook their chubby little hands at Lin Chuan. They wanted to come out of the flower pots and give Lin Chuan a loving hug and rush into his arms, but were stopped by Lin Chuan. The two little ones twisted their bodies like little cantaloupes, making babbling sounds of dissatisfaction. "You just stay here," Lin Chuan said and walked over. The heart of the spiritual tree was used yesterday. Since it was a second level assisting a 0 level, and it consumed physical strength, for him, the consumption was not that great, and he could be considered relaxed and smiling. However, Samsara's talent for taming beasts is only at the first level. The first level inherits the 0 level, and the consumption must be greater than yesterday. The key is the consumption of mental power. Lin Chuan was a little worried. If he didn't do it well, he might become a fool. After all, there have been many precedents of people becoming fools or even vegetative because of excessive consumption of mental power, which affected their brains. But now it has come to this, how can we retreat? From the skill materials he bought yesterday, Lin Chuan selected 2 leaves that could inherit photosynthesis. To be on the safe side, let's first pass on photosynthesis to test the waters. After all, Guogua and Sakura have already mastered photosynthesis. Innate instinctive skills, also known as basic skills, require further learning and even meet certain learning conditions. For example, the energy level strength must reach the first or second level to be called advanced skills. This classification only applies to most spirit beasts. Just like there are geniuses among humans, some spirit beasts with high bloodlines and strong races may be born with basic skills that are advanced skills that other spirit beasts cannot learn. Back to the topic, Guogwa and Sakura have already mastered photosynthesis. If they inherit photosynthesis, their proficiency will increase. In this way, the cost of using the inheritance of reincarnation will most likely be much smaller than inheriting advanced skills such as the bomb fruit. Start with Guogwa. Lin Chuan first held the leaf in his hand, and then activated the effect of the inheritance of the beast taming talent reincarnation. A wisp of black and white energy emerged from Lin Chuan's brain. The next second, it flowed along his arm into the leaves, and the leaves gradually began to flash with light. Then, Lin Chuan pressed the shining leaf on Guogwa's forehead. The light flowed and spread like water waves, eventually covering Guogwa's entire body and slowly seeping in. Boom. Before he had time to check on Guogwa's condition, or even to withdraw his hand from Guogwa's forehead, Lin Chuan felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. He felt dizzy and his mental state dropped sharply, and the whites of his eyes were instantly covered with bloodshot. His body was shaking, and Lin Chuan actually fell to the ground, gasping for breath violently. This situation made Sakura next to him confused but anxious. "No, I'm fine." Lin Chuan slumped on the ground, supporting his forehead with one hand and waving the other hand at Sakura, who was crying anxiously. "This feeling. It's so sour." Lin Chuan complained in his heart. "It feels like taking a strange drug, working overtime and working all night long with great energy, and then when you get off work, the effect of the drug has just worn off, and all the mental fatigue accumulated before bursts out in an instant." Although he had just woken up, Lin Chuan felt sleepy again and instinctively wanted to go back to bed and sleep. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and relied on his willpower to hold himself up. Fortunately, he inherited the skills and experience from his previous life. The rich experience of overtime work in his previous life for more than 10 years provided Lin Chuan with tremendous experience and help at this moment. "Poor and weak, is this all you can do? You still want me, the legendary liver-burning king, to surrender?" Out of rebellious psychology, Lin Chuan still refused to accept it. But in fact, Lin Chuan was already obviously afraid in his heart. The consumption of this beast-taming talent cycle was too terrifying. This was still the first-level inheritance of the Zeroth level. This was just a basic skill like photosynthesis that Hua Ye already knew. It was just inheriting skill experience to increase proficiency. If this was replaced with a high-powered skill like the bomb fruit, and he had to learn it from scratch, he would be drained of mental strength and faint. Well, this was also Lin Chuan's luck, or caution, in choosing photosynthesis as his first attempt at using the inheritance of reincarnation. If he had really taken the material of the bomb fruit and passed it on to Guogwa, he would have been drained of his mental strength and passed out by now, and there was even a high probability that he would have been turned into a fool. Fortunately, such huge efforts and expenditures have brought equally huge rewards. Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, and Guogwa's condition had changed significantly. The 2 leaves on top of its body grew 2 inches larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the color changed slightly from dark green to emerald green, with a crystal-like, blurry texture. Guogwa's perspective. The moment Lin Chuan put the leaf on its forehead, it fell into a state of lucid daydreaming. In a trance, Guogwa felt that he had turned into another kind of spirit beast, a tree-shaped spirit beast whose name he didn't know and he had never seen before, or to be more precise, a monster. This tree-shaped monster lives in deep mountains and forests far away from human activities. It basks in the sun for photosynthesis every day and ambushes and preys on other passing creatures. 1 year, 2 years, no one knew how many years had passed. With continuous photosynthesis, the monster's body continued to grow and become bigger. Finally, it grew into a 10-meter-tall tree, which was not short even in this forest. But at the same time, it felt the shackles of its blood. It continued to photosynthesize, but for 1 year, 2 years, and decades, it could not grow even 1 centimeter. Finally, it grew old, and saw a group of humans coming here. They easily hunted it down when it was old and weak, and obtained its materials. The key point was that they said with disdain, "Why is it only the first level? It's a waste of such a big size." Under the impact of strong unwillingness and resentment, Guogwa suddenly woke up and came out of the daytime lucid dream state. The memories of the tree-shaped monster only lasted for less than a second before fading away without leaving any trace. All that was left for Guogua was the only decades of experience in instinctively using photosynthesis. Dazed, Guogua looked at Lin Chuan with a bewildered face. With the IQ of a 3 or 4-year-old child, it was unable to understand what had just happened. Lin Chuan was also staring at Guogua at this time, and of course he noticed the changes in Guogua. Guogua, try using photosynthesis. Lin Chuan instructed. Guogua nodded and began photosynthesis according to Lin Chuan's instructions. Lin Chuan did not give Guogua the spirit wood heart cultivation buff. It was only 9:30 in the morning, and it was not yet noon when the sun was at its hottest. The light-collecting mirror was not turned on, and he was just basking in the sun. However, even so, at this moment, Guogua's use of photosynthesis, the efficiency of absorbing and converting nutrients in the nutrient soil is no lower than yesterday. The silver nutrient soil turns black little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect of photosynthesis is at least at the mastery level. I was still at the ordinary level of photosynthesis just now, but in less than 10 minutes I skipped the skilled level and went straight to the proficient level. If others want to achieve this effect, they need to focus on cultivating photosynthesis from the ordinary level to the mastery level for at least 2 months, and invest a lot of resources rich in solar energy. However, which Beastmaster would spend so much time focusing on cultivating a basic skill like photosynthesis? Not to mention investing precious solar energy resources in it, they would have long been eager to work on those powerful advanced skills, and precious resources would also be invested in these skills. Even for those children of aristocratic families who have no shortage of resources and special training techniques, it would take more than half a month, but he only needs his hands. 10 minutes is enough. Lin Chuan then asked Sakura to use photosynthesis for comparison. The cherry blossoms did as they were told. Without the buff of the heart of the spiritual wood, before noon, and without the focusing light from the light-collecting mirror, the cherry blossom's photosynthesis efficiency was terribly low. At least Lin Chuan could not see any changes in the nutrient soil in the cherry blossom's pot with his naked eyes. Wow, the gap is too big. As of now, the mastery level of photosynthesis is sufficient for use in competitions, at least in the baby cup. Photosynthesis is naturally not as good as specialized healing skills for injury recovery, such as aromatherapy and sweet fruit. After all, photosynthesis is only a basic skill, while skills like aromatherapy and sweet fruit are advanced skills that require the energy level of the spirit beast to reach at least the first level before they can be learned. However, photosynthesis also has advantages. As long as the ground is not a steel plate and there is sunlight, this skill has zero consumption. Well, it should be said that it has negative consumption. Not only is there no consumption, but it will also restore status, restore physical strength, heal injuries, and even restore energy and mental state. It is a comprehensive recovery without dead ends. Although those specialized healing skills have powerful healing effects, their treatment scope is relatively narrow, and they all require the user to consume physical strength and energy. Well, if Guogua's photosynthesis is increased to the expert level or even the final master level, I'm afraid that, at this stage, few novice Beastmaster spirit beasts can beat Guogua, and the damage output may not even be a fraction of Guogua's natural blood recovery. Lin Chuan couldn't help but imagine this scene in his mind. Guogua stands on the earth, and in front of it are many spiritual beasts. The next second, these spirit beasts roared and roared at Guogua, launching their strongest attacks. The attacks hit Guogua like raindrops, but Guogua just ignored the wind and rain without moving at all. Finally, when all the spirit beasts were too tired to fall to the ground and could no longer use any skills, Guogua scratched his head with his chubby hand, looked at the exhausted spirit beasts with contempt, and said, "That's it. No strength. Is this all right, little dogs? Doesn't your Beastmaster give you food?" Suddenly, the whole place was silent. All the spirit beasts shed tears of humiliation. After returning home, they ate their food guzzlingly and ate their Beastmaster into bankruptcy. He, the beautiful fantasy made Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile foolishly. 2 minutes later, Lin Chuan finally came back to his senses. Looking at his palm, his reincarnation talent, although the consumption is terrible but the effect is too strong, it is simply so terrifying. Hiss, Lin Chuan once again made a contribution to the greenhouse effect environmental protection cause. The beast taming talent of Samsara is really too exaggerated. If such a cheat is not reported or banned, how can others play it and still have fun playing the game? What? Is this plugin mine? Oh, that's okay. Lin Chuan originally didn't plan to participate in the Baby Cup. After all, as a logistical support spirit beast, Hua Ye's racial situation is obvious. Without the initial completion of skill construction, they are totally incomparable to those animals and beasts with strong innate physical strength. But having said that, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't use the past to judge the present. This world is so wonderful. At this moment, Lin Chuan decided that he also wanted to participate in the Baby Cup. Let's start with our own flower leaf cup. Mastery level of photosynthesis, and then rely on your natural talent and unremitting efforts to reach the expert level. Let other friends feel despair. Know what the undead devil is. G-A-G-A-G-A-G-A. He. Not only does he serve as the host, hosting the Huai Cup, but he also participates as a contestant. By then, you will have salary in your left hand and bonus in your right hand. Isn't it wonderful to have both the fish and the bear's paw? Lao Deng has already applied to the Xingyan Federation for hosting the new Beast Tamer competition. I believe there will be no accidents. After all, the situation on the farm is no worse than many corporate stores, especially in terms of environment and venue. With the efficiency of the Xingyan Federation and the active cooperation of the Lin's farm, the Huai Cup will be successfully carried out in a week at the least and half a month at the most. Lin Chuan was in a good mood, with an indescribable anticipation for the day when the Huai Cup would start. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun is already a bit hot at this time, and it is almost time to start photosynthesis to cultivate a solid foundation. However, before that, we have to treat both equally. We can't just give Guogua and not Sakura. We have to increase Sakura's proficiency in photosynthesis. Calculating based on the consumption just now, Lin Chuan estimated that he had a high probability of being able to withstand one more inheritance point increase from photosynthesis. But to be on the safe side, Lin Chuan decided to take a rest first. Lin Chuan set an alarm using the Beast Taming space device on the watch on his left wrist. He closed his eyes and rested for 2 hours. After waking up, he made a cup of coffee and recovered his mental state in a short time. In this way, after confirming that his mental strength was sufficient, Lin Chuan used the inheritance of the beast taming talent reincarnation again. Just like before, Lin Chuan activated the inheritance of reincarnation and placed a leaf of photosynthesis material on Sakura's forehead. The light enveloped the cherry blossom, then slowly penetrated into its body, bringing it into a state of lucid daydream, allowing it to comprehend the fragments of memory within the leaves. However, the final result made Lin Chuan a little silent, which was a little different. When Sakura woke up from the inheritance, its body features did not change much. Unlike Guogua's leaves, which were 2 points larger and became emerald green with a hazy texture of crystal. This situation made Lin Chuan a little hesitant. Could it be that the inheritance had failed? This shouldn't be the case. His head really felt like it was hit hard by a club, which made him dizzy for a while. The consumption of mental energy is obvious. It doesn't make sense to deduct MP and let me take the effect. If this happens, I have to complain. The surface condition of the body does not tell you anything. The key lies in the specific effect of photosynthesis. Lin Chuan immediately asked Sakura to try photosynthesis. The cherry blossom did as it was told, and bits of light gathered on its 2 leaves like stars, sinking into them little by little. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the photosynthesis of the cherry blossoms. In terms of the efficiency of absorbing sunlight, it is much faster than before adding any. The key is to combine sunlight with nutrients and water in the soil and convert them into physical strength and energy. Lin Chuan stared intently at the nutrient soil in the cherry blossom pot, observing its color change, the dark silver turning black little by little. Well, in general, the efficiency of photosynthesis has been improved, proving that his plugin is still effective, but it has not reached the level of Guogua. It is not ordinary level photosynthesis, nor is it mastery level photosynthesis, but a proficiency level between the two. Why is this so? The same inheritance, the same mental energy consumption, the same flowers and leaves, but such different results. Lin Chuan lowered his head in thought. Soon, Lin Chuan thought of 2 reasons. Firstly, Each skill material comes from a different race of spirit beasts, and the quantity, quality, and quality of the related skill memory fragments it carries are different. In addition, the compatibility of this race with YEE is different, so the skill proficiency that can be increased is also different. For example, two spirit beast materials that both have the Iron Claw tearing skill, one of which comes from a tiger spirit beast, and the other comes from an eagle spirit beast. If these two skill materials are passed on to two of the same cat spirit beasts, it is obvious that the cat spirit beast that inherits the tiger skill material will gain more proficiency and the improvement will definitely be greater. The second is the difference in the talents of Guogwa and Sakura. The talent here in the talent tendency does not refer to specific qualifications. In terms of qualifications, for Guogwa and Sakura, who have both received Lin Shuedong's master-level Huai development guide since birth, even if there is a difference, it is definitely not big. The talent here refers to what you are good at. To use humans as an analogy, some people are born with strong sensibility and are good at liberal arts, some are born with strong rational thinking and logic and are good at science, some are good at painting, and some are good at singing. Maybe Guogwa is good at photosynthesis. To extend this further, Guogwa is even better at absorbing, storing, transforming, manipulating, and controlling energy. In contrast, although Sakura is not bad, she is not as good as Guogwa. The fact is just as Lin Chuan guessed. And the second reason accounts for a higher proportion, because the two pieces of photosynthesis skill materials come from the same monster, that is, the tree-shaped monster, and the difference between them is almost negligible. So, what now? There is still one piece of photosynthesis skill material left. Should I continue to give it to Sakura and raise Sakura's photosynthesis proficiency to the mastery level? After a little thought, Lin Chuan denied it in his heart. I've already added points to Guogwa and Sakura respectively, but the final results are different, so there's nothing we can do about it. If it is given to Sakura again, it would be forced fairness. In fact, Lin Chuan was more inclined to give the remaining photosynthesis material to Guogwa. The reason is that Guogwa has already proved that he has a talent in manipulating energy. Since he has a talent advantage, he must further strengthen and develop this advantage. Two skill sets were constructed yesterday, physical and magical. Before this, Lin Chuan was still thinking about which skill set to equip each one. Now it seems that the energy and spell skill construction should belong to Guogwa, then Sakura should be trained for physical skills. Having said that, Lin Chuan's mental strength is almost at its limit at the moment. Even if he wants to add points to Sakura again, he can't do it. If he forces the inheritance and points to be added, he will probably faint on the spot because his mental strength will be drained before he succeeds. Lin Chuan yawned and tried to perk himself up. The sun was shining brightly, and it felt hot on the body. Lin Chuan turned on all the light-collecting mirrors, focusing the sunlight into a small area. He then arranged for Guogwa and Sakura to carry out photosynthesis in it. Of course, he added the training buff of the Heart of the Spirit Wood in advance. After doing all this, Lin Chuan prepared to have a good sleep to restore his mental strength. He moved a lounge chair and a large parasol over. Lin Chuan opened the parasol and put out the lounge chair and just rested here. Why don't you go back to your room and sleep? Of course, that was to stay by Guogwa and Sakura's side and fulfill the responsibilities of a Beastmaster. After closing his eyes, Lin Chuan fell into a deep sleep in less than half a minute. Snoring gradually began to sound. Guogwa and Sakura's perspective. Even though they only have the IQ of a 3 or 4-year-old, and even though Lin Chuan didn't say anything explicitly just now, didn't praise Guogwa, and certainly didn't criticize Hua, the two little ones still sensed something in their hearts. After all, photosynthesis is their innate basic skill, and when they get along with other flower and leaf friends, they often perform photosynthesis together, so they can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. Guogwa felt a little happy, while Sakura was more anxious. So, Sakura worked even harder than before, and went all out to carry out photosynthesis, absorb nutrients to strengthen her roots, accumulate energy, and grow hard in an attempt to catch up with Guogwa. Guogwa will naturally not admit defeat, nor will it give up just because it has a little advantage, so as not to let Sakura catch up with it easily. Although it also became Lin Chuan's initial contracted spirit beast, there must always be a distinction between big sisters and little sisters in this family. From today on, Guogwa will become the big sister of this family. The two little ones started competing with each other, chasing each other, using 100% of their strength and using all their strength to carry out photosynthesis to consolidate their foundation. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark silver color of the nutrient soil in the flower pots where Guagua and Sakura were located quickly turned into black. Of course, Guagua is still a little faster. After all, it is the mastery level of photosynthesis. 1 hour, 2 hours. The time came to 1:30 in the afternoon, the time when the sun is the strongest and hottest in the day, and also the time when photosynthesis is most efficient. Buzz. It sounded like the muffled sound of something colliding and vibrating slightly. Guagua's whole body suddenly shook, and then a strong and dazzling light burst out. At the same time, while still in his sleep, Lin Chuan's body shook inexplicably. It was as if the whole person was soaking in a hot spring or sinking into the deep sea. There was pressure coming from all directions, and a trickle of heat was pressed into his body by the pressure. The heat nourished the cells of his whole body, making Lin Chuan have an indescribable sense of satisfaction, which made him moan in comfort involuntarily in his sleep. Suddenly, Lin Chuan opened his eyes, and with his blurry vision he just caught a glimpse of the last fading light from Guagua's body. His eyes gradually opened wide and his consciousness gradually became clear. Lin Chuan stared at Guagua carefully and found that Guagua's body was a lot bigger than before he went to bed. His skin had become visibly shiny and tough, and his defense ability had obviously improved a lot. The flower pot, which was originally a very suitable size, was now cracked into several cracks and looked like it was about to break. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chuan realized something. Any demon or spirit beast in nature, once it reaches adulthood, will develop an extraordinary organ called an energy core in its body. The core of a monster is called a magic core, and the core of a spirit beast is called a spirit core. In fact, they are essentially the same thing. With a spirit core, a spirit beast can manipulate the use of attribute energy more easily. Spirit beasts in their infancy and growth stages that have not yet condensed their spirit cores are usually referred to as level 0 by the people. Judging from the situation just now, it is obvious that Guagua has broken through from level 0 to level 1 and has successfully condensed a spirit core in his body. Moreover, Guagua's advancement just now gave him energy feedback. When a spirit beast grows and improves, especially when it undergoes transformation and evolution, it will feed back some of its energy to the Beastmaster. This is the only legitimate way for the Beastmaster to improve his or her Beastmaster level and the level of his or her Beastmaster talent. Well, to say it is the only one is a bit absolute. There are still some unconventional ways, such as some rare treasures. However, such situations are too rare and can be considered a great opportunity. For ordinary Beastmasters, obtaining growth feedback from spirit beasts is the only correct way to become extraordinary. As for how much energy can be fed back, it is determined by many factors such as attributes and racial bonds. Lin Chuan kept looking at his palms from front to back, and clenched his fists. He was not sure how much he had improved just now. After all, it was just the feedback of breaking through from level 0 to level 1, and Guagua was only a spirit beast of the middle bloodline of the soldier level, so the feedback improvement he got should not be too great. Since you are not sure, just test it. Although there are no special instrument standards from the Beastmaster Association for measuring the energy intensity in spirit beasts, the farm does have instruments for Hua Ye's physical examinations, including one for measuring energy intensity. Lin Chuan hurried over to get it. There is a small electronic screen on the simple device that looks like a flashlight. You only need to input your own energy into it to preliminarily detect the energy intensity and thus judge the strength. Lin Chuan tested himself first. The tester made a slight sound and the electronic screen displayed level 3, which is zero order level 3. The upgrade from the initial level 1 to level 3 was pretty good. Lin Chuan was neither disappointed nor too surprised, and looked calm as if it was his expected progress. The energy fed back by the spirit beast will give the Beastmaster an overall improvement. Depending on the spirit beast, the promotion received by the Beastmaster will also have different tendencies. For example, if you contract a spirit beast that is famous for its strength and physique, when the spirit beast's improvement breakthrough feeds back energy to the Beastmaster's physical fitness and strength will be improved more than others such as agility and spirit. Some rare spiritual beasts can also feed back to the Beastmaster other alternative effects such as improved memory until they eventually become photographic memories. As for Huai, the special improvement brought by the breakthrough to the Beastmaster is the self-healing recovery ability. Later, Lin Chuan used a tester to test Guogua and Sakura respectively. Guogua is level 11, which is more professionally and scientifically described as level 1, while Sakura is level 8, level 0 and level 8. The tester is not standard, but it should be pretty good. Compared to the indifference about his own improvement just now, the upgrade progress of Guogua and Sakura made Lin Chuan smile with satisfaction. Including yesterday and today, isn't it a bit exaggerated to have such an improvement in just 2 days? No, it's not an exaggeration at all. You have to know that he spent a lot of money to buy nutrient soil and nutrient water, plus the scorching summer sun gathered by the light-collecting mirror, the cultivation acceleration buff of the second-level spirit tree heart, the mastery and skilled photosynthesis, and the fact that Guogua and Sakura themselves are in the most suitable growth period for rapid development and becoming stronger. With so many factors combined, it is reasonable to achieve such progress in just 2 days. This also indirectly proves that Guogua and Sakura are working very hard and not being lazy even a little bit. Very good, all worked hard, very good. Lin Chuan touched Guogua and Sakura's little heads as a reward and showed the loving smile of an old father. At this time, the beast-controlling space device on Lin Chuan's wristwatch lit up. It was a phone call. Lin Chuan picked up the phone. It was a call from the courier. Well, it was to deliver a newbie gift package. Without further ado, Lin Chuan said he was at home, waiting for him impatiently. So, within 10 minutes, a Beastmaster riding an iron-feathered eagle dropped from the sky and delivered the package. After checking the recipient's Beastmaster ID card and confirming receipt, the courier soared into the sky on the iron-feathered eagle without waiting for Lin Chuan to say anything polite, apparently to deliver other novice gift packages. Looking at the courier flying away and turning into a tiny dot on the horizon, Lin Chuan sighed in his heart. In the recent period, these couriers must be working overtime like crazy. After all, every graduating beast tamer must be given a novice gift package. Retracting his gaze, Lin Chuan looked at his novice gift pack. It was a beautifully packaged gift box with a greeting card attached to it. A sentence was written in extremely gorgeous and beautiful handwriting. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Chuan for becoming a Beastmaster. May Mr. Lin Chuan's journey as a Beastmaster be smooth and his military fortune flourish. Sincerely from the Beastmaster Association. Satisfaction means that the Beastmaster Association has won the love of the general public because of its behavior. Even if it fails to successfully embark on the path of a Beastmaster and becomes an ordinary person and a cog in this society, most people will not have any objections. After putting away the greeting card and removing the ribbon, Lin Chuan couldn't help but rub his hands nervously as he looked at the gift box that only had the last thin layer of paper left to be completely opened. He filled in 2 beast taming talents, the second-level Spirit Wood Heart and the first-level Skill Master, which makes him quite a talent. He also made initial contracts with 2 flower leaves. Presumably, all this data is recorded by the Beast Tamer Association. I wonder what kind of novice gift package the Beast Tamer Association will give him for a situation like his. Lin Chuan specially washed his hands and face, and asked Guogua and Sakura to suspend photosynthesis and come together to open the blind box. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan opened a corner of the novice gift pack. Guogua and Inghua each grabbed one side and pulled it upwards with force. The novice gift pack has been opened. An exquisite glass jar is embedded in it. In the jar, there was an extremely bright white flower floating in midair, flashing with a mystical light. This is... Lin Chuan frowned and was unable to recognize it for a moment, until he saw a small piece of paper stuffed in the corner of the gift box. He took the paper out and saw that it was written on it. Lily Orchid. It is also known as the fairy flower among the people. It is the most essential flower that falls off when the spirit animal flower fairy dies naturally. After opening the can, the effective shelf life is 2 months. Hua Yi, wearing Hua Lingling will help her growth, and has a high probability of comprehending the skill sweet fragrance, a small probability of comprehending aromatherapy, and an extremely small probability of comprehending skills such as rosemary fantasy fragrance. During the validity period, crush the lily orchid and mix it with other materials to make flower fertilizer, which can be absorbed by the flowers and leaves. It can help the flowers and leaves to improve the quality of their blood to a certain extent. Note, the effect of breaking through bloodline quality is only effective for Hua Ye, not for Hua Lingling. Lily orchid, this is the scientific name in the field of spiritual animal research. However, Lin Chuan still thinks that the name commonly known as the fairy flower is more vivid and better sounding. Take out the glass jar containing the fairy flower but don't open it. If you open it, the shelf life will start to expire. Holding it in his hand, Lin Chuan observed it carefully. Putting aside other things, it looks really good. Of course, the key is its effect. The first is to assist growth, the second is to comprehend skills, and the third is to break through the upper limit of bloodline quality. TSK, Lin Chuan smacked his lips, somewhat unhappy. If other new beast tamers received a newbie gift package like this, they would be so happy that they would fly with joy. The stuff was very good, worthy of the reputation of the Beastmaster Association for its generosity and thoughtfulness, but for Lin Chuan, it was just that, because the three abilities of the fairy flower were almost all covered by his own situation. The first is to assist growth. Except for those legendary monsters, dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, which are spiritual beasts with extraordinary bloodlines, the growth rate of ordinary spiritual beasts is limited. Even if a Beastmaster has a high talent for beast taming, even at the 5th, 6th, or even 7th level, and uses the best resources for support, it is impossible to break through this limit. Hua Yi is a spirit beast of medium bloodline soldier rank, with nutrient soil, nutrient water, the heart of the spirit tree, and mastery level photosynthesis. Lin Chuan judged based on the research data accumulated by his old master over the past 30 years that Guoguo's growth rate has almost reached its limit, and Sakura will definitely make up for it in the next few days. Therefore, the first effect of the fairy flower is of no use to him. The second effect is to comprehend skills. This is even more regrettable. His inheritance of reincarnation can be learned 100%. There is no need to rely on probability, human character, and the comprehension of spiritual beasts like the fairy flower. Finally break through the upper limit of bloodline quality. Speaking of this, we have to mention another effect of his reincarnation. Reincarnation of samsara, he hasn't used this talent effect yet. The inheritance is so exaggerated, how bad can the effect of reincarnation be? After reincarnation, the degree of breaking through the upper limit of blood quality will definitely be higher than using Lily Orchid, but at present Lin Chuan cannot use the reincarnation of reincarnation. First of all, his mental strength was insufficient. Lin Chuan had an inexplicable sense that he had to wait until his Beastmaster level reached level 10 and broke through stage 1 before he would have enough mental strength to use the reincarnation of samsara. Secondly, neither Gogo nor Sakura have grown to a suitable level for reincarnation. This is like some time travel and reincarnation novels. A big man who is familiar with history books and masters all kinds of scientific and civil knowledge has achieved great results through time travel and reincarnation, or is it a time travel and reincarnation of a child who has just learned to walk? Obviously, it's the former. Without some accumulation, even if you are reincarnated, your ultimate achievements will be limited. In the same way, Lin Chuan does not require Guogua and Sakura to reach their limit before reincarnating them, but at least they need to grow to a certain height and have enough accumulation before reincarnation. At that time, the effects of reincarnation will be significant, and only then can we break through the upper limit of bloodline. Maybe we can take a big step from the middle level of soldier to the middle or even upper level of general level in one go. With such a foundation, and then evolving to Hua Lingling, until the final Hua Lingling, I am afraid that it will not be weaker than those monarch level and king level spiritual beasts. Let's get back to the point. To Lin Chuan, this fairy flower is actually a bit useless. If possible, Lin Chuan would rather exchange this fairy flower directly for the equivalent star rock coin. Of course, Lin Chuan was just thinking about it. Money can be earned, but the fairy flower is a high-level resource that cannot be easily purchased even with money. Yes, that's right, the fairy flower is exactly the kind of restricted resource that requires the authority of a professional beast tamer to purchase. Although the fairy flower is useless, it is not completely useless to Lin Chuan. Sweet fragrance, aromatherapy, and rosemary fantasy fragrance, these are the three skills that can be learned with probability. Lin Chuan estimates that he should be able to use his talent of reincarnation inheritance to give them to Guogua and Sakura for additional learning. In other words, for him, this fairy flower is also a skill material, a skill book, and a thick advanced skill book. It contains at least 3 skills: sweet fragrance, aromatherapy, and rosemary fragrance. As for whether there are other skills, Lin Chuan doesn't know. Lin Chuan put the glass jar away and prepared to wait and see for 2 more days. Wait a few days until Sakura reaches level 1 and see if we can discover Sakura's strengths, just like Guogua is good at energy manipulation. If so, we can adjust the training details according to the situation. As for the general direction, it will remain unchanged for the time being. At the same time, Lin Chuan also plans to try to study the fairy flower in the next 2 days. Since fairy flowers can be crushed and used as fertilizer, can the petals be separated one by one and the skills contained in them be separated one by one? This will definitely make it much easier to pass on the skills. If the entire fairy flower was used as skill material for inheritance, Lin Chuan felt that with his current mental strength he would most likely not be able to withstand the consumption. By then, it would not be a hammer that made him dizzy, but a hammer that would make his head burst into pieces, turning him into a vegetable on the spot. The sun sets and night falls. With Lin Chuan calling for a stop, Guogua and Yinghua finished their training for today. Lin Chuan carefully checked the condition of the 2 little ones. Since Guogua broke through to the first level, he has seen comprehensive improvements in both physical fitness and other aspects. Even though Guogua hasn't learned any damaging skills yet, Lin Chuan can't beat it just by relying on strength and agility. If Guogua goes all out, its short, round and cute little fat hands can split green bricks. It can only be said that this is a spiritual beast that can easily do things that humans can't do. Even plant-type auxiliary spiritual beasts have such power, not to mention those animal and beast spiritual beasts. Tearing steel apart with their bare hands is like a piece of cake. Then there is Sakura, who has not yet reached the first level. Lin Chuan said that if he tries his best, he can still defeat Sakura. So much for the physical examination. According to the progress, Lin Chuan was thinking in his mind. Guogua can now start basic advanced training to improve strength, physique, and agility. As for the cherry blossoms, they will have to continue eating dirt. Speaking of which, since Guogua and Yinghua were competing with each other today, chasing each other and using all their strength to photosynthesize, they are obviously a lot fatter than yesterday, and their body weight density is also increasing rapidly. Lin Chuan estimates that he can still hold them today, but it will be difficult tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. There was nothing to do today, so Lin Chuan let Guogua and Yinghua move freely and have fun on their own. Immediately, Guogua and Yinghua ran away and went to play with their friends Huai on the farm. The sun hasn't completely set yet, and the horizon is filled with red clouds. After a while, Lin Chuan saw a group of chubby little Huai, including his Guogua and Yinghua, chasing and playing in the afterglow of the setting sun. Their shadows were very long and they looked so happy. Such a cute scene made the macho Lin Chuan feel soft-hearted and he smiled warmly and contentedly. Well, it's almost time. I ordered some takeout and plan to start working after dinner. What job? Of course, it is to write a plan for the baby cup. Well, if there is time left, then do research on the fairy flower. Just as Lin Chuan was sitting on a small bench, watching the children playing and eating the delicious takeout, Lin Xuedong rushed back with good news. Today, Lao Deng said that he first went to the town government, then to the Beast Tamer Association, and some other related departments, and he was busy all the time. Finally, he completed all the necessary documents and procedures for applying to host the new Beast Tamer competition. As for the result, of course the application was approved. After all, the farm's environmental and site conditions are so good, much better than some corporate shopping malls. Lin Xuedong handed the document in his hand to Lin Chuan, and picked up the unopened fast food box next to him and started eating. The competition for new Beastmasters hosted by Lin's farm is called the Huai Cup. The competition lasts for 3 days. The champion will receive a prize of 400,000, the runner-up will receive 200,000, the third place will receive 100,000, and all participants will receive a small gift worth 10,000 star rock coins provided by Lin's farm. The specific start time is July 13th. That is, 10 days later. Time is a bit tight, but we should be able to make it in time. Lin Chuan murmured, estimating in his mind. Currently, Guogua and Sakura have no defense or damage skills. However, within 10 days, with the terrifying effect of the inheritance of reincarnation, the skill set should be initially constructed and combat effectiveness should be formed. After finishing dinner quickly, Lin Chuan simply cleaned up, took a shower, and started writing the plan for the Huai Cup. It's not difficult. For Lin Chuan, who inherited the expert planning skills from his previous life, writing a qualified plan is simple. even if it's not excellent or perfect. However, Lin Chuan is not prepared to deal with it casually. The success or failure of the Huai Cup is directly related to how much rice he can earn and how much money he can have to support the cultivation of guagua and sakura. This was related to the entrance examination 3 months later. If all went well, his chances of being admitted to one of the 8 universities would greatly increase. During this period, large and small competitions for new beast tamers will be held in cities across the Xingyan Federation, and even several such competitions will be held in the same city at the same time. Things are valuable because they are scarce, and vice versa. The more you have something, the less value it has. The same goes for the baby cup. Big companies and factories don't have to worry about no one watching the baby cup. They can make a lot of money just by selling tickets. However, the Huai Cup that Lin's farm applied to host can only be regarded as a small competition for new Beastmasters. This kind of small baby cup usually doesn't receive much attention, and there won't even be many powerful new Beastmasters participating. After all, the prize money is relatively small. Unless you win the championship, the income of the runner-up and third place will not be much more than the task of refreshing people. 3 months is a limited time. New Beastmasters who are capable, ambitious, and confident will naturally choose to participate in the large baby cup with more prize money. Even the top 16 can get a lot of prize money. Normally, only those novice Beastmasters who happen to live nearby and want to take part in the refreshing mission without any trouble will come to participate in the small baby cup. Therefore, what Lin Chuan has to do now is to perfect the plan as much as possible, and attract as many audiences and contestants as possible to the Huai Cup. It would be even better if he could create a hot topic and attract reporters and anchors. In this way, he can get more gold coins. So, what should we do? Lin Chuan pondered. In less than a moment, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, a smile appeared on his face, and he had an idea. In fact, it doesn't require any complicated operations. It can't be as good as the large baby cup, but it just needs to be more attractive than other small baby cups. After all, the large baby cup is not held all the time. The competition process of the large baby cup often lasts for a week or even longer. It only needs a small focus, generate topics, and catch people's attention, that's it. By the way, although the world of Kanglan Blue Star is very technologically advanced, it is much worse than Blue Star in terms of entertainment. If this wasn't a world of extraordinary beast-taming civilization, a world where personal power could reach the sky, beast tamer would be a truly promising profession. Lin Chuan really wanted to be a copycat porter and move some good things from his previous life over, so that at least he could become an entertainment king. Unfortunately, being an entertainment king is useless in this world. It is useless even if you can sing and rap. You are not as good as a leg hair of a professional beast tamer. If you have that time to be a plagiarist, it is far better to cultivate spiritual beasts honestly. If you become a professional beast tamer, you will have everything. Only if you cannot become a professional beast tamer will you consider other jobs. Let's get back to the topic. Regarding the idea that Lin Chuan just thought of, to be precise, it was not Lin Chuan's idea. Rather, they are some classic internet hot topics that come from fragments of memories from previous lives. They are not good stuff, but they are funny enough to attract attention, and will definitely attract many curious viewers and contestants. July 10, 2233 in the Gregorian calendar of the Star Rock Federation. There are only 3 days left before the Huai Cup officially starts. Staff from the federal government and the Beast Tamer Association had already come to the Lin's farm and marked out the area to set up a competition venue. As the host and organizer, Lin's farm is responsible for other matters. For example, prepare the audience area, build some stalls for snacks, drinks and jellies, and set up a small shop selling farm specialty products. However, the most important thing is to attract audiences and contestants, and only talented new Beastmasters can attract more high-quality audiences and even reporters and anchors. For example, if a well-known talented beast tamer from a class in a certain college comes to participate in this competition, it is inevitable that some of his classmates will also come to participate or watch the game. Even his teacher will come to watch the game, and even attract reporters and anchors. Wouldn't this increase consumption? Of course, while taking charge of these, Lin Chuan also did not forget to provide special training to Guagua and Sakura. Sakura finally reached level 1 4 days ago and is now level 12. It also brought a wave of energy feedback to Lin Chuan, allowing Lin Chuan's Beastmaster level to reach level 4. His physical fitness has been enhanced, and the gap from the initial time can be clearly felt, especially his self-healing ability. Not only physical self-healing, but also mental recovery ability has been enhanced. Before, the photosynthesis of inheriting a basic skill would cost Lin Chuan half his life, and he had to rest for half an hour. Now he only needs to rest for 10 minutes to fight again. Guogua has reached level 14, and her progress is almost caught up by Sakura. It's not that Guogua didn't work hard, but that he had passed the rapid development period and had a solid foundation. Moreover, just like upgrading characters in online games, the higher you go, the harder it is. If he wants to make further progress, he will need more time for training, more and higher level resources, and of course, the tempering of battle. Now, let's talk about skills. It's not that only the Beast Tamer Association has beast taming stores that sell various spirit beast materials. It's just that the stores in the Beast Tamer Association's business district are more formal and have richer sources of goods. Excluding these, there are actually beast taming stores everywhere. You can find 2 on any street, and low-level spirit beast materials are everywhere. In the past few days, Lin Chuan visited dozens of beast taming shops and bought many spiritual beast materials that had the ability to trigger the inheritance of reincarnation and inherit skills. Most of these are skills that Hua Ye can use, and there are even 2 materials that Lin Chuan does not have in his construction. He had not originally planned to let Hua Ye learn them, but they are very rare skills, and Lin Chuan came across them by luck. He was worried that he would miss this opportunity, so he bought them all. These 2 skills, one is Shaking Fist, the other is Nonsense. The former Shaking Fist is a light attribute skill, which has the effect of causing physical damage while confusing the enemy. To put it simply, it is like hitting your head with a little fist. The latter is a skill of demonic nature, which can generally only be learned by Fox Clan spirit beasts and some other special spirit beasts. The effect is to arouse the opponent's emotions through words, and produce various emotions according to the content of the words, including joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, thereby undermining the opponent's reason and defensibility. In this way, Lin Chuan's skill material library was enriched. However, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Lin Chuan would not use something immediately when he saw something good, but would follow the originally planned cultivation plan step by step. In addition to photosynthesis, variegated leaves have 2 other innate basic skills, taking root and growing. The effect of rooting is to restore physical strength and slightly strengthen defense. The effect of growth is to slightly enhance overall capabilities, including attack, defense, agility, etc. At present, Lin Chuan has added these innate basic skills of Huai to Guogua and Sakura. The photosynthesis of Guogua and Sakura has been increased to expert level. As for why they were not raised to the master level, it was not that Lin Chuan did not want to, but Guogua and Sakura themselves could not reach the master level. The medium blood quality of the soldier level limited their upper limit. However, expert level photosynthesis is sufficient. Rooting and growth. Due to insufficient skill materials, Guogua's rooting has reached the mastery level and the growth is only at the proficiency level. Sakura is the opposite, with proficiency level rooting and mastery level growth. However, with the help of expert level photosynthesis, I believe that few novice Beastmaster spirit beasts can defeat Guogua Sakura. Even the children of aristocratic families would say what a blood cow if they meet her. Well, Guogua Sakura is not that tough. After all, they haven't learned the defensive skills yet. Their defense is not very strong and can be easily broken. However, their health bars grow long and thick with the continuous improvement of nutrient soil, nutrient water, and the 3 innate basic skills. Their self-healing ability is terrifying. Finally, there is the real means of attack and consumption. So far, Inghua has learned the entry-level poison powder and the entry-level demonic words through inheritance. Yes. Lin Chuan never thought that Inghua could learn it and was qualified to learn it. Guogua didn't even have the qualifications to learn it, not to mention learning it. She couldn't even activate the ability of reincarnation inheritance. So, what weird way has Sakura's talent gone astray? Guogua still has 0 attack skills. It's not that there are no skill materials, but that the attributes are not suitable. He is not qualified to learn Yayan Luanyu, and the other skills will probably be abandoned after learning. There is no need to learn for the sake of skill attack range like other Beastmaster spirit beasts. Anyway, he is going for extreme survival and milk shield consumption. As long as there is damage, it's fine as long as it can scrape the skin. So Lin Chuan thought about it and gave up. When he reaches level 5, he will have enough mental strength to pass on to Guogua a fruit bomb that matches its attributes and energy talent. It will probably not take a few days, and then it will be done in one step. However, Lin Chuan did pass on a lot of combat experience to Guogua, which came from a piece of hard keratin skin, probably the material of a certain fighting spirit beast. There was no skill inheritance, but it could also allow Lin Chuan's reincarnation talent to be sensed. The memory fragments were from countless fighting training in the martial arts training ground. Although they were basically memory fragments of being beaten like sandbags, it proved that the owner of this material did not have good qualifications and talent. These fighting skills may not be able to be used to fight against spiritual beasts that have been nurtured by Beastmasters for 1 or 2 years, but they should be no problem against babies that have been nurtured for about a week. Well, the above are almost all of Lin Chuan's training content in this week. In short, with the double talent plugin, Guogua and Sakura have completed the initial construction and are qualified to compete with any other babies. Well, it should be said that it was a crushing defeat. Perhaps only the spirit beasts of those who came from beast taming families could defeat Guogua and Sakura. Babies from ordinary families would probably feel so sick that they would want to vomit when they saw Guogua and Sakura. This is the end of the topic about cultivation. Next is the pre-match warm-up for the Baby Cup. Ordinary publicity has been going on. Lin Xuedong and the farm employees have been handing out flyers on the streets these days, while Lin Chuan is making a promotional video. He is preparing to do something cool, something that does not exist in this world. On this day, there were still 3 days before the Huai competition started and 6 hours before the final registration deadline. A promotional video about the Lin's Farm Huai Cup New Beast Tamer competition was posted on the promotional website of the Tianshang Town branch of the Beast Tamer Association. At first, it was a beautiful pastoral scene, which was very nice. Then, Yi was doing morning exercises in neat rows like primary school students in the morning light. The babbling sounds and silly movements were so cute that they attracted the attention of countless girls, and even some Sigma tough guys were melted by them. Then, there is the farm-themed competition venue. Although it is not as formal and exquisite as the large baby cup, it also has a unique flavor. At this moment, the video suddenly changes perspective. From far to near, it comes to the middle of the competition venue, where there is a boy wearing black overalls, with a middle-parted hairstyle, holding a basketball. On the left and right of the boy there was a Yi wearing sunglasses and looking very arrogant. The boy grabbed the basketball and spun it on his fingertips. The next moment, he moved. I'm Lin Chuan, a new Beastmaster who has been training for 2.5 years. I'm good at singing and dancing rap. I'm here, waiting for your challenge. Guogua, if you are a brother, come and chop me. Sakura, talking nonsense. Oh. If you don't come, you're a little dog. The entertainment industry requires an environment, just like the blue planet in the previous life. First of all, there must be a stable country and society. Secondly, there must be a group of people who have nothing to do and have nothing to do. Only in this way can the entertainment industry have the soil to survive and develop. In the world of Kanglan Star, Lin Chuan didn't know about other human countries. After all, he had never been abroad, and the network communications of various countries were separated by walls. Only a small amount of information was transmitted and the truth could not be discerned. But as far as the Xingyan Federation was concerned, it was still very stable and safe. However, there were not many people in the Xingyan Federation who had nothing to do. Or it could be said that the human society in this world did not have such a situation. Those who had spare time and money after eating were basically used to cultivate pets. After all, this was an extraordinary road. If you really embarked on it, you could have the most basic longevity and eternal youth, which was still very attractive. Therefore, the Blue Star is destined to never develop a thriving entertainment industry like the Blue Star in the previous life, and even give rise to all kinds of strange and incomprehensible circle cultures. Here, the entertainment industry has no future and no fan base. Nevertheless, despite the lack of prospects and fan base, when it comes to effectiveness, it still has some effect. At least according to other people's comments, Lin Chuan's promotional video is very unique, attracts people's attention, and makes people who watch it want to laugh from the bottom of their hearts. Those overalls, that middle-parted hairstyle, and those exaggerated dance moves. If he doesn't smile, he must have been professionally trained. Then, here comes the key. The key to this video is not Lin Chuan's styling and exaggerated dance, but the last two cute calls of Guagua and Sakura. To humans, it is a very cute sound, and many girls and tough guys posted comments saying that their girlish hearts have melted. However, in the ears of their spirit beasts, it is different. Especially Sakura, who used seductive words to shout out, "If you don't come, you're a little dog." Although it was just a video file and was across the screen, it still had an effect on many baby spirit beasts. Most of the spiritual beasts are pure and innocent, except for a very small number that mingle in human social circles, such as the deputy director of the security department of the Beast Tamer Association branch in Tianshang Town. Other spiritual beasts, especially those in their infancy and growth period whose IQ is not yet fully developed, are truly naive babies. If you praise them for being cute, handsome and strong, they will be very happy, especially when their Beastmasters praise them. They will be so happy that they will roll around in the beast taming space. On the contrary, if you say that they are not good, they will quickly become sad and disappointed, and cry. But if you jump in the face and sneer at them, saying they are thin dogs, then... Room 707, Building 8, Xinshin Community, Hubin East Road, Tianshang Town. A family named Sun lives here. There is nothing much to say about the parents and elders of this family. They are just ordinary people. It is worth mentioning that their child, a girl named Sun Yinin, is 16 years old this year and has just come of age. She has above-average looks, with healthy yellowish skin and a neat ponytail. She is neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In short, in terms of appearance, she is just an ordinary girl. Although she looks like this, Sun Yinin's talent as a Beastmaster is truly extraordinary. Through the awakening ceremony, she awakened the third-level beast taming talent, Wolf King Blood, which has the effect of increasing the growth rate of wolf-type spirit beasts in cultivation and their ferocity in battle, improving their attack and speed, and making the spirit beasts immune to some weakening effects. The third-level beast taming talent is definitely top-notch and rare among ordinary people. What's more, it is the blood of the Wolf King. The effect is not that strong, but wolf-like spirit beasts usually have very high potential. Because of her outstanding talent, Sun Yinin naturally wanted to have a higher starting point and a better initial spirit beast. She wanted to save more money to go to another region to buy a spirit beast. However, due to family reasons, Sun Yinin's parents were unable to raise enough money to go to another region, and finally they could only go to the Tianshang Town breeding base to get it for free. As a result, Sun Yinin arrived late, leaving only a golden werewolf who was picked out by other new Beastmasters because of depression. It looked like a husky with a human-like dog head and a height of about 1 meter. With no other choice, Sun Yinin had to contract this golden werewolf and named it Dayan. There is no special meaning, it's just that Sun Yinin wants to establish a Yinsher family. She has decided to name her second spirit beast Aryan. Let's get back to the topic. When Sun Yinin brought the golden werewolf home, after a short period of getting to know it, she found out that the reason why her golden werewolf was depressed was because it had an extraordinary talent. Dayan has mastered a skill that no other golden werewolf could possibly master. It is this skill that causes Dayan to often suffer from stomachaches, physical discomfort, and insomnia and poor appetite. This skill is the Flame Fist. From a common-sense perspective, it is impossible for the golden werewolf to master the Flaming Fist. Because the golden werewolf is a spirit beast with gold attributes, and the Flame Fist is a skill with fire attributes, and fire overcomes gold. However, there are always those in this world who are gifted or who, due to coincidence, have accomplished things that would be impossible under normal circumstances, and Dayan is one of them. Sun Yinin studies at the No. 5 Beastmaster Middle School in Tianshang Town. The No. 5 here does not refer to the ranking of teaching quality, but to the order of the time when the school was founded. If we really talk about the quality of teaching, the 5th Beast Taming Middle School is barely better than the other middle schools, because the founder of the school is a superboss who is very, very rich. He provides the 5th Beast Taming Middle School with many benefits that other Beast Taming Middle Schools do not have, such as the Spirit Beast Summer Camp, and exchange student cooperation with other large urban colleges, which are not available at the other Beast Taming Academies in the town. Even in such a school environment, Sun Yinin's theoretical knowledge scores were among the best in the whole grade, and she was always in the top 10 of the grade. She also awakened the third-level beast taming talent and contracted the gifted Da'in. Sun Yinin's journey as a beast tamer was smooth sailing. More importantly, when Sun Yinin was doing the rookie mission, she passed by a wasteland and hit a stone. She picked it up and found out it was a fossil of a spirit beast. Although it was useless, it had great research value, so she sold it to a research institute specializing in the study of spiritual beast fossils and earned 1 million star rock coins. The day before yesterday, Sun Yinin took Dayan to participate in the small baby cup held by the community supermarket in the park and won the championship, receiving a prize of 300,000 star rock coins. In summary, Sun Yinin's start as a beast tamer was simply amazing, as if she had been given the main character's script. This caused Sun Yinin to feel a little dizzy. In a word, she doesn't know what an opponent is. The spirit beasts of other people of the same age were just like noobs and were taken away by Dayan's claws. At this moment, Sun Yinin was browsing the web forum of the Beastmaster Association. Since the start was so smooth, Sun Yinin no longer planned to take the safe development route originally planned, that is, to refresh the mission. Since there is such a big advantage, she must take advantage of the opportunity to snowball. She plans to make money by playing the baby cup, and fight to support the war. With an invincible momentum, she entered the entrance examination 3 months later, and successfully entered the 8 universities. There have been many competitions for rookie Beastmasters recently. Sun Yinin's first choice is the large baby cup, which has huge prize money and can win a lot of prize money even if it reaches the top 16. Unfortunately, not every city holds a large-scale baby cup. At least Tianshang Town does not have a large-scale baby cup, so she needs to go to the higher-level city to participate. The second choice is the small or medium-sized baby cups that are closer to home and offer more bonuses. In this way, Sun Yinin read through the various baby cup promotional information, competition time, scale, prize money, and other information on the Beastmaster Association's web forum at a glance. Just then, a baby cup promotional video came into Sun Yinin's sight. Tianshang Town, Donghe Suburb, Lin's Farm, Huai Cup. The competition starts on July 13th, and the registration deadline is 6 hours. The prize money for the competition is 400,000 for the champion, 200,000 for the runner-up, and 100,000 for the third place. Each contestant will receive a small gift worth 10,000 star rock coins provided by Lin's Farm. Sun Yinin nodded slightly. From this point of view, the situation of the Mosaic Leaf Cup is not bad. It is close to home and the prize money is also good among small baby cups, so it is included as an alternative. So, Sun Yinin clicked on the video and prepared to take a closer look at the promotional video of the Huai Cup. The video starts. First of all, there was the beautiful pastoral scenery. Sun Yinin nodded secretly, thinking that she hadn't seen the suburban scenery for a long time, and it would be nice to go for a picnic and see the scenery. Then, Yi was doing morning exercises in neat rows like primary school students in the morning light. The babbling sounds and silly movements made Sun Yinin addicted to it. Da'in was developing smoothly, so Sun Yinin had already started planning to contract a second Da'in. Yi, a typical logistical support type spirit beast, was among her candidates. Well, there was another reason to participate in the competition. She could go and see what the Yi there was like. If possible, she could discuss with the farm owner whether she could contract a suitable Yi there. Then, there is the farm-themed competition venue. Although not as formal and exquisite as the large baby cup, it also has a unique flavor. In particular, tall trees have been transplanted in the 4 corners of the competition venue. The branches extending in all directions cover half of the competition venue. Such a unique competition environment makes Sun Yinin look forward to it even more. At this time, the perspective of the video suddenly moved from far to near and came to the middle of the competition venue, where there was a young man wearing black overalls, with a middle-parted hairstyle, holding a basketball in his hand. On the left and right of the boy there was a Yi wearing sunglasses and looking very arrogant. Grabbing the basketball in his hand, the boy spins it on his fingertips. The next moment, he moved. Watching the boy's awkward dance in the video and listening to his self-introduction as a new beast tamer who had been practicing for 2.5 years, Sun Yinin was stunned and then couldn't help laughing. This guy is really funny. It would be very interesting to have him as an opponent. Just at this time, the two flowery cats beside the boy made a babbling sound, which was very cute. This sound made Sun Enin happy again, and she wanted a flowery cat to be her second een even more. Dayan, what do you think? Sun Enin wanted to ask Dayan's opinion to see if Dayan liked the spirit beast Hua Ye. She was afraid that if she really contracted Hua Ye as her second spirit beast, Dayan would have conflicts with the other party. Conflicts between contracted spirit beasts were the last thing a Beastmaster wanted to see. However, before Sun Enin finished asking the question, boom! The golden werewolf named Dayan jumped onto the table, and with its flaming fist, it punched through Sun Enin's computer screen, leaving a hole that emitted black smoke. Sun Enin was stunned and stood there in a daze. What's going on? Where am I? Dayan, no one is allowed to do that. Call me a little dog again. Because it ate little and didn't sleep enough, it grew relatively thin and was often bullied by the circle of golden wolf friends at the breeding base. After all, wolves are not as gentle as Hua Yi. They are basically active, lively, naughty, and mischievous, and have a strong sense of competition among the same species. While being bullied, Dayan was also called a thin dog by other golden werewolves. The word thin dog is a forbidden zone in Dayan's heart that cannot be touched. Woof, woof, woof. Woof. After coming to her senses and seeing the broken computer screen, Dayan hurriedly explained to Sun Enin. Although I can't directly understand Dayan's howls and barks, after all, we have established a contract and can feel Dayan's feelings to a certain extent. Sun Enin could feel the pent-up anger and the strong sense of competition. Such a strong will to fight. It seems that this battle must be fought. Lin Chuan. I hope your strength is as unique as your dancing. Don't let my Dayan knock you out with one punch. Lin's farm. Lin Chuan was adding some food to Guogua and Inghua at the moment, when suddenly, he sneezed. Who is cursing me behind my back? Lin Chuan muttered to himself. He had an instinctive feeling that he was being stared at by something strange, but the threat was not great, so Lin Chuan shook his head and didn't take it seriously. Lin Chuan withdrew his attention and returned his gaze to Guogua and Sakura in front of him. Just now he went to the Beastmaster Association's business district for another stroll. Fortunately, Lin Chuan found a set of rooting and a set of growth skill materials, which were just enough to supplement Guogua and Sakura, increasing Guogua's proficiency in growth and Sakura's proficiency in rooting. The result was within Lin Chuan's expectations. Guogua's growth broke through from the skilled level to the proficient level, and Sakura's rooting also broke through from the skilled level to the proficient level. Although it was expected, Lin Chuan was still very happy. He immediately ordered a family bucket of cuckoo chicken to reward himself. He then used a blender to grind the leftover bones into residue and mixed it with the nutrient soil of Guogua and Inghua for them to have a taste as well. In this way, Guogua and Sakura's three innate basic skills, photosynthesis, rooting, and growth have reached the levels of expert, proficient, and proficient respectively. Lin Chuan rubbed Guogua and Sakura's heads. Because of growth and advanced transformation, the wooden skin of Guogua and Sakura has become firm and smooth. The feel is much better than before, and the QQ bounce is so pleasing to the touch. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand reluctantly. Although Guogua and Inghua were babbling and wanted Lin Chuan to continue patting their heads to reward them, Lin Chuan knew it was enough. If he continued to pat them, he would not have the heart to do anything else. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the light on his watch flashed, and Lin Chuan took Guogua and Sakura back to the beast-controlling space, while revealing a sincere smile. The two little cuties' bodies became hard again. Alas, I really mourn for our opponents in the Huai Cup. Come on, don't be like this, even if you're cheating you still have to abide by the basic law, okay? How can other babies feel when they have so much blood? Hit them with their heads. 3 days passed in a flash. The Lin's Farm Flower and Leaf Cup has officially begun. Perhaps the promotional video produced by Lin Chuan was really something special and attracted a lot of attention. The number of contestants registered for the Huai Cup exceeded expectations by 30%. Well, the truth is, what really worked was Sakura's words, "If you don't come, you're a little dog," which she shouted with her devilish words. The spirit beasts contracted by new Beastmasters are usually those that have just passed their infancy and are in a period of rapid growth and development. This kind of spiritual beast is most suitable for contract training. the results produced by different training methods will be very different. Often a difference in details will cause a major change in the final result, which can best reflect the training level of the Beastmaster. However, these spiritual beasts generally have low IQs, so how can they withstand the ridicule of the word thin dog? Even if the beast tamer dislikes the small prize money or for some other reason and does not want to participate in the Huai Cup, those spirit beasts that have been broken down by the taunts of the thin dog will roll on the ground and want to participate in the competition. They must beat the Huai that called them thin dog. There are many contestants, and most of them are locals. How can locals come to play without bringing cheerleaders composed of relatives and friends? In this way, there will naturally be more spectators. With more spectators, the various incomes of Linquan Farm, as the host and organizer, will naturally increase. Just by selling tickets, snacks, drinks, melon seeds, milk tea, and popcorn, you can make a lot of money, not to mention that Lin's farm also has flagship products such as 5 special flavors of flower, leaf, and fruit. It's nothing for the rich, but for ordinary people, such special flowers, leaves and fruits are like high-end health products, which they usually wouldn't be willing to buy. And now that I'm here, I have to buy 2 for my children and my baby spirit beasts to try, right? A makeshift specialty store. At this moment, Lin Chuan, wearing the overalls from the promotional video and with a middle-parted hairstyle, handed a bag of weighed spiced beef-flavored caltrops to the young men in front of him. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 51,000 star rock coins. Well, since we are alumni, I will help you to round off the difference. I will give you 50,000 star rock coins. Lin Chuan said with a professional, gentle, and polite smile. The boy took the plastic bag, took out one of the pills and ate it himself, then gave one to a monkey beast about 70 centimeters tall next to him. Wearing a simple blue and white sportswear and glasses, the boy looks gentle and refined. His name is Ping Kai. Like Lin Chuan, Ping Kai is a student at the first beast taming middle school in Tianshang town. However, Ping Kai and Lin Chuan were not in the same class, and had not known each other before. They only found out when they were chatting about business just now. Lin Chuan is in class 7 of grade 3, while Ping Kai is in class 3 of grade 3. Ping Kai's previous grades were mediocre, and he was in the middle level of his grade, slightly lower than Lin Chuan, who was in the upper middle level. However, Ping Kai was lucky enough to awaken a second-level beast taming talent. With the support of his family, he paid a considerable amount of cross-regional sponsorship fee and went to the high-level spirit beast breeding base in Qingjiang City, the superior city of Tianshang town, to contract a blazing-capped gray-haired monkey with a bloodline quality of the upper soldier grade, which is the monkey spirit beast next to Ping Kai at the moment. The blazing gray-haired monkey, as its name suggests, has red hair, giving people a shamat feeling. It is a monkey spirit beast with fire attribute. Lin Chuan doesn't know any other detailed information. He is not a college nerd and he hasn't memorized the information of all common spirit beasts. Overall, Ping Kai's start as a Beastmaster was pretty good. Well, the fact that he has the confidence and ability to play this baby cup proves that he has surpassed most of his peers. After all, most of the other newcomers of the same generation are still completing the task of refreshing themselves. There was still some time before the game started, and Ping Kai continued to chat with Lin Chuan while eating the spiced beef-flavored caltrops he had just bought. From time to time, he would help Lin Chuan clean up the counter and pass things to other customers. Before this, the two didn't know each other, but after this, that may not be the case. Because Lin Chuan and Ping Kai have both awakened the second-level beast taming talent, and are the first batch to stand out from the many students. The further they go, the more likely they are to intersect. At least in the entrance examination 3 months later, they will inevitably meet, and they will be competitors at that time. However, if their relationship is harmonious, they can help each other, especially when competing with students from several other beast taming middle schools in Tianshang town. Therefore, Ping Kai came with the intention of making friends with Lin Chuan. He didn't want to become good friends, but just wanted to get to know him and say hello. Lin Chuan naturally knew this, and he was also willing to get to know Ping Kai. In fact, it was Lin Chuan who first initiated the face-to-face PY application. Yes, just now, he gave Ping Kai the remaining 1,000 star rock coins. I've given you a discount of 1,000 star rock coins. If you really meet him in the entrance examination 3 months later, don't be ungrateful and embarrass him. Lin Chuan thought so in his heart. Of course, it was just a joke. Even if Ping Kai really didn't know what was good for him, he was confident that he could defeat him. If he couldn't even beat a guy in shorts on the street, then wouldn't his cheating skills be in vain? How did you come up with this outfit? It's really unique. I have been looking at it for a while, but no matter how many times I look at it, Ping Kai still feels it is very strange. There is an indescribable awkwardness. He wants to laugh but holds it back, and says. Lin Chuan naturally would not say that he learned it from a brother in his previous life. He only said that he saw a child in the kindergarten next door dressed like this, which attracted the attention of many female teachers. He thought it was very interesting, so he learned it. Unexpectedly, the effect of putting it in the promotional video was very good. By the way, I also want to ask, what did your flowery yell in the promotional video? Why did my little red-haired boy get so angry after hearing that he jumped up and down and almost tore my bedroom apart? With a little resentment but more curiosity, Ping Kai continued to ask. Lin Chuan fell silent for a moment, looking away guiltily. Can I still tell Ping Kai the truth? It was he who taught Guogua to yell, if you're a brother, come and chop me up, and asking what to use entry-level nonsense to yell, if you don't come, you're a little dog. Steadying his eyes, Lin Chuan sighed in a pretentious manner. I want to know, too. You are not the first person to ask me this question today. I really don't know what my Hua Yi shouted. I just asked them to shout to attract other spirit beasts to come to the Flower Leaf Cup to compete and challenge. Just like I said in the promotional video, I am here waiting for your challenge. I don't know exactly what they said. Maybe my Hua Yi learned some phrases from the cartoon Young and Dangerous that they love to watch. Oh, these cartoons nowadays are full of bad people, we have to report them all. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his face full of resentment. Ping Kai didn't realize that he had been fooled and his thoughts were misled. He thought about what Lin Chuan said about the Young and Dangerous cartoon, and nodded in agreement. Before this, Ping Kai actually liked watching cartoons about spirit beasts like that. However, ever since he became a new beast tamer and contracted a fiery gray monkey, he allowed the fiery gray monkey to watch a few episodes of some bear-themed cartoon about spirit beasts. After that, the fiery gray monkey started to become restless, chopping trees all day long. It had secretly cut down 2 of the landscape trees in the community, causing him to be fined and paid 30,000 yuan in compensation. It's obviously a monkey. Why don't you just climb a tree? What are you chopping down? Is that a tree? You're chopping down money. Ping Kai fell into deep thought, and Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost exposed, but fortunately he was more skilled and managed to stabilize himself. Well, before that, he was almost exposed by someone. It was a girl with a ponytail and a golden-haired werewolf, named Sun Yinin, from the 5th Beast Taming Middle School. When she came to buy the special-flavored Huai fruit, she asked him what Sakura said in the video, just like Ping Kai, which caused her golden-haired werewolf to become furious and punch through her computer screen. Lin Chuan became nervous when he heard this, thinking that Sun Yinin was going to ask him to pay for the computer screen. Fortunately, Sun Yinin didn't care about the computer screen. She was simply curious about what Sakura said that made her golden werewolf so angry. This was something she should know clearly as a Beastmaster. Then, Lin Chuan said, just like he is now, that Guogua and Sakura were the spirit beasts of the Young and Dangerous cartoons, and they must have learned something from them. So, just like that, Sun Yinin left in deep thought, and bought 100,000 special flower leaf fruits by the way. Boom, boom, boom. The melodious bell rang, and it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The game was about to start. Ping Kai came out of his contemplative state, said goodbye to Lin Chuan and left to prepare for the game. Lin Chuan did the same. He cleaned up the shop and handed it over to the farm employees. Then, Lin Chuan changed his clothes and took off his overalls. Well, this costume can only be worn once for promotional purposes to attract sales. If he wears it all the time, it will easily form a fixed impression and give him a strange personality. He is about to play in a competition, and it is his first open competition in his life as a Beastmaster, so he must dress more formally. Finally, Lin Chuan changed into a simple black and white summer shirt and shorts with cartoon flower and leaf patterns, looking like a sunny and cheerful big boy. After changing his clothes, Lin Chuan left the temporary store carrying a tray and a thermal backpack. On the tray are snacks such as melon seeds, popcorn, dried fish, and tender tofu, while in the thermal backpack are drinks such as milk tea, cola, and Sprite. Well, although the game has started, Lin Chuan is not the first to play. There is no secret operation involved, it is just a natural draw. Unlike the large baby cup, a formal competition where all contestants have to wait in the preparation area, the small baby cup is relatively free. Contestants only need to show up in time and bring their spirit beasts to the field when their names are called on the broadcast. At other times, they can go wherever they like and do whatever they like. Although it is expected that a lot of money can be made from this Hui Cup, there is also a final championship bonus. But, who would complain about having too much money? You know, raising spiritual beasts is a bottomless pit, so of course you have to earn as much as you can. Moreover, right now at the Lin's farm, where the Hui Cup New Beast Tamer competition is taking place, the only people selling snacks and drinks are the Lin family and a few employees' family member snack stands. This is a limited-time monopoly deal. If not now, when will you make money? Pearl seeds, cola, popcorn, milk tea. Lin Chuan shouted. The auditorium is a temporary stand built with iron frames and plastic boards in a large fan-shaped circle. Lin Chuan walked between the stands, shouting out his wares while watching the game on the sidelines. There was nothing interesting to see in the first few games. It could be said that they were just a fight between noobs. This was normal. It had only been 2 weeks since the graduation awakening. In 14 days, how many new Beastmasters could train the newly contracted baby beasts to produce anything? It was great if they could train a beast to learn an attack skill. As time went by, Lin Chuan had sold most of the snacks and drinks he had, and finally waited for a relatively high-quality game. The two opponents in the battle were Ping Kai and Sun Yining. The referee was a staff member sent by the Beastmaster Association. Sitting next to him in the spectator stand closest to the competition venue was another referee and a professional Beastmaster from the Beastmaster Association. The other referee is here to rotate. After all, even if it is a small-scale competition, there are dozens of games in a row, which is not enough for one referee to preside over. At the same time, he also plays a supervisory role to prevent the referees in the game from making misjudgments and more serious favoritism. As for the professional beast tamer, he was there to watch over the place and prevent any emergencies from happening. Even if it was a baby cup, no matter how small the probability was, some emergencies could still happen. I'm sure Jia, a professional referee from the Beast Tamer Association. I'll be the host of this match. The referee on the field was a middle-aged man in his late 30s with a Mediterranean figure and a slightly plump figure. He raised a small flag and said at the same time. Afterwards, Jia began to explain the rules of the game as usual, and he needed to explain them once for each game. The rules of the competition are open and restricted. Beastmasters are not allowed to participate in the battle. Each Beastmaster can only send out one spirit beast and is not allowed to use any props during the competition. If discovered, they will be declared the loser. In each battle, a Beastmaster is only allowed to use his Beastmaster talent once to enhance a spirit beast. The relevant rules are as above. Do you have any questions? Jia looked at Ping Kai and Sun Yining, and they both shook their heads silently to indicate that they had no questions. Okay, please remember the rules of the game and don't break the rules. Before the game begins, please salute each other. Jia Dao. Ping Kai, 1st Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3, Class 3, Ping Kai. Thank you for your guidance. Sun Yining, the 5th Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3, Class 1, Sun Yining. Please show mercy. The two of them spoke one after another, politely greeting each other. The next second, the boy and girl took action at the same time. Ping Kai this side. Ping Kai had a red and black card between his left index and middle fingers. It was a low-key, elegant and handsome card. This was his beast taming space device. Then, Ping Kai turned his fingers and turned the card face forward. A magic circle of light patterns appeared on the card surface. At the same time, a larger magic circle of light patterns appeared in the void in front of Ping Kai. A ball of flame burned out of thin air in the magic circle. The next moment, a blazing gray-haired monkey rushed out of the flames. This is Sun Yining. Sun Yining was seen wearing a ring on the index finger of her left hand. She stretched her hand forward with her 5 fingers spread out. The ring emitted a brilliant golden light that shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky. The golden light turned into rain and floated down. A majestic golden werewolf slowly emerged in the field along with the golden rain. Not to mention the combat effectiveness, every Beastmaster and every spirit beast has their special effects maxed out when they appear. Seeing that the 2 spirit beasts had already appeared and were waiting in their respective preparation areas, Shurjia nodded slightly and waved the small flag. The game begins. As the words fell, the 2 spirit beasts moved and rushed towards each other. The golden werewolf is a medium-level spiritual beast, while the blazing gray-haired monkey is a high-level spiritual beast. However, the reality is that Sun Enin's golden werewolf Dain is faster and more agile in reaction. After dodging a punch from the fiery gray-haired monkey, Dain turned over and punched it in the chest with her paw. Dain, ouch. From today on, I will not allow any spirit beast to call me a thin dog. Sun Enin, Dain, flaming fist. Another wolf howl was heard, and the golden werewolf wrapped its fist in flames, and hit the face of the fiery gray-haired monkey without any hesitation. Competitions between new Beastmasters are usually boring. Especially in the competition among new Beastmasters who have just graduated and awakened their initial spirit beast in the contract within a month, it is basically just a fight between noobs. After all, there are not many new Beastmasters who can train their initial contracted spirit beast properly within a month after graduation and awakening. Well, it should be said that most new Beastmasters will not achieve much training results in the first month. They often cannot even train an ordinary advanced skill well, and can only learn an entry-level skill at best. Therefore, the battles in the Baby Cup Rookie Beast Tamer competition during this period were basically like a round-based fight between street kids. You pinch my neck, I press your head, and then the 2 spirit beasts roll together. The Beastmaster in the command area was shouting rejuvenation shouts such as, "Stand up, hold on, and get out of the way," but these were meaningless commands. Such battles often end in less than half a minute. After all, the baby spirit beasts are relatively weak, and their health bars will be almost depleted after being hit by 2 heavy blows from the opponent. This is generally true, but the world has never lacked outstanding people, or even true geniuses. Whether they have excellent talents or extraordinary opportunities, one thing is the same: an excellent Beastmaster will fully utilize their talents and various other resources to efficiently transform them into nourishment for the growth of spirit beasts, thus forming a solid stepping stone for their advancement on the path to becoming a Beastmaster. A truly outstanding and talented Beastmaster, even if he is just a novice, and even if he has only trained a spirit beast for less than 2 weeks, can train it to be well-behaved and have initial combat capabilities. The battle between such outstanding new Beastmasters will be very interesting to watch. Apparently, this is the case with Ping Kai and Sun Enin. It's hard to say whether he is a genius, but he is definitely an excellent Beastmaster. These 2 people not only awakened powerful beast-taming talents far beyond those of the people around them, but more importantly, their respective ideas for training spirit beasts were very clear. In contrast, most new beast tamers were not like this. They did not have a good training idea, or they had one at the beginning, but as the training progressed, they failed to implement the training plan well. They always thought of one thing at a time and let the spirit beast practice whatever skills they saw were powerful. As a result, they were neither good nor bad, and in the end, they did not even lay the most basic foundation. Back to the topic, Sun Enin's style is fast and aggressive. In the 2 weeks since the awakening contract, Sun Enin has focused on cultivating the golden werewolf Dain's speed and reaction ability and the flaming fist that she learned by chance. This is also the fundamental reason why Sun Enin and Dain were able to win the championship in another Supermarket Park Baby Cup before. None of her previous opponents could withstand the claws of her dog. As for Ping Kai, his training idea is defensive counterattack. Ping Kai believed that the initial spirit beast of a new beast tamer could not have too strong an attack power. At least in a small place like Tianshang Town, it was impossible for such a monster new beast tamer and wall-hanging spirit beast to appear, and it was impossible for them to kill instantly. Therefore, you can completely withstand an attack first, and then seize the absolute gap when the opponent's offensive has subsided and has not yet recovered, and use a set of silky small combos to take the opponent away. Unlike Sun Enin, who has already won the Baby Cup Championship once, Ping Kai had only won the runner-up once before. Because in the previous Baby Cup, the opponent he met in the final used a relatively rare ghost beast. Well, for that kind of spirit beast that naturally ignores physical damage, his blazing gray-haired monkey Xiao Hongmao has not yet developed any fire attribute skills. His only skills are the two innate forward punch and claw attack. The silky little combo composed of the forward punch and claw attack can't cause any damage to the ghost spirit beast, so he could only lose regretfully. The golden werewolf Dayan punched the flaming fist and hit the blazing gray-haired monkey Xiao Hongmao in the face. The loud bang made the audience feel a toothache. However, the gray-haired monkey, which received such a heavy blow, only gritted its teeth and squeezed out two low roars from between its teeth, and endured it without even taking a step back. Ping Kai immediately ordered, "Catch it." Sun Yinin's expression suddenly changed, "Dayan, run." However, it was too late. Long before Ping Kai gave the order, the blazing gray-haired monkey's claws had already climbed onto the golden werewolf Dayan's shoulders and grabbed hold of her tightly. The next second, the blazing gray-haired monkey took advantage of the momentum to flip over and got behind the golden werewolf Dayan. He locked her throat, climbed up, and clamped her legs together, and in this strongman lockingman posture, he smoothly rode on Dayan's body. Dayan Wolf howled continuously and struggled violently, but was unable to break free for a while. In this way, an interesting scene of a monkey riding a wolf appeared on the field. The audience was enjoying the show and couldn't help but cheer. The two Beastmasters, Ping Kai and Sun Yinin, had sweaty palms as they continued to command their respective spirit beasts. Even the referee and the professional Beastmasters over there smiled. Although there were still many shortcomings, it was rare to see such a scene in the Baby Cup. Lin Chuan was also watching very seriously at this time. Guogua and Sakura were released from the beast-controlling space in his watch to watch along. "How does it feel?" Lin Chuan asked. Guogua and Sakura looked at the competition field, where a monkey and a wolf were fighting fiercely and wildly. Boo, boo, boo. Guogua and Sakura made sounds at the same time. Sakura kept shaking her head and raised her two chubby hands to push away to show her resistance. Guogua jumped twice, and his chubby hands were raised up, looking eager to try. Although he couldn't understand the language of the spirit animals, Lin Chuan could feel the emotions of the two little cuties and guess what they meant. Sakura is saying that she can't win, the battle scenes are too brutal, not elegant at all. However, that monkey and that dog can forget about defeating Miss Sakura. With that kind of attack damage and the current intensity of sunlight, as long as she starts photosynthesis, the efficiency of her natural blood recovery will be much higher than the damage they cause. To sum up, the monkey is a thin monkey and the wolf is a thin dog. Guogua's meaning is even simpler. Before this, Guogua had inherited the training and fighting experience of a fighting spirit beast from Lin Chuan, as well as the experience of being beaten as a sandbag in a martial arts gym. The experience was not rich, but the key was the belief. The fighting spirit beast had poor talent, but it had a strong desire to fight a powerful spirit beast. This desire to fight slightly affected Guogua, making it more warlike than ordinary Huaye, especially in close combat with fists hitting flesh. Lin Chuan frowned, speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have passed on that fighting experience to Guogua. A guy who had been arranged by him to take the energy spell skill route, was thinking about ho-ho-ha-ha and punching hard all day long. "So, if we face them, who among you plans to do it?" Lin Chuan retracted the idea of complaining in his heart and asked more seriously. If the situation was not particularly urgent and it was an ordinary competition, if possible, Lin Chuan would still respect the spirit beast's willingness to fight. Guogua and Yinghua looked at each other, then looked at the monkey and the big dog on the sidelines. Werewolf. Boo-boo. AA. Sakura refers to the monkey and Guogua refers to the werewolf. What this means is that whoever wins among them will be the next to fight. If the monkey wins, Sakura will fight if they meet. If the dog wins, Guogua will fight if they meet. As for other opponents, well, Lin Chuan looked around, and so far he hasn't found any other guys worth fighting except Ping Kai and Sun Yinin. It feels that no matter whether it is Sakura or Guogua, they can crush the game. They don't even need to activate the 3 tricks of photosynthesis, rooting, and growth. Just relying on the solid foundation laid by eating nutrient soil, nutrient water, and photosynthesis in the past 2 weeks, they can easily defeat them with basic attributes. Just as Lin Chuan and Guogua Sakura were talking in a low voice, the battle in the arena had already reached a white-hot stage where the winner was about to be decided. Sun Yinin's golden werewolf Da Yin and Ping Kai's blazing gray-haired monkey Xiao Hongmao actually have little difference in strength. The two Beastmasters have trained them very well and developed the abilities of the two beasts very well. Their respective skills are also in their elementary prototypes and have basically been trained to the ordinary level. At this time, what matters is the desire to win of the Beastmasters and spirit beasts on both sides, who is stronger and who can persevere longer. Ping Kai and Sun Yinin's desire to win was not actually that strong. They thought it was not worth trying their best for such a small baby cup. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be fine. If something unexpected happened, even if they won, it would be a big loss. If they got a critical injury, they would have to lie in bed for a week or half a month, which would be really fatal. It would definitely affect the subsequent daily training and the entrance examination 3 months later, unless they spent a lot of money to hire a professional beast taming therapist. But even if they could find one, at least 1 or 2 days would be wasted. The two Beastmasters were like this, and the two spirit beasts in the field. The two spirit beasts were panting, obviously they had reached their limit. Among them, the red-crowned gray-haired monkey did not have a strong desire to win. At this point, its head was empty and it had no ideas. If it felt it could fight, it would continue to fight. If it could not hold on, it would just lie down. But the golden werewolf was different. At this moment, the golden werewolf Dayan's wolf eyes seemed to be burning, full of fierceness, and his teeth were chattering. It's going to win. Must definitely win. Ouch. From now on, no spirit beast is allowed to call me a little dog. Werewolves can stand on 2 feet like humans, but they are better at moving more flexibly by lying down and moving on all fours like real wolves. Dayan lay down, lowered her body, and stared at the monkey in front of her with fierce eyes. With the belief that he would not be a thin dog, Dayan howled like a wolf and pounced on it. The game is over, Sun Yinin wins. Referee Shijie waved the flag, and Sun Yinin and Ping Kai rushed into the field to check the injuries of the two spirit beasts. After careful inspection, they found that no critical or fatal accidents had occurred, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's just a minor skin injury. Let the healer sent by the Beast Tamer Association take a look and apply some medicine, and then put it into the beast taming space to rest for 2 hours. I believe it will be basically recovered, and then there will be no problem even if it fights in the next battle. At the referee's signal, Ping Kai and Sun Yinin saluted each other and left the competition. Ping Kai lost and returned to the audience among his friends and family. He clenched his fists and looked a little lonely and unwilling, but he soon cheered up with the comfort of his friends and family. Sun Yinin won and accepted the congratulations from her parents, friends, classmates, and teachers with a big smile on her face. Some of her classmates and close friends had already started celebrating, popping champagne at halftime, saying that Sun Yinin was the pride of number 5 middle school and that no other player in this baby cup would be Sun Yinin's opponent. The professional Beastmaster sitting in the special viewing stand closest to the stadium wrote down the names of Ping Kai and Sun Yinin, and briefly described the course of the battle in 300 words. Well, the Beastmaster Association will certainly pay more attention to outstanding new Beastmasters, and will even set up independent files, not only to provide these outstanding new Beastmasters with better growth assistance, but also to keep an eye on them at all times to prevent them from going astray. The subsequent matches between Ping Kai and Sun Yinin seemed a bit dull, a standard baby cup style of 2 noobs fighting each other. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the game progressed, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the 13th game, which was also Lin Chuan's game. Hearing the sound of the loudspeaker, Lin Chuan immediately put down the tray and backpack he was selling and handed them to Lao Deng next to him, then turned around and strode onto the field. When Lin Chuan arrived at the competition venue, his opponent was already there. Lin Chuan's opponent is a sturdy young man. There is nothing special about his appearance, but he is not as handsome as Lin Chuan. The referee this time was another person besides Shijie, named Zhuang Lan, a young woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. Zhuang Lan went through the usual rules of the game, and after confirming that Lin Chuan and the burly young man nodded in understanding, she waved the referee flag and blew a whistle, signaling the two to salute each other and release their spirit beasts. The sturdy young man said, "Wang Lu, Class 9, Grade 3, Number 3 Beast Taming Middle School. You should be the son of the owner of this Lin's farm, right?" The previous promotional video was well made, and the clothes were pretty and interesting. I came to participate in the competition just because I watched your promotional video. Lin Chuan, 1st Beast Taming Middle School, Grade 3, Class 7. Lin Chuan, thank you for the compliment and support. Haha, my Huayi is very delicate and can only whimper. Please go easy on her. After exchanging polite greetings, Lin Chuan and Wang Lu took action at the same time. Wang Lu raised his hand, and saw a string of glass jade beads on his right wrist, one of which was glowing. The sound of waves suddenly sounded. In the void, waves are rolling, it is the scene of a stormy sea. At this time, a huge wave like a tsunami rose, and a big blue turtle sat on the top of the wave. Riding on the waves and breaking through the void, the giant blue turtle landed on the field. Green water turtle, bloodline and middle rank soldier. Lin Chuan sighed. Lin Chuan originally didn't plan to activate the special effects when he appeared, after all, it was just such a small baby cup. However, other contestants basically use special effects if they have them, and those without them will shout to enhance their momentum, such as, "Come out, my baby XXX." Likes to use special effects when appearing, which is a characteristic of new Beastmasters. After all, who wouldn't be a little immature at the age of 16? Especially for the new beast tamers who have just awakened their beast taming talent and contracted spirit beasts not long ago, who doesn't have a dream of being called a king of heaven? Some bold ones even dream of becoming gods. Usually when there is no one else around, they call themselves emperor. Having said that, a considerable number of the audience who came to watch the baby cup came to see the special effects of the spirit beast's appearance, which is much more interesting than the fight between noobs. Well, everyone else is turning on the special effects, and if Lin Chuan doesn't turn them on, he will seem out of place. If others are immature, he would be very conspicuous if he was not. So, Lin Chuan struck the same pose he had done before. He raised his left hand and half-covered his face at an angle, revealing the cool mechanical sci-fi style watch beast controlling space device. The next moment, the sci-fi mechanical patterns on the watch lit up one by one and continued to spread. In front of Lin Chuan, flowers bloom in the void, lotuses bloom with every step, and cherry blossoms walk out of the void. Zhuanglan, let the game begin. There is no such thing as a host having to be humble and polite. This is a competition. Although it is the baby cup, it is also an official competition recognized by the Xingyan Federation. At the same time when the referee waved the flag, Lin Chuan gave the order with a calm and natural expression. Take root. Sakura moved in response. Take root. This is a basic skill that many wood-attributed spirit beasts are born with. Even some spirit beasts that are not wood-attributed but have special races can learn and use it. There are two specific situations of rooting, taking variegated leaves as an example. One is the rooting used in daily life. In this case, you don't need much skill proficiency, just know it, entry-level will do. In this kind of daily life situation, after the flower leaves plant themselves into the soil, the part of the body in the soil will extend solid roots to stabilize itself, and at the same time it can also absorb nutrients and water in the soil on a larger scale. Another situation is when it is used in combat. In this case, you need to have a high level of proficiency in this skill, at least at the proficient level. The ordinary level is not enough. In this case, Hui will only extend mimetic root veins composed of wood attribute energy from the two chubby legs including the soles of the feet. The mimicry root veins will sink into the ground at an extremely fast speed. As long as the site is not a steel plate or some special alloy material, these energy mimicry roots can drill into it, and then quickly seize the nutrients in the small area of soil where they are rooted in an almost predatory manner. Then, since the roots are made of wood attribute energy, they can be cut off and regenerated at any time and will not affect the actions of the spirit beast too much. The above are two situations of taking root. The higher the proficiency, the faster and more mimicry roots will be generated, and the more efficient the mimicry roots will be in absorbing nutrients from the soil. Generally speaking, only when you have practiced rooting to a proficient level can you use it in competition battles. Otherwise, if it is at the ordinary level, or even a lower entry level, the speed and quantity of generating energy mimicry roots are insufficient, making it difficult to absorb enough nutrients to convert into physical strength. It will also further affect the rhythm of the battle and will be easy for the opponent to seize on loopholes. Sitting in the spectator stand closest to the competition venue was a professional beast tamer wearing a white robe with a black background, the uniform of the Beast Tamer Association. He was a young man with a crew cut and looked very energetic, about 30 years old. His name was Tang Hashan. At this moment, Tang Hashan couldn't help but exclaimed, because he saw that Lin Chuan's flower leaf rooting was not only at the skilled level but had reached the proficient level. It has only been 2 weeks since graduation and awakening, and he has already cultivated a mastery-level skill. Even if Hua Ye is born with basic skills, it is too exaggerated. Unless Hua Ye is naturally gifted, otherwise, with Lin Chuan's cultivation ability and level, he can be called a genius even in those big cities. Tang Hashan could tell the mastery level of rooting at a glance, but ordinary audiences didn't have such eyesight, otherwise, they would not be ordinary audiences. Most of these audiences didn't know the details of this basic skill of rooting, and didn't know the tricks involved, and didn't react much to Lin Chuan's instructions. But Sun Yining was obviously not included in this. Although she did not have Tang Hashan's professional level eyesight, she was very clear that the rooting skill had to be at least at the skilled level to be able to be used in the competition. After all, she was a top student in the 5th Beast Taming Middle School who had always been ranked among the top 10 in her grade. Just by knowing the skill of rooting, Sun Yining realized that the young master of the Lin's farm off the field might not be a simple person. Otherwise, how could it be possible to cultivate rooting to at least the skilled level in such a short period of time? Even if the young master of the Ye farm, who specializes in growing flowers and leaves, will get some help, it is not so easy to do. At least, if Sun Yining puts herself in Lin Chuan's shoes, even if she is given such an identity and background, she could not have imagined that it would be possible for her to cultivate her rooting skills to a proficient level in just 2 weeks. I'm afraid that Lin Chuan is another opponent who is no weaker than Ping Kai. Sun Yining talked to herself in her heart, but her eyes lit up with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. This opponent is worth fighting. Sun Yining whispered, then looked at the dog she had released beside her, werewolf. You said so, Dayan. As soon as she asked this question, Sun Yining was stunned for a moment. Her dog's eyes were wide open, with pupils standing upright and then suddenly shrinking. It stared at Hua Ye, Lin Chuan's Sakura, with a murderous look. That's right. That's it. It's that flowery leaf. That's it, it's called the thin dog in that promotional video. It must be destroyed. Prove it's not a thin dog. Ouch. Suddenly there was a wolf howl, and Dayan was about to pounce and rush into the arena. Fortunately, the moment she saw the dog's abnormal reaction, Sun Yining had made preparations in advance, and her reaction was quick and timely. At the critical moment, Sun Yining put the dog into her ring beast taming space device. The spectator stands here are far away from the competition venue. Therefore, the situation here at this moment was only noticed by a few people including Sun Yining's relatives and classmates. Although they were curious about why Sun Yining suddenly howled like a wolf, no one asked at this time. In the game, Sakura's 2 small, round, short and fat feet emitted a light green light, which were countless root veins made up of wood attribute energy. These energy roots instantly drilled into the ground. The next moment, specks of green energy were absorbed into Sakura's body from all directions along the energy roots, and then a hazy light appeared around Sakura. As an opponent, Wang Lu certainly would not just stand there and watch. He immediately gave orders to his big blue turtle, the green water turtle. Turtle, use the water gun. The green water turtle's eyes suddenly widened, and it opened its mouth wide, and a stream of water as thick as an adult's arm shot towards Sakura. Bang! The water column hit the cherry blossom right on target, creating a cloud of mist. Seeing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement, thinking that he had it. Lin Chuan sighed. Seeing the situation on the field, he first breathed a sigh of relief, and then became calm. Although before the game started, Lin Chuan was full of confidence and thought he could easily win the game. After all, he was cheating. But after all, this was his first real battle as a Beastmaster, so how could he not be worried? What if his cheat was fake? He was afraid that his opponent would kill his little cuties instantly with one skill. After all, his 2 little cuties were light and soft and easy to be knocked down, at least in his hands. What kind of damage could their bouncy and soft bodies withstand? However, reality told Lin Chuan that he had thought too much and worried unnecessarily, because his cheat was real, a super supreme VIP cheat that would never be blocked. Not all beast tamers are like Lin Chuan, who can add skills like using skill books in online games. In just 2 weeks, he can improve the spirit beast's 3 basic skills to expert, proficient and mastered levels purely through talent and hard work. Not all Beastmasters are as talented or lucky as Ping Kai and Sun Yimin. In fact, most of the new Beastmasters are real noobs at this stage. For example, the Wang Lu in front of us and his big blue turtle, the green water turtle. Each kind of spiritual beast has a suitable breeding method. The breeding method may also be different due to the family conditions, background, and talents of the Beastmaster. In short, there is never the best breeding method, only the most suitable one. Lin Chuan didn't know what Wang Lu's idea was in breeding the green water turtle. But if it were him, he would definitely train the green turtle in basic physical fitness and strength, and only train the biting attack skill, instead of training the water gun, which is an energy skill from the beginning. Apparently, Wang Lu had let his green water turtle practice its water gun skills for the past 2 weeks, which could be seen from the speed at which the skills were released. How to say it, the water gun skill or this energy damage skill will not be able to exert any power before the spirit beast reaches the first level and condenses its spirit core. Well, this theory only applies to ordinary spirit beasts. Some spirit beasts with special talents or top-quality bloodlines are a different case. For ordinary spirit beasts, before reaching the first level, the power of using energy damage skills is generally not great. Take this green turtle as an example. It obviously hasn't reached the first level. As for its exact level, Lin Chuan couldn't tell with the naked eye, but it was probably between level 7 and 9. The water gun it used was at most as powerful as the watering guns used by humans. This could be seen from the fact that when it sprayed on the cherry blossoms, it didn't even make them take a single step back. Lin Chuan apologized for the damage caused. Although the water gun it sprayed hit the cherry blossoms directly and even splashed water on them, causing water damage, that damage was instantly made up by the nutrients absorbed from the ground by the cherry blossoms' roots. Both Sakura and Guogua have 3 levels of blood cow mode. The first paragraph is about taking root. The second paragraph is about photosynthesis based on taking root. The third section grows under the conditions of the first 2. It's a pity that this big turtle in front of him can't even penetrate Sakura's first blood cow mode. The blood it took away was not even 1/10 of the blood that Sakura had recovered by taking root. Sakura's perspective. The little guy blinked, confused. Such a thick and huge water column, I thought it would be very powerful, I thought I would be unable to bear it, but the result is like this. The power of this water gun is not even as strong as the power Guogua used when they were wrestling and fighting behind Lin Chuan's back for the top spot. To sum up, the turtle is really too thin. How can there be such a thin turtle? Could it be the turtleman that our Beastmaster occasionally mentioned? Sakura completely gave up resisting, narrowed its eyes slightly, and began to enjoy the water gun's flushing. This feeling is just like being irrigated and watered on a daily basis. However, it should be more comfortable, just like a massage. Yes, that's good. Sakura gave a thumbs up to the big blue turtle opposite in her heart, saying that if this turtle and its owner became unemployed in the future, they could come to Lin's farm to work as watering workers, and it could help find a job. Sakura, stop enjoying yourself and end this fight. Seeing that Sakura was beginning to enjoy herself, Lin Chuan hurriedly said. Sakura looked back at Lin Chuan and asked with her eyes, how should this end? Use. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Chuan stopped. Currently, the only damaging skill Sakura possesses is a poison powder that causes continuous damage, an entry-level poison powder. Lin Chuan originally wanted to let Sakura use it at this time, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There is no need to use poison powder on this opponent right now. Although this turtle is not very good in other aspects, it at least has high defense and thick blood. This is the innate attribute of turtle-like spirit beasts. If poison powder is used, with the scraping damage of the entry-level poison powder, there is no telling how long it will take to scrape. So, let's try another approach. The sooner he finishes the fight, the better off he is to go sell melon seeds, milk tea, and cola to earn some extra cash. After thinking about it, Lin Chuan had an idea and did a flipping motion from bottom to top to Sakura. Sakura understood instantly. Then, while the green turtle was taking a break to breathe after spraying water, Sakura ran over with her short legs, panting. Sakura didn't run fast, at least much slower than the dog and monkey before. However, it is faster than this green turtle. Well, the green turtles didn't run away at all. They were still breathing heavily because of the continuous water gun attacks. By the time the green water turtle had just caught its breath, Sakura had already come to its side. Before the green water turtle could react, Sakura grabbed the edge of its shell with her chubby little hands, and then, just like the gesture Lin Chuan had demonstrated just now, she suddenly lifted it up with force. Boom, gulp, lurp, lurp. Very smoothly, Sakura turned the green turtle over to the turtle monument. The green turtle struggled hard, kicking its four legs and shaking its shell desperately in an attempt to flip itself over by shifting its center of gravity. However, after trying many times, the green turtle still failed and was completely unable to turn over. Lin Chuan sighed and thought to himself, as expected. As a turtle-like spiritual beast, it did not focus on cultivating the foundation of strength in the early stages, and did not practice the technique of shifting its center of gravity. This is the consequence. Once the turtle monument is turned over, it cannot be turned over without external help. Wang Lu was stunned. He originally wanted to use the rejuvenating roar to cheer Turtle on, but now, he didn't know what to roar, let alone how to command him. The audience was silent, and the next second, they burst into laughter. The laughter came in waves, and many audience members took out their mobile phones to capture this scene. Even the referee Zhuang Lan on the field had a distorted expression at this moment. As a referee, especially a referee who was presiding over a competition, she couldn't laugh. However, this was really a bit unbearable. Fortunately, Zhuang Lan had received professional training. She swallowed and temporarily suppressed the laughter. Zhuang Lan let out a deep breath and refocused his attention on the game. Zhuang Lan waved the flag in his hand twice, reminding Wang Lu that if he didn't give any orders and let the green water turtle continue to flip the turtle monument like that, the countdown for passive competition would begin. Wang Lu's expression froze, he wanted to cry but couldn't. How can I direct this? Tell me, how can I direct this? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The 30-second limit for passive competition finally arrived, and Zhuang Lan immediately waved the flag representing Lin Chuan's victory. The game is over, Lin Chuan wins. The game is over. But before leaving the stage, the players still need to salute each other. Well, if it is a private training or competition, there is no need to go through such a troublesome process. However, since it is an open competition, even if it is just a small baby cup, the necessary procedures must be followed. Don't be bothered by it. Although these processes are a bit cumbersome, they are still necessary. It is precisely because of these cumbersome procedures, etiquette norms, and countless little details that every Beastmaster can subtly establish the moral bottom line of respecting others, even if they are defeated by their opponents, from the very beginning. It is precisely because of these details of the moral bottom line that when the Beastmasters may encounter certain issues regarding the choice between good and evil and human nature in the future, they will be more likely to uphold the moral bottom line of humanity and will not do things that harm others or even threaten society for the sake of temporary interest or temporary improvement. It is precisely because of these kinds of detailed regulations that the Xingyan Federation has the current stable environment. To use an old saying from the previous life of Blue Star, that is, with courtesy there is peace, without courtesy there is chaos. At the signal from referee Zhuang Lan, Lin Chuan and Wang Lu came to the center of the arena and saluted each other. There are various ways to pay respect. Some people are used to shaking hands, some are used to hugging, some are used to high-fiving each other, and some people bow politely with fists clasped. In short, the contestants can do whatever they want, as long as it serves as a tribute and allows both parties to feel each other's goodwill. Don't jump in front of others and mock them just after you win the game. This kind of thing may happen a lot in private, but it will still be restricted in public. After all, Beastmasters are a group of people who possess extraordinary powers. If you mock them, it may not take 30 years for them to turn around and they will kill you tomorrow morning. By convention, the tribute is usually initiated by the winner of the game. Lin Chuan chose the relatively childish but popular fist-bumping method among boys and girls of this age group. He raised his right fist. Wang Lu smiled and also raised his right fist and lightly touched it with Lin Chuan. When the two sides bumped fists in salute, the audience applauded and cheered together. This is also a detail. Even if it is a baby cup, even if the fight between the two sides is ugly and weak, even if some people don't like it but will hide it in their hearts, they still have to applaud and encourage the newcomers on the surface. This will help boost the confidence of the new Beastmasters. In fact, many professional Beastmasters were so incompetent when they were newcomers that they lost confidence in themselves. It is often the applause and encouragement after a public competition that allows them to successfully build up their self-confidence, and from then on they cannot stop and eventually embark on the professional path. The effect was obvious. Although he knew that a lot of the applause was expressed with a sense of amusement and ridicule, Wang Lu still felt warm in his heart. He was no longer embarrassed because he was defeated by the Turtle Monument. Your Huai is very strong. Wang Lu admired sincerely. I've fought with other rookie Beastmasters before, and few of their spirit beasts could withstand my turtle's water gun. Only your Huai not only withstood it, but also relied on rooting to remain unscathed throughout the fight. As he spoke, Wang Lu looked at the cherry blossoms at Lin Chuan's feet again. At this moment, Sakura is like a shy little girl. It timidly hugs Lin Chuan's calf and hides behind him, with half of its head sticking out in a cat-like manner, giving people a feeling of being cute, harmless and very weak. The corners of Wang Lu's mouth twitched, thinking that if they hadn't fought just now, he would really be fooled by Huai's weak, helpless and pitiful appearance. He is obviously a very tough guy who can withstand the continuous water gun from his turtle and remain unscathed. How can he be so cute? Nodding slightly with a forced smile, Wang Lu asked Lin Chuan again. Can I ask you quietly? It's okay if you don't want to tell me. I know the rules. How did you train yourself? Even a support-type spirit beast like Huai can be so tough. Did you take any special nutritional supplements that improve your defense? What brand? Can you tell me about it? I'll buy some and try it. Lin Chuan smiled and shook his head, not that he was unwilling to share his training experience. His current training situation is actually nothing special except for the talent plugin. There is not much that cannot be said. It's just that the idea of training is clear, not impatient or anxious, and it's just one step at a time, and at most it can be supplemented with Krypton Gold. It's nothing special, but the nutritional supplements my Sakura eats can't be eaten by your green water turtle. Number 73 Moon Frost Grass Ash Nutrient Soil and number 399 Black Abyss Dragon Snake Body Fluid Nutrient Water. Give your turtle these and your turtle will have a solid foundation and be strong. Hearing this, Wang Lu was speechless. Okay, it's a high-end nutritional product he has never heard of, but he knows from the name that it must be incredibly expensive and not something an ordinary family like his can afford. Moreover, it contains both nutritious soil and nutritious water. The water is okay, but as for the soil, his turtle really can't eat it and will have diarrhea after eating it. Without any further conversation, Lin Chuan put Sakura into the beast taming space and left the arena with Wang Lu. Soon, the next game began. As for Lin Chuan, after the competition, he picked up his small tray, put on his thermal backpack, and started selling melon seeds, milk tea, popcorn and cola. Up to now, Lin Chuan has made a small profit of 30,000 star rock coins. Although 30,000 star rock coins are not a lot and cannot be wasted on the expenses of breeding spirit beasts, it is also a month's work income for an ordinary white-collar worker. That is, the baby cup and the limited-time monopoly of the organizer, otherwise how could the money be made so easily? Of course, while selling snacks and drinks, Lin Chuan was also watching the game, observing his opponents and various spirit beasts. At the same time, Lin Chuan was reviewing his own game in his mind. Some people may ask, what is so worth reviewing about Lin Chuan's previous game? To sum it up, it's a simple operation of taking root with a snap, carrying the water gun and using it as daily watering, and then bang, flipping the turtle monument. The opponent has almost no ability to resist. That being said, there is really nothing to review and reflect on from this perspective. But there is more than one angle from which to review and reflect. We can also review and reflect on the Beastmaster himself. There was nothing wrong with the use of the combat skills of the two spirit beasts, but there were still problems with Lin Chuan's command and Sakura's feedback. When he asked Sakura to deal with the opponent, Sakura's reaction at that time was to look back at him in confusion, asking him how to deal with it with her eyes. If it were another opponent, such as Ping Kai or Sun Yining, they would probably seize the opportunity of Sakura's turning back and give her a set of smooth little combos. If it was a spirit beast belonging to a professional beast tamer, it would not look back at its tamer. The moment the Beastmaster gives an order, the spirit beast knows what to do. In fact, Lin Chuan's situation is very common, or it can be said that most new Beastmasters are like this. Judging from the players in the competition so far, the communication and command between most players and the spirit beasts is very uncoordinated, including Sun Yinyin and Ping Kai, who also have great flaws. Their commands are too complicated, and often the situation off the court becomes another one before they have finished speaking. It can also be said that the battle rhythm between the dog and the monkey is too fast, and Sun Yinyin and Ping Kai's command speed cannot keep up. This is true for most Beastmasters, but there are also a very small number of contestants who excel in communicating with and commanding spirit beasts. One of them was a female player named Tian Qi, who made Lin Chuan's eyes light up. Her commands were often just a few words, or even a glance without saying a word. Her contracted spirit beast, the little snow rabbit, could react and operate in an extremely complex manner, just like an acrobat, jumping around, moving left and right, dazzling the audience. Unfortunately, due to its lack of hard power, the little snow rabbit's brain was too soft, and it was knocked unconscious by its opponent, a rock-attributed spotted rat. Winning or losing is not the key is that Tian Qi showed his ability to communicate with the spirit beast in the game. He can let the spirit beast know what to do without verbal communication. This is also what Lin Chuan realized he had missed after reviewing and reflecting on it. Lin Chuan understood the principles behind this method of communication and command. Firstly, Tian Qi should have a talent for taming beasts similar to telepathy of spirit beasts. Well, he definitely has it, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be able to communicate without words in just 2 weeks. The second is to rely on the contract between the Beastmaster and the spirit beast. This is something every Beastmaster can do, but it takes time. The Beastmaster and the spirit beast get along with each other on a daily basis, living, training, fighting and adventuring together. As the bond continues to strengthen, with the help of the power of the contract, the Beastmaster and the spirit beast will sooner or later be able to achieve a state of mutual understanding. Lin Chuan had no choice but to give up his talent for taming beasts. His talent for taming beasts was already very advanced, but it did not have the effect of telepathy. This was something he could not achieve no matter how hard he tried. Then, we can only start with the contract. In this regard, in addition to the accumulation of time, there are also some special means. Some ancient schools of dojo, Beastmaster clubs, or families will pass down some special training methods, such as meditation and coordinated dance. Meditation, as the name suggests, is easy to understand. Coordinated dance is the dance that ancient Beastmasters had to perform within the contract array when signing a contract with spirit beasts. It is a dance that synchronizes the body, spirit, and will of the Beastmaster and the spirit beast. Things like these can quickly improve the tacit understanding between the Beastmaster and the spirit beast, and can even slightly increase the quality of the energy feedback the Beastmaster receives after the spirit beast's growth and advancement, allowing the Beastmaster's level to increase faster. Without the meditation method and without the knowledge of coordinated dance, Lin Chuan could only think of some honest and stupid ways. Time flew by quietly, and while Lin Chuan was making some money selling snacks and drinks, it was already 4 p.m. Today's competition is completely over. There are a total of 46 contestants, 23 of whom were eliminated. 11 people gave up the subsequent competition because they felt they had no hope of winning the championship, runner-up or third place. In the end, there are 12 contestants left who will participate in tomorrow's competition. Most of the contestants and spectators left Lin's farm one after another. Some people also choose to book a room in a hotel near the farm, wanting to play here for a while and go for an outing. There were also several contestants who participated in the competition but lost, and they applied to Lin's farm to rent venues for training. The leader among them was Ping Kai. He was the first to make such a request. The following contestants saw it, thought about it, and also followed suit and applied. In Ping Kai's words, he has been eliminated and has no pressure anymore. After the competition, he will give Little Red Hair a day off and start new training tomorrow. The environment of Lin's farm, especially the fruit forest that covers the middle of the mountain, is the favorite and most suitable environment for the growth of apes and spirit beasts. Lin Louding thought about it for a while and then agreed to Ping Kai and several other Beastmasters' application to borrow the venue. It's not for the rent, but to make good connections and improve the reputation and credibility of Lin's farm. Who knows, there will be several professional Beastmasters in the future. When the Lin's farm applies to become a Hui breeding base, they may be able to say something and help. Of course, these Beastmasters are prohibited from entering the Hui breeding area. As for Lin Chuan's special training ground, no one is allowed to approach it without Lin Chuan's permission. This is an unwritten rule of the beast taming civilization. No one is allowed to spy on other beast tamers' methods of breeding spirit beasts without permission. Otherwise, they will be severely punished by the Beast Tamer Association, including but not limited to fines and filing. Everyone understood the rules and no one had any objections, so Lin Xuedong didn't say anything else and let them act on their own. Lin Chuan sighed. He never thought of putting it off until tomorrow. Now that he had found his own shortcomings through review and reflection, Lin Chuan immediately began to make plans, cramming overnight and starting special training. Well, it's better to say that it's playing games with Guogua and Sakura than special training. Guogua and Sakura said they really enjoyed it and were very happy, and said if there were more special training like this, they would be able to continue working hard indefinitely. Specific special training content. Lin Chuan found many small building blocks and 3 decks of playing cards from his childhood in the storage room. First, the paper game. Lin Chuan randomly picked out a piece of paper and looked at the card himself without showing it to Sakura and Guogua. Then, through the contract, he conveyed the information on the card to Guogua and Sakura with his heart and emotion, and asked Guogua and Sakura to choose the card that Lin Chuan had just drawn from their other decks. As for why it was not a simpler case of Lin Chuan drawing the card and having Guogua and Sakura guess the card, it was because Guogua and Sakura's IQ was not enough and they could not recognize the entire face of the playing cards. Then, play the building block game. Lin Chuan also started first. He randomly built something with building blocks. Then, Guogua and Sakura stacked the bricks without looking or thinking, relying entirely on their inner intuition. Finally, see if the blocks they stacked are similar to those stacked by Lin Chuan. The more similar they are, the higher the tacit understanding between Lin Chuan and them. There are many, many tacit understanding games like this. However, Lin Chuan only has these 2 for now, but they are enough for Guogua and Sakura to play with after daily training. Compared to card games, building block games are obviously much more interesting, so Guogua and Sakura naturally like them more. Moreover, they are at the age of lively, active and playful kids with poor self-control. Once they find a game they like, they can easily become addicted. So, just like that, without stopping, Lin Chuan and Guogua Sakura played the building block game training from 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. As for the effect of special training, Lin Chuan said he didn't feel anything, which was normal. After all, synergy is a very mysterious thing, and it cannot be quickly improved by playing a few hours of games at the last minute. Lin Chuan's plugin does not support this function. Tacit understanding, the tacit understanding that can make the spirit beast's heart move freely during the competition and battle, requires accumulation over time. Perhaps we can see some results after a month. Anyway, it's not a big problem and it's not too troublesome. Today was a bit too much. After that, I will take 1 or 2 hours every day to play this tacit understanding game with Guogua Sakura. Sooner or later, the tacit understanding will change, right? Well, now is not the time to talk about this. What we should do now is to roll over and go to sleep right away. If I don't sleep, I'm afraid I'll die suddenly. Just kidding. But if they don't take a rest, Guogua and Sakura's normal schedule will be disrupted, affecting tomorrow's training arrangements and even their performance in the competition. As for Lin Chuan himself, he said that this level of overwork was completely fine for him, as long as he didn't wake up in the morning, burn some mental energy in the afternoon, and go shopping at night, which led to overwork. He would generally not be crippled and would not stay in bed unable to wake up. The key was Guogua and Sakura. Although they had now passed that period of rapid growth, they were still in the stage of cultivation and nurturing. They still had to strictly follow the schedule, and every bit of mental and physical energy had to be strictly calculated. Only in this way could they grow, improve, and transform more efficiently. One step faster, every step faster. Only by maintaining the advantage and not slacking off, can you stand out in the entrance examination 3 months later, now it should be 2.5 months later, and be admitted to one of the 8 major universities. Come on, my little cuties, my brother's admission letters from 8 universities are depending on you. Lin Chuan shouted in his heart. Lin Chuan's face was expressionless, even a little fierce. He very seriously ordered the 2 little guys to go to bed. They still wanted to cry and beg to continue playing with building blocks, but when they saw Lin Chuan's fierce expression and serious look, Guogua and Sakura instantly became good kids and obeyed him immediately. 2 large leaves like hair extended from the top of each head and rolled left and right. The Guogua cherry blossoms wrapped themselves into a big watermelon. The flowers on the top of their heads that continued to bloom due to happiness and excitement also gradually shrank and finally turned into buds. Yeah. Sleep, the good baby has gone to sleep. The 2 little ones made a sound of trying to cover their ears and steal the bell. Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing. Having said that, Lin Chuan had a flash of inspiration, and wondered whether he should make some arrangements for the 2 little ones to learn some sleeping skills so that they could fall asleep instantly whenever they wanted. This would be a very good self-recovery skill for both daily training and competitions. After all, both rooting and photosynthesis are affected by the site and environment. If they are on a steel plate site, on a cloudy and rainy day without the sun, then rooting and photosynthesis would be indirectly ruined. Well, it must be arranged. Lin Chuan adjusted the previous skill construction outline in his mind. Unfortunately, he has not encountered any materials that can inherit the sleep skill so far. The sleep skill is not too rare, but there are no related spiritual beasts and monsters that are born with the skill and can produce materials for the sleep skill with a high probability in Tianshang town or even the surrounding areas. It seems that he has to find time to visit other big cities, Lin Chuan thought. His thoughts stopped here, and without further thought, Lin Chuan put Guogua and Sakura into the beast taming space. Why not let the 2 little ones rest outside like before? This was because of the baby cup. There were quite a few outsiders in the Lin's farm now. Some of them were players or their family members and spectators living in hotels near the farm. There were also those who rented the farm's orchard for special training. Lin Chuan could even hear the monkey calls of "oh-oh" chirp coming from the orchard. Although the Beast Tamer Association has issued bans on certain behaviors, one should never be safe from the unexpected. What if a new beast tamer fails to control his or her spirit beast? This is a very common problem for new beast tamers. Every year there are incidents where new beast tamers fail to control or restrain their spirit beasts and injure people. What if Guogua Sakura is injured? Therefore, it is better to take Guogua and Sakura back to the beast taming space device. It's only for these 2 days anyway. With the speed of a teenage boy, Lin Chuan washed and dressed quickly. In just 3 minutes, he had changed into his pajamas and was lying on the bed. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Lin Chuan suddenly thought of something and picked up the watch-shaped beast-controlling space device on the bedside table. Gently touching the small button on the side, a virtual screen the size of a tablet computer instantly unfolded in front of Lin Chuan. He tapped the virtual screen with his fingers, and soon, Lin Chuan completed the adjustment. What is this for? It's nothing. Lin Chuan just turned on one of the auxiliary functions of the beast-controlling space device on his watch, the bedroom check. Check the dormitory. This small program is an advanced auxiliary program extended from the monitoring function, and many other ordinary and low-level beast-taming space devices do not have it. Well, expensive things always have the only disadvantage of being expensive. The purpose of dormitory inspections is to supervise those spirit beasts that are restless and like to get up and have fun late at night while the Beastmaster is resting. This refers especially to many spirit beasts in their childhood and growth stages that are lively, active, or even naughty. The Beastmaster is the absolute nemesis of these spirit beasts that like to have fun in the middle of the night. It can supervise on behalf of the beast tamer. Once the spirit beast in the beast tamer space device does not rest when it should, and gets up in the middle of the night to have fun, it will automatically turn on and play the sound or video recorded in advance by the beast tamer for the spirit beast. Basically, no spirit beast can resist the bedtime inspection, and many baby spirit beasts hate bedtime inspections. If it were normal times, Lin Chuan would definitely not think too much about it, because Guogua and Yinghua were well behaved and would definitely sleep quietly. Well, Lin Chuan didn't know that Guogua and Yinghua would often get up in the middle of the night to party and fight with each other while he was sleeping, just to compete for the position of the big sister in the team. In other words, they all knew their limits and didn't really fight with all their strength, they just wrestled with each other, so Lin Chuan didn't notice it. Let's get back to the topic. Today, after playing the building blocks game for so long, Lin Chuan felt that the two little guys should still be in high spirits and would probably get up in the middle of the night to have fun, so he planned to turn on the bed check function. After finishing the settings, Lin Chuan lay down on the bed comfortably and closed his eyes. The next morning, Lin Chuan's biological clock woke him up at 5:30. First, Lin Chuan put on the watch and beast-controlling space device on the bedside table, and then checked the activation record of the bed-checking applet last night. Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, and sure enough, it was just as he expected. The dormitory checking applet has been activated once. This means that Guogua and Yinghua really got up in the middle of the night to have fun while he was sleeping last night, but they were successfully scared back to sleep by the bed-checking app. Since there is only one record, it proves that Guogua and Yinghua are relatively obedient, so let's not worry about it. After washing and changing clothes, it took less than 3 minutes at the speed of lightning. Lin Chuan left the room in high spirits. Outside the villa, there is a small courtyard at the door. Lin Chuan released Guogua and Sakura from the beast-controlling space device. When they were just released, Guogua and Yinghua were still wrapping themselves in leaves, seeming to be still asleep. After sensing the sudden change in air temperature and humidity, they quickly woke up, their entire watermelon-shaped bodies trembled slightly, and then their leaves slowly unfolded, and the buds on top of their heads also gradually bloomed into delicate flowers. By the way, due to the cultivation for combat pets, the color and texture of the flowers on Guogua and Sakura's heads are different from those of other flowers and leaves on the farm. The texture of Guogua's flowers is becoming more crystal-like and slightly hard to the touch, with a cool and smooth feeling like crystal, while the color of the flowers is changing towards a wholly pure white. The texture of the cherry blossom flowers is delicate and feels very soft, like the skin of a pure girl, while the color is becoming more and more pink, a cute color that dazzles the eyes and captivates the heart. Aa. Boo, boo, boo. Guogua and Sakura, who had just woken up, greeted Lin Chuan good morning together. Then, the two little cuties jumped around Lin Chuan non-stop. They were consciously warming up because they were about to do morning exercises. Originally, Lin Xuedong was the leader, but in the recent period, or in the next 3 months before the entrance examination, Lin Chuan will be the leader. Lin Chuan also warmed up briefly, stretched his muscles, and took Guogua and Yinghua to jog around the villa courtyard twice. At 6 o'clock, Lin Chuan went to Hua Ye's fields with a watering gun and watered each field one by one, waking up all the Hua Yes on the farm from their sleep. Mosaic leaf field area. The flower buds in the field swaying in the wind slowly opened with the rain curtain sprayed by the water gun. The clear and lovely calls of Iya-ing echoed throughout the fields. Just like the scene in kindergarten or elementary school, the flowers and leaves woke up one by one, shook the water droplets on their heads, and then, the fat little one supported himself on the ground with his hands and pulled himself out of the pit. He jumped twice and shook off the dirt on his body. Then, the flowers and leaves ran towards a small square in the field. After a short while, the leaves from small to large, from short to tall, were divided into 5 rows according to the different flavors of the fruits, and lined up neatly in the small square. At this time, Lin Chuan had already been waiting at the front of the queue. On the slightly higher and wider steps, Guogua and Yinghua were on both sides of him. Good morning, everyone. It seems that everyone slept well last night. Everyone is very energetic and lively. No one got up in the middle of the night to act naughty, right? Lin Chuan said with a smile, acting like a leader, and there was a chorus of babbling responses from the audience. Only Guogua and Yinghua, who were standing on both sides of him, had cold sweat on their foreheads and looked guilty. Lin Chuan laughed secretly in his heart. Although I don't care, I still have to knock it a little bit. Well, that's enough. Well, let's get ready for today's morning exercises. From joking to serious, Lin Chuan said in a deep voice. As the morning light shines across the sky, the warm morning sun falls on every flower leaf in the small square in the field, and children's-style music with an inexplicable rhythm sounds. The third set, the flower leaf radio gymnastics, starts now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Jump up and raise your hands. 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. Turn around and raise the leaves. In the morning light, Lin Chuan led a group of girls to start their daily radio gymnastics. It cannot be observed by the human eye and can only be detected with professional energy testing equipment. Strand by strand, finer than a strand of hair, and warmer, the energy of the morning sun slowly and continuously seeps into the body of every flower and leaf, especially Guogua and Sakura on Lin Chuan's left and right sides, who were doing the radio gymnastics movements most seriously, most standardly, and most diligently. A faint, fresh green light emerged on their bodies. An hour later, the radio gymnastics ended and Lin Chuan wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Just at this moment, Lin Chuan suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed as if energy from the outside world was pouring into his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. The physical and mental strength he had consumed from doing the radio gymnastics just now was almost completely restored in an instant. Energy feedback. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly woke up, his eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that his beast tamer level had been upgraded at this moment and was now level 5. At the same time, that is to say, just now Guogua or Sakura, or both of them upgraded at the same time, which can bring him feedback. Lin Chuan quickly took the energy tester to test it. He was now at level 0, level 5, or level 5. Guogua is level 6 of the first order, which is level 16. Sakura is level 1, level 5, or level 15. Very good, Guogua and Sakura have both been upgraded. Suddenly, Lin Chuan was in a good mood. Guogua and Sakura were upgraded, so he was more confident about today's game. Well, the confidence should be increased from 100% to 200%. By the way, since Guogua and Sakura have been upgraded, and he has also been upgraded, then can we add another wave of points? Lin Chuan glanced at the time. It is now 7:12 in the morning. The second day of the Huai Cup will start at 10 a.m., the same as yesterday. If you have enough time, you can add some more. Lin Chuan ran back to his room, took out all the skill materials that he had bought from various beast taming shops whenever he had free time these days, and selected them one by one. Sakura already has a damaging skill. Even though it's only an entry-level poison powder and the damage is just scratching, it's still a damaging skill after all, just scratching. But as long as you scratch long enough, you can always kill the cute guy on the opposite side. As for Guogua, he had only inherited the experience of fighting and being beaten with a fighting attribute, but he did not have any real damaging skills. Now, it's time to give Guogua an active damage skill. Lin Chuan's eyes fell on a black fruit core. Before, it had been put on hold due to insufficient mental strength. Now that his beast tamer level has risen to 5, his mental strength has improved a lot, and he is confident that he can pass on the skill to Guogua. An extremely rare and powerful energy damage skill with wood attribute. Bomb Fruit. Bomb Fruit. This is an advanced skill of wood attribute. It requires the spirit beast to reach at least the first level and condense an energy core in the body before it can be learned. The principle of this skill is actually very simple. The spirit beast condenses the wood energy in its body, and then compresses it hard. Finally, the quantitative change achieves qualitative change, and the energy is materialized into the shape of a fruit. Then it is thrown out to blow up the opponent's little cutie. The principle is so simple, but it is actually very troublesome to learn, and there is also a certain degree of danger. The difficulties include but are not limited to energy absorption, induction and transfer, compression, degree of compression, timing and accuracy of projection, etc. Well, although any monster or spirit beast that has reached the first level and possesses the wood attribute or is able to use wood attribute energy can master this skill through learning and subsequent continuous practice. But in fact, with the total amount of energy in the body of an ordinary first-level spiritual beast, the energy in the body will often be consumed after using the bomb fruit a few times. Take the average data on flower and leaf accumulated by Lin Xuedong over 30 years of research. If you don't use particularly precious energy recovery potions, and simply restore energy naturally through photosynthesis, then a level 15 Hua can only cast the bomb fruit 3 times on average in 24 hours. If you cast more than that, it will affect Hua as healthy growth. The most important thing is, this skill is particularly dangerous during the learning process. Especially when you are unskilled, you often fail to suppress the energy and project it in time, which leads to premature explosion and self-injury. So, what about the skill of the bomb fruit? Although it can be learned at the first level, the Beastmaster will often wait until the beast reaches the second or even third level before letting the beast learn this skill. At the same time, when learning the skill, a large number of precious resources such as energy recovery potions and physical injury potions must be prepared in advance. If converted into star rock coins, it will cost at least 5 million. The above is normal. Just as there are normal situations, there are naturally also abnormal situations in this world, which may be due to coincidences, extraordinary understanding, or even special resources or cultivation secrets inherited from a family. I won't talk about anything else. At this moment, the owner of the black fruit core material that Lin Chuan is playing with in his hand is an abnormal person. This black fruit core is just a first-level spiritual beast material, but it can inherit the skill of the bomb fruit. This also means that the first-level spiritual beast that owns this black fruit naturally has mastered the skill of the bomb fruit. From a common-sense point of view, this is simply impossible. How can a wild, first-level spiritual beast without a Beastmaster master such a dangerous skill as the bomb fruit? Well, that doesn't matter. The important thing is, this super powerful, dangerous, and extremely difficult skill will soon be mine. He 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 he. Ah, it's my Gugua's. Same idea. Lin Chuan smiled secretly, flicked up the fruit core with his thumb as if he was tossing a coin, then held it tightly with his backhand and struck a cool pose. In order to avoid being seen by others while cheating, Lin Chuan returned to the backyard of the villa. There are thick high walls here and there are surveillance equipment outside. Basically no one can break in at will. Even if it is Lin Louding, he has to go through the only entrance to enter, otherwise he will be noticed by Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan called Guogua to his side. This is not the first time that it has received skill inheritance, so it is no exaggeration to say that it is experienced. Guogua rubbed its chubby hands a little excitedly, waving them up and down, with an excited look as if to say, "I'm ready, Gigi, take me on an adventure." Through the beast taming contract, Lin Chuan could clearly sense the excitement and anticipation emanating from Guogua. Well, in Guogua's immature wisdom, the skill inheritance that Lin Chuan gave it was equivalent to taking it into the experience of another spirit beast in the form of a dream, a great adventure with ups and downs. Although it cannot remember anything in the dream after waking up, some things will still remain in its body, which may be skills or the remaining wishes of the spirit beast that provided the materials. For example, after inheriting the fighting experience of the fighting spirit beast with fighting attributes, although it was all experience of being beaten like a punching bag, it also left Guogua with the instinctive desire to challenge the strong and to fight with the strong in his subconscious mind. So much so that Guogua is now more eager to fight than Inghua or even all the flowers and leaves on the farm. A fist of flesh, hearty fight. I also long for the feeling of improvement after hard work. And the glory of ultimately defeating a powerful enemy and winning. All these are what Guogua desires now, making him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Holding the black fruit core tightly in his hand, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Chuan knew that his head would be hit hard again next, so he had to prepare himself mentally in advance. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, using the spiritual consciousness to activate the effect of the inheritance of reincarnation, a wisp of invisible energy filaments of black and white color that were intertwined with each other and could not be seen by the naked eye emerged from the sea of soul and spirit deep in Lin Chuan's mind, traveled along the meridians in Lin Chuan's body, and finally, passed through his arm and sank into the black fruit core held in his hand. Next second, the black core emits a faint black-red light. The light is so weak, like a candle in the wind, giving people the feeling that it will go out in the next moment. However, even though it is such a weak light, it gives people a sense of fatal danger, as if the black fruit is about to explode. There is a strong feeling of anger, destruction, and annihilation surging from it. Lin Chuan realized that this was the influence of the memory fragments remaining in the black fruit core. From this, it can be inferred that the spiritual beast from which the black fruit core came must have had a complicated experience, otherwise it would not have had such an angry and destructive outburst. Lin Chuan's body shivered unconsciously, and his hair stood on end. He felt a little panicked and hesitant. He was wondering whether he should let Guogua use such dangerous skill materials now. After all, Guogua's current thinking and intelligence were immature, and he might leave some dangerous subconscious impression on him. Finally, after about 10 seconds of hesitation, Lin Chuan made up his mind. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Everything has a price tag already marked in fate. If you want to cheat, you must be prepared to take risks. Lin Chuan pressed the black fruit core that was emitting a black and red glow on Guoguo's forehead. Boom. As expected, the soul hammer arrived without fail. Lin Chuan felt as if his head was hit hard by a 10-ton storm hammer, which made him dizzy, saw stars, and almost broke his soul. Lin Chuan was mentally prepared for this. He immediately activated the energy in his body, using the wood attribute energy fed back to him by the advanced growth of Guogua and Sakura, and Lin Chuan maximized his self-healing ability. Gradually, Lin Chuan felt his head was much more comfortable, but he began to feel sleepy. Fortunately, the sleepiness is not that strong and I can resist it. Lin Chuan used the experience of staying up late and working hard to resist sleepiness in his previous life. He gritted his teeth, rubbed his temples, and used his willpower to keep his spirits up. In my current state, well, as long as there is no major consumption, there should be no problem finishing today's game. Guogua's perspective. The moment Lin Chuan pressed the black fruit core that was glowing with black and red light on its forehead, it entered a state of lucid daydreaming, and its consciousness entered the memory fragments of the spirit beast that was the source of the black fruit core. In a trance, Guogua felt that it had turned into a spirit beast that was only about 10 centimeters tall and looked like a peach. Tao Xiaotao, a lower-ranking spiritual beast. This race is naturally gentle, kind, lively, and active. Because it looks like a small pink heart-shaped peach, it is very cute and is loved by some human women and macho men. It is one of the best choices for domestic companion pets. However, due to its living and growth habits, it must live in a natural environment with a peach forest. Therefore, there are very few civilian beastmasters who can contract and raise Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao generally lives in peach gardens specially developed in human breeding bases, or in natural peach forests deep in the mountains and wilds. Tao Xiaotao who lives in the peach forest opened up by humans' breeding bases basically does not encounter any danger. However, Tao Xiaotao who lives in the wild deep in the mountains is usually hunted by other monsters and spirit beasts due to her low combat effectiveness, especially monkeys and spirit beasts, who like to prey on Tao Xiaotao the most. The little peach that Guogua transformed into and its clan lived in a wild peach forest deep in the mountains. They were free and did not interfere with the world. They were happy every day. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, they lived happily like this for who knows how many years. As time went by, Tao Xiaotao, transformed by Guogua, was elected as the tribe leader. In fact, it didn't make any difference to her. Compared with other Tao Xiaotao in the tribe, she was the first to drink water, occupy the best position when basking in the sun, and mediate small conflicts that might arise in daily life for other Tao Xiaotao. In short, everything was so simple and so happy. However, suddenly, one day, the nightmare of the Tao Xiaotao tribe came. A group of monkey monsters came from nowhere to the peach forest and captured Tao Xiaotao and her clan in an instant. 4 or 5 Tao Xiaotao were eaten every day. Seeing his good friends and his own tribesmen being eaten one by one, tribe leader Tao Xiaotao was filled with infinite anger. When all the other members of the tribe had been eaten, only the fruit cores were left on the ground. Tao Xiaotao, the largest and presumably the most delicious one, was also caught by the monkey monster. At the moment when it was about to be eaten, the clan leader Tao Xiaotao exploded. He gathered all his energy, all his spirit, and exploded with the monkey monster that caught it. It succeeded. The clan leader Tao Xiaotao severely injured the monkey monster, but at the same time, he himself was also seriously injured. Then, it was picked up by another monkey monster, who ate it in one bite with a crunch. The last relic is this black fruit core. It contains its anger, its unwillingness, its love for the Tao Xiaotao tribe, and the fruit bomb that finally gathers all its energy and spirit and can only be used once in this life. His body was shaking like a branch in the cold wind, as if he was going through some kind of pain, which was different from his usual great adventures. At this moment, Guogua is experiencing the fragmented memory of the Tao Xiaotao tribe leader being eaten by the monkey monster. Anger, unwillingness, all the energy, all the spirit was concentrated in an instant. Boom. An extremely powerful explosion drowned and shattered Guogua's dream. This strong impact of will made Guogua suddenly sober up, and all the fragments of Tao Xiaodao's memory also receded like a tide. Only the final explosion of all the energy and spirit was remembered by Guoguo's body instinctively. Bomb fruit. Learn. Seeing Guoguo regain consciousness, Lin Chuan walked over quickly to ask about the situation. However, before Lin Chuan could speak, Guoguo started to try it himself, with his two chubby hands raised in front of him, and strands of wood energy gathered from Guoguo's body. Essence, energy, and spirit were unified in an instant. Guoguo shouted loudly and suddenly exerted force to compress the wood energy to the extreme. Next second, a jade-like little energy peach appeared in front of Guoguo, between his two chubby little hands. Guoguo's eyes flashed, as if filled with boundless anger towards a certain ape, and he pushed his two chubby little hands forward fiercely. Whoosh! The emerald green energy peach drew a parabola in the air and landed on the courtyard wall in front. Boom! The sound of explosions rolled past, smoke and dust flew, and all kinds of flowers, plants and trees in the yard were bent or even broken by the air waves, and debris flew everywhere. When the smoke cleared, only a mess remained. A big hole was blown in the wall of the yard, and rubble fell down. The next moment, there was another loud bang and the whole wall collapsed. Hiss! Lin Chuan took a deep breath and wanted to contribute more to the cause of greenhouse effect environmental protection. Unfortunately, this time, Lin Chuan's contribution was not in place and was not used to reduce the greenhouse effect, but he also successfully contributed to the control of haze. He took a big breath of dust, which made him cough violently. Patting his chest and catching his breath, Lin Chuan looked at the situation in front of him in disbelief. It was expected that the power of the bomb fruit would be great, but Lin Chuan did not expect it to be so great. Is it just the entry-level bomb fruit that has just been passed down? No, it's probably more than that. It must be at least a normal-level bomb fruit. This is the only way to easily blow down a wall. You should know that this wall is made of large blue stone. Although not as thick as steel alloy of the same thickness, it is much thicker than ordinary walls. It is difficult for a first-level spiritual beast to destroy it. Even animals with strong physical strength will need to scrape for more than 10 minutes before they can dig a hole. Good job, really good job. With this bomb fruit, who dares to say that Huai is an auxiliary spirit beast? Even a spirit beast of the speed attack, strong attack, burst, or even 3-axe type may not be able to cause such exaggerated damage. At least as far as Lin Chuan knows so far, he has never seen a first-level spiritual beast that can cause such damage. Awesome, my Guoguo has the qualities of an emperor. Having said that, Lin Chuan suddenly fell into deep thought and felt a little strange. Use the mobile phone function of the beast taming space device on the watch to search the internet for various videos about the skill of the bomb fruit. The first thing that appeared was a video of the various uses of the bomb fruit during the game. One bomb fruit could blow up half of the playing field, or a bomb fruit could explode into countless small bomb fruits, mainly creating a cluster bomb effect. These were all advanced usage techniques for the bomb fruit. Without clicking on these videos, Lin Chuan just glanced at their titles and swiped away. At this moment, Lin Chuan was more concerned about the explanatory video of the bomb fruit. The principle of the bomb fruit, the danger level of practicing the skill, and the specific performance differences at each proficiency level. Soon, Lin Chuan found the relevant video and watched it carefully. He confirmed his previous guess that the proficiency of Guoguo using the bomb fruit was indeed not entry level, but ordinary level, and was already very close to the proficient level. Lin Chuan was caught off guard by this situation. This situation did not happen when inheriting skills before. Sakura's previous inheritance of poison powder and devil's words were just entry level. How come Guoguo has an ordinary level bomb fruit? Could it be that Guoguo is really an emperor with great luck and extraordinary talent? Okay, no kidding. Lin Chuan was playing with the black fruit core in his hand that had lost its skill inheritance effect, while he lowered his head and thought carefully. Compare with the previous situation and what is different. With a dark light in his eyes, Lin Chuan stared at the black fruit core in his hand. Just now, when he activated the inheritance of reincarnation and touched the memory fragments in the black fruit core, he could feel a fatal danger. More importantly, the strong emotions that made him shiver unconsciously, anger, unwillingness, and almost wanted to explode and perish together. This strong emotion should be the difference between the skill material and other skill materials, and the reason why Guogua was given the ordinary level bomb fruit. Furthermore, Guogua's own extraordinary talent in energy is probably the reason why the bomb fruit skipped the entry level and went directly to ordinary level. His thoughts stopped here and Lin Chuan didn't think about it anymore. Whether his guess was right or not, he couldn't tell now. He could only look for it later to see if there were any materials for spiritual beast skills with extremely strong emotional fluctuations. He would know after trying a few more times. As for now, he had to check Guogua's condition carefully to see whether Guogua had exhausted the bomb fruit just now. After a round of examination, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing wrong with Guogua, and her condition was even exceptionally good. Since you are in such good shape, I'll leave today's game to you, Guogua. Lin Chuan rubbed Guogua's little head and said, "This chewy and cool touch is really irresistible." Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Guogua's pair of small eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and the whole body became excited. His two chubby hands made boxing movements with ho-ha-hey, as if he couldn't wait to go on the field and fight with his opponent. Boo-boo-boo. Spiritual little sister. The cherry blossom next to it made a cute sound, chirping softly, thinking that Guogua couldn't hear it. However, they were too close to each other, and Guogua heard everything, and immediately let out a dissatisfied cry. Then, the two little cuties started chasing and playing. Treating Linquan as a pillar, Sakura circled around Linquan, escaped, and Guogua chased after her. The scene was warm and harmonious, and Lin Chuan's face was full of the smile of an old father. At this time, Lin Loudon came. Well, the loud noise of the courtyard wall collapsing just now finally attracted attention. Thinking something had happened, Lin Xuedong rushed over in a hurry. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Chuan was not injured and Guogua and Yinghua were chasing and playing and seemed to be completely fine. Looking around, Lin Xuedong was silent. He could see certain things from the traces at the scene. With his understanding of Hua Ye's research, he could probably guess that Lin Chuan was doing special breeding, and he could even guess what specific skills they were. His heart was filled with shock. However, Lin Xuedong did not say much and did not ask any further questions. This was the tacit understanding between father and son, and it was also the established rule of the beast-taming civilization so far. Don't worry about the wall, I'll ask my employees to repair it later. Lin Xuedong patted Lin Chuan's shoulder, and his eyes suddenly lit up like a flashlight in the dark night. After today's game, remember to bring Guogua and Sakura to my place for a detailed physical examination. I want the latest data of Guogua and Sakura. Well, you don't have to ask what Lin Chuan did to blow down the bluestone courtyard wall, but he must get the latest data of Guogua and Sakura. Lin Chuan naturally agreed. After all, they had an agreement before. He gave Lao Deng an extra 500,000 star rock coins on the pretext of providing data. He couldn't just deny the debt. He still had to abide by basic integrity. After leaving the place to Lao Deng to clean up, Lin Chuan went back to prepare for today's Huai Cup competition. Well, take a nap for an hour to regain energy, and then prepare some goods for today, such as melon seeds, popcorn, milk tea, cola, and the like. Even if he is busy or tired, he can't miss the plan to make a little money. Lin Chuan plans to make a fortune in these 3 days from the Huai Cup, and successfully earn enough funds for the cultivation for at least the next month or even longer, and strive to make the spending non-stop. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The second day of the Huai Cup started on time as scheduled without any surprises. Yesterday, 11 players withdrew from the competition because they felt they had no hope of winning the first, second, or third place and receiving the prize money. Today, there are a total of 12 players left. Today, each player will play 2 games, 12-6 and 6-3, to determine the final 3. The final 3 players will play a round-robin tournament tomorrow. Each player will play 1 game against the other 2 players. The player who wins 2 games will win the final championship. The remaining runner-up and third place will be decided by the win between the 2 players. As for the situation where all 3 players have 1 win and 1 loss, that's very common. If this happens, a comprehensive calculation will be made based on the specific performance in the game, the command of the Beastmaster, the degree of tacit understanding between the Beastmaster and the Spirit Beast, the speed and timing of the Spirit Beast's skill release and other factors. The 2 referees present and the professional Beastmasters in charge will score them and rank the champion, runner-up and 3rd place. Don't worry, there won't be any favoritism or shady dealings. The 2 referees and professional Beastmasters will release the reasons and basis for their scoring at the same time. Yesterday, Lin Chuan appeared relatively late and did not appear until the afternoon. Today, however, he got up early. When the second game started at 10:12, Lin Chuan's name was called on the radio and it was his turn to go on the court. The opponent is a girl whose body shape is between that of a loli and a girl, with a bob haircut, wearing big round glasses, and having a fairly delicate and attractive appearance. Her name is Ingqingqing. Ingqingqing's spirit beast is a vine leaf frog, about 40 centimeters tall, a head shorter than the current Sakura Guagua. Overall it looks like the steamed bun frog from the previous life, round and cute, with tiny vines and leaves growing out of its limbs and frog feet. It has wood attributes and is of medium soldier rank. How to say it? We can't say Ingqingqing is a real rookie, that would be impolite. We can only say that her ability is that of an average civilian novice Beastmaster. The basic foundation has not yet been laid firmly. Well, it should be said that she didn't spend enough money to feed her vine leaf frog the best and most suitable nutrients, causing it to not develop fast enough and not grow strong enough. Also, her talent for taming beasts is probably not the kind that can help improve the growth efficiency of spirit beasts. Secondly, his skills have not been well developed. As wood-attributed spirit beasts generally possess photosynthesis and rooting, one is entry-level and the other is ordinary. They are okay to use in daily life, but have no practical value in competitions. The only thing he could do was a charged leap. This is an exclusive skill of frog-like spirit beasts. They can leap very high in an instant, and then use the gravity of the fall and their own weight to hit or trample the opponent under them. It was by relying on the charged leap that Ingqingqing was able to defeat her opponent yesterday, another rookie cutie. Well, as I said just now, I will let Guagua play today, and I will definitely not go back on my word. Lin Chuan did not let Guagua use any skills, relying entirely on the solid foundation he had built by spending money. He easily dodged the vine leaf frog's leaping attack by taking a step back, and then Guagua made a counterattack with a powerful blow, knocking the frog over and knocking him unconscious. Battle duration, 17 seconds. This little guy has different leaves and patterns from yesterday. Is it the initial double opening? Whether it's yesterday's leaves or today's leaves and patterns, they are both well taken care of. The foundations are very solid. Interesting. At the viewing platform closest to the competition site, Tang Hashan, a professional beast tamer sent by the Beast Tamer Association to provide on-site care, nodded in appreciation. Then Tang Hashan picked up the work record phone distributed by his Beastmaster Association and took a photo of Lin Chuan and Ingqingqing shaking hands and paying tribute after the game. He wrote a 100-word battle review of the battle, without any deliberate exaggeration or personal praise. He described the situation very objectively. After the game, Lin Chuan pushed the newly made wooden cart to sell melon seeds, popcorn, milk tea, and cola as soon as he got off the court. There are much fewer spectators today than yesterday. After all, many of them are relatives and friends of certain contestants who came to cheer them on. When those contestants were eliminated, the spectators naturally left as well. However, Lin Chuan's business today was not much worse than yesterday, mainly because he had become a familiar face and was considered by the curious audience to be one of the 2 top seeds for the Huai Cup. His Huai and Sun Yinin's golden werewolf were visibly much stronger than the other contestants' spirit beasts and had a more solid foundation. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was Lin Chuan's second game, which was also a game that many spectators were looking forward to. Because the 2 seeded players for the championship met here. On the left is Lin Chuan and on the right is Sun Yinin. In the audience stands, Sun Yinin's classmates and friends from the 5th Beast Taming Middle School were cheering for her. Lin Chuan's side was not weak either. After all, he was the host and this farm was his territory. The employees on the farm, their children, and several other students headed by Peng Kai, whom Lin Chuan did not know but who were from the 1st Beast Taming Middle School, were all cheering for Lin Chuan. For a moment, the cheers from Lin Chuan's side suppressed the momentum of Sun Yinin's support group. Supporters of both sides are competing secretly to see who has the loudest voice and more momentum. It's just that there is not enough time, otherwise they would probably have to form a cheerleading team of young girls. Compared to the incompatibility in the audience stands, the atmosphere between Lin Chuan and Sun Yining in the field seemed much more harmonious. However, the fighting spirit of both sides is very high. Whether it was Lin Chuan or Sun Yining, after watching the game yesterday, they both had an understanding of the strength of the other players. They knew that the other players were no match for them, and only the one in front of them was worth fighting. As long as you defeat the opponent, you will be guaranteed to win the championship. The champion prize of 400,000 will also be obtained. This is the early final. Not only do the two teams know this, but the referees watching the match also know it, and feel that this will be a relatively high-quality battle. Therefore, they will take this match more seriously. Even Tang Hashan, the professional Beastmaster who was watching the game, turned on the video recording function on his mobile phone for the first time, preparing to record the battle instead of describing the battle process in a few hundred words as he had done before. The referee of this match is Jie. First, he explained the customary rules. After making sure that both players had heard clearly and responded, he waved the flag and asked both sides to release their spirit beasts and greet each other. Lin Chuan, First Beast Taming Middle School. Lin Chuan, please give me your guidance. Sun Yining, the 5th Beast Taming Middle School. Sun Yining, my Da'in has been eyeing your Huaye for a long time. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's watch and Sun Yining's ring glowed at the same time. Under the special effects of flowers blooming in the void and rain of golden light, two spirit beasts appeared at the same time. On the left is Guogua, and on the right is the golden werewolf Dayan. The two spirit beasts looked at each other. At the same time, on the close-up screen outside the stadium, below the avatars of Lin Chuan and Sun Yining, the cartoon-style avatars of Huaye and Golden Wolfman also appeared, with a VS collision electric current special effect in the middle. Huai vs. Golden Werewolf. Dayan, a whoa. Why is it you? Where is Huai from yesterday? Dayan, a whoa. Forget it, since you two are in the same group, I'll just defeat you first, and then I'll defeat that flowery Ye from yesterday, to prove from now on that I, Dayan, am not a thin dog. Dayan pinched her paws, crawled down, put her feet on the ground, bared her teeth, and let out a dull growl from her throat, like a hungry beast with red eyes, giving people a strong sense of urgency and threat. Coercion, entry-level coercion, has the effect of intimidating the opponent and reducing the opponent's attack power to a certain extent. Guogua, What do you mean? Are you saying that I, Guogua, am not as good as that little green tea girling Hua? Xiaopang clenched his fists, and Guogua's little eyes flickered. Guzi, your path has become narrow. Not even a thin dog. Today, I will slap the label of thin dog on your forehead. Humans cannot understand the language of spirit animals. At least Lin Chuan and Sun Yining did not have the talent to taming beasts by telepathically understanding their language. They only felt that the two beasts were eager to fight at the moment. Referee Jie looked at the two spirit beasts separately, confirming that they were all fine, then he waved a small flag to indicate the start of the game. In an instant, the two spirit beasts moved. Lin Chuan, take root. As usual, I started by taking root and entering a Blood Bowl mode to prevent myself from being killed instantly. Well, based on yesterday's battle, the exact level of Sun Yining's Golden Werewolf Da'in is unclear, but it must be above level 1. Lin Chuan estimates that it should be around level 12 or 13. If it is not a little more careful and does not activate the Blood Cow mode in time, it does have a chance of killing Guogua in seconds. Many roots made of wood energy instantly spread out from Guogua's chubby little legs, which drilled into the ground. Bits of green light were absorbed into Guogua's body along the roots. Sun Yining was not in a hurry to attack, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Warm up, run around it. Focus and pay attention to the opponent's reaction. Warming up is not a skill, but a little trick in competition and fighting. Any living being of flesh and blood, whether human or spirit beast, will benefit from a little warm-up before strenuous exercise to loosen up the muscles and bones, speed up the blood flow in the body, increase the energy activity in the body, increase the adrenaline, and fully arouse the emotions, which is beneficial to the combat performance. According to reliable research data, the state of the same spirit beast after warm-up will be about 10% better than before warm-up. Of course, this little trick does not apply to some mineral and inorganic spirit beasts, as they can fight at full power without warming up. Lin Chuan, catch up. Sun Yining was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Chuan to give such an order. She thought Lin Chuan would use static to control dynamic. You have to know that the speed of the golden werewolf is not something Hua Ye can match, and it is impossible to catch up. The consequence of this would be that she would just let him fly like a kite. An experienced professional Beastmaster might have guessed Lin Chuan's thoughts at this time. For example, Tang Heshan has nodded slightly at this moment, acknowledging Lin Chuan's instructions. But Sun Yining was not like that. Although she was also an excellent new Beastmaster, she still lacked experience. She was unable to figure out the meaning of Lin Chuan's instruction at the first time. However, this did not stop her from responding. Sun Yining, hold it and keep a speed just slightly faster than it. Now that it's been delivered to my doorstep, how can I not fly this kite? At the viewing platform closest to the competition venue, Tang Heshan stroked his chin. As of now, Sun Yining has fallen into Lin Chuan's small rhythm, but it is hard to say who will win. After all, Hua Ye is a typical logistical support type spirit beast, and there is still a big gap between her and the agile attack type Golden Wolfman. Such a gap is particularly obvious during the period of being a rookie Beastmaster, and it cannot be overcome by simple command tactics. Speaking of command, Tang Heshan couldn't help but look at Lin Chuan and Sun Yining respectively. The difference in their command styles has become very obvious. Lin Chuan tried to be as concise as possible in his language, and would rather use 3 words than 2. Sun Yining tried to speak faster and give instructions as detailed as possible. Tang Heshan remained silent and did not comment. He did not make any evaluation on the pros and cons of Lin Chuan and Sun Yining's command performance. Perhaps it would be too hasty to make such an evaluation alone, as specific matters had to be looked at in the actual context. The further one progresses on the road of beast taming, the more streamlined the orders given by the beast tamer in combat command will become. A small number of Beastmasters who take the path of elite training will focus their emotions and energy on the spirit beasts, so their bonds with the spirit beasts will become deeper and deeper. With the help of the power of the contract, they can even eventually develop telepathy, and they can command the spirit beasts to fight with just a thought, without using language. Beastmasters who choose to train large groups are destined to be unable to concentrate their emotions and energy, and will find it difficult to achieve telepathy. Therefore, they will choose to cultivate the autonomous combat capabilities of some spirit beasts, and thus only give instructions on the general direction of combat and coordinate the macro tactics of many contracted spirit beasts, while leaving the specific details of the combat to the spirit beasts to judge and decide for themselves. In short, it is also a way to simplify instructions. Therefore, Lin Chuan's general direction of streamlining instructions is not wrong. As for Sun Yining's situation, the instructions were too complicated and cumbersome to be considered wrong, at least not at her current stage as a rookie Beastmaster. The degree of tacit understanding between novice Beastmasters and spirit beasts is often not high, and the IQ of spirit beasts in the baby stage is relatively low. Detailed command is more helpful in controlling spirit beasts in battle, which can greatly avoid situations where spirit beasts become too excited or are at a loss when encountering emergencies. As long as the level of tacit understanding is improved in the future, and the spirit beast grows and its IQ increases, the corresponding simplified instructions will be sufficient. Well, in a word, as I said before, specific things need to be looked at in the context of specific reality. With the massive investment in Krypton Gold, the accelerated training buff of the heart of the spirit tree, the focusing mirror field on the farm, and the expert-level photosynthesis, the growth efficiency of Guagua and Sakura can be said to be maximized. It cannot be said that the foundation is absolutely unprecedented, but it is also very solid and strong. However, there are still differences in specialties between races. Even if the Huai race has a solid foundation, it cannot defeat the Golden Werewolf in terms of strength and agility. Unless the Golden Werewolf's Beastmaster cultivates it carelessly, the Golden Werewolf's movement speed and reaction ability will be faster than Huai's. Don't waste your time. Your Hua Yi can't possibly keep up with the speed of my Dayan. Sun Yining chuckled and said as she looked at Guagua, who was being perfectly flown as a kite by Dayan. Lin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a faint smile that showed no comment. Of course I know, but if I don't let Guagua run too, chasing your Golden Wolfman, according to your tactical thinking, how can your Golden Wolfman run faster? And keep running, this is very exhausting, right? That's about it. Lin Chuan didn't plan to hide his thoughts too much and said them directly. It could be regarded as a verbal harassment tactic to disrupt the opponent's mood. Sun Yinin's expression changed slightly. It was not until this moment that she realized that Lin Chuan was planning to engage in a battle of physical exhaustion with her. However, after a little thought, Sun Yinin didn't feel surprised. Because when Hua Yi and the Golden Werewolf are fighting, normally the only way out is to fight a war of attrition. Unless Hua Yi has some cheats and learned some powerful skills, there is no possibility for her to fight the Golden Werewolf head-on. Lin Chuan fought a war of attrition and was indeed exhausted by him. But at the same time, she was also consuming energy. The only difference is that Lin Chuan was consuming Dayan's physical strength, while she was consuming Hua Yi's attention. A spirit beast like Hua Yi is more auxiliary, and its strength, agility, and reaction speed are not very good. Therefore, as long as Hua Yi is taken running and it is not allowed to use static to control braking, during the running process, Hua Yi will inevitably reveal flaws and gaps that cannot be defended in time. That's Dayan's chance. Focus and find the right moment. Suddenly, Sun Yinin's eyes flashed and she saw an opportunity. Guogua was being flown as a kite and was being taken around in circles by Dayan. In the corner of the venue, there was a huge rock that served as an obstacle. Guogua didn't have time to brake and turn, and his body's center of gravity was not adjusted, so he was about to fall. This is the opportunity that Sun Yinin seized. Now, Flaming Fist. At the same time, Sun Yinin did not hesitate to use the Baby Cup rules to limit the Beastmaster talent to only one use per game. The third-level Beast Taming talent, Wolf King Blood. Sun Yinin opened her palms forward, and scarlet energy condensed in her palms, turning into a dark light that instantly covered the Golden Werewolf Dayan, making Dayan's aura instantly wild and the energy intensity soared by at least twice. She turned around suddenly, and with the blessing of the third-level Beast Taming talent, the Wolf King's Blood, Dayan's speed suddenly exploded to the limit. She turned into a residual image and pounced on Guogua, smashing Guogua hard with her fist burning with blazing flames. Guogua's center of gravity had not yet been adjusted, so she was unable to dodge or defend herself, and could only expose her most vulnerable body to Dayan. Boom. With a dull punch sound, Guogua was knocked directly into the air, and the flames spreading from Dayan's dog claw fist hit Guogua. Guogua flew high up and hit the huge rock, bouncing back like a ball and finally falling heavily to the ground, raising dust and smoke. Upon seeing this, the audience, Sun Yinin's family, and the students of the 5th Beastmaster Middle School all shouted excitedly. Even Sun Yinin herself smiled. She took the lead. The advantage is mine. However, the next moment, Sun Yinin was stunned. However, in the Beastmaster command area opposite, Lin Chuan's expression did not change at all. He was not nervous or worried as imagined, but just calm and composed. Sun Yinin frowned immediately, feeling something was wrong. When the smoke and dust cleared, Guogua, whose half-body was burned black, climbed up with some difficulty. The previous attack did cause it heavy damage, and it was in pain all over. Fortunately, it had activated the blood cow mode, otherwise it would have been killed in one hit. Take root and photosynthesize. Lin Chuan said with the same concise instructions. Since the first stage of the blood cow mode is a bit unsustainable, then I will start the second stage. There are still the third stage and the trump card bomb fruit later. However, looking at the current situation, there is no need to expose the third stage of the blood cow and the trump card. Well, I will hide it as long as I can, preferably until the entrance examination in 2.5 months, to give other competing candidates a big surprise. Guogua uttered a babbling sound, and clenched his two chubby little fists, as if he was holding his breath. More roots, which were originally present on the chubby legs and under his feet and were made of mimicry of wood energy, spread out, drilled into the ground, and plundered the nutrients in the earth. Specks of green light were absorbed into Guogua's body along the mimicry roots. At the same time, the two green leaves that looked like hair under the white flower on Guogua's head were also shining and emitting a hazy and crystal light. At this moment, the time was 2:10 in the afternoon, the time when the sun was the strongest in the day. Countless green spots of light came from all directions, were absorbed by the two green leaves, and sank into Guogua's body. The nutrients, water, and sunlight that are quickly absorbed by the roots are converted into physical strength and energy at an astonishing speed through the expert-level photosynthesis effect. The burnt area on Guogua's body faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to its original color. In just 2 breaths, Guogua recovered and became energetic. Seeing this situation, Sun Yinyin was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Tang Heshan stood up with a bang, an expression of disbelief on his face. The efficiency of absorbing and converting sunlight, and recovering from injuries, is definitely expert-level photosynthesis. How is it possible? How did this kid train? Tang Heshan murmured. He didn't know about Lin Chuan's talent for taming beasts. Although the Beast Tamer Association had a record that Lin Chuan himself had written that he had dual beast taming talents, with Tang Heshan's authority, he was not allowed to retrieve the information files of other beast tamers without special circumstances. That's why he was surprised. Sun Yinyin was no longer as calm and confident as before, she was a little anxious. Now, De Yin's physical strength has been consumed a lot, and the explosive attack that De Yin just launched at the right time was healed back by the opponent in an instant. How could there be such a disgusting spiritual beast? De Yin, just rush over and engage it in close combat, using continuous flaming punches. Sun Yinyin forced herself to stay calm. If a burst attack can be healed back, then continue to attack multiple times in a row. She just didn't believe it. This Yi was also a baby spirit beast. How big a cup of milk could it have? Could it still be enough? Fight it. Lin Chuan chuckled. Just these 3 words. Guogua was instantly excited, and Xiaodudu's eyes were shining. Great. It had been wanting to engage in a close combat with real punches for a long time. But just now, the big dog kept running, not giving it any chance to punch or hit. As a result, unexpected scenes, even scenes that shattered people's 3 views, appeared. Receiving the order from Sun Yinyin, the golden werewolf De Yin quickly pounced on Guogua and threw a right hook with a flaming fist. However, Guogua dodged most of the damage by slightly turning sideways, leaving only scratches. Such scratches were instantly healed by photosynthesis in a breath. Without retreating, De Yin threw another left hook. However, this time, Guogua lowered his body and sank his center of gravity, completely avoiding De Yin's left hook flaming fist. At the same time, Guogua's 2 fat little hands reached up and grabbed De Yin's dog paws. He rolled over, kicked back, and exerted force suddenly, giving De Yin a heavy shoulder throw. Boom. There was another dull thud, and Guogua slammed De Yin to the ground fiercely. The damage of this shoulder throw was no less than the punch that De Yin had just thrown at Guogua, mainly because it borrowed De Yin's own strength. De Yin was stunned after being thrown over the shoulder, the referee was stunned, Tang Heshan was stunned, the audience was stunned, but the most stunned one was Sun Yinyin. What the hell? A supporting spirit beast actually threw a nimble attacking spirit beast over its shoulder. Where does it get its fighting experience? Sun Yinyin was numb, completely numb. What the hell, her De Yin, a golden wolf, couldn't beat a Yi in close combat. Couldn't beat a supportive spirit beast. Is it that her De Yin is too useless, or is it that this flower Yi is unscientific? Keep your distance. Continue with the previous tactics. Once again, Sun Yinyin took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Without any further hesitation or worrying about why she couldn't win in close combat, Sun Yinyin decisively gave the order to change to the assassin tactics. Every time you attack successfully, retreat immediately. After receiving Sun Yinyin's instructions, De Yin endured the severe pain all over her body caused by being thrown over her shoulder, quickly got up by doggy paddling, and ran away hurriedly using all 4 limbs. Guogua was so anxious that he yelled, "Keep fighting, punch me hard, little dog, don't run away. Catch up and continue to consume it." Lin Chuan immediately fulfilled Guogua's wish. Guogua also followed with his chubby little legs, panting. Just now, De Yin was able to fly Guogua's kite easily. However, as her physical strength was depleted and she was thrown over the shoulder hard again, De Yin's mentality and breathing rhythm became disordered, causing her speed to drop visibly. She was chased closely by Guogua, waving her little fist and yelling. In this state, De Yin couldn't even keep her mentality and concentrate, let alone counterattack with assassin tactics according to Sun Yinyin's orders, and could only flee in embarrassment. As time goes by, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The more energy De Yin consumed, the slower she ran. However, Guogua's energy continued to recover in the second stage blood cow mode of rooting and photosynthesis. She became more and more energetic, radiant and full of vigor. Numb. Sun Yinyin was completely numb, her mentality was completely broken. Physical strength, I can't consume it. Attack, the attack damage is not as much as other self-healing. Close combat, I can't win in close combat, and now I can't even run. How to fight this? Hit with the head. You have to play a ball. How could there be such an unscientific and disgusting spiritual beast like Hua Yi? Dayan fell down exhausted. It could not run anymore and was caught up by Guogua, who was running slowly and leisurely. Guogua jumped up and hit Dayan's dog head hard with a big punch, knocking it to the ground. In order to prevent Dayan from running away again, Guogua decisively turned over and sat on Dayan's neck, and Guogua's chubby hands grabbed Dayan's hair on her chin. Yeah. Get up. Little dog. Stand up and keep fighting with me, little dog. Don't fall asleep, little dog. Don't faint, little dog. Thin dog. Thin dog. Thin dog. Woohoo. With the last wolf howl, Dayan's last breath was released. It was almost fainted by the repeated howling of the thin dog. Jia was silent and did not react for a while, until another referee Zhuang Lan coughed twice to remind him, then he came to his senses and quickly waved the small flag. The game is over, Lin Chuan wins. Lin Chuan won the victory. Sun Yinyin had a complicated and uncomfortable expression on her face, a bit like she was constipated. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. Finally, when shaking hands with Lin Chuan after the game, he asked, "You flower leaf, is it legal?" Lin Chuan. Are you trying to say that my body is full of stimulants and there is not a drop of water? Lin Chuan asked back with a smile. No. Sun Yinyin shook her head, her face looking serious. I want to say that your Huai's body is full of milk. When you were cultivating it, the nutrients you used were all various dairy products, right? How could Huai have such abnormal and disgusting recovery abilities? Sun Yinyin said with gnashing teeth and in a sarcastic tone. Hearing this, Lin Chuan also revealed a sunny, proud smile, and chuckled and glanced at Sun Yinyin. What are you talking about? What do you mean by perverted and disgusting? That's obviously cute. Sun Yinyin gave her a look that said, I don't believe you at all. You are a young man with no martial ethics and very bad character. Immediately, Sun Yinyin's expression became serious and she stopped joking. Lin Chuan, are there any Huayes on your farm who are suitable for the contract? Well, I was originally planning to contract a second spirit beast, but after fighting with you, I think Huayi is a very good choice. So, I want to ask, does your Lin's farm have any suitable Huaye? Can you allow me to sign a contract with your farm? Don't worry, I will follow all the necessary procedures. It will be absolutely legal and compliant. Moreover, I will increase the price of a medium-level spiritual beast of the contracted soldier level at the normal breeding base by 50% and apply for a contract. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Sun Yinyin would actually want to contract Hua Yi as her second spirit beast. Is the advertising effect of his game so good? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chuan nodded slightly, feeling happy for his own boss. If there are more Beastmasters like Sun Yinyin who come to Lin's farm specifically and want to contract the variegated leaves of Lin's farm, then it will be very easy to upgrade Lin's farm into a variegated leaves breeding base. There is no need to apply for it actively. The Xingyan Federation officials will send people to talk to Lao Deng and give him various preferential treatments and financial and technical assistance to persuade him to upgrade Lin's farm into a variegated leaves breeding base. After all, in this world, industries related to beast taming are truly valuable, and a variegated leaves breeding base is much more useful to the country than an ordinary farm. A flower leaf suitable for the contract. Lin Chuan pondered. He was only responsible for taking care of a small part of Huaye. Most of them were still taken care of by Lao Deng. However, he still knew some of the situation by taking a look occasionally. Not yet, but wait another half a month, and then about 3 Huai will pass the infancy stage and enter a rapid growth period suitable for contract cultivation. As for whether you can be allowed to sign the contract, you need to discuss this issue with my husband, Lao Deng. Well, as long as your application process is fine and you have a notarized certificate with the seal of the Beast Tamer Association, Lao Deng should be happy for you to come to Lin's farm to contract Huaye here. Hearing this, Sun Yinyin nodded slightly and revealed an expectant smile. She even began to fantasize involuntarily that the Huaye in her contract, Arian, could also have a super large cup like Lin Chuan's Huaye. It can also be the same as in this battle, where the opponent's attacks are less than your recovery, and you end up killing your opponent with disgusting fatigue. Thinking about that scene, the corners of Sun Yinin's mouth curled up unconsciously. Well, yes, how could there be such a cute spiritual beast like Huayi? Half a month. Okay, I'll wait for half a month then. Originally, Sun Yinin planned to go to Qinghe City, the superior city of Tianshang Town, to develop after competing in this Huai Cup. The resources there would be more abundant, and she could also compete in the large-scale Baby Cup to earn more money to further cultivate Dayan. Now, she decided to continue developing in Tianshang Town for half a month, and then go to Qinghe City after signing a contract with her Arian. As for Dayan, there is no need to rush, as the funds she has are enough for her training during this period. The brief chat ended. Lin Chuan and Sun Yinin left the stadium respectively. The next game started soon. However, many spectators left the venue because there was basically nothing to watch in the remaining games. The advance finals between the two seeded players Lin Chuan and Sun Yinin are over, and the rest are just weaklings fighting each other. There is nothing interesting to watch in tomorrow's game. Even Sun Yinin's Golden Wolfman can't beat Lin Chuan's Huayi, let alone the spirit beasts of other contestants. Even if Lin Chuan's Huayi stands still, just one rooting skill is enough to make the spirit beasts of other Beastmasters beat him until he is exhausted. The champion of this Baby Cup was born at the moment the game ended. The fact is just as everyone expected. Day 3 of the Mosaic Leaf Cup. The remaining 3 players drew lots on the spot to decide the order of the competition, and a round-robin competition was conducted in the order of 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, and 1 versus 3. Lin Chuan drew the number 2 pick. Since there were 2 games, Lin Chuan did not favor one over the other. He let Guogua and Sakura appear respectively to play against the players with draws 1 and 3. The contestant with the number 1 pick is a tall boy named Jing Yaong, from the 3rd Beast Taming Middle School. His spiritual beast is a hairy cow, about 1 meter tall, a calf covered with fluffy hair, with particularly strong limbs, earth attribute, and a medium-level soldier rank. The contestant with number 3 is a girl with pretty face and delicate features, giving people the feeling of a beautiful girl next door. Her name is Mengya, and she is from the 4th Beast Taming Middle School. Her spiritual beast is a spotted rat, a very cute spiritual beast, which looks like a large hamster. It is 30 centimeters tall, with round spots on its body. It has the rock attribute, which is a higher special attribute of the earth attribute, and its bloodline is of the upper soldier rank. Lin Chuan had some impression of Mengya, not because of her pretty appearance, but because of her spirit animal, the spotted rat. The day before yesterday, Tian Qi, the girl with outstanding ability to communicate and command spirit beasts, was defeated by Mengya. Tian Qi's little snow rabbit tried all kinds of fancy operations and moved left and right, but unfortunately it was too stupid and was knocked unconscious by Mengya's spotted rat with a simple knock. Both Jing Yahong and Mengya are considered relatively outstanding among the new Beastmasters. However, compared with Sun Yinin, he is even a little worse than Ping Kai, not to mention compared with Lin Chuan. 2 battles. Lin Chuan only let Guogua and Sakura use the rooting skill, a blood cow mode. This made Jing Yahong and Mengya go through an indescribable emotional journey. At the beginning, they were still a little unwilling to accept it and did not think that they were inferior to Sun Yinin. Even though they couldn't defeat Sun Yinin's golden werewolf, their spirit beasts might still be able to defeat him. Then, their moods went through a process of excitement, to worry, to numbness, to nausea, and finally to despair. No matter how his spirit beast attacked, even if it knocked Huayi flying or knocked her down, Lin Chuan's Huayi would get up as if nothing had happened, brush off the dust on her body, then take a breath, and her milk would be full in an instant. Their spirit beasts became more and more tired and exhausted the more they fought, and finally they were so tired that they stuck out their tongues and rolled their eyes. Lin Chuan's flowers and leaves became more and more energetic. In the end, Jing Yahong and Mengya both gritted their teeth and said, "How could there be such a perverted and disgusting spirit beast like Huayi?" and then simply surrendered and admitted defeat. Lin Chuan's side easily won the championship. The competition between the 2nd and 3rd place winners was fierce. It seemed that they took out their pent-up anger at being disgusted by Lin Chuan's Hua Yi on each other. Zheng Yahong and Meng Ye fought fiercely. In the end, Meng Ye's spotted rat had not reached the first level yet, and its pure physical strength was not as good as that of the hairy ox. It was defeated by brute force. The key point was that Meng Ye's spotted rat also suffered serious injuries and had to recuperate for 3 or 4 days. For Meng Ye, even if she won the third place and received a prize of 100,000, she didn't know whether it was a profit or a loss. Well, these have nothing to do with Lin Chuan. As the sun set, Lin Chuan endured the final closing speech of the Huai Cup and finally won the championship prize. The championship prize of 400,000 star rock coins was directly deposited into Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account. Then, there was a banner and a small glass trophy. The banner read, Lin's Farm Huai Cup Champion, and the small glass trophy had the image of Huai. Well, these are not the key. The key is Lao Deng's previous promise. If the Huai Cup is successfully held, he will be given 30% of the farm's comprehensive income during the 3 days of the Huai Cup. If it does well, he will be given a larger share. Unfortunately, although the flower leaf cup is more attractive than other small baby cups, it did not attract reporters and anchors. Therefore, it can only be said to be good, not excellent. Lin Chuan can only divide it into 3 levels. Lao Deng did not refuse to pay and simply transferred 1.8 million to Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account. 1/3 is 1.8 million. Good job. In other words, just from hosting the Huai Cup for 3 days, Lin's farm earned a full 6 million. Is it so easy to make money? Lin Chuan couldn't help but want to host a few more Baby Cup new beast tamer competitions. Unfortunately, an individual could not host a Baby Cup, and each qualified unit could only host 1 Baby Cup at most each year. Without giving it any more thoughts, Lin Chuan checked the money in the Beastmaster's account. 400,000 in prize money, 1.8 million in dividends, plus the money he had left, minus the decimals, the total was 2.33 million star rock coins, that's right. 2.33 million star rock coins. Lin Chuan pondered, thinking about how to spend the money and how to invest it with better cost performance. If you take the most extreme Krypton gold route, buy the best and most expensive resources, strive for perfection, and find fault with every detail, 2.33 million star rock coins may be a lot, but they cannot withstand the burning and are far from enough. But if they just buy resources of a slightly lower level, in Guogua and Sakura's case, it would be more than enough to burn them for a month. In the remaining 1.5 months, he could also participate in other baby cups, or find other ways to make money. There was no need to rush. Well, there is no need to take the most extreme Krypton gold route. Even if you take the most extreme route, the cost-effectiveness of investment and reward is not high. With Huai's medium-level bloodline of the soldier rank, even if you use the best and most expensive resources, you may be able to compare with the lower-level general-level spirit beasts, but you will definitely not be able to compare with those spirit beasts whose bloodline level is upper-level general level through normal cultivation. Moreover, he has a cheat, reincarnation. He didn't plan to use it before the entrance examination. Although he is still unable to confirm the true extent of the effect of reincarnation, but judging from the name, reincarnation will most likely reset the level to 0. After the entrance examination, regardless of whether he can be admitted to the 8 universities, he will definitely arrange for Guogua and Sakura to reincarnate separately in order to break through the upper limit of their bloodline level. I will give him better resources after he is reincarnated. I believe that by that time, the money in his Beastmaster account will be more than it is now. Lin Chuan's room. Lin Chuan placed 2 big red envelopes in front of Guogua and Inghua respectively. Thanks for your hard work in winning the championship and the prize money so smoothly this time. You 2 have never slacked off in your daily training. You always follow the requirements and do your best. This is great. I, Lin Chuan, am clear about rewards and punishments. These 2 red envelopes each contain 10,000 star rock coins. They are rewards for you. You can buy anything you like. Lin Chuan gave 2 red envelopes to Guogua and Inghua respectively. The 2 little ones were stunned for a moment, and then they were so happy that they lost their minds. They held the red envelopes and babbled, acting cute and clinging to each other, which made Lin Chuan's heart melt. However, Lin Chuan still forced himself to control his expression, and his face suddenly turned serious. Well, but considering that you are still young and ignorant, in order to prevent you from spending money recklessly, I will save the red envelope for you first, and then return it to you when you grow up. As he spoke, Lin Chuan stretched out his hands to Guogua and Inghua, with an expression that showed he was willing to hand them over. Guogua and Sakura. You look at me, I look at you. Guogua and Inghua are full of question marks. Although their IQ is still low and they don't understand many things, their instinct tells them that something is wrong. Why, you don't believe me? Lin Chuan's expression became serious and he said in a deep voice. Do you suspect that I would be greedy for your little money? Am I that kind of Beastmaster? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you know that there are too many unscrupulous businessmen out there who like to cheat little ones like you out of your money? I'll keep it for you, and when you grow up a little, I'll return it to you. Guogua and Sakura continued to stare at each other. Although, it seems that what the master said is right. But, something is still wrong. There's something wrong, even 9 out of 10. Seeing that Guogua and Inghua were still hesitating, Lin Chuan knew that he had to use his ultimate move, otherwise, he would not be able to deceive them. He would not be able to help them keep the red envelope smoothly, and then they would be swindled away by the unscrupulous businessmen outside. With a flash of his eyes, Lin Chuan took out 2 small red flowers cut out of red paper from his pocket. After all, I'm not a bad guy. If you are willing to let me keep the red envelope for you, then I will give you that little red flower. The red envelope is yours, I'm just keeping it for you temporarily. And the little red flower is yours too. See, this is a win-win situation. You win twice. Seeing the little red flowers that Lin Chuan took out, the 2 little ones couldn't help but be attracted to them. Compared to the red envelopes, the little red flowers seemed more beautiful. Listening to what Lin Chuan said, Guogua and Sakura were talking in a humming voice. Win. Win-win. Win twice. The 2 kids were immediately excited. Oh my God. The 2 little ones held up the red envelopes in their arms high with their chubby little hands, and couldn't wait to exchange them with Lin Chuan's little red flower. Very good, good boy. Come on, give me the red envelope and I'll give you the little red flowers. After taking out the money from the red envelope and putting it in his pocket, Lin Chuan handed the empty exquisite red envelope shell to the 2 little ones. Looking at the 2 little ones wearing little red flowers, holding empty red envelopes, babbling with excitement, Lin Chuan showed the satisfied smile of an old father. Rewards and punishments are clear, and funds are recovered reasonably. How come there is such an excellent Beastmaster like him? Looking at the 2 little ones now, their enthusiasm is fully mobilized. I believe that when they train in the future, thinking about the future red envelopes and looking at the little red flowers on their chests, they will be more active and work harder. They will also work harder and persevere during competitions, and their fighting will be more resolute. They will work hard for the admission letters from his 8 universities. After rewarding the 2 little ones, it's time to reward myself. As a Beastmaster, Lin Chuan said that he was the biggest contributor. Without his plug-in, there would be no victory today. Well, although it's a reward, Lin Chuan didn't intend to do anything special or weird. Those who think of it in the wrong way will be facing the wall. Lin Chuan simply used the money in his pocket to order a family bucket of fried chicken and Coke for takeout, then changed into his home pajamas and lay down to enjoy a happy night. Yes, the reward was that simple, and lying down was only limited to tonight, as he would have to struggle again starting tomorrow. While eating a family bucket of fried chicken and Coke, Lin Chuan lay down and read a novel on the virtual screen projected by the Beast Taming space device. He said it felt great and as comfortable as he could be. Suddenly, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows. He was reading novels when he found one that caught his attention. It wasn't because of the novel's introduction that he was attracted to the book. Lin Chuan hadn't even opened the novel yet. The reason he was attracted was that Lin Chuan saw the word spiritual beast marked in brackets next to the author's name of this novel. In other words, this novel was actually written by a spirit beast. Lin Chuan said that this was the first time he had seen such a situation. A spiritual beast could actually be an author. However, thinking back, Lin Chuan felt it was normal. This year, the Xingyan Federation promulgated a new Spirit Beast Act to further protect the rights and interests of spirit beasts and allow highly intelligent spirit beasts to work in human society. For example, the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshang Town has a golden-haired furry dog who serves as the deputy director of the security department. So, isn't it normal for spiritual animals to register as authors and write novels online? By the way, does anyone really read novels written by spiritual beasts? With doubts and a little expectation, Lin Chuan clicked on the novel and read it carefully. Then, Lin Chuan discovered that although the novel used the popular online novel template routine, it was actually quite well written, and the writing style was much better than many failed writers. For example, I just saw a novel by an author with the pen name Tree Pig, and the writing style was terrible. Information about this novel. Author, Wan Wan, Spirit Beast. The title of the novel is Books Are Like Smoke. The protagonist is a spiritual beast named Rian, whose scientific name is the spiritual beast in the book Xian. The fairy in the book. This is a special spirit beast that was born from a book after a long period of time, at least 30 years, under the influence of many conditions such as emotional spirit and natural energy, by chance. Different from the monsters in nature and the spiritual beasts that have been domesticated by humans for thousands of years, the fairies in the book are spiritual beasts that are completely dependent on human civilization. After all, there are books only because of humans, and other highly intelligent spiritual beasts, such as the Dragon and Phoenix clans, each have their own way of inheritance, such as Dragon Balls and Phoenix Fire Seeds. Books are the sedimentation of human history, the continuation of culture, the accumulation of wisdom, and the inheritance of knowledge. The immortals in the book were born from these aspects of human civilization. Because they are spiritual beasts that were born along with human civilization, the fairies in the book have an appearance that is almost similar to that of humans, and are basically very delicate, beautiful, and cute girls. They are deeply loved by animal masters, especially some animal masters with strange hobbies. It's a pity that it's too small, otherwise I would like it more. The small here refers to the size. The fairies in the books are usually only as big as figures, and appear on the books in which they were created. Well, the general image is like the fairy sitting on the magic book in some fantasy animations in the previous life. Because they are spiritual beasts bred by books, book fairies are born with wisdom that is no less than that of humans, and their acquired learning ability is no less than that of humans, especially in rote memorization and pure accumulation of knowledge. Book fairies completely beat the academic masters among humans. Perhaps only those who are called genius academic gods among humans can defeat them. Unfortunately, the fairies in the book do not have human creative thinking. Their thinking is basically limited to the known knowledge framework, and they do not have any wild ideas or inspirations. However, even if it is just this, it is enough. Then again, the immortal in the book is so outstanding and has such a high IQ, isn't that amazing? In fact, just the opposite. The biggest flaw of the immortals in the book is their abilities as spiritual beasts. The levels of their spiritual beast bloodlines are often very low, basically only at the soldier level. Moreover, unlike ordinary spirit beasts, such as Huayi, which can evolve and break through the limit of their bloodline, the immortals in the book are born the same way they are in the future, and there is no possibility of any breakthrough evolution. Countless scientific research leaders have worked hard for hundreds of years to study this, but still have not been able to find the possibility of evolution of the fairies in the book. In the end, we had to determine that the immortal in the book was a rare non-evolved spiritual beast. Regarding the specific bloodline levels of the spirit beasts in the book, this is determined by the book materials that gave birth to them, the content recorded, the accumulation of years and many other factors. For example, a book fairy born from a book made of the leather of a legendary spirit beast will have a higher bloodline level than a book fairy born from an ordinary paper book. A book immortal born from a book that records precious knowledge will be better than a book immortal born from an ordinary novel or diary. A book that has been treasured and well preserved by a family for thousands of years will have a higher potential limit than a book immortal born from a tattered book dug out from some ruins. However, a treasure book made of high-grade materials, recording precious secret knowledge, and treasured for thousands of years does not necessarily give birth to a fairy in the book. The birth of the immortal in the book, even if it meets the accumulation of years and other spiritual, emotional, and natural abilities, is still unpredictable and depends entirely on God's will. Basically 99.999% of the immortals in books were born from all kinds of strange books such as miscellaneous books, novels, and diaries. Therefore, the bloodline qualifications of the immortals in the book are generally very poor, and they are often of the lower military rank. Well, that's what I should say. The lower soldier rank is the lower limit of the spiritual beast bloodline rank classified by humans, but it is not the lower limit of immortals in the book. If there were a lower-level division of bloodline grades, the immortal in the book would definitely sprint downward with all his strength. In general, the combat power of the immortals in the book only grows to the first level at most. Even if they train more and invest more resources, they cannot break through to the second level. Compared horizontally with other ordinary spiritual beasts, such as Hua Yi. It has only been 2 weeks since Lin Chuan arrived at level 16 and level 15 for Guogua and Inghua respectively. They will definitely be able to break through to the second level before the entrance examination. The gap between them can be imagined. Let's get back to the topic and talk about this novel. The heroine of the novel is Rian and the hero is Ji Buchang. The story goes that this book fairy named Rian was born from a strange book of dark culinary knowledge, and was therefore naturally good at strange cooking skills. With such strange cooking skills, Rian met and conquered a new Beastmaster Ji Buchang who had an unusual sense of taste, and asked Ji Buchang to contract it as an initial spirit beast. The key is, this Beastmaster Ji Buchang was born with the appearance of an emperor and possessed a terrifying beast-taming talent of level 8. His family also inherited a legendary secret treasure of the Phoenix clan, a flame of nirvana, which could allow a spirit beast to be reborn from the ashes and rebuild its foundation. Then, you can guess the rest of the plot without even reading it, since it's a template story after all. Ji Buchang used the secret treasure of the Phoenix clan to bring Shu Rian back to life from the ashes, and reshape the foundation of her bloodline, making it an imperial-level top-grade bloodline. Rian then accompanied Ji Buchang step by step to the top. At the end of the story, Rian broke through to the 8th level and was able to transform into a human form at will. She lived happily with Ji Buchang. Comments. Shenong Lanlanlu, identification completed, he died from poisoning. Riding a pig and watching the moonlight, so weird, let me watch it again. Hey, the beast is charging at the master. Let go of Buchang, come at me. 8837, Emperor Rian is here to save his love again. Is today's story about pure love? Emperor Rian didn't betray Buchang. It's good, I love it, and I'll write another one. Wan, author car, get on the car quickly. There is no time to explain. There are things you will like to see on the car. Fan 999, beep, children's card. Sage time, baby card. Compared to the content of the novel, the comment section is much more interesting. Lin Chuan watched and laughed while eating fried chicken and French fries and drinking Coke. At the same time, an idea popped up in Lin Chuan's mind, an idea influenced by this novel. The bloodlines of the immortals in the book are generally of low level and have no evolved form. Without the legendary item like the Flame of Nirvana in the novel, they are basically useless and can never break through to the second level in their lifetime. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, it is easy to break through to the second level with a little careful training. Going further up is an evolved form and they can continue to become stronger. However, it is basically impossible for the immortals in the book to use items like the Flame of Nirvana, let alone other spirit beasts with higher talents and potential. So, if it is his cheat, what about reincarnation? Is it possible to help the immortals in the book break through the bloodline level like in this novel? If possible, a book fairy who is born with human intelligence, explosive learning ability, and whose bloodline reaches the king level or even the emperor level, is probably no worse than those spirit beasts of the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn clans, and can even look at the backs of those legendary and mythical spirit beasts. You know, the immortals in the book have both immortal and illusion attributes. Fairy and illusion, these two attributes are rare and powerful attributes among the superior special attributes. They are even more amazing when combined together. For a moment, Lin Chuan couldn't help but be moved and had the idea of making a contract with a fairy in the book. However, after a while, Lin Chuan shook his head silently, denying it in his heart. Well, I'll keep the idea for now and look at it again when I have the chance. Although the bloodlines of the immortals in the book are generally of trash, due to the rarity and special circumstances of their birth, they are not easily found in contracted spirit beasts, unlike ordinary spirit beasts. For ordinary spirit beasts, as long as you find a relevant breeding base, and have a certificate issued by the Beast Tamer Association proving that your beast tamer identity is legal and has no criminal record, and then pay a sum of money to the breeding base, you can apply for a contract. But it is too troublesome to become an immortal in the contract book. You need to have enough luck, strength, and financial resources. Excluding the situation where a book fairy suddenly appears in one's own home by chance, basically, there are no wild book fairies. After all, the fairies in the books possess intelligence no less than that of humans when they are born. If they do not have particularly close humans, especially the authors of the books in which they were born and their direct blood relatives, they will find the Beastmaster Association to register as soon as they are born. From then on, they will have a stable job, eat federal food, and receive multiple protections from the federal government and the Beastmaster Association. Then, the fairies in the book will be assigned to important file places such as libraries, archives, and secret book storage rooms to perform maintenance and management work. Almost all the immortals in the book are like this, and have registered their information with the Beastmaster Association. So, if you want to contract them, first, you have to pass the test of the Xingyan federal government and the Beast Tamer Association, which are like your father-in-law and mother-in-law. On the federal government side, there must be enough federal contribution points, which requires responding to the Star Rock federal government's call-up missions, such as guarding a city, repelling certain powerful monsters, such extremely dangerous tasks, or being admitted to one of the 8 universities, which can also earn a considerable amount of federal contribution points. You have to pay a certain amount of points to the Beastmaster Association. Points are obtained by completing tasks of the Beastmaster Association. There is no limit to the tasks, even tasks like finding cats and catching dogs are fine, as long as the points are sufficient. After passing the first 2 levels of father-in-law and mother-in-law, the last level is left, which is the fairy in the book itself. The fairies in the book are born with wisdom no less than that of humans. Although they themselves are very weak and have almost no potential for growth as combat pets, their vision for selecting beastmasters is extremely high. After being contracted, what the fairy in the book can do for the Beastmaster is basically to take care of daily chores, help the Beastmaster record various miscellaneous information, and other logistical work. Simply put, it's a full-time secretary. The key is, after being contracted, this secretary can be trusted completely and unconditionally by the Beastmaster, unless the Beastmaster actively abuses the fairy in the book and violates the contract. Otherwise, following the rules of the contract, the immortal in the book would never do anything to betray the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster can entrust any personal and private matters to the book immortal. Certain things that are inconvenient to say can also be told to the book immortal. The book immortal is definitely the best listener and keeper of secrets, and can share a lot of mental pressure for the Beastmaster. However, the fairies in the book would not serve as secretaries for ordinary Beastmasters. At least a Beastmaster with the qualities of a king would be in their sight. Or have other qualities that can attract the fairies in the book, such as super high looks. The fairies in the book, without any exception so far, are all extremely obsessed with looks. The bonus line time is limited to 1 night. The next morning, when Lin Chuan was awakened by his biological clock at 5:30, he immediately went into a workaholic mode. As per usual. First, I took Guogua and Inghua to run laps in the yard to warm up and activate their muscles. Then, at 6 o'clock, water the other flowers and leaves in the countryside on time to wake them up. Then, as the leader, together with Guogua and Inghua, I led all the Huai to do the 3rd set of Huai radio gymnastics, which lasted until 7 in the morning. After this, there is a half-hour break. This half-hour is Lin Chuan's breakfast time. Like fruits and cherry blossoms, they will consciously plant themselves in pots of nutrient soil and water them with nutrient water. Generally speaking, after Lin Chuan has finished his breakfast and rested, he will select suitable skill materials and use the inheritance of the beast taming talent reincarnation to add inheritance points to Guogua or Sakura, thereby improving their skill proficiency and consuming a certain but not excessive amount of mental power. To describe it in specific numbers, 100 points of mental power will be consumed to only 40 points, which is enough to maintain normal activities during the day and ensure that they can fully recover when they go to bed and get up tomorrow. However, today, Lin Chuan does not plan to give Guogua and Sakura any extra points. He wants to stay in high spirits. Because he was planning to leave Lin's farm and go to Qinghe City, the superior city to which Tianshang Town belongs, to develop. As the saying goes, people go to high places and water flows to low places. Qinghe City has much more resources for breeding spiritual beasts and the number of talented and excellent beastmasters of the same generation than Tianshang Town. People like Sun Yining can only become more outstanding by competing with outstanding people. If they mix with mediocre people, they will eventually become mediocre. Moreover, for Lin Chuan, there is another more important and meaningful situation. That is the material of the spirit beast that can inherit skills. Lin Chuan has now visited almost all the beast taming shops in Tianshang Town. Not to mention the high-priced and precious spirit beast materials, even if Lin Chuan now has a huge sum of 2.33 million, he can't buy too much. The low-priced spirit beast materials with inherited skills have almost been bought up by him. He believes that in the future, at least in the 2.5 months before the entrance examination, there will probably be no good stuff. Even if there is, it is not worth his time to spend looking for it. Therefore, if you want to continue cheating and quickly improve Guogua Sakura's skill proficiency, you have to go to Qinghe City to search for more low-priced skill materials. Having said that, there is one situation that must be mentioned. So far, Lin Chuan still has a special skill material on him, and he cannot bear the mental consumption of inheriting it. That is the newcomer gift package given to him by the Beastmaster Association, the Fairy Flower. Lin Chuan's initial idea for the Fairy Flower was to split it up to see if he could separate the memory fragments of the different skills contained in it, which would make it easier to pass on. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan failed. After 2 nights of research, he tried to pick off one of the petals of the Fairy Flower and cut it into smaller pieces. Even so, the memory fragments contained in the petals that were divided into small pieces were still huge and chaotic, and still contained memory fragment information of many skills such as sweet fragrance, healing aroma, rosemary magic fragrance, etc. Should we say that it is worthy of being a restricted high-level spiritual beast material, worthy of being the final evolved form of Hua Yi, Hua Lingxian, and the fairy flower that condenses the most essential energy of Hua Lingxian? It is indeed the skill material that he can desire but cannot use now. Let's get back to the topic. After breakfast, he simply packed his luggage, which was 2 sets of clothes and less than 2 kilograms of nutrient soil and 4 kilograms of nutrient water that he had not used up. He threw all these things into the beast taming space. Yes, the beast taming space is also equivalent to a storage space, so you have to be careful not to put any valuables in it, or warn the spirit beast in advance, otherwise it would be bad if it was damaged by the naughty spirit beast. After packing up, Lin Chuan prepared to set off. Lin Louding stood at the farm gate with tears in his eyes as he saw Lin Chuan off. The truth is not that he can't bear to leave Lin Chuan, but that he can't bear to leave Guogua and Yinghua. Once Lin Chuan leaves, Guogua and Yinghua must leave as well. So, his precious data provider flew. I had clearly given him his gold coins before, and even said I would provide him with 3 months of data. Rebellious son, is this your promise? Of course, this was just a joke in Lin Louding's heart, and he would not really argue with Lin Chuan. Lin Xuedong was completely surprised that Lin Chuan could win the Huai Cup and have such a rapid start. As an old father, he was so happy that he didn't have time to say anything to spoil the fun. This youngest child is much more promising than the eldest and second oldest children. You should know that when Lin Chuan's brother and sister became new Beastmasters, it took them a full month and a half to leave Tianshang Town and embark on the road to Qinghe City for further development. And what about Lin Chuan? It's only been half a month. The small pond in Tianshang Town could no longer accommodate him. Well, could it be that the third young master of the Lin family really has the potential to be an emperor? Lin Xuedong couldn't help but think with a little excitement. Soon, Lin Xuedong put an end to his daydream. His requirement for Lin Chuan has not changed to this day. He would consider it a success if he becomes a professional Beastmaster. As for going further, any more achievements would be a surprise. If I could become a superstar, my ancestors would be so proud of me. If he couldn't even become a professional Beastmaster, Lin Xuedong would be very happy, because then Lin Chuan would have to come back and inherit the family business. His Lin's farm and the future flower and leaf breeding base would also have a successor. Well, let's not talk about all that nonsense. In short, Lin Xuedong is really happy and proud of Lin Chuan. As for the physical data of Guogua and Sakura, although Lin Chuan is not a researcher, he has been following him and occasionally helping him for 3 years. It is no problem for him to do such a simple thing as physical data testing for Hua Ye. He can just send the test data to him through the internet. What regrets Lao Deng is that he cannot observe and test the data with his own eyes. For a Huaye lover, it is simply the end of him. After saying goodbye to Lao Deng, Lin Chuan set off on his bicycle. Bike. That's right, a bicycle. Isn't this promoting natural environmental protection? Well, the truth is that cycling can be used for training at the same time, and Tianshang town is not too far from Qinghe City. He does not have to take a car. He can get there by bicycle in 6 hours. If he sets out now, he can have dinner in Qinghe City in the evening. After leaving the Lin's farm and riding a short distance, Lin Chuan released the two little ones, Guogua and Yinghua, from the beast-controlling space and let them follow the car. This time, it's not a walk after dinner like before, but they have to run to their limit. Although Huayi is an auxiliary spirit beast, its strength, speed, and reaction are not as good as some combat burst spirit beasts, such as Sun Yin's golden werewolf. However, both Guogua and Yinghua have not reached Huayi's current limit, and there is still an upper limit for further improvement. So, in one word, practice. During this running training, you cannot use any skills. You must rely purely on your basic physical qualities. When your physical strength reaches its limit, follow my instructions and start photosynthesis. Lin Chuan stood on the bicycle with one foot and gave instructions to Guogua and Yinghua, who were on the left and right sides of the bicycle respectively. The two little ones have not yet realized the seriousness of today's incident. They responded happily with babbling sounds, indicating that they will definitely complete the training task. Feeling the will of the two little ones through the contract, Lin Chuan curled the corners of his mouth. He was very satisfied with this answer. Very good. Very energetic. Then, let's begin. After he finished speaking, Lin Chuan started riding his bicycle. The two little ones instantly spread out their short, fat and cute little feet, and ran wildly, chasing after Lin Chuan's bicycle. Speed up. Faster. Faster. Use all your strength. Well, if you can catch up with my car, I'll give you a reward. Lin Chuan continued to encourage the two little ones with words. Although the two little ones have laid a solid foundation, they are, after all, auxiliary spirit beasts. Without the use of photosynthesis, their physical strength will soon be exhausted. Lin Chuan rode his bike at a speed slightly faster than them, keeping a distance, letting the two little ones chase after him. After just 10 minutes, the two little ones were out of breath. Guogua was better off, but Sakura was already supporting herself on the ground with her two chubby little hands. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. He knew that Guogua and Yinghua had reached their limits. However, with all the Krypton gold before, Guogua and Sakura were given nutritious soil and nutrient water that were truly the best of the best every day. With the help of the light-collecting mirror and the expert-level photosynthesis blessed by the heart of the spirit tree, the two little guys had enough energy stored in their bodies to break through their current limits. What we need to do now is to inspire the fighting spirit of the two little ones and let them take the initiative to tap the potential energy in their bodies. Lin Chuan exhaled, and then shouted. Think about the red envelopes you received yesterday. Do you want a bigger one? Think about the little red flowers again. Do you want more and prettier little red flowers as rewards? Come on. Stand up and catch up with my car, and I will give you a bigger red envelope and a little red flower. Hearing this, the two little ones, who were already exhausted and about to faint if they didn't start photosynthesis, suddenly perked up. Thinking of the red envelopes and the little red flowers, strength continued to surge in the two little ones' bodies. The two little ones were so easy to fool that Lin Chuan easily ignited their fighting spirit. AA. Oh my. The two little ones burst into flames. The solid foundation laid by high-quality nutrient soil and nutrient water contains nutrients in the body. At this moment, they are rapidly decomposed, transformed, and reabsorbed into physical and mental strength. Seeing this, Lin Chuan took advantage of the situation and continued to drink chicken soup. Remember one sentence. When your physical strength reaches its limit, your willpower will lead you out of the encirclement. The two little ones couldn't understand, and they couldn't comprehend it with their intelligence, but they could feel the strong emotions through the contract with Lin Chuan, and this emotion constantly stimulated their potential. Persistence, persistence, only persistence can break through the limit. Come on, catch up. The red envelopes and little red flowers are right here with me. Come and win them. After he finished speaking, Lin Chuan suddenly stood up and pedaled his bike, riding it out of Fengqi Dianshuan. Guogua and Sakura also shouted excitedly and chased after them. At this moment, the speed displayed by the two little ones was not much slower than the speed displayed by Sun Yinin's golden werewolf in the previous competition. This scene shocked the passers-by who happened to see it. Among these passers-by, there happened to be Sun Yinin. Well, she had already applied to Lin Laoding and had also selected Hua Ye, her Aryan, who would be contracted in half a month. She would come to Lin's farm from time to time today and in the following days to cultivate feelings with Aryan in advance. At this moment, Sun Yinin's eyes widened as she watched Lin Chuan stand up and pedal, leaving a cloud of dust all the way behind, while the two Hua Yes were chasing him madly from behind, their speed no slower than her big Yin at all. The method used by a Beastmaster to breed spirit beasts is confidential, and others cannot spy on it without permission. However, if the Beastmaster does not breed and train spirit beasts in a dedicated training ground but in a public place, then it is assumed that he allows others to watch and learn his breeding methods. This is what Lin Chuan is like at this moment. Lin Chuan was not worried at all about the exposure of this training method. Only a part of it was exposed anyway. What was important was the fighting spirit brought by the red envelopes, red flowers, and various chicken soups. Moreover, his real trump card was the reincarnation of his talent for taming beasts. Hua Yi, is this how you cultivate it? Sun Yinin murmured, with a lot of question marks on her head. It's a really good way to build speed and endurance, though. Dayan, get ready. Tomorrow, no, today, we're coming too. You are a sensitive attack-type spirit beast after all, I'm afraid you can easily catch up with the bicycle. Well, I'll rent a motorcycle right now. After visiting Aryan today, I'll go around the Lin's farm. Dayan. For half an hour, they continued to run at their maximum speed. Even with Lin Chuan constantly encouraging them, Guogua and Yinghua had reached their limit. The real limit was not only their physical limit, but also their mental limit. They were just a step away from fainting. It was not until this time that Lin Chuan finally planted the two little ones in a flower pot filled with nutrient soil and watered with nutrient water, allowing them to use photosynthesis to restore their strength. At the same time, Lin Chuan also arrived at his destination. Not to Qinghe City, but to the Beastmaster Association in Tianshang Town. There's nothing else to do, just to take on a few tasks. The Beastmaster Association will deliberately assign many new tasks suitable for new Beastmasters during the graduation season every year, which is the period until the entrance examination. This allows new Beastmasters to earn funds to breed spirit beasts and provides a path for advancement. These newcomer missions are usually simple tasks such as finding cats and dogs, delivering letters, and helping to drive away some small insects. The most difficult task is to go to the breeding base or directly to the training area of the Beast Tamer Association to serve as the lowest level sparring partner. Now that Lin Chuan was about to leave Tianshang Town for Qinghe City, how could he not take on a few missions of delivering letters to Qinghe City? It would be a waste if you don't make this money, right? What's more, you can also earn some points from the Beastmaster Association. The points of the Beastmaster Association are really good things. Many things, especially knowledge, cannot be bought with money alone but must be combined with points. For example, knowledge about evolution. Taking Hua Yi as an example, Hua Yi can evolve naturally. When her strength breaks through to the second level, if there are no accidents, she can naturally evolve into Hua Ling Ling. However, in addition to natural evolution, there are also some other ways to allow Hua Yi to evolve into Hua Ling Ling in advance when she is at the first level, or to assist with some special materials during the evolution, so that Hua Yi can achieve higher bloodline breakthroughs and potential enhancement after evolution. These related knowledge can be purchased by redeeming points from the Beastmaster Association. Or you can be admitted to a beast taming organization that is qualified to teach, such as the 8 major universities, certain gyms, beast tamer clubs, etc. As for obtaining it from other Beastmasters who possess Hua Ling Ling, unless it is a master-disciple inheritance relationship certified by the Beastmaster Association, Beastmasters are not allowed to pass on the knowledge to others privately. Of course, if it is knowledge that they have researched themselves, they can pass it on to anyone they want. However, so far, no one is so generous and selfless as to pass on precious knowledge to anyone other than blood relatives and disciples who inherit their mantle. When a beast tamer exchanges and purchases knowledge from the Beast Tamer Association, he will be required to sign a confidentiality contract. If violated, according to the private knowledge of the Beast Tamer Association, corresponding punishment will be imposed depending on the preciousness of the knowledge. Privately passing on advanced knowledge is a crime. If one privately passes on relatively low-level knowledge, the Beastmaster's credit points will be deducted. Although it does not constitute a crime, it will affect the Beastmaster's ability to purchase and exchange more advanced knowledge from the Beastmaster Association in the future. The fourth-level beast taming space device can absorb and slightly purify the natural energy from the outside world, slightly accelerating the level growth rate of the spirit beasts in the beast taming space. However, for some spirit beasts, this small increase is still far less than that in the natural outside world. For example, most wood-attributed spirit beasts, such as Lin Chuan's two little ones. Unlike animal and wild beasts, which only need to eat and drink well and have sufficient natural energy, the growth of wood-attributed beasts is affected not only by natural energy, soil, nutrients, and water, but the most critical factor is the natural sunlight. The natural sunlight contains a ray of solar energy that artificially simulated sunlight does not have, which is an indispensable energy for the growth and development of many wood-attributed beasts. Without solar energy, although wood-attributed spirit beasts can still grow, they will be somewhat stunted, manifested in their smaller bodies than similar spirit beasts, and their basic attributes such as physique will also generally be weaker. Of course, if you have a level 5 exclusively customized beast taming space device, that's a different story. By installing a restricted level item, a solar energy gem, in the beast taming space and building a special sun room, you can replace natural sunlight. Let's get back to the topic. After half an hour of intense long-distance running, Lin Chuan's Guogua and Yinghua were exhausted and even moving was difficult for them. At this moment, what they need is not growth and development, but a good rest to restore their strength. In this way, the effect in the beast taming space is actually not much worse than the natural environment. So, Lin Chuan put the two little ones into the beast taming space and went into the Tianshang Town Beast Tamer Association alone. The deputy director of the security department, the Jinyang furry dog named Jean Depang, seemed to recognize Lin Chuan, but just glanced at Lin Chuan from a distance and did not come over for a detailed inspection. It continued to nap in its doghouse. This is clearly dereliction of duty. I didn't expect that the spirit beast would also slack off, Lin Chuan thought in his heart. Well, it was just a complaint inwardly. Lin Chuan didn't want to cause any trouble while the deputy minister was slacking off. He walked straight through the front lobby and went to the work service area of the Beastmaster Association. Arriving at the mission reception area consisting of 30 small cubicles in 3 rows and 10 columns, Lin Chuan walked to the nearest cubicle reception desk where no other beast tamers were present and consulted the staff at the counter. "Hello, is there any newcomer delivery mission to Qinghe City?" Lin Chuan went straight to the point. The staff at the counter was a young lady who looked to be in her 20s. She wore big round glasses and gave off a dull look. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, she couldn't help but look at Lin Chuan again. This period is the graduation season for fresh graduates. After all, there are only a few new Beastmasters who fight in the Baby Cup and make a living by fighting. Most new Beastmasters choose to play it safe and complete new tasks to obtain the initial funds for breeding spirit beasts. There are many types of tasks for newcomers, including but not limited to finding cats, catching dogs, and mice. Slightly more difficult tasks also include serving as a temporary sparring partner in the association's training area. Among all the tasks for new players, there is one type of task that is most popular among new beast tamers. Once it appears, new beast tamers will rush to take it. This type of task is related to courier delivery. Because this kind of task is the simplest and most brainless. Even if you don't know the way, just open the navigation, enter the address, and follow it. Although the bonus for a single-letter delivery mission is small, as long as you plan the delivery route reasonably and take 3 or 4-letter delivery missions at a time, the final benefit is not lower than other novice missions, and the Beastmaster points you get are even higher, because even the lowest level missions will give at least 1 point. Taking 3 or 4-letter delivery missions at a time will give you 3 or 4 points for 1 trip. As for the tasks of finding cats, catching dogs, and mice, although they are also simple, what if the cat is too well hidden, and the new Beastmaster and his contracted beast are too stupid, literally stupid? For example, the cat is hiding on the beam above your head, but you are blind and cannot see it. In the end, there are too many cases where you spend a whole day and still cannot complete the task. Well, although express delivery missions are the favorite missions of new beast tamers and they will be quickly snapped up every time they appear, they are also limited to the regional scope. People in Tianshang Town will basically only accept delivery missions within Tianshang Town. If they deliver letters across regions, it will not be worth the effort. The cost-effectiveness of running back and forth is too low. Therefore, when the staff lady heard Lin Chuan said that he was looking for a letter delivery mission to Qinghe City, she took a second look at Lin Chuan. Unless there is some important personal matter that requires going to Qinghe City, such as a sick relative or something. Then, if he is a truly talented Beastmaster, he will not be able to conquer the small pool of Tianshang Town, so he will go to Qinghe City to develop further and take on missions along the way. I don't know which one Lin Chuan is. Although she was curious in her heart, her professionalism prevented her from asking any further questions. She just followed the rules and asked Lin Chuan for his Beast Tamer ID card. After verifying that Lin Chuan was indeed a new Beast Tamer who had just graduated this year, she began to operate her work computer. Fingers fly, tapping the keyboard. After 10 seconds, a total of 4 new tasks to deliver letters to Qinghe City were selected. One is a letter sent to an individual. 2 of them were goods delivered to a beast taming store in Qinghe City. The last one was sent to the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association in a sealed box marked as important documents. Well, these so-called important documents are all fake. How could a new Beastmaster be asked to deliver truly important documents? The so-called important document is to increase the difficulty of the task, telling the new Beastmaster that this sealed box must not be touched. If it is bumped into and damaged, then the mission will be considered a failure. Lin Chuan just took a quick glance and took on all 4 tasks. Soon, a special staff member brought the 4 items that Lin Chuan wanted to deliver. A letter, 2 black courier packages, and the last, important document, was in an insulated box. This important document, is it probably some frozen food? Lin Chuan thought. After confirmation, Lin Chuan put all 4 items into the beast taming space, and told Guogua and Yinghua, who were resting and recovering in it, through voice control not to touch the 4 items, especially the important documents. Then, Lin Chuan left the Tianshang Town Beastmaster Association and rode his beloved bicycle to Qinghe City. Along the way, Lin Chuan kept a close eye on the situation of the 2 little ones in the beast taming space. When you see they have almost recovered, release them, let them run after the car, keep giving them chicken soup for the soul, let them burst forth, and when they have run to their limit, take them back to the beast taming space to rest, recover a little, and then release them to continue. In this way, Guogua and Sakura were tossed around for 6 rounds. In the end, Sakura successfully upgraded by 1 level, from the original level 15 to level 16. A more standard way of saying it is the first stage level 6, which is the same as Guogua's current level, while Guogua is still a little short of reaching level 17. Sakura upgraded, and Lin Chuan naturally gained feedback energy. However, Lin Chuan did not upgrade and was still at level 5. But the energy feedback still cheered Lin Chuan up, and he recovered a lot of the energy consumed by long-term cycling. At 4:30 p.m., Lin Chuan arrived in Qinghe City. There is nothing special about Qinghe City in terms of architectural style. That is, there are a few more high-rise buildings, a few more vehicles on the road, a little more traffic, and a little more various spiritual beasts. Well, the gap is still quite big. Compared with Qinghe City, Tianshang Town really feels like the gap between the countryside and the city. It's almost evening, and I have to find a place to stay quickly, Lin Chuan thought. As for the task of delivering the letter, there is no rush, it can be delivered tomorrow. As for where to live, an ordinary hotel, a luxury hotel, or a small villa apartment rented out by the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. In the end, Lin Chuan decided to live in the small villa apartment rented out by the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. Apart from other things, just the fact that it is close to the Beast Tamer Association and has all kinds of basic training facilities is incomparable to ordinary hotels. More importantly, the Beast Tamer Association also has professional beast tamers who are part-time coaches, as well as sparring partners of various levels. As long as you are willing to spend money and points, you can get guidance and enjoy supreme enjoyment. At the same time, it is also very easy to buy nutritional supplements and breeding props. There are various beast taming department stores in the business district within the Beast Tamer Association, and you can even ask the purchasing agent to help you buy and deliver them with just a phone call. With so many advantages, are there any disadvantages? Of course. There is only one disadvantage, that is, it is expensive. And it requires the points of the Beast Tamer Association. The rent is about 50 times that of an ordinary hotel, 300,000 star rock coins a month, and the points consumed are 1 point per day. 300,000. Isn't this too exaggerated? This monthly rent is almost as much as the championship prize of the Small Baby Cup. It's not an exaggeration. This price is actually nothing. 300,000 star rock coins is a huge sum of money for a newly graduated beast tamer, but for someone who has truly embarked on the path of beast taming and hopes to become a professional beast tamer, it is just that, and they can get the money by completing 2 tasks when they have time. Many beast tamers who want to go further on the road of beast taming and want to sprint to professional beast tamers will basically rent an apartment for a long time from the local Beast Tamer Association. We offer leases for 1 year or even 10 years. There are only 2.5 months left before the entrance examination. Now that Guagua and Sakura have almost laid a solid foundation, it is time for them to undergo special intensive training. Special intensive training first requires specific nutritional supplements, and then various venues and props, and even the services of a sparring partner. Therefore, the small apartment of the Beastmaster Association must be rented. Otherwise, if they rent it outside, they will have to run over here every day, which is really too troublesome. Currently, the total amount of Star Rock coins in Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account is 2.33 million. Beastmaster points. There will also be point rewards for participating in the Rookie Beastmaster competition. 50 points for the champion, 30 points for the runner-up, and 10 points for the third place. Lin Chuan currently has 50 points in his account. Taking into account the consumption of nutrients and other things needed for special strengthening in the future, Lin Chuan plans to rent it for a month first and then decide on the rest of the time later. After making the decision, Lin Chuan did not delay any further and did not go to see the situation in Qinghe City like a country bumpkin. Turning on the map navigation on his watch, Lin Chuan prepared to ride towards the Beastmaster Association in Qinghe City. Then, Lin Chuan suddenly suffocated and he realized that he had miscalculated. Lin Chuan originally thought that it would take 6 hours to safely ride from Tianshang town to Qinghe City, and now he has indeed arrived, but the key point is that he forgot that the area of Qinghe City is larger than 10 Tianshang towns, almost 30 times larger. The distance from the outskirts of Qinghe City to the Beastmaster Association located in the central area of Qinghe City is not shorter than the distance from Tianshang town to Qinghe City. Helplessly, Lin Chuan had to put the bicycle into the beast taming space and then called the flight attendant Lan Yu. Blue Feather Flight Attendant. This is a municipal enterprise of Qinghe City, an aircrew spirit beast company officially supported by the Xingyan Federation and jointly built by relevant breeding bases. Qinghe City has many special local beasts that are not found in other places. Among them is a beast called the Blue-Feathered Eagle. Blue Feather Flight Attendant is an aerial manned transportation company established based on the Blue-Feathered Eagle, providing convenience for travel for local people and more foreign tourists who are not familiar with Qinghe City. To put it simply, it's the spirit animal version of aerial deity. Name Blue Feather Eagle. Attributes: wind, water. Race: animals, birds. Racial potential: general, inferior. Skills: ride the wind, tearing claws, water wings, exclusive. Introduction: among eagle-like spirit beasts, it is a rare spirit beast with a docile personality. Its average wingspan is 10 meters, making it a very suitable spirit beast for aerial riding. Lin Chuan logged into the relevant software and called a Blue Feather Eagle flight attendant. After waiting there for about 5 minutes, Lin Chuan heard the cry of an eagle in the sky. A huge falcon with a blue primary color and a black secondary color, a wingspan of about 10 meters, and crystal blue feathers on its head was circling in the air. Lin Chuan waved at it, and the blue-feathered eagle swooped down quickly. About 3 meters away from Lin Chuan, the blue-winged eagle suddenly stopped, and its huge wings stirred up wind and waves, blowing Lin Chuan back 2 steps. Tisk, tisk. The landing blue-feathered eagle called to Lin Chuan twice, then lowered its head and pecked the small tag hanging on its chest, which was its employee badge. Name: Lan Xiaojiu. Model: QHLYKC 188. Flight attendant service age: 3 years. Riding tips. 1. Passengers, please be sure to fasten your seat belts. 2. Passengers must ensure that the contracted beast is stored in the beast control space. The beast cannot be released during the flight, even if the beast has the ability to fly. 3. During the flight, it is best to hold the handrail. If you want to take photos or videos at high altitude, please inform Blue Eagle first, and it will slow down the flight speed appropriately to facilitate your photos and videos at high altitude. Special note, do not steal the feathers of the blue-feathered eagle during the flight. Otherwise, if the eagle falls, you will be responsible for the consequences. After carefully reading the employee badge of the blue-feathered eagle named Lan Xiaojiu twice, especially the precautions on it, Lin Chuan asked Lan Xiaojiu for confirmation. I've seen it all. I'll pay attention to the relevant matters. Hearing Lin Chuan's answer, the blue-winged bird chirped twice in response, then lowered its body slightly to make it easier for Lin Yu to climb onto its back. A high-tech riding vehicle similar to a saddle and a car seat is installed on the back of the Blue Eagle, and there are armrests with 2 rings near its neck. With a light jump, Lin Chuan stepped onto the back of the Blue Feather Eagle and fastened his seat belt as required. The method of tying the belt is very complicated. It is not as simple as just stepping over the shoulder like in a car. You need to buckle both shoulders and waist at the same time, and also buckle your calves and knees with small safety ropes. Okay, let's go to the Beast Tamer Association. Oh, right, can you fly a little slower and lower? I'm going to take photos and videos so that my contracted pet can also see the scenery from the sky. Lin Chuan said. Tisk, tisk. The blue-feathered eagle nodded. Then, it spread its wings and flapped them slowly, stirring up dust and blowing it in all directions. Slowly, the blue-feathered eagle carried Lin Chuan into the sky. Blue Feather Flight Attendant and some other spirit beast-related services are only available to Beastmasters, that is, adults who are 16 years old and have passed the awakening ceremony. Human children under the age of 16 who have not yet awakened their talent for taming beasts are not allowed to use services related to spirit beasts, except for a few whose safety can be absolutely and completely guaranteed. Because only when you become a Beastmaster, your physical fitness will be extraordinarily enhanced under the feedback of the Spirit Beast contract. If an accident really happens, such as the falling eagle accident that happened to flight attendant Lan Yu, then even a level 1 Beastmaster will have a much stronger vitality than an ordinary human child who has not yet awakened his Beastmaster talent. Even if he is injured, the probability of him being able to hold on until treatment arrives and be rescued and cured is much greater. As for Lin Chuan, even though he had already jumped out of the small pond in Tianshang town, he had only registered as a Beastmaster for more than 2 weeks. There is no doubt that this is the first time in Lin Chuan's life that he rides a flying beast. Flying has been the dream of mankind since ancient times. This is true whether it is the blue star in the previous life or the blue star now. In the previous life on the blue planet, humans invented hot air balloons, paragliders, airplanes, and other means of transportation in order to fly. But the blue planet in this life is much simpler and more convenient. Those who cannot go too far on the path of a Beastmaster and can only return to social life in the end, rely on services like Spirit Beast flight attendants to go to heaven. Those who have the ability to go further on the road of beast taming will basically, at a certain appropriate time, make a contract with a spiritual beast that can take them to fly. I can't say that this is the case for all of them, but at least 99% of Beastmasters are like this. The remaining 1% are Beastmasters who are afraid of heights and faint as soon as they go up to the sky. Their condition is completely incurable. Such Beastmasters are usually nicknamed Rat in the Circle. Lin Chuan is not a mole. He is not even afraid of heights at all. He enjoys the sky more than most people. Sitting on the back of the blue-feathered eagle, feeling the air blowing across his cheeks and hair, Lin Chuan couldn't help but want to let out a loud roar. However, Lin Chuan still held it back. After all, this is in a big city, and yelling is really unpresentable, especially because there are people around, and passers-by will complain about you or even take photos and post them on WeChat moments. Moreover, this blue-winged eagle is not his spiritual beast. He can make it fly a little slower, but changing its flight route is absolutely not allowed. When he contracts his own spiritual beast that can fly, he will have time to roar, shout, and have fun when he flies to a place where there is no one else. Although Lin Chuan resisted the urge to yell, he couldn't resist the urge to take photos and record videos. He raised his left hand and gently touched the small fingerprint-sensitive button on the beast taming space device on his watch. A virtual screen was projected out and he tapped it twice, immediately turning on the video recording function and starting to record the scenery from the aerial view. The blue-feathered eagle that Lin Chuan is riding at this moment is named Lan Xiaojiu, and it is probably also an experienced driver. Noticing that Lin Chuan started taking photos and recording videos, Lan Xiaojiu consciously slowed down its flying speed, and even circled twice occasionally to make it easier for Lin Chuan to take a 360-degree panoramic view. This made Lin Chuan give it a thumbs up, and he said he would give it a 5-star rating later. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan arrived at the Beastmaster Association in Qinghe City. Well, if he didn't need to take photos or videos along the way, it would take at most 15 minutes to get there. The Beast Tamer Association of Qinghe City. It is much larger than the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshan Town and can be called a castle. There is a spirit beast airport here which is specially designed for flying spirit beasts to land and take off. From what Lin Chuan saw at the moment, there were no less than 50 flying spirit beasts taking off and landing here. Most of them are blue-feathered eagles, belonging to the blue-feathered flight attendants. A few are flying spirit beasts contracted by other beastmasters. Someone who can contract a flying spirit beast, pass the flight test, and holds a flight permit for the airspace within a large city, even if he is not a professional beastmaster, must be a powerful person with extraordinary strength. There are beastmasters with great skills who control spirit beasts to dive and land here. There were also a few beastmasters who wore special flying goggles, but did not equip their spirit beasts with those very rigid and sturdy seat belts. They controlled their spirit beasts, using some unknown skills. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the spirit beasts took off explosively like a cannonball and soared into the sky. The ghostly cry of woohoo woohoo turned into a meteor in the sky and flew away rapidly. This made Lin Chuan's mind emerge with scenes of some ghost fire teenagers racing on Blue Star in his previous life. Speaking of which, Qinghe City has many unique special events, 2 of which are the most famous. One is the surf fishing competition, Qinghe Cup. Another flying spirit beast riding rally, Clear the Cup. These 2 competitions are key projects in Qinghe City and the most attractive competitions for foreign tourists. Whenever they are held, they will surely attract countless tourists to watch the games. Naturally, it also attracted countless anglers and flying enthusiasts from all over the Xingyan Federation to participate in the competition. There are also club teams formed by relevant enthusiasts to participate in the competition, and the prize money is very generous. The most important thing is that the winner can also obtain a special title for 1 year, which is what these contestants want most. The one for the fishing competition is the Clear River Overlord, and the one for the flying competition is the Clear Sky King. Although they have no practical use and cannot be exchanged for points to buy things in the Beast Tamer Association, these 2 titles are the only dreams of countless fishing and flying competition enthusiasts in this life. Let's get back to the topic. The blue-winged eagle would not swoop down like those showy spiritual beasts. Instead, it landed slowly and steadily with Lin Chuan. There were many staff from the Beast Tamer Association waiting around the Spirit Beast Airport. When a staff member saw Lin Chuan, a stranger, he immediately came over to greet him. This is a young man who is about the same age as Lin Chuan. He has a handsome face, but his hair is dyed a weird and non-mainstream purple color. He was not wearing the standard uniform of the Beast Tamer Association but ordinary casual clothes, with a work badge hanging around his neck and black and white sleeves of temporary workers of the Beast Tamer Association on his cuffs. Lin Chuan estimated that this was a new beast tamer who had accepted the newcomer mission of the Beast Tamer Association and was working as a temporary worker here. As soon as the young man spoke, he confirmed that Lin Chuan's guess was correct. The young man said enthusiastically, "Hello, my name is Tan Yen. My friend, are you also a new Beastmaster? Have you just arrived in Qinghe City? Are you visiting from another big city, or a town under Qinghe City?" If they were official staff members of the Beast Tamer Association, their professional ethics would make them shut up and not ask so many questions. Only temporary workers would ask them like they were checking their household registration. Although this information is not secret, it is still somewhat uncomfortable to be interrogated like this as soon as I arrive. Unless the person being asked is also a talkative person who likes this kind of familiar way of chatting. Although Lin Chuan is not a social phobic, he is not a chatterbox either, so he felt a little uncomfortable. However, he didn't show it, just nodded slightly. Lin Chuan, from Tianshang town. Lin Chuan answered softly. Tan Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great, my friend. It's only been half a month since graduation awakening, isn't Tianshang town enough for you to fight? You've already killed your way through the baby cup of Tianshang town. You're going to develop in Qinghe City. Tan Yan did not look down on Lin Chuan at all just because Lin Chuan said that he was from a small town under the jurisdiction of Qinghe City. On the contrary, he seemed a little excited. If it were any other ordinary new Beastmaster in Qinghe City, or some menopausal ants, they would probably really look down on Lin Chuan, the country bumpkin, but not Tan Yan. This has to start with Tan Yan's family situation. Tan Yan did not come from a wealthy family. He was far inferior to Lin Chuan's middle-class family. He was just an ordinary civilian. Mainly because his parents were engaged in media news-related work. Although they were not well-known journalists, but only related photographers and archivists, they were influenced enough by their parents to let Tan Yan know more about the situation than ordinary people in Qinghe City. In fact, let's take the low-level Beastmasters as an example. Whether it is a provincial capital, an urban area, a small town, or even a village, they are actually all the same. No one is necessarily stronger than anyone else. Even those from the village can beat those from the provincial capital. They are all the same, all of them are initial spirit beasts with low bloodline potential, and all of them have a starting capital of less than tens of thousands of star rock coins. They dare not fight for the baby cup, and they have to squat every day to grab new player tasks and brush them. High-level materials and precious resources are even more out of reach. In the end, most of them will be washed ashore by the waves, not qualified to embark on the true path of beast taming, and can only return to their daily lives and become hard-working screws in a country and society. In fact, the biggest gap between them lies in the various talented beastmasters. Especially someone like Lin Chuan, who stood out from Tianshang town and came to Qinghe City in just 2 weeks. He is definitely better than 99% of the new Beastmasters in Qinghe town, including him, Tan Yan, and can compete with the local geniuses in Qinghe City. Even if he is defeated by the local genius of Qinghe City in the end, it doesn't mean that he, as a local of Qinghe City, is an ordinary new Beastmaster who is destined to be eliminated by the waves and can look down on and call him a country bumpkin. Lin Chuan, are you going to the service area? Or the shopping area? The interior of the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association is very large, with more than a dozen floors of underground facilities. The space capacity is estimated to be more than 10 times that of your Tianshang town. Even with signposts, first-time visitors will get lost. Let me lead the way for you if you need. Don't worry, it's free. This is my rookie assignment. Tan Yan is very enthusiastic. It seems that he is just a sociable and outgoing person, and he is not the kind of person who would deliberately check the household registration of people from the countryside and look down on them because of their urban identity. This makes Lin Chuan feel a little embarrassed. Lin Chuan nodded and accepted Tan Yan's invitation to lead the way. As a result, Tan Yan became even more enthusiastic. If Lin Chuan had not taken a half step back at the right time, he would have come up and put his arm around Lin Chuan's shoulders. Let's go to the service area first. I have to hand in a letter delivery mission and register to rent a house. Lin Chuan Dao, he didn't have much time to think. And when Tan Yan heard Lin Chuan's words, his eyes brightened even more. If he just came to the Beastmaster Association to register and complete a mission, then it would be easy to say. Maybe he is a genius, but maybe not. The probability is 50 to 50. And register to rent a house. The new trainer who can rent a room in the Beast Tamer Association at this point in time must be extraordinary. The probability of being a genius beast tamer has greatly increased. Why is he, Tan Yan, so enthusiastic? This brings us to the various new Beastmaster competitions in Qinghe City. There is no need to talk about small and medium-sized ones. The key is the large baby cup, especially the 2 large baby cups strongly supported by Qinghe City that are held regularly every year. Unlike ordinary large baby cups, it may be that a wealthy company suddenly applies to hold one for advertising or other purposes. In Qinghe City, these 2 large-scale baby cups held regularly are also called super baby cups by curious media reporters. One is a Zaiking cup and the other is a Zaiking Kong cup. They are subordinate competitions of the Qinghe Cup and the Qingkong Cup respectively. It is sponsored by various fishing clubs of Qinghe Cup and various racing clubs of Qingkong Cup. These two Super Baby Cups will attract journalists from across the city and even other cities across the country to come for interviews and live broadcasts. Various well-known colleges and even the 8 major universities will also have special personnel to come and observe. Therefore, once the Zaiqing Cup and Zaiqingkong Cup are held, they will be accompanied by many things that small and medium-sized baby cups will not have, such as information dealers. If one could obtain information about the spirit beasts, skills and tactics of the seeded players who have the potential to win the championship in advance, and sell it to other contestants or underground gambling organizations, the profits would be incomparable to what one could obtain by working hard to complete a few rookie tasks. Well, being an intelligence dealer, selling intelligence still makes small amounts of money, but it's a crooked way of doing things. The real bright road is the PY way. If you are lucky, you can meet the real winner of any Super Baby Cup, and if you have enough PY, and make friends with the Blue Penguin, or if that doesn't work, just make yourself familiar to him. This is the most critical, most promising, and most profitable thing. I followed him from the very beginning, taking notes all the way, and even broadcasting live. Those who were capable could even become exclusive reporters, like Tan Yen. This is the real opportunity to rise to prominence. Even if you don't meet a player who can win the Super Baby Cup, it would be amazing if you can get into the social circle of a few ordinary talented Beastmasters. In this way, he had enough money and gained the friendship of a talented Beastmaster. Maybe the person concerned is temporarily lagging behind now and may not be able to get into a good university, but in the future, he may still be able to take off and become a professional Beastmaster. The talented Beastmasters in Qinghe City who were able to kill all kinds of small, medium and even a few large baby cups were basically divided up by other people who were also on the PY path. There were a lot of little tails following behind them, wanting to cling to their thighs, beg for a lead, and add PY friends to ask for their familiar faces. There was no way for Tan Yen to grab a spot. Only a talented Beastmaster from outside, without any strange pendant on his thigh, would have the opportunity to be hugged by Tan Yen. Tan Yen was not sure whether Lin Chuan could win the Super Baby Cup. He thought it was probably impossible. But this does not prevent Lin Chuan from being a genius Beastmaster. After all, he must be extraordinary to be able to escape from Tianshang town at this time. Such a talented beast tamer can allow him to do his best, add a Blue Penguin as his friend, keep in touch with him on a daily basis, or if that doesn't work, just make sure he knows his face. More connections mean more paths. This is the life lesson his parents, who are in the media industry, have taught him since he was a child, and Tan Yen has always believed it. Based on this life principle, although he did not have a very good talent for taming beasts, his family background was not very good, and the initial spirit beast in his contract was not very good, he was still considered an ordinary civilian who was doing well in the beast taming middle school in Qinghe City. Well, there is never any enthusiasm without reason in this world. He, Tan Yen, just wanted to make progress too much. Lin Chuan didn't realize that he had just arrived in Qinghe City and he was being targeted by a strange guy who actually wanted to PY him. If Lin Chuan knew, he would probably say, "You have such a good eye that you can see through the truth at one glance. Yes, I am a genius. And this is not just an ordinary genius, but the kind of genius who has bought the permanent Supreme VIP plugin." Okay, no more jokes. Lin Chuan followed the purple-haired boy Tan Yen, walked through the long corridor from the Spirit Beast Airport, took the internal elevator, and finally arrived at the front hall of the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. Yes, just the front hall. It is not a real service area or commercial area. As for the training area, it is even deeper and farther away. The front hall is the free communication area for the Beastmasters. Some are taking their spirit beasts for a walk here, some are chatting and communicating, and more are just passing by in a hurry like Lin Chuan at this moment. It's true, the interior space of the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association is incredibly large, it's simply a maze. If a new beast tamer follows the signboards on his own without the guidance of a familiar local, he or she will most likely get lost. Lin Chuan felt that he was very lucky to have met such an enthusiastic tour guide like Tan Yen as soon as he arrived. Although his purple hair looks weird, he is indeed a good person. Well, I guess so. After all, we just met and it's hard to judge. But from what I can see so far, he seems to be a very kind guy. Following Tan Yen, Lin Chuan walked all the way, occasionally looking at the advanced facilities around him that the Tianshang Town Beastmaster Association did not have, and chatting with Tan Yen from time to time. Lin Chuan felt that Tan Yen was really talkative. To say that he was a chatterbox was inappropriate. A chatterbox was someone who kept on talking one-sidedly without caring about the listener's feelings, which was very annoying. But Tan Yen is different. He is talkative, the kind that makes you want to chat and can't help but interact with him. If he happens to talk about a topic that makes you uncomfortable, he will notice it in time and change the subject. Just like that, Lin Chuan was pied unknowingly. When he came to his senses, the virtual screen projected by the beast-controlling space device on his watch showed a pop-up window of the Blue Penguin chat software, which showed that you have added Qinghe Xilingtong as a friend. Qinghe Xilingtong was Tan Yan's Blue Penguin nickname. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong, maybe even 9 out of 10 points. Could it be that this purple-haired creature had any ill intentions? Although he had talked a lot with him, Lin Chuan had not mentioned a single word about some key information, such as the level of the Beastmaster, the Beastmaster's talent, what the contracted spirit beast was, etc. He was very vigilant in this regard. Although the probability of something going wrong was very small, as the saying in his previous life said, one must be on guard against others. Unable to think of it, Lin Chuan didn't think about it anymore. We've arrived at the service area. It's just ahead. At this time, the purple-haired boy Tan Yen stopped and raised his hand to point forward. Lin Chuan looked in the direction of Tan Yan's finger. There was a sea of people over there. There were 50 service counter cubicles in 5 rows and 10 columns, but there were not 2 vacant ones. Even if there were vacant seats, they would be quickly filled. TSK, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smack his lips. I thought that the Beastmaster Association's mission service area in Tianshang Town was nothing compared to this place. Sure enough, a big urban area is a big urban area. Apart from anything else, there are just a lot of people there. After bringing Lin Chuan here, Tan Yen was also ready to leave. Although I wanted to play with Lin Chuan for a while longer, to get to know him better and deepen his impression. However, he still has the task of being a newcomer. If he slacks off, his reward will be deducted. If there is anything you are not familiar with or do not know about in Qinghe City, you can ask me directly on Blue Penguin. After taking 2 steps, Tan Yen stopped again and spoke. Lin Chuan nodded, and Tan Yen continued. If you need help, I can't help you with big things, but if you need small things, you can come to me. Well, it only takes a little commission, about the same as the rookie mission. I believe you, Lin Chuan, don't lack that little money. As he spoke, Tan Yen pinched his thumb and index finger, leaving a tiny gap between his fingers, and then he laughed heartily again. Haha, don't mind it, I'm just kidding. Well, I still have to go and receive other people, so that's it. If everything else is fine, I'll leave first. After waving his hand, without waiting for Lin Chuan to say goodbye, Tan Yen turned around and left without looking back or leaving a trace of regret. After walking a little further away and blending into the crowd, at a distance that Lin Chuan couldn't notice, Tan Yen took out his mobile phone and looked at the screen showing Lin Chuan among the Blue Penguin's friends, nicknamed, the 3rd young master of the Lin family 003. He clenched his fist in excitement. Although no one knows what kind of genius Lin Chuan is, whether he is a top-notch one who can eventually go to one of the 8 major universities, or a first-rate one who can become a professional beast tamer, or an ordinary one, but at least he is definitely better than an ordinary civilian novice beast tamer, and that is enough. He, Tan Yen, has taken the first solid step on the road to PY. After Tan Yen left, Lin Chuan was still thinking with his head down. He always felt that this purple-haired boy was inexplicable, but never mind, since he couldn't see any harm to him for the time being, Lin Chuan didn't think about it anymore. There's a saying that goes, more friends mean more paths, right? Retracting his thoughts, Lin Chuan looked at the crowded service area in front of him. Thinking about how long he would have to wait in line, Lin Chuan went to the server's special machine, got a number with his Beastmaster ID card, and sat in the waiting area waiting. It was quite lucky, well, I should say that the receptionists in the service area were very efficient. After just 10 minutes, it was Lin Chuan's turn. Hearing his number being called, Lin Chuan went to the corresponding counter. There is no such thing as polite and courteous chat. Being polite and courteous to these busy mission area receptionists would be truly impolite and would affect their work efficiency. Straightforwardly, Lin Chuan stated his two purposes, delivering the letter and registering to rent a house. Inside the counter, there was a male staff member who looked to be about 30 years old with a shaved head. He should have looked energetic, but at this moment, the male staff member had thick dark circles under his eyelids, giving Lin Chuan a feeling that he would die of overwork in the next second. Lin Chuan quickly glanced at the name tag placed next to him. He was 27 years old, named You Fucking, and was a task receptionist for the Beast Tamer Association. Judging from the photo on his work badge, this man named You Fucking looks energetic. Although he is nearly 30 years old, he is still considered a handsome middle-aged man. Looking at his actual appearance now, even though his clothes and hair are carefully groomed and very neat, his dull eyes, based on Lin Chuan's experience of working overtime for more than 10 years in his previous life, indicate that he has probably been working overtime for at least a week, and his rest time is definitely less than 3 hours a day. Lin Chuan looked at You Fucking twice more, but You Fucking didn't even raise his head or look at Lin Chuan directly. He reflexively took the Beast Tamer ID card handed over by Lin Chuan and swiped it on the card machine next to him. Identity confirmed successfully, Beastmaster Lin Chuan. Mission confirmed successful, number TS 1785, prepare to receive mission props. It was not what You Fucking said, but the sound made by the card swiping machine connected to the computer. Well, it's the letter mission. You can take out the letter and put it on the counter. Someone will come to pick it up right away. You Fucking said weakly. With a slight nod, Lin Chuan took out the insulated box containing the valuable documents from the beast taming space and placed it on the counter. The next second, Lin Chuan saw You Fucking stunned for a moment, and then his eyes with thick dark circles opened up little by little, his lifeless pupils shrank, and his gaze focused. Before even giving Lin Chuan confirmation that the mission was successful, You Fucking actually went straight to dismantling the incubator. Inside the insulated box are small bottles of something like drinks. In front of Lin Chuan, You Fucking directly took a bottle from the bottle, inserted the straw that came with it and took a big sip, drinking it up in an instant, then took another bottle and inserted a straw. Ah, you're alive. You really saved my life. Unlike the sudden death state of the previous moment, You Fucking seemed to be about to die due to lack of water in the desert, but suddenly it rained and he was finally saved. He was deeply moved. Lin Chuan. Coming back to his senses, You Fucking realized his own gaffe and even forgot about his professional ethics, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry. Sorry. You Fucking laughed it off and was not paying attention at first, but now, he quickly glanced at Lin Chuan's basic information on the screen. You are Mr. Lin Chuan, the Beastmaster, right? Well, since you are from Tianshang Town, you should know this. It is a specialty of Tianshang Town, the Red Orange Fruit Nutri Express. Drinking it can refresh your mind. You Fucking said. Lin Chuan nodded. Of course he knew this. Red Orange Nutri Express is a product of a small, time-honored workshop business called Haxixi in Tianshang Town. Part of its raw material, red orange fruit, is purchased from Lin's farm, making it a part of the downstream industrial chain of Lin's farm. That's right, in the orchard mid-mountain of Lin's farm, 40% of the fruit trees planted are red-orange trees. The Red Orange Fruit Nutri Express is really effective in refreshing the mind. Before, Lin Chuan had given Guogua Sakura some water to drink when she was exhausted, but he didn't drink too much. Because the Red Orange Fruit Nutri Express only stimulates the cerebral cortex to increase mental activity and achieve a refreshing effect, it does not replenish consumption. Even if you drink it and force yourself to stay awake, you will still have a splitting headache when you wake up the next day. Well, that can't be said so absolutely. Red Orange Fruit Nutri Express can also replenish mental strength, but it can only replenish a little bit. It is better than nothing. To describe it with specific numbers, if you have 100 points of energy, drinking a bottle of Red Orange Nutri Express can probably restore 1 point of energy. Lin Chuan used the inheritance of reincarnation to add points to Guogua and Sakura's skills, which consumed at least 40 points of spirit each time, which means that Lin Chuan had to drink 40 bottles to replenish it. Although the bottle is small, 40 bottles is a huge amount. If Lin Chuan really drinks that much, he estimates that he will have diarrhea and be unable to get out of bed the next day. Red Orange Fruit Nutri-Express is only for use in daily work and life. Drinking a bottle while working overtime is better and more effective than any coffee. However, when it comes to Beastmasters training spiritual beasts, especially training them as combat pets, its effect is seriously insufficient. Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't seem to be in a hurry, you fucking decided to take this opportunity to catch some fish, take a short rest and catch his breath. Pretending to be discussing a task with Lin Chuan, you fucking changed the subject. Every year, the Beast Tamer Association will deliberately arrange many new tasks for you newbies. However, the newbie missions that really meet the requirements are not easily available. After all, if they are too simple, no one will post them. In fact, most of the so-called rookie missions are deliberately fabricated, and the people who fabricate these rookie missions are mainly us, the mission receptionists of various Beast Tamer associations. Because of this period of time every year is the busiest time for us receptionists in the mission area. Unless we are really sick, we will have to work overtime for 3 consecutive months until your entrance examination. During the day, I work normally to assist the Beastmasters in accepting missions. At night, I work overtime or make up various missions for new recruits when there are few people. As he spoke, you fucking finished another bottle of Nutri-Express. Without hesitation, he took another bottle from the insulated box and inserted a straw into it. After taking a deep breath, you fucking continued. Of course, there will be overtime benefits and fabricated newcomer tasks. If there are any expenses involved, as long as they are not excessive, the association will reimburse them, just like this. What you fucking said is not very nutritious. Even if you know it, it is of no use and you won't get any benefit. However, Lin Chuan was not busy, so he didn't mind letting you fucking take this opportunity to take a break and catch his breath. Because Lin Chuan knew how hard it was to work overtime day and night, and he had to work overtime for 3 consecutive months. Every year during graduation season, these people work silently and hard behind the scenes to register and compile Beastmaster information, archive Beastmaster talents, distribute newcomer gift packs, and create newcomer tasks. It can be said that it is because of them that the road for new Beastmasters will be easier. So, that's where this valuable document comes from. Well, this valuable document is. At this moment, a short-haired beauty in her 20s, wearing the same uniform of a Beastmaster Association mission receptionist, walked over quickly. Brother you, I just received a notification that my Nutri-Express has arrived. It's right here at your counter. Oh. Seeing that you fucking had already drunk 3 bottles, the short-haired beauty was stunned for a moment, and then screamed like a groundhog. The situation here caused everyone around to look over. Someone noticed the thermal box on Lin Chuan's counter and the empty bottle of Nutri-Express next to it, and smiled in a subtle and understanding manner. Well, this kind of thing is not common, but it does happen. At this time of year every year, these task receptionists would be so busy working overtime that their endocrine system would be disrupted, and occasionally they would have brain seizures and behave in some hilarious ways. What are you doing? Put it down, put it down. Put down my Nutri-Express. The short-haired beauty walked over quickly, and you fucking quickly moved the incubator under his counter. What do you mean by yours? This is a task that we all compiled together, and it has been reimbursed by the association. According to the rules, it appeared during my duty period and on my counter, so of course it's mine. You just happened to receive the tip. Okay, I have to work now. Please don't disturb me. I have to quickly settle the task for Mr. Lin Chuan. By the way, Mr. Lin Chuan still wants to rent a house, right? Yes, I'll help you check and choose a good location for you. As he spoke, you fucking instantly entered a state of serious work. He was no longer the dull and decadent look he had at the beginning, but instead looked like the energetic and lively handsome uncle in the photo on his work badge. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he was obviously in a good mood. The short-haired beauty knew that she should not disturb her colleagues when they were working, and there was no hope of getting the Nutri-Express back. She sat down on the lounge chair beside her in a daze, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, like a drowning fish, making a sound. After a while, one of her colleagues brought her another refreshing drink, which was similar to the red orange fruit Nutri-Express. After taking a sip, the short-haired beauty instantly recovered her full health, and ran away full of energy. Seeing this situation, everyone around, even Lin Chuan, couldn't help laughing. Lin Chuan originally thought that the staff of the Beast Tamer Association were all very serious and responsible. Now it seems that's not necessarily the case. Sometimes, it's quite cute and full of human touch. This is the Beast Tamer Association. It is an organization that silently contributes and provides logistical support and management coordination to all beast tamers in the Xingyan Federation. No wonder the beast tamers support and love it so much. Ding, Beastmaster Lin Chuan, number TS, 1785, mission props received, confirmed, mission successful. As you fucking operated, sounds came from his work machine. At the same time, a virtual pop-up window also popped up on the Beast Taming Space device on Lin Chuan's watch, which contained a text message alert from the Beast Tamer Association. Thanks to Mr. Lin Chuan, the Beastmaster, for completing the TS 1785 mission issued by the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. Mission content: safely deliver the valuable documents from the Tianshang Town Beast Tamer Association to the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. Completion rating: 5 stars. Task reward: 5,000 star rock coins, points, 3. The reward has been remitted to your Beast Tamer account in real time. Please check and confirm. If there is any error, please contact the relevant task receptionist in time. After completing the task of delivering the precious letters, Lin Chuan still had 3 letter delivery tasks left to complete. A personal letter and 2 store parcels with no delivery deadline. These must have been tasks made up by the task receptionists. Therefore, Lin Chuan was not in a hurry and planned to deliver it tomorrow. You fucking followed Lin Chuan's other request and registered the rental information for him, which was the Beast Tamer Association's small villa apartment A113. According to you fucking, the location of this small villa apartment was relatively good. Lin Chuan didn't know the situation, so he nodded slightly and thank you fucking. The lease period is 1 month. The rental fee is 300,000 star rock coins plus 30 points from the Beastmaster Association. Therefore, there are now 2.03 million and 23 points in the Beastmaster Association left in Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account. There is no need to say much about Star Rock Coin. As for points, I just received 3 points as a reward for the task of settling precious letters, as well as the 50 points I originally had for winning the Flower Leaf Cup. 53 minus 30 equals 23 points, which is correct. After confirming that everything was correct and that there was nothing else to do for the time being and no plans to take on any new missions, Lin Chuan left the service area directly. He did not go to the newly rented small villa apartment A113 immediately. Although he rode his bicycle for nearly 6 hours, Lin Chuan said that he was fine and there was no big problem. As long as he did not perform operations that consumed a lot of mental energy such as adding skill points at this time, there would be no problem at all as long as he could hold on until midnight. Lin Chuan also looked at the 2 little ones in the beast taming space through the monitoring system of the beast taming space device on his watch. At this moment, they used their 2 leaves to wrap themselves into a watermelon ball and buried it in a flower pot filled with nutrient soil. It seemed that today's continuous long-distance running had burned out all their physical and mental strength. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Lin Chuan did not disturb the 2 little ones, letting them have a good rest and arranging a training plan for them tomorrow. Lin Chuan looked at the time again. It was now 5:13 in the evening. It's not yet the usual time for dinner, but there's nothing wrong with eating early today. Lin Chuan had dinner in the internal restaurant of the Beastmaster Association, then called Lao Deng to report that he was safe and informed him that today's data was gone and that Guogua and Sakura needed to rest. Ignoring Lao Deng's mumbling on the other end of the phone, Lin Chuan hung up. Then, Lin Chuan went to the commercial shopping area. Searching for materials of spiritual beasts with inherited skills is a very time-consuming task. Moreover, the material package that Lin Chuan placed in the beast taming space contains a lot of skill materials that can be used by Guogua and Sakura. For example, the grass flute and the vine armor shield. These skills are exactly what Lin Chuan had planned according to his original training ideas. He intended to give the 2 little ones additional skills at this time when Guogua and Sakura's foundations are almost solid and they are ready to carry out advanced training of special abilities. Rooting, photosynthesis, and growth are the 3 basic skills that must be prioritized to lay the foundation. Otherwise, without expert-level photosynthesis, it would take at least another half a month to lay the basic foundation of the current level. Then, in order to avoid becoming mere targets in battle, the two little ones also have their own damage skills. Guogua's fighting experience and trump card fruit bomb, Sakura's continuous scraping technique poison powder. Now, it's the turn of defense and control skills. After the defense and control skills were raised, the skill combination that Lin Chuan originally planned to construct could be considered a simplified version. When the time comes, put on a shield at the beginning of the game and stack up the armor. Then turn on the blood cow mode and restore the blood to the maximum. Finally, the poison powder was sprinkled and the bomb fruit was thrown. Just by thinking about it, Lin Chuan could already imagine the cute expression of despair, collapse, and pain on his opponent's face. After the initial construction of the skill group is completed, we can then check for omissions and make patches, and then let Guogua and Sakura expand and develop in the direction they are good at. Guogua is undoubtedly developing towards energy magic. It's still unclear what Sakura is good at. Having given Lao Deng so much data during this period, he should be able to research and analyze something. I'll ask him when the time comes to see if he can find out what Sakura is good at. For now, we'll temporarily decide to develop in the direction of physical physics. As for gap filling and patches, for example, the blood cow mode that restores health and status has a big loophole. Photosynthesis must take place under sunny conditions, rooting must take place in suitable soil and not steel plates, and growth must be based on both, otherwise the results will be very different. Although in the case of baby cups, it is basically impossible to encounter restrictions. After all, the games are all played during the day, and there is no special steel plate venue. What can I do next? For example, the entrance examination will be conducted in a special secret realm, so the situation may not be certain. Therefore, after the initial construction of the simplified version of the skill set is completed, it is still necessary to find some other skill materials that can restore blood to patch the blood cow mode of the two little ones. Before this, Lin Chuan had thought of a skill that basically all spirit beasts could learn, sleeping, which was very suitable as a patch for the blood cow mode. Let's get back to the topic. At this moment, Lin Chuan did not plan to visit various beast taming shops to search for spiritual beast materials with inherited skills. Just like before, after daily training, I can just visit a few beast taming shops occasionally to relax. At this moment, Lin Chuan came to the trading zone to purchase the cultivation materials for Guogua and Sakura starting tomorrow, that is, the nutritional supplements for advanced cultivation. The so-called advanced training refers to further training based on the foundation. Let's use the analogy of human fitness. Ordinary fitness can make your body fit and healthy. However, it is very difficult to develop rock-hard muscles and powerful and terrifying strength. In addition to natural talent, one also needs special protein powder and some other medicines to develop muscles as hard as stone lumps. This metaphor is not quite appropriate, but this is probably what the nutritional supplements used for the advanced cultivation of spiritual beasts are like. After walking around the trade zone for a while, Lin Chuan found the relevant store. The name of the store is Prosperous. It is a specialty store that sells wood-attributed spiritual beast cultivation supplies, including basic daily cultivation products, various nutrient soils and nutrient waters, as well as nutritional products for advanced cultivation. Needless to say, Lin Chuan does not plan to buy any basic culture products here. Then I called Lao Deng and asked him to buy directly from the source through the farm's supply channels, which would be much cheaper. What Lin Chuan wanted to buy was naturally advanced cultivation nutritional products, which were not available through farm channels. This shop, Xin Xiang Rong, is worthy of being a specialty store for the cultivation of wood-attributed spiritual beasts. The environment inside the store is completely different from the modern high-tech layout of other stores. The layout here is like an ancient pharmacy. The air is filled with the light and lingering scent of exotic flowers and herbs. Although it is located in the noisy and bustling environment of the Beastmaster Association's trading area with a huge flow of people, it gives people a natural feeling of the woods, making the customers who come in relax. Seeing Lin Chuan coming in, the female salesperson, who was wearing a green silk gauze dress with a bit of ancient costume style, immediately came up to him. "Mr. Beastmaster, is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, I want nutrients for advanced cultivation," Lin Chuan replied. Hearing this, the female shopping guide's eyes suddenly lit up and her attitude became more enthusiastic. Well, all shopping guides are like this, they get excited when they get a big order. The female shopping guide poured Lin Chuan a cup of water made with some unknown plant spices. It didn't have any special effects, but it tasted slightly sweet and had a long aftertaste. Then, the female shopping guide took Lin Chuan to the second floor. The second floor is filled with antique wooden cabinets. Each wooden cabinet is divided into 5 layers from top to bottom, and each layer has more or less small partitions separated by wooden boards. In each compartment, there were black porcelain cans with mud seals and vines wrapped around them. They were of different sizes, some as big as watermelons and some as small as fists. These black porcelain cans contain advanced nutritional supplements. Excuse me, sir. What type of advanced cultivation nutrients do you need? Well, can you reveal the information about your spirit beast? What kind of spiritual beast is it, and what level is it? Don't worry, I won't reveal your information to anyone else. If any leaks occur, you can complain to the Beastmaster Association about me. The female shopping guide asked softly, with a serious attitude. Being able to open a store in the Beast Tamer Association's trading zone, and a time-honored specialty store at that, confidentiality is of the utmost importance. Lin Chuan replied without any doubt. Hua Yi, first level. First level Hua Yi, are you a new Beastmaster? Oh, sorry, I spoke too much. Then, please follow me over here. The female shopping guide thought for a moment and then led Lin Chuan to a wooden cabinet. Each small compartment of the cabinet was filled with fist-sized black porcelain bottles and cans. These are advanced nutritive products suitable for first-level spiritual beasts with wood-attributed auxiliary properties and relatively fragile and soft bodies. This. The female shopping guide picked up one of the bottles and saw the label on the black porcelain bottle read, Primary Flower and Wood Bark Cream. It is an advanced nutritional supplement that can make the skin tougher. Simply put, it can improve basic defense capabilities, but it has a slight side effect, which is that it will slightly reduce the movement and agility of the spirit beast. However, for spirit beasts that basically use the tactic of using static to control dynamic, movement and agility are not key attributes, so it is not a big problem. It seems that the female shopping guide knows a lot about the battles between spirit beasts, and she explains it very clearly. Then she picked up 2 more bottles. This is an advanced nutritional supplement that focuses on strength. It has no side effects. However, it should not be suitable for auxiliary spirit beasts like Hua Yi. And this is an advanced cultivation nutrient for gold resistance. If you want to cultivate your flower and leaf towards long-lasting standing and battlefield healing, then you have to increase its resistance to its restraining attributes. If you use this nutrient, the daily watering amount needs to be appropriately increased according to the situation. Numb, Lin Chuan was really numb. He knew about the nutritional supplements for advanced cultivation, but he didn't expect that there were so many types of nutritional supplements for advanced cultivation and so many cultivation directions. And there are side effects. There are also conditions for additional watering. At this moment, Lin Chuan knew that his training plan might have to be significantly modified and expanded. Advanced training directions require trade-offs, and side effects and additional training expenses must also be considered. It is not just monetary expenses, but also time, energy, and spirit that must all be taken into account to maximize the effectiveness of daily training. Lin Chuan just wanted to curse, MMP. However, in the end, Lin Chuan swallowed this famous saying about governing the world back into his stomach. Eat your meal 1 bite at a time. The road must be taken step by step. Even for advanced training, one must start from the basics. Give me basic defense, that is, the primary flower and tree bast ointment, and advanced cultivation nutrients in terms of energy adaptability. There is no need to talk about basic defense, stack armor, stack it hard. Agile movement, today's explosive long-distance running is just to break the limit. Lin Chuan had no intention of really training them in this direction and letting the 2 little ones compete with other agile spirit beasts in speed. As for energy adaptability, that's the point. Energy adaptability will affect the release speed and power of various skills. For example, Guogua's fruit bomb. If Guogua's own energy adaptability is increased, the release speed and power of the fruit bomb will also increase accordingly. In addition, the effects of skills involving the use of energy such as rooting and photosynthesis will also be improved accordingly. Give me 2-month supply of both. 2-month supply, if both Guogua and Sakura use it, then it is 1 month's supply. The female shopping guide was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to buy 2 months' supply at one time. This is not the style of an ordinary rookie Beastmaster. Ordinary new Beastmasters would have to hesitate and be stingy when buying a week's supply. However, the female shopping guide didn't think too much about it. The more Lin Chuan bought, the more commission she got, and the happier she was. Okay, please wait a moment. I will contact the back-end warehouse and pick up the goods for you immediately. As for the amount, well, let me calculate it. I'll round off the difference for you, 2 million star rock coins. Also, our store offers a 20% discount to new Beastmasters, so the total is 1.6 million star rock coins. Lin Chuan. Even though I was mentally prepared, there would be a lot of bleeding. But when he heard the number 1.6 million, Lin Chuan couldn't help but choke. Gritting teeth, flesh aches, breathing difficult. Under the bright smile of the female shopping guide, Lin Chuan opened the QR code of his Beast Tamer account and handed it over. The female shopping guide picked up the barcode scanner and was about to scan it, but saw that Lin Chuan actually took half a step back. Knowing what Lin Chuan was thinking, all new Beastmasters felt the same way. At this time, she needed to provide a little help. With a smile, the female shopping guide stepped forward. Sir, if you regret not wanting to buy it, please put away the QR code. Lin Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, stretched out the hand wearing the watch, and displayed the Beastmaster account QR code projected on the virtual screen. The female shopping guide held Lin Chuan's hand firmly, and then refined it in an instant. Ding, consumption amount, 1.6 million. Such a sound came from the card reader, accompanied by Lin Chuan's heart bleeding. At this moment, Lin Chuan said to himself frantically in his heart. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. How to become stronger without spending money? If you don't spend money, you will be beaten by other spenders. Without spending money, how can you get the admission letters from 8 universities? There's nothing I can do. So, you can only spend money. You must spend money. Spend money hard. Half an hour later. After leaving Prosperous, Lin Chuan fell into silence, looking at the virtual screen projected by the Beast Taming space device on his watch, which showed the balance of the Beast Tamer's account, 350,000 star rock coins. The wound in his heart was still aching. Shouldn't it be 430,000? That's right, if you only buy advanced cultivation nutrients, there should be 430,000 left. The key point is that Lin Chuan also bought some supplements for his physical and mental recovery. Unfortunately, humans have limited physical fitness. At least Lin Chuan's current level 5 physical strength cannot be compared with that of spirit beasts. There are limits to the amount of supplements one can take every day, otherwise it would harm the body. If he reached the first level, Lin Chuan would buy more. By then, if you add points 10 times a day and bring all skills to expert or even master level, then it will be really amazing. Well, even if Lin Chuan can add points 10 times, there are not so many suitable materials. Now there are 350,000 left, and I will have to ask Lao Deng to help order daily rations, which are nutrient soil and nutrient water. Now that the period of laying the foundation has passed, you can reduce it appropriately and replace part of it with advanced nutritional supplements, but it will cost at least 100,000. Well, it turns out that training combat pets is a bottomless pit of money. This little money has just been kept warm for only a day, and it's almost burned up in just a short while. Guagua, Sakura. Look at how good your Beastmaster is to you. He is willing to spend money on you and even gives you cheats. So, you have to do your best. You must help me, your master, get the admission letters from the 8 universities. Like a nagging old lady, Lin Chuan muttered softly to the Beast Taming space device on his watch. Of course, it was just a whisper. Lin Chuan would never give Guagua and Sakura this kind of moral blackmail pressure, such as, I have paid so much for you, you must repay me in some way. Lin Chuan only felt heartbroken for the 2 little ones. They only give the 2 little ones red envelopes and red flowers, and then give them more chicken soup for the soul to encourage them to grow. After buying all the necessary things, Lin Chuan, who had nothing else to do for the time being, prepared to go home. Well, to go back to the small villa apartment outside the Beast Tamer Association that he had just rented. Click on the navigation map, log into your Beastmaster account with one click, and open the voice navigation program. Soon, following the navigation, Lin Chuan turned left and right, passed through several underground pedestrian passages, and finally arrived at the small villa apartment he rented with the house number A113. Instead of entering immediately, Lin Chuan looked around carefully from outside and compared it with other small villas and apartments around it. There is no difference to be seen from the outside. They are all two-story buildings with white tiles on the walls, a very modern style, plus a small courtyard with high walls. There are surveillance cameras installed at the door, corners, and even on the roof. Both in terms of overall visual perception and security, it is very good. As for the so-called good position mentioned by the mission receptionist, in fact, it is just relatively close to the underground corridor entrance to the combat training ground. Well, with this condition, it's really a good location. Nowadays, it is the graduation season. Those who have dreams and want to embark on the path of truly extraordinary beast taming are all trying their best and working hard to rush in. The Beastmaster Association's independent training rooms with various professional training props and facilities are often in short supply. Once they are vacated, they are immediately occupied by new Beastmasters in need. Therefore, new Beastmasters must rush to find a training ground with props and facilities suitable for their contracted spirit beasts every day. For example, if they have a contracted spirit beast with wood attribute, they can go to the Sunshine Room. Otherwise, they can only use the general training room. If they get up late, or are delayed for some other reason, there may not be any room in the general training room. They can only go to an open public training room, or train in an open space in the wild by themselves. In the former case, some unique breeding methods may be exposed, and in the latter, the training effect will definitely not be as good as that of a professional training room. Some people may ask, why not just reserve a room to train overnight or find a scalper to reserve a seat? All-night training is out of the question. First of all, except for those with ghost attributes and a few other nocturnal spirit beasts, most spirit beasts domesticated by humans have schedules that are highly consistent with humans. They are active during the day and sleep at night. This is especially true for spirit beasts in their baby stages, who must pay special attention to sleep. Therefore, basically new Beastmasters will choose to carry out training and cultivation during the day. Training at night while feeling sleepy is not only not good for the growth of the baby spirit beast, it may also have a counterproductive effect, such as loss of concentration and accidentally hurting yourself. Secondly, the training room also needs maintenance. If it is used continuously, even the highest quality training room will be scrapped in less than half a month, which would be a waste of time. Therefore, the Beastmaster Association has clear regulations. From 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning, all the association's combat training rooms are closed. Of course, if there are special circumstances, such as if the contracted spirit beast happens to be a ghost or other spirit beast with nocturnal nature such as bats, you can also apply to use the training room at night. However, this kind of special situation is very rare for new Beastmasters. Spiritual beasts like bats are easier to deal with. Although they are rare, they are still barely worthy of mention. As for the spirit beasts with ghost attributes, the new Beastmasters who can contract such spirit beasts, except for those who are lucky enough to be the protagonist, almost all have a powerful family background. New beast tamers who are able to contract ghost-attributed spirit beasts probably have more professional and advanced training rooms at home. Even if they don't have one, they can easily find other training rooms and don't have to compete with civilian new beast tamers for a place at the Beast Tamer Association. As for the situation of scalpers occupying the venue, the Beast Tamer Association also has regulations. In order to give civilian new beast tamers as fair a chance as possible, any scalper behavior is prohibited. It's okay if you are not discovered. If you are discovered, you will be fined the first time, points will be deducted the second time, and the third time your reputation points will be deducted, which will have a huge impact on your future development. Before this, Guogua and Inghua were mainly laying the foundation, so Lin Chuan did not need to go to the training room of the Beastmaster Association. The environment of the farm, especially the light-collecting mirror area, was no worse than the sun room arranged by the Beastmaster Association. And after this, starting from tomorrow, Lin Chuan is going to give them special advanced training, which requires the use of various props and more professional training rooms. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Lin Chuan will have to get up early and compete with other new Beastmasters for a training room. A 113, a small villa apartment close to the entrance of the underground passage of the battle training ground, provides the best convenience. As long as Lin Chuan doesn't stay in bed, he will basically be able to grab a training room suitable for the two little ones. After entering the small villa apartment, Lin Chuan took a quick look around. There is nothing much to say. There are all kinds of furniture and facilities such as TV, computer, refrigerator, washing machine, etc., and they are all high-end luxury brands. There is even a small swimming pool. It may not be as good as a presidential suite, but the supreme room of a 5-star hotel is probably like this. Just based on these, Lin Chuan feels that the monthly rent of 300,000 star rock coins plus 30 points is worth the money. Lin Chuan took a bath. Without soaking in the swimming pool, now is not the time to relax. You still have to work hard and struggle. When you achieve something again, you can lie down and enjoy the reward yourself. Just wash up simply, rinse yourself clean and make your whole body relaxed. After changing into a set of light home pajamas, Lin Chuan came to the small study room where a computer and some office supplies were placed. Start reviewing and organizing your purchases of advanced nurturing nutrition today. Primary flower and tree bast ointment, 2-month supply, 62 bottles in total, 1 month is calculated as 30 days, and an extra bottle is bought 30 and 1 is free. Primary flower and tree meridian strengthener, same as above, also 62 bottles. The former is for external application. The latter is for internal use. Since Huai's mouth is just a small black line and cannot really open to eat, the latter needs an injection. Xinxin Xiangrong provides a set of professional injection tools for free. After finishing the sorting and confirming that everything was correct, Lin Chuan took a short break and drank some water. Then, Lin Chuan sat down at the computer desk and began to modify and expand the training plan. Before, because I didn't understand it, I didn't consider the various details of advanced cultivation, such as side effects, such as increasing the amount of watering and light. Now I have to take all of these into consideration. Time passes quietly. It was not until 1:23 in the morning that Lin Chuan completed the training schedule for the next week. Yes, it's just a 1-week schedule. After all, spirit beasts will grow, and as they grow, the training methods must also be modified and expanded in sync with the times. If Guogua and Sakura's growth rate exceeds his expectations, this schedule may have to be revised within 5 days. The schedule was transferred to the watch's beast controlling space device, and at the same time, a paper copy was printed using the printer next to it. Holding the paper schedule in his hand, Lin Chuan looked at it carefully. Get up at 5 o'clock. Complete all washing and preparation work within 10 minutes. Between 5:10 and 5:40, run laps in the yard to warm up. From 5:40 to 5:50, take a short break and play 2 rounds of the building blocks game to improve daily tacit understanding. At 5:50, I went out and went to the Beastmaster Association's combat training ground to grab a professional training room suitable for wood-attributed spirit beasts. From 6 to 7 o'clock, the third set of flower leaf radio gymnastics. From 7 to 7:30, rest, eat breakfast, and play card games to improve tacit understanding. From 7:30 to 8 o'clock, there will be internal team sparring and fighting. Although skill proficiency can be improved through inheritance, it will become unfamiliar if not used, and combat experience also needs to be accumulated. At 8 o'clock, special advanced training begins. The schedule is scheduled until 9 p.m., when the training room closes, and there is almost no free time in between. Even as the drafter, Lin Chuan couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it. The intensity of this training was even worse than that in my senior year of high school in my previous life. Of course, it's not just about Guogua and Yinghua. Lin Chuan also made a schedule for himself. Based on his experience of using the inheritance of reincarnation in the past half-month, Lin Chuan quantified his mental power. Maximum value is 100. Inheriting photosynthesis, a skill that Sakura Guogua has already mastered and is very proficient in, requires 40 points of spirit. If you want to inherit a new skill, such as poison powder, you will need to consume 60 points of spirit. If it is a special material with strong emotional awareness like the bomb fruit, then 80 points will be required. If you don't do strenuous exercise during the day, you will recover naturally, at 10 points of mental power per hour. Vigorous exercise, such as gym training, consumes 5 points per hour. Sleeping 4 hours at night restores 60 points. Lin Chuan has clearly arranged when he should rest, when he should drink some medicine to replenish his physical and mental strength, and when he should exercise. He has completely stuck to the limit of his own mental strength. He plans to give Guogua and Sakura some extra food once a day, while also taking care of his own fitness exercises. The Baby Cup and most other competitions that are publicly broadcast on television basically do not allow beast tamers to leave the field. But there are many other times, such as in the wild or in secret realms, when the beast tamer himself has to participate in the battle. If he does not have a good body, let alone participating in the battle, it would be good enough if he does not have the spirit beast to hold him back. Even if he encounters an unmatched situation, without a good body, he may not even have a chance to run. After reading the schedule twice and making sure there was nothing missing, Lin Chuan went to bed. The next day. According to Lin Chuan's biological clock, he should have gotten up at 5:30. However, according to the schedule, Lin Chuan set the alarm and got up at 5 o'clock. After releasing the two little ones from the beast-controlling space and waking them up, Lin Chuan first checked the condition of the two little ones to see if they had fully recovered from yesterday's super long run. By the way, he collected a wave of physical data of the two little ones and then sent it to Lao Deng. The situation is very good. The condition and physical data of the two little ones have obviously improved a lot after yesterday's super long-distance run. It seems that the nutrients and energy left in the two little ones' bodies from laying the foundation have been fully transformed. Then, it's time to start today's training schedule. However, before starting, Lin Chuan said that he had to give the two little ones some spiritual chicken soup to boost their enthusiasm. Lin Chuan took out a red envelope and a small red flower. Seeing the red envelopes and new red flowers, Guogua and Sakura's small black bean-like eyes suddenly lit up, and they looked at Lin Chuan with great desire. However, since Lin Chuan didn't give them any, they just stayed there obediently. Lin Chuan chuckled and rubbed the two little heads. Guogua's head was elastic, smooth, and cool, while Sakura's was softer and warmer. The touch was very good. At this time, Lin Chuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "During yesterday's long-distance running training, unfortunately, you were unable to catch up with my bicycle from beginning to end." Upon hearing this, Guogua and Inghua were stunned for a moment, then looked lost, like eggplants hit by frost, both little ones wilted. But Lin Chuan suddenly changed the subject, attracting the attention of the two little ones again. "You are able to stick to it throughout the whole process, which is very good. You deserve encouragement and praise. So, only half of the reward can be given. If you fail to catch up with my bike, you will lose the red envelope." As he said that, Lin Chuan put the red envelope into his pocket. Actually, there was no money in the red envelope, he just showed it to Guogua and Inghua. "And as a reward for your perseverance, I will give each of you a new red flower." After saying that, Lin Chuan stuck the little red flowers on the chests of Guogua and Sakura respectively, and rubbed their little heads. Looking at the little red flower on their chests, Guogua and Inghua instantly woke up from their previous state of loss. The two little ones babbled and cried out and jumped with great joy. They hugged Lin Chuan's calves and rubbed them against him, acting coquettishly in all kinds of ways, almost making Lin Chuan fall into the arms of her gentleness. After close contact with Lin Chuan, Guogua first clenched his fat fist and made a fierce gesture. Sakura was also whimpering nearby, and seemed very excited. In short, the two little ones are full of fighting spirit and energy at this moment. Lin Chuan couldn't understand what they were saying specifically, but he could feel their emotions. They seemed to be saying that they would definitely achieve their goals in the next special training. They wanted all the red envelopes and red flowers. With the corner of his mouth raised, Lin Chuan's face was full of joy. "Very good, after drinking enough chicken soup, it's time to start special training." Lin Chuan took out the paper training schedule that he printed out last night and showed it to the two kids. "This is your training plan for the next week. Come on. Red envelopes and little red flowers are waiting for you. Guogua, Sakura." Although they couldn't understand human writing, the countless words densely packed on the paper made the two little ones feel dizzy and nervous. There is a strong, ominous premonition. You were full of fighting spirit just now, but now you're backing down. Seeing that the two kids were a little scared, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed. He knew that he had to change the way to pour the chicken soup. The effect of pouring it directly was weak, so he would try to take it out from behind. Let's see his tea art. Lin Chuan sighed quietly, and took out a beautiful little box from somewhere. He opened it and found a small flower made of pink scented paper. He spoke with regret. Alas, if that's the case, this little pink flower I specially customized can only be given to other spirit beasts. By the way, isn't Sun Enin going to contract a flowery flower on the farm soon? This little pink flower will be my gift to her when she goes out. In an instant, Guogua and Sakura's little black eyes looked straight over. No. Oh. Master, you can't give flowers to other flowers or leaves. Not even to your friends on the farm. Just now he looked like he was frightened and retreated because of the dense training schedule. Now all that's left is fighting spirit. Seeing Guogua and Sakura looking like they were about to burn with passion, eager to start special training right away, Lin Chuan smiled secretly in his heart. Who is not a green tea? He only needs a little psychological strategy to easily control the two little ones, so how could there be such an excellent Beastmaster like him in this world? Can other Beastmasters do this? Can they do this? Lin Chuan showed off for a while, then put his thoughts aside. It was almost time to start today's special training according to the schedule. The first item is warm-up. Well, Lin Chuan temporarily, just now, he slightly modified the project content. It's not that he stopped warming up, but he changed the way the warm-up was performed. Follow the schedule. From now until 5:40, you should start warming up by running in the courtyard. Lin Chuan made some temporary modifications because he suddenly remembered that he still had a task to complete. In addition to the valuable documents delivered to the Beast Tamer Association yesterday, he still had 3 pieces of mail that had not been delivered, 2 packages to different Beast Tamer shops, and a letter to an individual. Lin Chuan plans to deliver 1 letter every day and complete the deliveries in 3 days. The modification of the schedule is based on this. Lin Chuan made good use of the time for running warm-up. After all, running warm-up was not some unique training method that had to be kept secret. Almost every beast tamer did it this way, even those from wealthy families. At most, they just ran on a high-tech treadmill, and there were special instruments to record their heartbeat and energy activity efficiency, which was pretty much the same. So, whether in a high-walled yard, on the road outside, or on a high-tech treadmill, running is the way to go. It was a happy decision. I went straight to jog to warm up and deliver the mail. Well, to be precise, Guogua and Sakura were running, while Lin Chuan was riding a bicycle. Lin Chuan acted immediately and took Guogua and Yinghua out with him. At this moment, it was not yet completely light, but there were quite a few people on the road, all of them were new Beastmasters who were about the same age as Lin Chuan. Well, these are basically people who come early to queue up and wait for the association's combat training ground to open. In order to avoid not being able to grab a seat later, Lin Chuan decisively took a number from the queuing machine, number 023. The same went for the other new beast tamers. They took a number and went to the open space nearby to conduct their own training. Some ran, some did frog jumps, and some of the more active ones looked for other new beast tamers to have a brief competition. Lin Chuan even saw a trace of purple hair in it. Although he added Blue Penguin as a friend, they were not familiar with each other yet. Lin Chuan did not go over to say hello. When his eyes met Tan Yan's, he nodded slightly and then rode his bike to deliver the letter. Guogua and Yinghua were chasing after Lin Chuan's bicycle on both sides. Because of yesterday's explosive long-distance running, Guogua and Yinghua digested the nutrients that had been accumulated in their bodies when they were laying the foundation, and all aspects of their bodies have improved to a certain extent. At this moment, even if they maintained a normal speed, the 2 little ones were actually catching up with Lin Chuan's bicycle. How is this possible? If we were caught like this, wouldn't we have to give red envelopes to the 2 little ones? Sending out red envelopes is just a small problem. Lin Chuan said he is not short of that little money. The key point is that we can't let the 2 little ones get the red envelopes so easily. The harder it is to get something, the more they will cherish it, and the chicken soup will have a better effect after getting the red envelopes. So Lin Chuan stood up and kicked. Using all his strength, Lin Chuan rode the bicycle at lightning speed, leaving an afterimage. Although the basic speed increased, it was obvious that Guogua and Inghua still could not catch up with the speed at which Lin Chuan stood up and pedaled the bicycle. In other words, it is simply impossible for them to catch up, because of the medium blood quality of the Huai soldiers and the logistical support racial talent. No matter how much they cheat, no matter how much precious resources they are fed, they can never compare with agile spirit beasts, such as Sun Yinin's golden werewolf. Of course, if it is a comparison of endurance, that may not be the case. With the addition of rooting and photosynthesis, Guogua and Sakura can kill the initial spirit beasts of almost all new beast tamers at this stage, including those of the rich and powerful. Of course, those who come from ancient beast-taming families, such as the 5 major beast-taming families of Li, Song, Wang, Qian, and Nangong, are a different matter. With Lin Chuan's current level of cheating, he is still far from catching up with the beast-taming family's thousands of years of family accumulation. However, people from ancient beast-taming families would not compete with ordinary civilian beast-tamers at this time. They have their own track. Only if an ordinary new beast-tamer fights his way out from countless ordinary people and proves himself to be a rare genius, can he be qualified to compete with beast-tamers from beast-taming families. Let's get back to the topic. Thanks to the progress of Guogua and Inghua, Lin Chuan was able to stand up and ride his bicycle, speeding all the way. The original plan was to deliver only 1 letter, but now we have exceeded the target and delivered 2 letters. The 2 packages from the beast-taming shop have been delivered, and Lin Chuan now has a letter for an individual. It's almost time, it will be 6 o'clock soon, the time when the Beastmaster Association's combat training ground will open. So, the remaining letter can only be delivered tomorrow. Regarding the 2-letter tasks completed this time, their task rewards are the same, 3,000 star rock coins and 2 points. As a result, Lin Chuan earned 6,000 star rock coins and 4 points. Without wasting even a second, Lin Chuan took the 2 little ones back to the Beastmaster space, pedaled faster than before, and rushed to the entrance of the Beastmaster Association's combat training ground. At this moment, there were already many new beast tamers waiting in line at the entrance of the battle training ground, and a group of people were communicating with each other in a bustling manner. Although there are many people, it is not as crowded as a sea. What's more, Lin Chuan had already taken a number in advance, number 023, which means he was the 23rd person to enter. With this sequence, I believe it will be easy to grab a suitable training room. Without any surprises, the battle training ground opened on time at 6 o'clock. After the 22 people in front of Lin Chuan entered, it was Lin Chuan's turn. He easily obtained the right to use a day in a sun room that was most suitable for the special training of wood-attributed spirit beasts. The Beastmaster Association's professional training room, the lowest level of which is suitable for first-level and lower spirit beasts, has a daily rental fee of 10,000 star rock coins and 1 point. However, there is a limited-time discount for newly graduated beast tamers, only 3,000 star rock coins a day, and points are waived. Sunshine Room. Lin Chuan did not go in immediately, but stood at the door, carefully reading the instructions for use of the sun room posted on the door. The instruction manual is long, so here is a brief summary. The sunlight in the room is artificially simulated using precious props, and can illuminate the room from all directions without blind spots, leaving no trace of shadow in the room. The temperature is adjustable from 0 to 40 degrees. Humidity adjustable. All props and facilities in the room can be used, but please be careful not to damage them. If damaged, you will be required to pay for it. It is recommended that the beast tamer wear the goggles placed in the room as soon as he enters the room, and then turn on the sunlight mode as needed to adjust the light intensity, temperature, humidity, and other data. The above is the content of the instruction manual. After reading the instruction manual twice and memorizing the relevant content, Lin Chuan swiped his beast tamer ID card and entered the room. The room is rectangular in shape, with an area of 600 square meters and a height of 8 meters. In the middle of the room, there is a piece of mud with ordinary soil and an automatic fountain, which is used for the wood-attributed spirit beasts to rest after training. In the left corner of the room, there is an enclosed beast tamer rest area like the security booth in the previous life. When the sunlight room is opened, it provides all-round light without blind spots. For new beast tamers whose levels are still very low, it is generally difficult to receive light for a long time, and they need to enter the rest area from time to time to adjust their status. On the right is a row of shelves with various special training props, including weighted backpacks of various gravity, energy detectors, skill power stakes, treadmills, trampolines, automatic pinball devices for practicing reaction and dodging, etc. Basic training props can all be found here. The control device for the sun room is in the Beastmaster's rest area, and the special goggles are also included. Lin Chuan entered the rest area, first put on goggles as required, and then turned on the main switch of the sun room. With 3 beep sounds, the sunlight room, which originally had only the middle light on, began to emit artificially simulated sunlight in every corner and even on the ground. The whole room was suddenly bright, and there was no shadow in any blind spot. It was a completely shadow-free room. Lin Chuan adjusted the intensity of the simulated sunlight to the morning light mode, and then adjusted the temperature to 19 degrees, which is the comfort zone of Hua Ye according to Lao Deng's research data. After doing all this, Lin Chuan walked out of the Beastmaster's rest area. Even with special goggles, Lin Chuan was still a little blinded by the all-round light. Fortunately, he quickly got used to this feeling, except that his skin felt a little hot. Lin Chuan felt the same way. Guogua and Sakura, who were released from the beast-controlling space by him, had a look of comfort and enjoyment on their faces. Being in such a comfortable environment and bathed in sunlight from all directions, Guogua and Sakura unconsciously started photosynthesis at an expert level. A constant supply of sunlight energy gathered from all directions and entered the bodies of the 2 little ones, making them look as if they were covered with a layer of gauze, covered with a hazy light green light. The 2 already cute little ones suddenly had a dreamy and blurred temperament. Lin Chuan smacked his lips, thinking that the effect of the sun room was too abnormal. Well, in fact, it is not much different from the farm lighting environment during the hot summer sun. However, the shadowless sun room can adjust the light intensity according to needs. It makes no difference during the foundation laying period, but the effect will be much better during advanced cultivation. Without any further delay, Lin Chuan immediately started the special training according to the schedule. The 3rd set of flower leaf radio gymnastics. Generally speaking, it is no problem for Lin Chuan to perform the 3rd set of flower leaf radio gymnastics for an hour. For him, it is just a warm-up by sprinkling some water. However, in this sunshine room, under the all-round sunlight, Lin Chuan was sweating profusely after only half an hour of dancing, and his whole body was soaked as if he had fallen into the water. After dancing for an hour, Lin Chuan was so tired that he could hardly breathe. However, Lin Chuan still persevered in the end. Well, if it wasn't for setting an example for Guogua and Sakura, Lin Chuan would have run back to the Beastmaster's rest area long ago. After returning to the Beastmaster's rest area, Lin Chuan gulped down half a bucket of mineral water and felt much better. Miscalculated, Lin Chuan thought. For wood-attributed spirit beasts, the effect of the sun room is great, but for humans, it is still too difficult. Fortunately, it's time to rest and have breakfast next, and I can still rest for half an hour. Lin Chuan had ordered the takeout long ago and it was delivered half an hour ago. While eating takeaway breakfast, Lin Chuan played the card-drawing game with Guogua and Sakura, who he planted in the nutrient pots, gradually improving their tacit understanding. It's already 7:30. The 2 kids started to compete freely according to Lin Chuan's request. Of course, it is a free exchange that only lasts a certain amount of time. Guogua is forbidden to use the bomb fruit, and Sakura is forbidden to use poison powder. Well, how should I put it? It's not appropriate to say that the fight between noobs is eye-catching. The competition between Guogua and Sakura is extremely interesting. At the beginning, the 2 little ones actually saluted each other in an orderly manner, as if they were in a beast tamer competition. No one knew when they learned it. Then, the 2 little ones each started to use their skills, taking root, photosynthesis, and growth, and the 3-stage blood cow mode was directly activated. And then, nothing happened. The 3-stage blood cow mode is too strong, and the 2 little ones can't break the opponent's defense at all. In the end it turned into a fight between street thugs. The 2 little ones hugged each other and wrestled, rolling around in a ball. Lin Chuan couldn't help laughing, and he quickly used the mobile phone function of the beast taming space device on his watch to start recording it all. In the end, Guogua had more fighting experience and pinned Sakura under him. After a tenacious struggle, Sakura finally crawled out from under Guogua. Then, Sakura learned its lesson. It knew it couldn't beat Guogua in close combat, so it ran away. While running, it turned back and whimpered incoherently, cursing something. Lin Chuan didn't know what Inghua was talking about, he only knew that Guogua became angrier and redder the more she listened. As a result, Guogua fell down. Because he was too angry, he didn't pay attention to his feet and ended up falling flat on his face. Sakura instantly seized the opportunity, ran over, and pressed Guogua under her. With Sakura's fighting experience, it certainly couldn't suppress Guogua. However, Sakura doesn't want to hold Guogua down for a long time, but just for a moment. Because Sakura noticed that Lin Chuan was filming a video. At the moment of pressing Guogua under its body, Sakura waved its chubby little hands towards Lin Chuan and made a victory gesture, recording a close-up scene of it suppressing Guogua. Then, while Guogua was still asleep, Sakura ran away again. Seeing this situation, Lin Chuan was speechless and wanted to laugh. Alas, I thought that Guogua, who has fighting experience, would definitely win against Sakura. I didn't expect that I would be fooled by Sakura's intelligence. Finally, the half-hour discussion time was up. The final result was that Guogua beat Sakura 3 times, and Sakura beat Guogua 5 times, so Sakura won. Guogua was of course not happy with this result. It wanted to fight again and press back hard. However, he was stopped by Lin Chuan. From now on, he will start advanced training. If he wants to compete, he will have to wait until tomorrow. Although he was not happy about it, Guogua was finally persuaded by Lin Chuan. He was ready to go all out in the next step of advanced training. Tomorrow, he must fight back. At this moment, when Lin Chuan took out the advanced cultivation nutrients from the beast taming space, Lin Chuan received a call from Lao Deng. I just reported that they are safe yesterday, and I have just sent you the latest health data of the 2 little ones. So, logically speaking, Lao Deng wouldn't call suddenly. However, since he called, there must be something going on. Old Deng, what's the matter? Lin Chuan didn't say hello politely, but asked directly. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xuedong's voice seemed a little excited. He said, "It's about Sakura." Hearing this, Lin Chuan immediately straightened out his slightly lazy and casual state. "Didn't you ask me to help you see if Sakura has any special abilities? Just like Guogua has a superb talent in energy manipulation. Before, there wasn't enough data, so I couldn't see anything. But the data you sent me this morning, well, you don't know the specific research details, so I'll just tell you the conclusion. Well, it's just a guess, and I can't be completely sure. Cherry blossoms may have an extraordinary talent for floral scent.